Hello, everybody. How are you? Um, hi. Okay, so thank you, Samurai, for the first. Also, I don't know if you guys can hear my dogs. They're like going insane right now. I had to put them out. We put them outside because, like, no, I'm not. Okay, stop doing the she's muted thing because I genuinely don't know if you're joking, and then I have to check everything, and then I freak out. So please don't do that. um. Oh, I forgot to add tits to the scene. I might go let my dogs in because they were being fine. Um, and then all of a sudden they just, as soon as I started streaming, just started like losing their mind. Um, but today we are gonna watch 9 hours of FNAF Lore. Because last week I watched like actually it was closer to like 2 hours, I think, of FNAF Lore. I don't really know how long that stream was. Um, but apparently a lot of it was missed and there was other stuff that the lore video didn't cover. So I found a almost 9 hour video that covers a lot more of the lore, and we're gonna watch that. I'm gonna let my dogs in really quick though because they're like losing their fucking mind. um but it's gonna start from the beginning just to like see if there was anything that I missed in the first lore video. Because those were pretty like short and concise. But this one goes in a lot. Like it literally like the first part of the video is like 31 minutes, and that's just like setting up the like foundation of the FNAF lore video. But yeah, so I'm gonna let my dogs in. I didn't think I thought they were gonna be fine while I was streaming, but the window's like right there, and they're losing their mind. So what I'm gonna do is while I go do that, I'm just gonna put my BRB screen on. I'll be right back. Okay, no more jump scares. I'm gonna turn that off. Also, I have a redeem called Bears now, where you can literally just throw bears at me. It's 400 points. I might make it cheaper, but it throws like 20 or not 20. It throws like 10 bears at me. So we have that. But give me like a second. I'll be right back. All right. Sorry about that. My dogs love to ruin everything. So we're gonna start with this video. Where's your hat? Oh, that's right. I'm not gonna wear the hat today. We'll wear the hat later. Right now, we keep the FNAF hat off. Wow. I just don't want to wear it right now. Breaking my heart. That's not my fault. Vivek. Okay. Vivek, you've given like 18,000 points for me to play FNAF 2. Are you good? Legs are gone for Friday nights at Funky. I have legs. Legs are not gone. Legs are here. Also, depending on what happens, if you guys get the 2 million points first, or if I hit 700 followers, I will play FNAF 2 and Security Breach in the same stream. You fucking ruined my funky name. I'm sorry. It's not my fault. Seems like a skill issue. I'm kidding. How dare you have legs? I have feet too. And knees. Oh my god, my fucking dog. Oh, I know the security breach is long. I looked it up to see how long it takes to play. I'm just gonna call you legs then. You don't have anything fancy anymore? Okay. Because I only have like a couple hours, a couple nights left in FNAF 2. So we're just gonna get all the terror out of me. And I'm gonna play FNAF both the FNAF games in one sitting. I don't know how long the stream is gonna be, but yeah, it'll be a horrifying experience that I will suffer through as like a thank you for 700 followers. But yeah, so we're gonna get into the video since it is extremely long. But yeah, I don't really know what I'm getting myself into because it's almost 9 hours of FNAF lore, which means I think I'll be done around 9 o'clock. Yeah, I'll be done around 9. So I hope you guys are ready for this. Oh. And next week on Tuesday, because I decided I'm gonna do random lore shit every Tuesday. We'll do My Little Pony. So it'll be a switch up from Five Nights at Freddy's. And then the week after that, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Can you guys hear the video? Skipping that stream? Oh my god.
Hello,
I love My Little
to the
Pony.
Absurds. My name is Gibby, and I have written...
Bro, his name is Gibby. Like, okay, I'm not trying to like start the video off being like, oh my god, his fucking name is Gibby, but his fucking name is Gibby, bro. It's Gibby from iCarly. He grew up and became a FNAF streamer.
Scripts well over 100 pages before, but I have never tackled a subject like this.
I'm trying to see if there's any like FNAF stuff in his background.
This is the most complicated narrative I've ever unwound on my channel. If you're a longtime viewer, then you know that my bread and butter are
giving me like
stranger than fiction
Psycho,
true stories,
but like
and
in a cute
fictional
way.
worlds that are so detailed they feel like reality. And the most interesting thing I discuss are the intersections between these fantastical fictions and the unbelievable stories
like the prolonged
and joy
eye contact
behind their creations. In this video, I'm going to talk about Five Nights at Freddy's. The internet will have you believe this is the most complicated video game story ever told.
Gotta dissect this guy.
And they are correct. Well, this video is going
He's like making like such like prolonged eye contact, and I'm like, okay.
To serve as a full overview of the franchise, so even people who are completely unfamiliar with it will be able to follow along. But I will also go into minute detail as I attempt to do the impossible and craft a coherent,
I hope you have a good day. Thank you for following.
Of events in FNAF. So if you've been with the franchise since 2014, like I have, or if you just want to know what the fuss is about with the new movie coming out, stay tuned.
Yeah, welcome in. I hope you're having a good day.
Together. Buckle up for the next 7 or so hours.
I'm pinning that. Oh, I can't pin it in. Mods, pin that.
Five Nights at Freddy's started life as an indie game developed by a single man, Scott Cawthon.
You should
it has since
do
spawned nearly a dozen sequels, multiple series of novels, and an upcoming movie being produced by horror juggernaut Blumhouse.
Okay, I saw the FNAF movie. It's not that bad. Like, okay, I feel like, because I watched this like hour-long like review of the movie because for some reason I've hyper fixated on FNAF lore and like FNAF commentary, and I like watched this guy's video of him like talking about the FNAF movie and how he hates it. I don't think it was that bad. I think it was kind of like too much happening at once, and I don't mind that, but I feel like we're getting a sequel, and also there were like storylines that were like kind of like not that good, but like I feel like when you make an adaptation of a movie, like of a game, you have to like imagine that world, like what it would be like now, and having like somebody who like is directly impacted of like fucking Freddy Fazfuck, like I think is an interesting way to go about it. And I also like that the animatronics aren't in the movie as much because like most of the time, like when like the scary shit is happening, the animatronics aren't on screen, they're off screen. And I don't know, it does like the show not tell. I'm just gonna go on, I'm going to rant about the movie, going back to the fucking lore.
I say upcoming knowing full well that within a few short weeks this video will be outdated by the movie, but hey,
Thank you for the head
YouTube
pads.
works. I can't sit on this video forever. Most people know the story by heart, but it's important to cover the origins of the franchise, because I think that understanding the author is one of the best ways to start looking into the meaning of a piece of art.
We're going to dissect the author?
Scott Cawthon released several failed indie games before Five Nights at Freddy's. Most of them
till they filmed the
simple
movie.
Yet stylized graphics that look straight out of the early 90s.
I can wait for the
Something that's brought up a
movie.
lot is that Scott is a devout Christian, and so his games featured themes that you would find in works created by religious people.
Wait, he made religious games before FNAF? That's kind of interesting how he went from, like, Jesus loves you to, like, I murder kids and put them into fursuits.
I don't think that's actually an important part of the story of Five Nights at Freddy's, which I'm going to call FNAF from now on, because that's just way too long of a title to keep saying. I think the internet just likes highlighting Scott as being religious, because it makes the turn from bright and chipper games he used to make to the dark and legitimately disturbing FNAF all the more drastic, dramatic.
I don't know.
Of course, I don't want to undercut the role that God plays in works created by faithful
love this
people.
picture
I think
of
a lot
him.
of religious people would
I don't
say
know if
that
that's
God
actually
is
him, but I
present
loved
in
him.
all
He's
of their
cool.
creative endeavors. But it's so weird to me that people label Scott as a Christian when so many creators, especially here in America, are Christian. I've never seen a video essay about Skyrim opened by discussing how Todd Howard is Catholic.
That's true, though.
It's
It's
weird. When people are
weird.
discussing FNAF theories, someone will say, well, you know, Scott is
It's the game theory guy from last time.
Christian, as if the vast majority of art people consume isn't made by a religious person. Anyway, the game he
Brawl
made
Stars
right before
has
FNAF
lore
is
where
actually
we don't know
called
how
Chipper
a
and
kid
Sons
died.
Lumber
What the
Company.
hell?
See, that's why I described his older games as Chipper. Is a pun. But before Scott made Chipper and Sons, he created a much darker game in 2012 called The Desolate Hope. This game is intentionally dark, frightening even.
Ooh.
Scott didn't go from Veggie Tales to child murder. He was
That's
a normal
cool.
adult creator who made some games for kids and some games for older people.
Oh my god, but he retired.
Again, I think the focus on Scott's past is meant to point to FNAF being this breaking point, where he was so desperate with one final chance for success that he let the inner darkness of his soul come out to make this
he made us
horrific
like really
experience.
cool.
But I honestly don't think it was that dramatic. A major criticism of Chipper and Sons was that the characters looked like scary animatronics, and so Scott decided his next game would have intentionally scary animatronics.
He got blamed for the game looking like animatronics. He's like, okay, you know what? Fuck you. I'll make a jump scare game. That's pretty base.
I don't think Scott was waving his fist in the air saying, if this is what you want, I'll show you scary. I think he did what he would continue to do while making the FNAF series. He made his next game using the feedback he got from his previous game.
I feel like it's pretty good that he like takes feedback.
A horror game about demonic looking animatronics.
I don't know
right out of
like
your
the whole history of him, but like
inspired nightmares.
If he's taking feedback this early in his career, like
FNAF became a favorite among YouTube Let's Players because it gave them plenty of opportunities to scream loudly at the camera to entertain their viewers.
Oh god! What the okay?
The game became very popular after being picked up by big Let's Players like Markiplier. It sold enough copies that Scott could quit his day job and develop games as a career. I don't think Scott made his game with YouTubers in mind. I think it was a happy accident.
I love Markiplier.
But that's not to take away from what made the original FNAF really great. FNAF is this weird mix of many video game genres that has never really existed before.
It's almost been 3 years.
You don't move in the game. You just sit in one office.
I think on my 3-year anniversary,
which is really
just
a stretched JPEG that's been given a cylinder shape, so you can look side to side and be given the illusion of depth. The only thing you can do is look at security cameras and close 2 doors on either side of you.
I played that game.
It's not exactly a survival horror game. It's not exactly a tower defense. It's not exactly point and click. It's not exactly a game of Pac-Man. It's a weird combination of all of those things.
Hello. Five Nights at Freddy's. Okay. I need to update Fortnite.
Let me set the stage
I have yet to update Fortnite.
Pun definitely intended. In Five Nights at Freddy's, you play as a security guard at a fictionalized version of Chuck E. Cheese. They got arcade machines. They got pizza. They
we
got
can do a
animatronics that
Fortnite
sing
game
and
day.
entertain the kids. And they got
Just confirm
animatronics
the
that sing and
chapter 2
terrify the kids.
season.
It's just how it is. You have to stay there from midnight until 6 a.m. and just watch the building. But soon you learn that you're not there to keep vandals and burglars out.
I kind of want to watch this on 2 times speed. He talks so slow.
Every night you hear a recorded message from the previous nighttime guard over the phone, which led the community to dub this character Phone Guy. Phone Guy explains that the animatronics have to walk around occasionally to prevent their servos from locking up.
It hurts
and that
sometimes.
They can't do it during the day because in the past, letting them walk around
then it's not 9 hours. That is true.
In which someone
but
lost
he talks
the frontal
so
lobe
slow.
of their brain. The animatronics have some level of artificial intelligence, and Phone Guy says that if they see you, they'll probably think you're an endoskeleton in need of a mascot suit. So they'll drag you to the back room and stuff you into a spare suit.
I want to murder you.
Which would kill you. The game, then, is to survive until 6 a.m. by warding off characters and protecting yourself from them using strategy and techniques
explained much better than the game theory stuff.
Trial and error, with some hints from Phone Guy. You survive 5 nights,
Mike Schmidt.
get a paycheck, and the game ends. That's the basis of Five Nights at Freddy's.
$120 for 5 days.
It's just
That's
pattern
insane.
recognition with a creepy atmosphere and some subtle lore and lots of jump scares, which made it the perfect game to play for a YouTube channel. It's one thing to play the game and slowly learn how to beat each night and best each animatronic. But when you do, you get frustrated every time you die because you just don't know why. The game is not
literally, it's not even minimum wage.
Supposed to be doing, which led to a lot of myths and legends at the time about easy ways to best certain characters like Foxy. But if you're watching somebody play, not only do you get to watch them figure it out on their own, but when they die, it's not frustrating, it's hilarious. They scream and make funny sounds.
Okay. God, this night is lasting forever!
And of course, all the boring parts will be edited out, so you just get a smooth, engaging narrative of your favorite screaming YouTube boy fighting his way through each night.
Watching people stream this game is like...
Where's Mr. Zamet? No,
kind of, like, I feel like it's worse than watching the videos, because the videos are literally like...
mechanically, but in its essence, it's actually
like, it's
better
super
as a
edited,
video.
but like...
the fun puzzle parts are still fun because
the like slow parts in FNAF are the scarier parts for me.
Out, and the frustrating failures are fun because you're not the one
like the anticipation.
Again, I think it's accurate to say the game is accidentally great for Let's Plays, and that's one reason that people love it. But the other reason is the lore I mentioned earlier. The bite of 87,
I'm excited for the new game.
Of the building and the history it implies.
They're still making
Nowadays, we might say it has the essence of a liminal space. We see a party room, empty, with hats set up for a party that you aren't going to attend. You're seeing something outside of its normal context, and for some reason, we find that creepy. There's also newspapers on the wall.
Oh wait, I forgot I can do something.
Vague, but also easy to decipher story. The original Freddy Fazbear's Pizza was shut down because 5 children went missing inside, but their bodies were never found. Kids vanish at local pizzeria. Bodies not found. 2 local children were reportedly lured into a back room during the late hours of operation at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza on the night of June 26th. While video surveillance identified the man responsible and led to his capture the following morning, the children themselves were never found and are presumed dead. Police think that the suspect dressed as a company mascot to earn the children.
Wait, that's actually in the game. I never noticed that when I played. I was just too scared.
Children's trust. 5 children now reported missing. Suspect
It's hard to notice.
5 children are now linked to the incident at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, where a man dressed as a cartoon mascot lured them into a back room. While the suspect has been charged, the bodies themselves were never found.
Yeah, I never noticed that was in the game.
Fazbear's Pizza has been fighting an uphill battle
worse than
ever since to convince
it was even
families
worse. You don't
want to
play, just letting you know that. I mean, I'm probably gonna end up playing it anyway.
Local pizzeria threatened with shutdown over sanitation.
I like even though I hate playing FNAF,
Freddy Fazbear's Pizza has been threatened again with shutdown by the health department.
As much as I don't like playing FNAF, I do like playing FNAF games on stream because at least if I have a meltdown, it's not by myself. That can also turn you into a poster of Freddy ripping his head off. What the fuck? The backrooms are canon in FNAF lore room. Wait. Escape the backrooms, like the game, or like? But this one's more scary than all the FNAF. You know what movie I would watch? An Escape the Backrooms movie. I've never finished Escape the Backrooms, but if I ever did, I would watch the movie. But this one's more scary than all the FNAF. There'll be a back. There's a back. It'll be made by A24. I like A24 movies. I know sometimes they're pretty. Sometimes they're a little bit like art filmy, if that makes sense. I don't mind it. Also, thank you for the head pats, you man. Also, do you guys want to see what I made? I don't know. I put it on Twitter and on Blue Sky. I can just put it as like a media thing. I made this stupid video and I spent way too long on it because I was like really proud of myself. You guys can't even hear it. Hold on. I'll just go to my Twitter really quick. Oh god. I forgot that is horrifying. Profile. I made this thing on Twitter this morning because I was like, I want to like make something for the stream because I didn't want to do a thumbnail, so I made this stupid little video. I was so proud of this. Alex Husum, pretty sure is Kane Pixels is helping make the Backers movie. Oh, nice. But yeah, that's my digital footprint now, is me making that. So, but anyways, we're going back to the FNAF lore. I keep getting distracted. You can't really be too art housey with the back room, so I'm excited. Yeah, I like Lex. That was cursed. I spent so long editing that, and I had to like put in a special plugin in VTube Studio to make it so it would properly sync with the music. Yeah, it was a time. I spent like 4 hours on a 30-second clip. So I hope you guys enjoyed that as part of my digital footprint. But okay. So you spent 4 hours on a shitpost? I did.
And over reports of foul odor coming from the much-loved animal mascots. Police were contacted when parents reportedly noticed what appeared to be blood and mucus around the eyes and mouths of the
Wait, they had shit coming out of it and they were like, it's fine. Freddy Fazbear's a lovely guy.
Mascots. One parent likened them to reanimated carcasses.
That's disgusting.
Local pizzerias said to close by year's end. After a long struggle to stay in business after the tragedy that took place there many years ago, Freddy Fazbear's Pizza has announced that it will close by year's end. Despite a year-long search for a buyer, companies seem unwilling to be associated with the company. These characters will live on in the hearts of kids.
Okay.
These characters will live on.
I will say the one thing I liked more about the game theory video was that there was pictures and like it looked animated and it was engaging for my little pea-sized brain. This one it makes me have to listen.
On CEO. So yeah, the killer stuffed their bodies in the suits and now they're haunted. Pretty straightforward. I wouldn't say that this is so much hidden lore as it is subtext. You're supposed to understand what the newspapers are implying Also, fun fact, recording this is the first time I noticed that last quote. These characters will live on in the hearts of kids. God. These characters will live on. It's a joke because the characters are going to live on because they're possessed and they're ghosts. I get it now. The events described in these newspapers are referred to by fans as the Missing Children's Incident, or the MCI. This will go on to be the basis and the catalyst for everything that happens in the story.
You stop making eye contact with me.
All of the details surrounding it are extremely important.
Come on.
The newspapers explain that cameras picked up someone in a mascot suit luring children into a back room. This happened in June, and the next day after the camera footage was observed, the guy was arrested. But even then, the bodies were never found. We know and we can assume that they were stuffed into the suits. That's why it's the Missing Children Incident and not the Dead Children Incident.
It's Chica.
There's some speculation about when this occurred, but basically everyone agrees it was 1985. The newspaper specifies the month of June, and the 1985 number comes from the books that describe the incident, as well as the fact that based on later games in the series, we know it takes place between 1983 and 1987. So 1985 is the date of the Missing Children Incident.
So what's the current year in FNAF?
I will refer to as the MCI. Besides the minimal story, jump scares, and gameplay, the main take people had back in the day was how silly it was for our main character security guard, whose name we learn is Mike Schmidt, to keep coming back, once it's very apparent how dangerous the animatronics are. This is what we nowadays would call ludonarrative dissonance, which is a very pretentious way of saying that the gameplay and the story are out of sync. The story tells you that the animatronics are dangerous and that you have to fight for survival. But the gameplay makes you come back for 5 nights, which no reasonable person would. The character only acts the way they do during the gameplay sections because the story demands it, even if it conflicts with the story. And a lot of people noticed and made fun of this back in 2014. And oh, how wrong they were. You see, the fact that the night guard comes back after the first night is extremely crucial to the ongoing plot of the series. But it will take 4 more games for us to realize what that reason he comes back is. And now we're going to transition away from the game, and we're going to start talking about the story.
Because in the other one, it said that we were the sun. Like, burning down the pizza places and shit. So I'm confused now. Oh god. I don't want to watch. No. I don't care. Guess he's trying to find his father in these though. Yeah, so like... Oh, I was way off. It's like 2029, 2030.
Freddy Fazbear's Pizza is a Chuck E. Cheese analog within the universe the game takes place.
That's what you signed up for watching these?
The restaurant is a fun kids party destination where families can watch an animatronic band and eat pizza. The band members are Freddy the Bear, Bonnie the Bunny, and Chica the Chicken. Off the main stage is Pirate's Cove, where Foxy the Fox Pirate resides.
Yeah, but he's broken.
But he's out of order. Freddy is the leader and the only character not named directly after the type of animal he is. His name is actually a play on Teddy Bear.
His name is Freddy Fazbear. He's literally named
conjuring the image of a soft, cuddly friend more so than a frightening, wild grizzly. There's a help wanted ad in the local newspaper.
You notice that Bonnie ran down the hallway? He doesn't do that in the final game, so that was cut.
To work from midnight to 6 a.m. The newspaper claims the company is not responsible for injury or dismemberment. It pays $120 a week. Upon arriving for the first night, the player character, Mike Schmidt, sits down alone in the security guard's office.
The first game
Around him are posters,
in 1993.
And toys. The largest poster says "Celebrate" and depicts the main stage with Bonnie, Freddy, and Chica, a brick wall behind them, and cloud decorations.
Wait, those are the pictures from the movie.
On the desk are several old TVs, trash in the form of crumpled tinfoil, a soda cup, papers, and a constantly spinning fan. On one of the monitors is a pink cupcake with a single candle and its eyes staring directly at you.
The cupcake's probably evil.
Drawings are pinned to the wall. One depicts a boy with a green shirt labeled Me, opening a present with Bonnie inside.
I don't trust that cupcake.
It's titled My Fun Day. Another, also titled My Fun Day, but in pink, shows 8 balloons.
It's been evil.
With another off to the side having just popped.
Lex, it is evil.
A yellow My Fun Day drawing shows a boy opening a small present with Freddy and 5 other children watching. Purple My Fun Day shows Freddy giving a child a present. A cutoff
Oh,
drawing
that is
shows a
true.
child
The
and
cupcake
Chica
killed a lot of
standing
people in
by
the
a cave
movie.
with Freddy watching.
I never
and a
trust
final
Lex.
paper
What do you
shows the
mean?
lower half of Bonnie's
I'm
head.
trustworthy.
There are speakers on the floor under the desk, however they are covered in cobwebs. On the security cameras, Mike can see most of the building. There are blind spots just outside the office. The camera to the kitchen is broken,
that should
and
be
the
his
camera
new name in the
footage
new
is very
game.
staticky.
Mike Hunt.
Freddy, Chica, and Bonnie start the night on the stage, and Foxy is behind the curtain at Pirate Cove.
And it's only
which
gonna
is
grow in the
closed
second
and out of
movie.
order. Foxy's body is
Now you're
noticeably
late on
damaged,
stream.
so
I didn't
perhaps
mean to be late.
the animatronic is the reason for
I was
this
setting up the
closure.
Bears Redeem.
Throughout the night, Bonnie and Chica will wander around. Bonnie might walk up to your left door, and Chica may wander toward the right.
Chica.
Foxy is constantly in a state of coming to get you. Looking at the security cameras causes them to emit a light, like the red light on a camera to indicate it's recording, and this light freezes Foxy in place. Freddy also makes his way toward you, but for him the system is a little different. You have to specifically be watching the camera he is on to freeze him in place. Almost like he can tell he's being watched.
Freddy, I don't like you.
On the first night, the phone rings, and Mike Schmidt hears the following message from Phone Guy.
I don't want to hear it.
Hello? Hello? I wanted to record a message for you to help you get set up on your first night. I actually worked in that office before you. I'm finishing up my
I actually like the phone guy. The phone guy's nice.
I know it can be a bit overwhelming.
Me, princess. I am a princess.
There's nothing to worry about. You'll do fine. So
I hate you so much, Darkai.
On getting you through your first week, okay?
No.
Welcome to Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, a magical place for kids and grown-ups alike.
Is the phone guy secretly bad?
Fazbear Entertainment is not responsible.
Please tell me
that
the phone guy's not secretly bad.
Discovering that damage or death has occurred,
He seems like a sweet guy. He's just looking out for you.
As soon as property and premises have been thoroughly cleaned and bleached, and the carpets have been replaced, blah, blah, blah. Now, that might sound bad, I know, but there's really nothing to worry about. The animatronic characters here do get a bit quirky at night, but do I blame them? No.
He dies during night 4?
Forced to sing,
no, he calls you.
Songs for 20 years, and I never got a bath.
I thought he calls you night 5.
At night too. So remember, these characters hold a special place in the hearts of children, and we need to show them a little respect.
That's not Scooby-Doo. Okay. That's not Shaggy.
So just be aware.
Night 5 is a garbled mess.
To wander a bit. They're left in some kind of free roaming mode at night.
No.
Something about their servos locking up. They get
I don't want them to roam. Bro, listening to this is giving me flashbacks to
there was the fight of 87. Yeah.
Oh, God.
It's amazing that the human body can live without the frontal lobe, you know?
You gotta play FNAF 4.
The only real risk to you as a night watchman here, if any.
Oh, that is true. He does call you a night 4.
But
he calls you night 5.
Hours, probably won't recognize you as a person. They'll most likely see you as a metal endoskeleton without its costume on. Now, since that's against the rules here at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza,
oh, that's right. It goes
forcefully stuff you inside a Freddy Fazbear suit. Now that wouldn't be so bad if the suits themselves.
I hate the animatronics. I hope they all. I don't care if they're dead kids. Fuck them kids.
Devices, especially around the facial area. So you can imagine how having your head forcefully pressed inside one of those.
Okay, I know why this video is 8 hours now. He's playing like full clips.
We learned from this call that Phone Guy worked here before us, recorded various messages that we'll hear as the nights go on, and now no longer works for the company. The setup is a little weird because he recorded these messages a week ago and left them for us, and each one is delivered to us as a phone call, but it's a recording. The phone is programmed to ring at midnight each night with a different message, even though all of them were already recorded. Which is weird considering what happens later. Phone Guy alludes to the character singing the same stupid songs for 20 years. This date will eventually become important,
Lex,
but for now it just means the restaurant has been around for a while and has clearly seen better days. He also mentions the bite of 87. One of the animatronics
Isn't there a bite of 83 too?
Unfortunate. Although we can gather that Phone Guy was
not
employed back in 1987, which further
I'm
teaches us some history of the building. The most alarming part, of course, is that the Phone Guy says the animatronics won't recognize Mike as human
when I dressed
after
up
hours,
as James
but
Charles
will think
during
we're a
Dress
naked
to
endoskeleton.
Impress.
It's very unclear why this is the case, and what about it being night makes them unable to recognize humans. I'll get back to that. The phone call for Night 2 only includes gameplay information describing how to use the cameras and how Foxy's mechanic works. Night 3 has more story bits, with Phone Guy stating,
most people don't last this long.
Oh god.
I mean, you know, they usually move
the cuteness is 20, it's 200%.
I'm not implying that they died. That's not what I meant.
It's unclear if he's
that is exactly what he
serious or not. It might just be there to set the spooky mood.
He's definitely implying they died. Yeah, he's literally...
I think it's more likely that nobody else has died because this topic never comes up again in the entire series. Some people interpret this as saying that there have been many other night security guards, but that's not how I interpret it. I think that he's just saying that even the daytime shift and the daytime workers have a high turnover rate. It says that he was the last security guard. So again, I just think that the high turnover rate is for the day crew. Night 4 has one of the most important story moments for the entire series. Take a listen.
Oh, hey, wow, day 4. I knew you could do it. Hey, listen, I may not be around to send you a message tomorrow.
Oh god.
It's been a
That's
bad
right.
night.
I remember the banging.
I'm kind of glad that I recorded my messages for you. When I did, hey, do me a favor. Maybe sometime you could check inside those suits in the back room. I'm gonna try to hold out until someone checks. Maybe it won't be so bad. Yeah, I always wondered what was in all those empty heads back there.
Oh god, I forgot about that. I forgot. That's so sad. Oh, fuck
Phone Guy
you.
just died. Now stuff is getting real. For the tone of the game, obviously, this is meant to ramp up tension for the final nights of the game.
No.
Now it's actually hard. Now the tutorial guy is dead. The wise old master has died, and now you must rise above him. Also, I bet Scott really regrets this, because it really limits storytelling going forward. So the animatronics killed Phone Guy, and his body has been in the back room since before you started working here.
Why do you bully me?
Yeah, there's no way
Didn't
he's
do
still
nothing
alive.
to you.
R.I.P. Phone Guy. So these animatronics, these monsters, are the real deal. Sure, in game over screens, they've killed you before if you fell at the game, but that's not technically canon. Obviously, your character Mike survives to the end of the game, but now, in the story, canonically, they have killed. These things are murderers, monsters. Clearly, they are pure evil.
They
or
are
not.
pure
Maybe
evil.
Good
Fuck
reason
them.
to kill the Phone Guy, I don't know. The Night 5 phone call sounds like this.
You don't want to play Turnip Boy with me? I haven't even finished the game. I hate that. We're not even a quarter of the way through. I mean,
This
it's 9
audio is
hours.
broken text from the book Autobiography of a Yogi by Paramhansa
What?
Yoganda.
How does he know that?
Agricultural development is stated by fully use of your marvelous mechanism. Would it not be easily possible to employ some of them in quick laboratory equipment to indicate the influence of various...
How does he know that?
You are right. Countless will be made by chicken array. Seldom knows of perennial. The joy of creating.
The book is somewhat
How does
famous
he
and
know
is
that?
definitely something Scott may have picked up and read just by going to college or being recommended it by a friend. People
I
like
have no
Steve
idea how
Jobs
this got
swear
figured
that it's
out.
like the greatest book ever. The final line became really popular in the fandom and birthed
What the
the
fuck?
phrase, the joy of creation, which became a sort of tagline for the series.
No.
It brings to mind a sort of Frankenstein-like character, a mad scientist who derives their pleasure, their happiness from creating things, even if those things are
That's the game
abominations. But this is a
No,
misquote.
isn't that like a
The line is
Roblox
actually
game?
the joy of creative service. But that doesn't mean it's not important. Scott's writing and the fandom interpretation of the games are a sort of
new one
twin
ga-
snake
oh,
Ouroboros. They feed into each
Oh my
other
god,
in a
not
constant
Human
loop.
Centipede.
So
fucking
even though that
Freddy
wasn't Scott's
Fazbear.
intention, it's very possible that the fans interpreting the game this way led to the mad scientist Dr. Frankenstein character, who would eventually become the antagonist of the series.
Yeah, I thought there was a
Now,
Roblox
if
game
my
that was
college
named after
degree
that.
in English literature with a focus in creative writing and a minor in philosophy has taught me anything,
I'd love
it's
to
not
see
to
Lex
spend
play Joy of Creation.
$120,000 on a liberal arts degree,
Oh,
but if it's
God.
taught me two things, it's when a work references or alludes to another work, that other work is important to the text's
No.
themes. And that means that a true deep dive into FNAF would require reading Autobiography of a Yogi in order to understand Scott's true intentions.
What?
But this video is long enough, and the lore is so deep that adding in an entire tangent about a 90-year-old barely related
Lex, you want to listen to this neat music box song I found? It's like a minute long. Trust? Yeah, sure. Send it to me. No! Don't send me that! Joy of Creation official demo trailer. I don't want to play. Alright. I swear to God, if this has a, like, jump scare in it, I'm gonna actually scream and I'm gonna shit myself. That's literally the FNAF music. It does. Okay, No. No. This is literally the music that plays when the lights go out. And Freddy's in the door. What the fuck? He's on just... No, oh, okay. I was... Lex, watch my video. Fine. Thank you for the head pats. What the fuck? No. Mm-mm. No. No. I don't want to play this. Wait, you walk around? No, absolutely the fuck not. What the fuck? It's not. It's already out. I can't play it. It's already been out. No one's playing that game. It's fine. It's okay. We don't need to play that game. That game is for babies. Again, that's the fan game. No. And that's a baby game. Made by fans, made for baby, and I'm not a baby, so we don't gotta play that game. That game's for babies. Can't wait for Lex to play Security Break Arc. I will. Oh my! I am not a baby. Back to the lore.
The book starts with a chapter about Yogananda growing up in India. Okay, so to cover this quickly, a yogi, in simple terms, is someone who practices yoga, but not modern American millennial Wii Fit yoga, like meditation, as it actually is used in Indian religious practices. Basically, a yogi is like a monk. They're not a priest, they're not a religious leader, but they've devoted their life to living their religious practices to the fullest.
What's it
Yogananda
called?
is a yogi from the 1900s who wrote this book in the 40s, and it talks about his life and beliefs and spirituality and things like that. This book is obviously a religious text of a religion I don't practice, and a religion Scott doesn't practice. I absolutely do not mean to belittle anyone's faith by comparing the philosophy in this book to Jump Scare Bear Game. But some of the themes are important. I'm approaching this as a Westerner who's interested in the philosophy and not as a believer or a preacher of the religion. Yogananda is not the author's birth name. He gained that new name after joining his religious brotherhood.
Don't call me
like
Lexi.
How the Pope chooses a new name once they become the Pope. Paramahansa is a title within Hindu belief. To quote from Wikipedia, which I hate using as a source, but for this it seems fine, Paramahansa is a Sanskrit religio-theological title of honor applied to Hindu spiritual teachers who have become enlightened.
Oh my god.
The title literally means Supreme Swan.
I don't want to ban the word Lexi. So the guy's
name is Yogananda. His birth name was Mukunda, and he has the title of Paramahansa, all of which I probably am pronouncing wrong. So Yogananda's faith includes the idea of reincarnation, and in the first few paragraphs of the book, he talks about his link to his past life,
because the Freddy guy wants to
men over the years
reincarnate and live forever, and he wants to bring back his kids,
and how the true human essence isn't bound to the body, which is what allows for reincarnation.
Makes lots of
sense. Our spirit is different from our body, and can find new bodies. This book is really good, and I recommend anyone interested in philosophy read it. So Yogananda's mother dies when he's 12, and on her deathbed she says she wants him to become a monk, and that when he was a baby he was blessed by a guru, and that she always knew he would be a great monk.
As he often says, he always comes back,
He meets some more wise men. One of them tells him, God is simple, everything else is complex, which is just such a good line. Yogananda hears these men talking about a great physicist, and he's interested in the physicist because India is known for its metaphysical pioneering, for its philosophy, and not necessarily for its science. So a famous Indian scientist is kind of something of a figure of national pride. So he seeks out the scientist who tells him about his time at Cambridge. The scientist, whose name is Bose, is very famous, and he invented what in simple terms is a microscope that lets you look specifically at living plants. Bose demonstrates to Yogananda how he can introduce a poison to a plant which causes it to cease growing. Then he can add the antidote, which causes it to start growing again. Quote, "The evolutionary gestures on the screen held me more raptly than a movie plot. My companion, here in the role of a villain, thrust a sharp implement through a part of the fern. Pain was indicated by spasmodic flutters. When he passed a razor partially through the stem, the shadow was violently agitated, then stilled itself with the final punctuation of death." Bose then says, "Graphs of my delicate apparatus have proved that trees possess a circulatory system. Their sap movements correspond to the blood pressures of animal bodies."
Okay, I should let the guy talk, but because they have the bodies, right, where they put them in the suit. Are you ready for the time traveling ball pit? No, I'm not. So they have the people that are in the suits, right, and the people in the suits, the metal itself, is living. And then, there's the wire mesh shit that goes inside of the sun. And maybe that's why they use this book in the game. You know? I'm not crazy.
I will show you my experiments on a piece of tin. The life force in metals responds adversely or beneficially to stimuli. My instruments have demonstrated that metals, such as the steel used in scissors and machinery, are subject to fatigue and regain efficiency by periodic rest. The life pulse in metals is seriously harmed or even extinguished through the application of electric currents.
You can't call me crazy, only I can call myself crazy.
Countless uses of Bose's instruments will be made by future generations.
I was crazy
once.
They locked me in a room.
Seldom knows contemporaneous reward. It is enough to possess the joy of creative service. And that's what happened. Bose's research that the electrical pathway of information used by plants is similar to animals and humans led, decades later, to the idea that we can study plants instead of animals to see how they're stimulated by electricity. Quote, "The electrical nerve impulses in the plant were found to be much slower than those in animals. This discovery was therefore seized upon by Columbia workers as a means for taking slow-motion pictures of the passage of the electrical impulses in nerves." So this passage quoted in Five Nights at Freddy's is about how an inventor may never see the true fruits of their labor, and that they should be content by simply using their creativity to add to the cause.
Yeah, but
also,
this guy that invented the Freddy shit kills the kids and stuffs them in the suits.
The website FNAFLore.com claims, "The chapter noted is full of research depicting metal as a living organism through the method of experimentation with chloroform.
Wait, there's a website?
This is an extreme overreach. It's not full of research. There's a single paragraph about tin reacting similarly to plants because tin carries an electric current, because it's metal. If anything, the point is that living things behave like metal in the way that we conduct electricity. Much, much later in the timeline of FNAF, it will be revealed that the animatronics are possessed, and that the manner of possession is that the metal of the endoskeleton contain a substance called a remnant. So, like what remains,
that's
the
what
remnant
the wife
of a
collects
soul
to
or
make
of life
Glamrock
force.
ready.
This passage seems to be kind of the impetus for Scott's idea, the idea that metal can be stimulated the same way a human is controlled by electric currents, and thus electricity coursing through metal in a specific way can mimic the life that inhabits human bodies. So the possession...
They locked me in a rubber room with FNAF Lore. FNAF Lore makes me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. Oh no, I don't want to play Poppy's Playtime, and I am not interested in Poppy's Playtime lore. I don't want to, like, because I've seen that game. I've watched somebody play that game before, and I got scared just watching the stream. So playing the game, I'm going to literally fill my pants full of piss. I'm good.
And it's sort of like an imprint of your nervous system's electrical pathways on the endoskeleton of the animatronics, and thus they mimic your brain patterns, your wants, your desires.
I don't want to be hugged.
This later is slightly contradicted given that we see actual ghosts, but the line from this chapter of Autobiography of a Yogi to FNAF makes sense. It explains how possession occurs. Your nervous system creates pathways for electricity on a robot that mimics your consciousness. With all of that said, this exact sound comes from a sound library that Scott is known to use where the audio is already distorted, so
I'll
maybe
give you a firm high five or a handshake. I'm not a hugger.
The phone call on night 5, the one that quotes Autobiography of a Yogi, was obviously recorded and programmed to play on our 5th night after the phone guy died.
What about high five?
Either phone guy was listening to the audiobook and the recording picked it up, or it was something
I just
more
don't like
spiritual.
hugs.
One
I feel
of the
like I can't breathe when people hug me.
For some reason. After night 5, you receive your paycheck. Mike Schmidt made $120, and the date is November 12th of some year. Based on this information, Mike was making $4 an hour, but that was his take-home money.
What the fuck?
That doesn't count Social Security or taxes, so he was making more than $4, but not significantly more than $4.
He's literally making $4 an hour,
In 1990, the minimum wage was raised to $4.25, and in 96, it was raised to $4.75.
They really did the math.
Also, in 1990,
the
the Social Security tax rate was raised to 6.2% of a paycheck.
Oh my god.
Medicare was also 1.4%. These have not changed since 1990. That means that 7.65% of your paycheck gets taken out before you see it. So if you take home $120, you actually earned $129.93.
Oh my god.
That's $4.33 an hour.
They literally
so the game
did
takes
the
place
math.
in November of 1990, 91, 2, 3, 4, or 5. We will be able to pin this date down later. After completing night 5, we come back for some overtime. After night 6, we get this pink paycheck for $120.50.
When I get money taken out of my
of the month. There is then a night 7 or custom mode where you can set the aggressiveness of the
tutoring.
animatronics.
It's about the same.
After beating this night, Mike
but
is promptly fired for tampering with the animatronics, general unprofessionalism, and odor. They really don't want you touching these animatronics and getting their stinky corpse rot on you. This is the story of FNAF 1, but what I left out are the random
scratched my eye.
And random
Okay, we're good. Ow. They literally did the math and money inflation to find FNAF. They literally did.
Events that can happen while you're playing. The Easter eggs. Randomly, posters on the wall will change and show you a yellow bear costume with lifeless eyes, and occasionally, a full, slumped-over suit will appear in front of you in the room. Flashing faces of the animatronics will also take up the entire screen, accompanied by the words, "It's me."
Okay,
this is often misstated online as being text that accompanies pictures of the yellow bear, but it's actually all of the animatronics. And the sign outside of Foxy's curtain will also change to "It's me."
No.
People have since associated these words with the yellow bear, but there's actually nothing connecting them
I thought it was a yellow bunny.
they're both hallucinations. Hallucinations. Besides the newspaper clippings, this suit was the only real indication that something supernatural was going on. Also, the posters sometimes change to this crying sad boy face. The yellow bear suit is obviously haunted, and it can teleport around. If you keep looking at it, your game will crash, and that's spooky. Markiplier dubbed this character Golden Freddy, and the community would take to this name.
A yellow bear
Eventually,
and a yellow
that
bunny.
would become the name the games referred to him as in a meta way, like in the game's menus and settings he would be called Golden Freddy. But within the story, he has a different name, and we'll get back to that later. So, who is me? Why did the animatronics kill Phone Guy? Why does Mike come back every day despite the threat of death?
Because he wants to burn the pizza place down. Well, now is
when we talk about Matt Pat.
Matt
Pat is an internet personality who runs a massive YouTube network focused on theory channels.
He's
learning?
I am learning.
Of videos on the channels Game Theory, Film Theory,
learning
Food
so
Theory,
much.
and Style Theory, as well as uploading Let's Plays on the channel Game Theory Live. Game Theory has been around for over 10 years, and in the early 2010s focused mainly on nostalgic, evergreen Nintendo titles.
All the learning. I should be taking notes, honestly.
Like the burgeoning Assassin's Creed franchise. After the original Five Nights at Freddy's was released, MatPat was inundated with requests to solve the game's lore. Originally, he was apprehensive to do so because the game's story was so cut and dry.
Oh god, they're gonna talk about...
to go a different route for his video.
Oh god.
Matt makes several styles of game theory videos. Sometimes he talks about the overt story of a game and dissects them like you would a novel in English class. Sometimes he goes over the historical accuracy of games, or what secret meanings they might have given the context of their creations.
Just a theory, a game
And sometimes he just chugs a green smoothie trying to give himself
There'll
super
be a
strength.
test, so
yes,
pay attention. Okay, you guys can test me on the Freddy lore.
With the story simple and seemingly solved, Matt decided to look into what the game might be saying on a deeper level, leading to what I believe should be the most controversial video on his channel. I don't think Matt will ever take it down because it has so many views, and because it started the second era of his channel, where FNAF and games like it dominated the focus of his videos. But to be honest, it's definitely the black sheep of all of his videos. Matt's first FNAF theory is about how the game might have been made to reference a real-world murder that happened at a Chuck E. Cheese's.
December 1993, Aurora, Colorado. 10 p.m. Tuesday night at a local Chuck E. Cheese. At 10:05, he left the bathroom, pulled out a small caliber handgun, and proceeded to execute everyone in the building. This story is the one that inspired Five Nights at Freddy's.
A disgruntled former employee broke in after hours and shot some of his former co-workers, killing them. Matt traces the steps of the killer and the places his victims fell and compares them to the locations in FNAF and the actions of the animatronics.
What the fuck?
Matt concludes that the game is telling a story of similar events, and that the ghostly appearance of Golden Freddy and the animatronics coming to kill you are actually the torments in the afterlife for the killer. This is not true. This was a big stretch at the time and is certainly, with hindsight, not what the game is about.
What the
fuck? A lot of people are uneasy about the fact that in this video about FNAF of all things, Matt tells the story of a real-world shooting. It is handled with tact, and Matt says in the video he does not mean to make light of the situation.
That's a bit of a
This
yikes.
is a tragic story, a disgusting waste of human life, and one that I won't joke about or make fun of in any way.
But the fact is that forever, these people who died not too long ago and who still have families that remember the incident will always have their legacy tied to the funny jump scare bear game. Matt also uses the real-world shooting to pinpoint the game as taking place in 1993. 93 is when the shooting happened. It fits our minimum wage sweet spot, and in 93, the 12th was a Friday,
only are they using
which
Matt,
makes sense as a day that you get your paycheck on. After this video, the community has almost unanimously agreed that Five Nights at Freddy's 1 takes place in 1993. They are wrong. We will get back to that later. MatPat's theory is that the character, Mike, is the murderer, and that the game is his eternal punishment in death, which is why he comes back every day.
It's also a place you can't escape from. That's like... you find yourself back there night after night, even after you complete.
I'm not making light of this, okay? I am saying simply, right? Imagine they made a game about a haunted school, and they were like, oh, it's based off, like, any, like, thing that, any of, like, the schools that have been, like, you know, like, that would be terrible. Like, that would, like, that's, like, this, that's the same thing that he's fucking doing. And it's like, okay, you're gonna, like, take a literal tragedy and be like, hee, Five Nights at Freddy's, it's the same thing. No, it's not. You're fucking dumb. Anyways, sorry.
Your 5 nights. See you back next week, the ending text goes. You're unable
and then
to
they're talking that dumb
terror,
tone.
The threat of death, the guilt.
This doesn't really make any sense since he gets fired at the end, but it was a creative interpretation at the time.
There's only one game at times where we're all grasping at straws. I mean, I guess, but like, it's such a stretch.
Hello?
I love
Phone
Phone Guy.
This, then chances are you've made a very poor career choice.
Oh god, FNAF 2. I hate this game. This is the only game that's ever caused me to have a mental breakdown while playing. And I play League. Like we all acknowledge it was a stretch, was all we had for so long.
Now introducing the toy variations
also,
of the core
there's gonna be
characters.
ads, so you guys
the toys
know.
appear alongside the old version of the characters, and some new characters are introduced, like Mangle and Balloon Boy.
I fuck you, Balloon Boy.
There are no doors this time around, so to fight back against the animatronics, you have
really
to put on a
seem
Freddy
like this was
mask, so they think you are in
They
costume and they won't stuff you. Also, there's a music box you have to wind on one of the cameras, otherwise this creepy marionette will wake up and kill you. The game, much like the first one, revolves around this puzzle of figuring out how to stop each animatronic. The animatronics coming at you from either side of the room can't get you if you're looking at them. They can only move when you're looking at your cameras, but you have to look at your cameras to wind the music box. But you can't just wind the music box and then check the room for creatures and then wait for the box again. You also have to check down the dark hallway in front of you, where Foxy tries to reach you. Foxy can only be stopped by flashing your flashlight at him, which has limited batteries. So you have to juggle the battery usage, your time between winding the box, and also keep checking for the animatronics coming at you through the vent.
30-second ads.
As it gets harder, it kind of becomes like a rhythm game, where you're doing the same actions over and over and only changing it up if you have to quickly react to something. FNAF 2 is considered the hardest in the series because at some point you need to react fast enough, within a fraction of a second to put your mask on.
I feel better than I got.
FNAF 2 is actually the easiest to beat on console because putting your mask up is as easy as hitting a button. And there's nothing stopping you from pressing the button over and over as you wind the music box, thus always having perfect timing if you need to put the mask on. FNAF 2 was released in November of 2014, about 3 months after the first. FNAF 3 would come not long after, in March of 2015. It's hard to explain for people who weren't there at the time how hype these releases were. FNAF 1 was an instant phenomenon, and I would equate it to how the only pure way to play Pokemon is in the 90s before the internet, where you're swapping rumors and legends back and forth on the playground. So many of them were total garbage, but they sounded true, and some of them were actually true, even though they sounded like total garbage. FNAF 1 was so mysterious, both lore and plot and atmospherically wise, that if someone told you there was a secret way to beat a night faster, you might believe them. And there is. You can literally just press a single button on the keyboard to skip an entire night. Or if you said that there's a 1 in 10,000 chance of seeing something nobody had ever seen before.
Always bully me. That's not a dream, that's just reality.
There's also a fan theory at the time that Foxy was actually a good guy. And that the reason that he came and ran to your office when you didn't look at the camera long enough was because he was checking on you to make sure that you were okay. And the reason that he doesn't jump scare you, and instead just leans in the door, is because he's not trying to kill you. And the real reason you die is because you have a heart attack when he's in there. That's what counted as interesting discourse at the time. But the mysterious, random appearances of Golden Freddy crashing your game. So that's Golden Freddy, so you don't want to look at it. And the myths about ways to beat Foxy, or patterns you could do to get through the night faster, spread around. Kind of like how little kids would spread rumors on a playground and tell you that holding down the B button makes catching a Pokemon easier. Every time a new FNAF game came out, it was like part of the puzzle fit into place better. Each game was like its own little puzzle box.
You said to 1987, you immediately get jump scared by
and the
Golden
trilogy
Freddy?
itself was like a puzzle, with each game being its own mystery. And it was structured in such a way that every layer was important. And there was this implied promise that solving it was possible, and that there was this grand revelation in store for whoever could figure it out.
Foxy's little evil shit.
When FNAF 2 came out, MatPat of course released a follow-up theory. FNAF 2 had a lot more lore in it. When you die, there's a chance that you might play a minigame that mimics the look of Atari games from the 80s.
Wait, what?
These minigames introduced the murderer of the series, this purple guy, who the fans call Purple Guy, and we get to see some of his killings. The gameplay of FNAF 2 is similar to the first. There's 5 nights, but actually 7, and you survive from midnight to 6 a.m., and you gotta stop the animatronics from jump scaring you. The only animatronic who doesn't overtly kill you is Balloon Boy,
Fuck you, Balloon Boy.
Sneaks into the room and steals the batteries out of your flashlight, meaning that you can't stop Foxy. This is not instant death, but it's likely death. You also can't be killed by JJ.
I don't like Balloon Boy.
Who's JJ? JJ is this pink version of Balloon Boy who randomly appears under your desk on very rare occasions.
Let's go, jump baby.
It's literally just there to scare you. But it does mean that JJ exists as an animatronic. He or she is a real important character. There's also an endoskeleton walking around.
No.
It does not have a suit. This is, of course, against the rules, and so theoretically, he should be getting shoved in a costume. But I guess the rules are different for him. So the first game has Phone Guy, but he's dead. So you might be asking if this game has an equivalent to Phone Guy, and it does. It has Phone Guy.
Hello, and welcome to your new summer job at the new and improved Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
Can't just say no,
I'm here to talk you through some of the things you
I
can
don't like
expect to see
Balloon Boy.
during your first week here, and to help you get started down this new and exciting career
Listen,
path.
Platt, you don't understand.
Now,
I had a whole mental breakdown when I played FNAF 2 to the point where I was crying and I literally had to play a different game.
Negative impression of the company. That old restaurant
I cursed him out when I played.
Left to rot for quite a while, but I want to reassure you, Fazbear Entertainment is committed to family fun and above all safety. They've spent a small fortune on these new animatronics. Facial recognition.
The breakdown of 24, literally.
So Phone Guy is alive, and that's because this game is a prequel. That's right, despite the 2 in the title and all the talk about Freddy's reopening, this game is a prequel. This game takes place in the location before the first FNAF's Pizzeria. And since this is a reopening, that means there was another place before this one. 3 Freddy's locations, with this being the second one, and the one in the original FNAF being the third one. Phone Guy welcomes you to this summer job. That's a mistake. Like, literally, it's a typo. The game takes place in November. Scott will later make fun of this mistake in one of the future games. Okay, so you're a new employee, and your name is Jeremy. And we're told the old restaurant was left to rot. Some people think negatively of the company, and now they're committed to safety. So that first Freddy's location is clearly where the murders happened. Sorry, not the murders. The missing children incident. Missing, not murders.
I would say every model's so cute, like, thank you!
But bodies were never found, so they weren't murdered, they're just missing. This is my favorite part.
They even let them walk around during the day. Isn't that neat?
No.
If you remember the phone calls from FNAF 1, then you know what this means. Animatronics would walk around during the day until the bite of 87, meaning this game takes place before the bite of 87.
You're banned.
I love Scott's cough there, because he knows that we know exactly what that means.
You're only the second guard to work at that location. The first guy finished his week, but complained about conditions. We switched him over to the day shift.
I want the day shift, bro.
Jeremy is also the second night guard at this location.
I only draw cute things.
The first complained about poor conditions and was changed to the day shift. He only worked for 1 week before switching, meaning that your first day is the building's 8th day of operations.
I have to put that in the Art Dub channel.
Sitting in the back room. Those are from the previous location, and we just
I would rather work the day shift.
But they were just so ugly.
At least it's not dark.
And the smell. Those older ones shouldn't be able to walk around, but if they do, the whole Freddy head trick should work on them too. So whatever.
The Night 2 phone call mentions that
also,
the old
there's kids
animatronics
there,
are being
so I
kept
can
in
just
the
use
back
them
room
as
for
shields.
parts. They're from the old location. These are called the withered animatronics because they're kind of decrepit, but it also tells us that these suits are from the first location. These are the ones with the bodies in them, and they're present in this building.
Go away!
I'll be honest, I never liked that puppet thing. It's always thinking, and it can go anywhere. I don't think the Freddy mask will fool it, so just don't forget the music box.
Phone Guy keeps bringing up the puppet animatronic that can be stopped by winding
the day shift
music
game
box.
It was so funny,
he says
though.
it can go anywhere. That basically means it can float and fly. He also says it's always
I'm 5'3".
thinking.
They're not
now,
taller
when you first
than
boot
me.
up the game, you're met with this cutscene. You're in the location from
I'm
FNAF
5'3".
1. Your point of view is inside Freddy's
I'm not even
head,
short.
and you're just looking around. When the scene ends, the words "It's me" appear on screen. These scenes, which the game's files label as nightmares, happen between every night. Until eventually, the puppet comes and stares at you.
I'm 1 inch below the average of the United States.
So someone is saying, "It's me," to
an average height of a U.S. female.
Maybe
so I am not short. I'm just slightly below average.
It would be being said to the person
having the nightmare. No, I'm not. Pay attention to the video.
Someone is saying, "It's me," to a person who is dreaming that they're Freddy. And since "It's me" was said to Mike Schmidt in FNAF 1, I think the person dreaming that they're Freddy is Mike. Now, the puppet is not in FNAF 1, so this either...
Maybe the guy that's dreaming... Okay, because remember how, like, the one guy in the game theory video had, like, the nightmares and shit? Maybe it's him... Oh, wait, we already know that it's him. But maybe that's why he's having the Golden Freddy nightmares, is because he had nightmares in the past. Calls me short, and I'm the height limit, height average. I'm not short.
Either indicates that after the events of the game
I'm here because you are
playing, Mike will eventually dream about his time in the FNAF 1 location, and then the puppet will appear. Or it implies that the first Freddy's location, where the MCI happened, is the same physical building as the FNAF 1 location. They opened in that building, the children vanished, they closed down, they opened this new building, it closes after the bite of 87, then they go back to the location in the first game. And then that one also closes by year's end. This would mean that these dreams about the puppet take place before the main gameplay of FNAF 2. And I think that that's the explanation. I think that's it, but we'll get back to that. Phone Guy also says that the old location was left to rot, and FNAF 1 is definitely rotting by the time of the game. On night 3, Phone Guy talks about Foxy, his favorite little boy. He says they redesigned Foxy to be more kid-friendly, but the kids tore him apart. So this Foxy is now called Mangle. At the end of the phone call is the most interesting and annoying part of the story.
Oh hey, before I go, I wanted to ease your mind about any rumors you might have heard lately. You know how these local stories come and go and seldom mean anything. I can personally assure you that whatever is going on out there, however tragic it may be,
if I hit 700 subs, I'll play, not subs, 700 followers. I'll play FNAF 2 again and Security Breach. FNAF 4 will be when I hit 800 followers.
So he's talking about rumors you've heard lately, so not the MCI.
She's lying? I'm not lying.
He also says that whatever is happening is going on out there.
Oh my god, I'm gonna play Security Breach.
Not more kids disappearing
here. I am a pussy.
Instead, it's things going on outside this building that people,
I will play
for some
Security
reason,
Breach,
are linking to the
but I
company.
hit 700 followers and I'll finish FNAF 2.
Thankfully, we have our daytime security guard to protect us.
You guys can
the one who
hold me to it. I will play it. I promise.
Got our back.
Hello. Okay, so just to update you, there's been somewhat of an investigation going on. We may end up having to close for a few days. I don't know. I want to emphasize, though, that it's really just a precaution.
You want me to be
Entertainment denies any wrongdoing.
I'm gonna try to go into it and not be a pussy.
It'll all get sorted out in a few days.
I don't need a babysitter. I can do it. I had a mental breakdown when I played 2.
So now whatever rumors were just rumors last night are a real investigation.
Hi, welcome in. I'm gonna DM you daily now, reminding you to play FNAF. Oh my god. Dude, I will finish FNAF 2, and I will play Security Breach. I promise. I will play FNAF 4 and 3 when I hit 800. And Ruin? No. Only I can. Okay. Guys, I will play the FNAF games. I promise. I'm not gonna play them until we hit milestones, so that way you guys can listen to me. You guys can hear me suffer. At least for something. At least that way I'm not just playing it to be terrified. But it's really part of SB. Fine, I'll play Ruin too. I'll add Ruin to the list. Everybody, okay. If you are in the Discord, make a list of the FNAF games. I will play them eventually. Okay, I'm gonna make a fake No, don't make a fake Twitch account. But we want you to suffer now. I'm already suffering watching 9 hours of FNAF Lore.
And Fazbear is involved. The way he says these things happen sometimes makes me think these aren't murders. There aren't dead kids appearing everywhere. This is about something else.
Just as a side note, though, try to avoid eye contact with any of the animatronics tonight if you can. Someone may have tampered with their facial recognition systems. We're not sure. But the characters have been acting
you want me to play all the FNAF games? I will play the FNAF games.
They interact with
You don't need to play them. It's okay, I'll play them for you.
They just stare.
So the animatronics, the toys specifically, started acting up on day 4, the day before night 4. Reading between the lines, we can interpret that perhaps the same incident that led to these rumors to become an investigation may have led to the animatronics now being in this angered state. Phone Guy did say they're connected to a criminal database, so maybe now that the police are involved and a criminal has been entered into the database regarding missing kids at Freddy's, maybe now they're on high alert about all adults in the building.
Hey, keep a close eye on things tonight, okay? From what I understand, the building is on lockdown. No one is allowed in or out, you know.
Okay, so the location is now basically an active crime scene. Got it.
Especially concerning any previous employees.
Well, we know about one previous employee, the previous week's night guard turned day guard who has our back. He's a suspect, obviously, but he hasn't been arrested, which means he might try to come back.
When we get it all sorted out, we may move you to the day shift. The position just became available.
Again, this shows that the day shift guard is probably guilty and was fired.
We don't have a replacement for your shift yet, but we're working on it. We're going to try to contact the original restaurant owner. I think the name of the place was Fredbear's Family Diner or something like that. It was closed for years, though. I doubt we'll be able to track anybody down.
Okay, so now we have a new name. Fredbear's Family Diner, and its original owner, who for now we'll just call the owner. Fredbear's Family Diner is not the location where the MCI happened. That was explicitly referred to as being a Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
What?
So you have Fredbear's Family Diner, Freddy Fazbear's Pizza number 1, where the MCI happened, Freddy Fazbear's Pizza number 2, where we are right now,
I'll play
and
it
Freddy
on
Fazbear's
desktop,
Pizza number 3, where the original game
I'll
took
buy
place.
all the FNAF games.
Alright, so you beat Night 5 and you get your paycheck. Jeremy Fitzgerald, $105.50. Dated November 12th, 1987.
Made like
Was
no
that the
money.
Bite of 87?
This game doesn't just take place before the Bite of 87. It takes place right before the Bite. This screen recontextualizes the game and should definitely cause fear in anyone playing it, because you know that the Bite is now right around the corner. But the screen also does something else important. The 5th night is November 12th, the same date as the 5th night in FNAF 1. But now we know for sure that it's 1987, and November 12th, 1987 was a Thursday. That makes the next day Friday the 13th. It also means that weeks at Freddy Fazbear's go Sunday to Thursday, not Monday to Friday. And that makes sense. My job, my real day job, we get paid on Thursdays. A lot of places have the weekend on Friday, but it's not like a hard and fast rule. It's not a law. The assumption was that in FNAF 1, the 5th night was Friday.
I only got paid on Thursdays.
It's Thursday. That makes the 6th night Friday and the 7th Saturday, making the whole week run from Sunday to Saturday.
Every job
so
I've
that
ever
means
had.
we know that in the original FNAF, we're looking for a year where November 12th is a Thursday, and in 1992, November 12th is a Thursday.
Bro, they looked at actual IRL calendars.
It makes perfect sense that when Scott was making FNAF 1, he intended the week it took place to have a Friday the 13th. The community thinks that FNAF 1 takes place in 1993 because MatPat said it did. He got that date, 1, assuming that they would get paid on a Friday, and 2, because that's when the real-life shooting took place. This first assumption is just an assumption, and textual evidence from FNAF 2 just completely disproves it, and then the second one is wrong. The reason people say 93 is because MatPat said it 10 years ago, and it just stuck.
Hello? What on earth are you doing there? Didn't you get the memo? The place is closed down, at least for a while.
No.
Someone used one of the suits. We had a spare in the back, a yellow one. Someone used it. Now none of them are acting right.
Okay, this is a lot to throw at us. We're not just on lockdown, we're closed. Evidence was found that somebody used a suit in the back, a spare one, a yellow one. The newspapers in FNAF 1 say that somebody lured the kids in the back for the MCI using a mascot costume. But remember, in the MCI, they didn't find the bodies. So this is a different crime. And who pulled it off? The daytime security guard. The old suits, the withered suits from the first location, well, they're already stuffed. They're smelly and rotten and haunted. The MCI already happened. So this is more dead kids? ? Phone Guy still doesn't say anything about dead kids, just that one of the suits was used and that there was some sort of crime. What was it though? I guess we'll see. The final phone call finishes like this.
Listen, just finish your shift. It's safer than trying to leave in the middle of the night. We have one more event scheduled for tomorrow, a birthday. You'll be on day shift. Wear your uniform. Stay close to the animatronics and make sure they don't hurt anyone, okay? For now, just make it through the night. When the place eventually opens again, I'll probably take a night shift myself.
What the fuck?
So tomorrow, Jeremy is going to be on the day shift for one last party. The last party that's going to happen at this location. And we know it's pre-Bite of 87 because the animatronics walk around during the day. And tomorrow is the last opportunity for that to happen.
No.
And Jeremy is going to stay close to the animatronics, which aren't acting right and don't like adults. Ladies and gentlemen, Jeremy is going to get bit. He's going to lose his frontal lobe tomorrow. The Bite of 87 happens after night 6. What's interesting is that in FNAF 1, Phone Guy refers to it as the Bite of 87, which implies, 1, that there's more than one bite, and 2, implies that it's the most important event that happened around this time. Nobody would call it the Bite of 87 if there were 5 murders the same week. I don't think anybody would be saying, oh yes, the Bite of 87, of course, if the week before an ex-employee had killed multiple kids in the store. But we'll get back to that.
What do you mean we'll get back to that? Now I'm going to talk about
those 8-bit Atari minigame, also called death minigames. When you die, when you get a game over, they have a random chance to appear. There are 4 minigames in all, and they tell a very disjointed but important story.
I had to play so much FNAF to even see
Each
this.
game is referred to by the fans by the text that appears on the screen when you play them. This is Take Cake to the Children. That's clearly not its title, that's its instructions. But there you go. You play as Freddy, and you have him take cake to kids. In the background, a deep robotic voice is reciting letters.
No.
Save him. Outside the building is a child, crying. A car pulls up and a purple man walks out, killing the child, then drives away.
Fuck?
The puppet then jump scares you. This minigame depicts the murder of the child that possesses the puppet by this purple man. The next minigame is Foxy, Go Go Go. You play as Foxy running out of Pirate's Cove. You run to a group of kids and confetti goes off. You do this 2 more times, but on the 3rd time, a purple man with a smile watches.
Yes!
You run to the right and find 5 dead kids on the floor. You are then jump scared by Foxy. These are the 5 MCI kids, the ones killed at the first Freddy's Pizza. We know this doesn't take place in the FNAF 2 location because FNAF 2 does not have a Pirate's Cove. This is the original murders before the kids get stuffed. The presence of Pirate's Cove is further evidence that the original pizzeria is the same from FNAF 1.
And we know from the other video that the lady made the games to gaslight us.
You play as the puppet in a room of 4 dead kids. Now we're told that 5 kids went missing in the MCI from the newspapers in FNAF 1, and we've seen 5 kids killed in the restaurant, and 1 outside of it. We also have 6 haunted animatronics: Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, Foxy, Golden Freddy, and the puppet. The puppet goes around to the dead kids and gives them gifts. Within the lore of the in-universe Freddy's, the puppet is supposed to do this. The puppet gives presents to kid at the prize counter. They exchange tickets for prizes and the puppet presents them. But when the gifts don't work on the dead kids, the puppet gives them life. The puppet puts their spirits in the suits. It's unclear if this means the puppet is who stuffed the kids in the suits or if Purple Guy did it to hide the bodies. That has not been cleared up to this very day, but either way, the animatronics came to life because of the puppet. In the background, the robotic voice is spelling out,
I think that's Freddy. Help them.
Help them. Once you give the last child life, Golden Freddy jump scares you. But for a moment before the jump scare, a 5th body appears on the floor. There you go. 6 dead kids.
The 5th body's
1 killed outside, 5 killed inside. Each one possessing the original animatronics from FNAF 1. and the outside kid possessing the puppet. There's only one more minigame. It's called Save Them. You play as Withered Freddy in the FNAF 2 location. You can tell because the map is the same as the one you see on your cameras. That means this minigame takes place long after the other ones. The MCI has already happened. The animatronics were possessed. And now the second pizzeria
Maybe the games are just hallucinations.
The voice spells out,
the fuck? The puppet has a necromancer build for real. Yeah, he's a necromancer from
withered suits
Diablo.
are in the back. But around the restaurant are puddles of blood and bodies.
What the fuck?
The box that houses the puppet is open. The toy animatronics are standing on their stage. Mangle is moving around, already animated.
I don't like
Freddy
Mangle.
sits slumped in a corner.
Mangle's like the worst one.
But 6 puddles of blood. Mangle is already moving around, already brought to life somehow.
Mangle's killed
The 5
them.
bodies will now possess Balloon Boy, Toy Chica, Toy Freddy, Toy Body, and Endoskeleton. And the 6th puddle of blood implies a possible 6th body, under the table, where JJ hides. Mangle is already possessed, that's why he's walking around. I really can't think of a reason to have specifically him move around when the others can't, unless there's a real reason. And we'll get back to that much later. The issue with this clear implication from the game is that it's wrong. As Withered Freddy, you walk around the building until you are jump-scared by Purple Guy. The game will also end if you touch various objects like the puppet's open box. You can also see the puppet floating around. But the point is clear, Purple Guy has killed again. These aren't the 5 MCI kids who were killed and put into suits at the previous location. This is 5 or 6 new murders. Purple Guy is back at it again at the present day, killing kids within the 2-week period in which the FNAF 2 location is open. Now here's the issue. This clearly implies the toys are possessed by these kids, but they're not. I think the Purple Guy intended to have these kids possess the toy animatronics, but it didn't work. These dead FNAF 2 kids are never named. We never see them again in the entire franchise. They are, for all intents and purposes, unimportant. We also explicitly see the puppet give life to the original 5 murder victims. We never see the puppet give life or help possess the toy animatronics. We'll talk about Purple Guy's motivations for killing later, but I think he wanted to test possession.
Then those are different than the original ones.
The community calls this event the Dead Children's Incident, or DCI, because a bunch of kids are dead.
Okay,
but just like the missing children incident, I don't think the bodies are found. I think the incident is just the kids went missing. Obviously, it's confusing to call them both the missing children incident, but in the original, the Purple Guy lured kids to the back room while the building was in operation, whereas this time, he's kidnapping kids from around town. So I think this one should be called the Kidnapped Children's Incident, the KCI.
Okay,
there's also a legitimate group of people who don't think that the DCI even happened, because it's never brought up again, and that this is a metaphor or something. Okay, so now we have all of the events in the game. So, what is the timeline? What is the actual story? On night 3, Phone Guy mentions rumors.
Rumors you might have heard lately?
He says lately, which to me makes it seem like it's been at least a...
Here's the problem I have. There's too many goddamn animatronics. I'm supposed to keep track of all of them.
Few days since these rumors would have started spreading. Phone Guy seems legitimately shook when the police investigation starts, so I don't think that the rumors are that 5 kids were killed in the restaurant a few days ago. I think it's something else. I think that what's happening is the kids are disappearing around town. Phone Guy says things are happening, quote, out there.
That whatever is going on out there...
outside the restaurant, and kids go missing occasionally. Maybe they ran away, or maybe it's a kidnapping.
It's kidnapping.
It is tied to Freddy somehow, probably because some witnesses saw someone using a yellow suit, a Freddy suit, luring the kids away, or possibly because the kids who were kidnapped all visited Freddy's the day before they died, or something. There was a real-life murder, a mass shooting a few years ago, and the evil individual who carried out this shooting was obsessed with the character from the Nickelodeon show Danny Phantom, and he thought that he was killing people for her. And when he shot himself at the end of the ordeal, he thought he would be joining her in the ghost world.
What the
I think
fuck
that if
is
people
wrong
were
with
to hound
people?
Nickelodeon for comment, they would say something to the effect of,
whatever is going on out there, however tragic it may be, has nothing to do with our establishment.
I think it's reasonable that people know the disappearances are Freddy's related, but they don't know that the perpetrator is the security guard. The way the Save Them minigame is set up, I think it's pretty clear that this is at night. The building is not open to the public. There's no one around to see the murders. I think this is happening at night, meaning it happened when Purple Guy was still the night security guard.
Yeah.
It happened a day or two before we started our job. That doesn't mean all the kidnappings happened in one night, but it's likely that the actual killing of the kids happened close together. Purple Guy kidnaps some kids around town, hides them at Freddy's, kills them one night to try to experiment with possession, cleans up the blood and bodies by the morning, and because the puppet and Withered Freddy are chasing him around the building, he complains about the conditions. He's also done his murders anyway, so he's satisfied, so he gets switched to the day shift. Then you come in, Jeremy.
Okay.
The Wizards, which Phone Guy said should not be able to move around,
Those older ones shouldn't be able to walk around.
well, they come after you. I think this indicates that they've been awoken from their apathetic slumber after these new murders, and are now coming for you either because you're an adult, or because you're in a security guard uniform. I don't think the Wizards were active before these murders.
If this is a prequel, why are the suits from the first game withered?
The police actually
I don't
come
understand.
and investigate.
Because, like,
on night 4 is when the toys start acting
the ones
weird
in the old
to
game are
adults.
bad.
So as I said earlier, I think the criminal database
like,
has
fix
been
them
updated,
up?
and now they're looking for a killer. The place is going to shut down for a few days for this investigation, but I don't think anything has been found yet. On night 5, the building is on lockdown. The Purple Guy is a suspect. I think that day they found traces of blood, and the security guard is the suspect, so he ran for it. The kidnapped kids have now been directly tied to Freddy's, and specifically this location, but the method hasn't been confirmed yet. Night 6 is when everything has come to light.
Pizzeria.
Purple Guy used an old suit, a yellow one.
Because those
and now
suits are
none
from
of
the
them are
first place,
acting
not
right.
the first game.
I don't think that means
Oh,
that now on
okay.
night 6 none of them are acting
So
right. I think
but
Phone Guy
those are
has
not
retroactively
the same
realized
animatronics
that
in the
none of the
first
suits
game,
have been
though?
acting right since the murders. Once again explaining why the Wizards are walking
Thank you
around.
for the head pats, Merv.
At this point in time, we are aware of 2 suits that are old and yellow. That's Golden Freddy and Withered Chica. However, neither of them are suits. They're animatronics. In real life Chuck E. Cheese, there are animatronics that perform on stage, and there are also the mascot suits worn by the staff to walk around. We know that suits exist at Freddy's because someone wore a mascot suit to lure kids to the back room for the MCI.
I forget they refer to
But we don't
FNAF
see
1.
these suits.
Yeah, that's the thing I'm confused
We only
about.
see animatronics. We have cameras that can basically look everywhere, and there are no mascot costumes. So even though he says that it was an old yellow suit, I don't think we were ever supposed to think that it was Golden Freddy or Chica. The answer will be revealed in FNAF 3, but people try to say it was either Scott's intention when FNAF 2 came out that it was Golden Freddy, or that we were supposed to think it was Golden Freddy. And I completely disagree. Those are animatronics, not suits. A few more important things to note: in Take Cake to the Children and Foxy Go Go Go, Purple Guy is just purple. But in Save Them, he's wearing a badge. A security shield-shaped badge. So he was a security guard when this happened, which we know. But I think this means he was not a security guard when he killed the one kid outside, or when he killed the first 5 kids by Foxy. The puppet also has tear tracks on his face, which is similar to how dead children are usually shown with tears. I already mentioned
confused.
But Mangle is the only animatronic during Save Them that is moving. Withered Bonnie and Withered Chica don't move. The toys don't move. Only Mangle.
Was he holding a banana?
That's kind of important.
No, I thought he was
and
holding
we'll
his badge.
get back to that. So that's the gameplay and the story of FNAF 2, but there's more to go over. For one, we didn't talk about the ending yet. After beating Night 6, the night before Jeremy gets bitten, we get a newspaper clipping, detailing what is clearly the bite of 87. The toys are getting scrapped and the Wizards are going to be repaired and used for a possible reopening. That, of course, being the location in FNAF 1. Believe it or not, when the game first came out, there was a lot of debate about whether it was a sequel or a prequel, despite the Phone Guy being alive, and it also directly stating that it's in 1987. Alright, now let's talk about Night 7. With Jeremy getting crunched on after Night 6, there has to be a new security guard on Night 7, and there is. There is no phone call this time. Phone Guy said he'd be taking the position after us, but we know this isn't Phone Guy. Much like in FNAF 1, the Night 7 guard gets fired at the end of the night. His name is Fritz Smith. He's fired for tampering with the animatronics and odor, with a note pointing out that it's his first day. He's fired for the same reason as Mike Schmidt, which is interesting. He's also labeled as employee number 3, indicating that Purple Guy was 1, Jeremy was 2, and Fritz is 3. We know he's not Phone Guy because he got fired, and Phone Guy does not get fired.
Yeah.
Now we're going to talk about the Easter eggs. Just like in the first game, there's a chance to see Golden Freddy in FNAF 2. You can find withered Golden Freddy slumped on the floor. His withered state implies that he is a physical animatronic who gets fixed up after FNAF 2 and before FNAF 1. He's not just a ghostly apparition, he's a physical animatronic that still exists and is being moved from location to location. You can also be killed by his head flying down the hallway, which indicates more that he does have supernatural powers. Phasing in and out of existence is not his only ability. In the background of the party room, there's these little guys made out of paper plates, and they can just kind of disappear and reappear in the office. I don't know what that means for the lore. I already talked about JJ and the Naked Endoskeleton, but there's also Shadow Freddy. Shadow Freddy is just like Golden Freddy, but he's all black in an otherworldly type of way. Then there's Rick Fafaska, or Shadow Bonnie. Shadow Bonnie appears in the office, looks extremely terrifying, and I hate him. He's made out of Toy Bonnie's model, you can tell by the segmented ears and the curved section of the torso. But he has human teeth, instead of Toy Bonnie's buck teeth. Unlike Golden Freddy and even Shadow Freddy, this guy never gets any explanation in future games, and the fact that he's based on Toy Bonnie makes him even more confusing. For now, the only thing to note is that there's a ghostly black void in the shape of Golden Freddy and a black ghostly void in the shape of Toy Bonnie. Also, people have tried finding meaning in the name Rick Fafaska, but likely it means nothing. All those letters are grouped together on the left side of the keyboard, and Scott probably just mashed the keyboard with one hand to name the file. Now we're going to talk about the reception and the real-world events after FNAF 2. Let's talk about MatPat again. MatPat's video about FNAF 2 attempted to solve the identity of the purple guy. Keep in mind, at this point in the story, there are arguably 6 characters. There's Mike, the guard from the first game, Jeremy, the guard from the second game, Fritz, the Night 7 guard, the original owner of Fredbear's Family Diner, Purple Guy, and Phone Guy. Matt concluded that Purple Guy is Phone Guy. Purple Guy is not Phone Guy. The murderer was in fact a completely different character. He was the murderer, and that's it. I don't think this was a bad theory at the time, but it started a habit that formed in the community of trying to solve mysteries both before all the evidence is available, and also using every single piece of evidence. Nothing in the game can be random, and everything said or shown must be a clue. This would come back to haunt MatPat and the community. MatPat also claimed that this part of Purple Guy's sprite was a phone. And just no, it's not. FNAF 3 was to be the end of the trilogy. On Scott's website, he often uploaded teaser images of upcoming games.
I'm muted. I didn't lean all the way back because I needed to crack my back.
An image of the character bathed in shadow with the text, I am still here.
Not this thing.
The source code of the website included the text, I remain. Source code, in case you're unfamiliar, is what you see when you hit F12 on your keyboard. You get a lot of data about the program.
I can show you guys what happens when I lean all the way back in my chair. Hold on. It looks weird. So that's why I turned it off when I did that.
Programming of the website and can see parts of its code. It's very easy to put plain text with its source code and have it have no effect on the actual web page. Scott will often hide
very
stuff
relaxing
in
and
the
it's
source
making me
code of his pages
tired.
going forward. On January 26,
like, man, I could
2015,
take a nap right
the
now.
trailer for FNAF 3 was released.
Oh no.
It showed a decrepit building, and some text appeared sporadically throughout. You're watching it on screen now. He will come back.
Can't sleep yet. You got 7 more hours. I know. Even though this lore video is about child murder, it's very cozy. The video, like music that he's using.
He always does. Who is he? Well, it's Purple Guy. He killed at 2 Freddy's locations already, obviously. So now he wants to come back. The text, "We have a place for him," is followed by a yellow Bonnie suit twitching on the floor. It's rotting and full of gashes and holes.
Oh, ew. That's the thing that people thought was hot.
When the game eventually launched in March of 2015, it came with an interesting and very divisive description on Steam. 30 years after Freddy Fazbear's Pizza closed its doors, the events that took place there have become nothing more than a rumor and a childhood memory. But the owners of Fazbear's Fright, the horror attraction, are determined to revive the legend and make the experience as authentic as possible for patrons, going to great lengths to find anything that might have survived decades of neglect
okay, I'm gonna sit up
ruin.
So I don't get sleepy.
At first, there were only empty shells, a hand, a hook, an old paper plate doll.
I like
but
doing
then,
these like
a remarkable discovery
videos
was made.
because I
the
can just
attraction
chill.
Now has one animatronic. Okay, we need to break this down because it's stupidly complicated. Okay, so Fazbear Fright exists. It's like a theme park horror tour attraction. It's not actually a Freddy's location. The building isn't real. It's just full of memorabilia.
I'll if I were to defend that Security Breach over FNAF 3, at least things happen in Security Breach better than Security Breach. Okay, I'm getting conflicting opinions.
Yeah. Specifically, that teleporting paper plate. Scott, what does the paper plate mean? Obviously, the hook of the game
There's
is
so
that
much
an
lore in
animatronic that
3.
was brought in, and we know it's haunted, so we know that this horror attraction now has an
Gameplay is
actually
Aston.
real haunted animatronic. The issue with this description comes in its opening line. 30 years after Freddy Fazbear's Pizza closed its doors, the events that took place there have become nothing more than a rumor and a childhood memory. Ugh.
30
I don't know what
years,
your
what
first
the
thought was
fuck?
reading that, but no matter what you believe, it is very vague. Most people interpret this to mean that the game is set 30 years
Lex
after
analog
FNAF
horror
1.
video reaction
At the end of
when?
FNAF
What's
1,
that?
we're told that the restaurant will close by year's end. There's no reason to think that there was ever another Freddy Fazbear's Pizza after that. So the company closed its
fucking hate
doors
Freddy
of its
Fazbear,
final
bro.
restaurant in 1992. That would make this game set in 2022. Keep in mind, a lot of people think FNAF 1 is 1993, therefore they think that this game would be set in 2023, but they are wrong. But that's not how I ever interpreted this line, and I am very confused by this line of logic. The line is, Freddy Fazbear's Pizza closed its doors. The company is not Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, it's Fazbear Entertainment. If it said Fazbear Entertainment closed its doors, like the company dissolved, then yes, sure, this definitely means when the final restaurant closed.
FNAF 3
But
doesn't
saying
even
that
matter
the
in terms
restaurant
of
closed
lore.
its doors just means that a restaurant
Thank
shut
you for
down.
the blankie.
3 Freddy Fazbear's Pizzas have shut down. The original after the MCI in 1985, the second one after the Kidnapped Kids and the Bite of 87 in 1987.
3 is when things start to come together
and
because
then
we had
the
nothing
FNAF
from 1 and
location in
2.
1992. The
Okay,
thing is that the
When
events that
FNAF came out, so 2014, because the first game came out in 2014, right? Because how long ago was that? Like 10 years? So 2024. That was 10 years ago. So when the first game came out, I was 15. And that, yeah. Wait, no. 25 minus 10. Yeah, I was 15. So I was 15 when the first game. Yeah. I just wanted to make sure. So, like, okay. I can't do quick math in my head because I can do really complicated math, but like when it's like quick addition and subtraction, my brain like shuts down. Anyways, so I was 15 when the first game came out, and when I was 15, I think I was just playing like IMVU and The Sims, but like, and I remember everybody at school talking about FNAF, but like it was only like the weird kids. And like I was also a weird kid, but like I was like a normal weird kid, if that makes sense, because there's like the weird kids that smell, and then there's like the weird kids that are like just don't talk. And I just remember FNAF being like kind of like a whatever thing for me. And then I was babysitting my cousins when I was like 20, and they were like really into FNAF, and I was like, that's a kid game. And I had never really done anything with FNAF or knew anything about FNAF until this year.
Place there doesn't really make
So
a lot
I've
of
always
sense
had
if
all
it's
the
talking about FNAF
information,
1
I guess.
location, or if it means multiple different locations.
I was
It
like
would have
10.
to be talking about multiple locations if it's talking
Yeah, I was
about
15.
the murders in 85 and also the final closing in 92. No events took place in the FNAF 1 location except for Phone Guy's death, and I'm assuming that Fazbear Entertainment would have covered that up. That location shut down because it was a failed business. It's the only location where there were no murders. If the public is going to have rumors or a legend about a pizzeria, it's going to be the original location. The second location was only open for 2 weeks, so I wouldn't say there's a lot of childhood memories that were made there. The location with the childhood memories and the rumors and the legends is the original pizzeria.
Yeah.
The one that was open for a long time was not a smaller budget, rotting, decrepit place like FNAF 1, and actually had the murders in it. That's what a company would want to replicate and advertise as a horror attraction. Because of the ambiguity of what Freddy Fazbear's Pizza closed its doors means, I think all three interpretations are valid, but it makes so much more sense to me that it's talking about the location that people would remember fondly from their childhood and where the murders happened. Yeah. In my opinion, the most compelling piece of evidence is that 30 years after the final pizzeria closed its doors would be 2022, which is just a completely random date. The game came out in 2015. It would make no sense for Scott to just decide that it takes place 7 years in the future. It's not like there's futuristic technology, and it's not like we needed time to pass so that narratively characters can grow up.
Yeah, why do we need the
time? It's actually criticized by the fans that there's this 30-year gap between games where nobody is trying to hunt down Purple Guy. But if it's 30 years after the first pizzeria closed its doors in 1985, that would mean the game takes place in 2015, the year that the game came out. FNAF as a series is all about nostalgia for Chuck E. Cheese and taking childhood memories and childhood trauma and legends about the place and making it now a nostalgic horror entertainment. FNAF as a series is literally the real-world analog of the horror attraction that Fazbear's Frights is trying to be.
If it came out, if the game takes place in 2015, right? That means, let me double check. 2015 minus 30. That means something happened in 85. And if we think that the first game was in 93, 93, that means we're talking about the fucking bite shit. Because it wouldn't be that location, right? Because it would be whatever location was open during 83. So whatever was open before then. Because that means it closed its doors in 85. And if that's something
that Scott is thematically trying to say with the game, then setting it now, when the series is being made, now in 2015, when the public is interested in horror stories about Chuck E. Cheese, well, that makes sense.
Yeah.
And it doesn't include this weird inclusion that it's 7 years in the future. And while it doesn't really fix the problem that people have by saying that decades passed between games, at the very least it's only 23 years instead of 30 years. I am 100% confident that FNAF 1 takes place in 1992, and I am roughly 85% confident that FNAF 3 takes place in 2015. I will continue to go forward with the understanding that that is when the game takes place. Thank you all for letting me have this rant. FNAF 3 opens inside a dingy office, although it's probably dingy on purpose. You get a call from
this kind of reminds me of the
sounds
Fortnite
like a teenager
game.
And the exact kind of person who would be running a horror attraction for a bigger company like this. Alright, let's take a listen and then break it down.
Hey, glad you came back for another night. I promise it'll be a lot more interesting this time.
Oh god.
I think this is a meta comment about how you, the player, are back for another night at Freddy's, and that this game will be more interesting than the last two. And narratively, it is. Gameplay-wise, not so much. But in the story of the game, this means that it's not your first night on the job. The player character has been here for a while, and that is interesting.
We found some great new relics over the weekend, and we're out tracking down a new lead right now. So, let me just update you real quick, then you can get to work. Like, the attraction opens in like a week, so we had to make sure everything works and nothing catches on fire. When a place opens,
there's the fire
people
again.
Come in at the opposite end of the building and work their way toward you, then past you and out the exit. Yeah, you've officially become part of the attraction. You'll be starring as the security guard. So not only will you be monitoring the people on the camera as they pass through, you know, to make sure no one steals anything or makes out in the corner, but you'll also be a part of the show.
Oh my god.
It'll make it feel really authentic, I think.
This both describes how the game works. The yellow Bonnie suit will start...
What was that? Oh my god, Tangia has that? Hello, welcome in. didn't know that I had that either. I didn't know that I had that either. Thank you for the follow. Oh my god, that made me fuck up. I thought it was part of the video too, and I got so scared. Oh my god. Thank you. Thank you for the 50 bits. Holy shit. I'll be back to collect your streams another time. Have a good day. Thank you so much. Scared the shit out of me. Holy fuck.
Start on the far end of the building and make its way towards you, like he said.
First in Bella streams now here too. I can't get a break.
In 1
I'm
week,
sorry, Anthony.
And that there will be people there from midnight until 6 a.m. It will be open while you're there. It's a horror attraction, so it makes sense.
Jump scare
but it's a very
good
different job to be a security guard during operation hours compared to a security guard after closing.
Shit.
Now let me tell you about what's new. We found another set of drawings, always nice, and a foxy head, which we think could be authentic. Then again, it might just be another crappy cosplay. And we found a desk fan, very old school, metal though. So watch the fingers. Right now the place is basically just, flashing lights and spooky props. I honestly thought we'd have more by now. If we don't have something really cool by next week, then we may have to suit you up in a furry suit.
Oh my god.
Walk around saying, boo.
No.
But, like I said, we're trying to track down a good lead right now. Some guy who helped design one of the buildings says there was like an extra room that got boarded up, or something like that.
So someone who designed the building and has knowledge of these boarded up rooms has now been introduced into the plot. We know it's not the original owner because he disappeared from the company before even Phone Guy started working there, and we know it's not Phone Guy because he's dead. So now we have this new character, Maintenance Man.
So we're gonna take a peek and see what
we can find. Maintenance Man?
So they're going to an actual old location and are going to see what's behind the boarded up wall.
Some of this equipment is barely functional. Yeah, I wasn't joking about the fire. That's a real risk. The most important thing you want to watch for is the ventilation. Look, this place will give you the spooks, man, and if you let that ventilation go offline, then you'll start seeing some crazy stuff, man. God. Keep that air flowing. Okay, keep an eye on things.
I would hate that.
Something new for you tomorrow night.
This is the longest phone call in the series thus far. If you're wondering why I started talking about the game story before the gameplay, it's because there is no gameplay on the first night. The one and only animatronic that can kill you, Golden Bonnie, is not in the building yet. You cannot lose on night 1. There is nothing to do. Except for maybe hunt for Easter eggs, but we will get back to that.
There's nothing.
So on to night 2.
Don't do anything?
Hey man, okay, I have some awesome news for you. First of all, we found some vintage audio training cassettes. Dude, these are like prehistoric. I think they were like training tapes for like other employees or something like that. So I thought we could like have them playing like over the speakers as people walk through the attraction.
Like when you literally just chill. Okay.
Legit, man.
Okay, FNAF 3 doesn't sound so bad.
You're not gonna believe this. We found one. A real one. Gotta go, man. Well look, it's in there somewhere. I'm sure you'll see it. Okay, I'll leave you with some of this great audio that I found. Talk to you later, man.
After this, Phone Dude's recording ends. One of these ancient cassette tapes starts playing, and we never hear from Phone Dude again.
Huh? What the fuck?
But then we hear a familiar voice.
Hello. Welcome to your new career as a performer.
Oh, it's the Phone Guy.
Phone Guy is back, bro. Okay, so these old cassettes were found at a Freddy's location. The same one where they found the animatronic boarded up in the back room. Obviously, these were recorded back before Phone Guy died, before FNAF 1. These are training tapes for an entertainer, a daytime member of staff. Let's take a listen.
These tapes will provide you with much-needed information on how to handle, /climb into, /climb out of mascot costumes.
Mascot costumes. We've heard about mascot costumes twice. FNAF 1 said that in the original Freddy's location, a guy in a mascot suit lured kids into the back. And in FNAF 2, a mascot suit was used in the kidnappings. Let's go.
Right now, we have 2 specially designed suits that double as both animatronics animatronic and suit. So please pay close attention while learning how to operate these suits, as accidents, /injuries, /deaths, /irreparable and grotesque maiming can occur. First, we will discuss how to operate the mascots when they are in animatronic form. For ease of operation, the animatronics are set to turn and walk towards sound cues. This is an easy and hands-free approach to making sure the animatronics stay where the children are for maximum entertainment / crowd-pleasing value.
/
Change the animatronics to suit mode, insert and turn firmly the hand crank provided by the manufacturer.
Part of this is gameplay information. You use sound cues to lure the animatronic away from you in the game, but it also gives us the important context that some suits that might be yellow can also look like animatronics. Golden Freddy is one of these suits, that's what I'm getting at. Why is he slumped over? Why can't he move and walk around like the others? Because he's in suit mode. And this gives the important detail that the manufacturer of the animatronics and suits is not Fazbear Entertainment.
Turning the crank will recoil and compress the animatronic parts around the sides of the suit, providing room to climb inside. Please make sure the spring locks are fastened tight to ensure the animatronic devices remain fixed. We will cover this in more detail in tomorrow's session. Remember to smile. You are the face of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
Alright, so we can stop calling this Golden Bonnie. This suit is Springlock Bonnie, and Golden Freddy is Springlock Freddy.
God damn it.
Suits. They're different than normal suits, and different than normal animatronics, and they're dangerous. Let's get on to the gameplay.
Oh my god.
Like I said earlier, Spring Boy here starts on the far side of the building. He slowly makes his way towards you, and you can use sound cues to lure him back away from you. He can crawl through vents or walk in your direction, but using sound cues to move him to the furthest point is easy enough. There are some issues though. Looking at the cameras for too long gives you a video error, and you have to reset it, which takes time. You have a limited number of audio lures before you have to reset the sound. And there's also a ventilation reset. Spring Baby Boy can move while you're looking at him. Unlike the animatronics in the past games, the cameras will turn to static every once in a while, and when that happens, he can move. The game is basically watching him, using lures if he moves, resetting your systems as fast as possible when needed, and not getting jump scared. Within the building are also phantom animatronics. Phone Dude said we might see weird things, and that's what these are. These don't kill you if you see them, but they do make a loud noise and force you to reset your ventilation. The loud noise will bring Spring Boy Me Bob towards you, and resetting obviously means you cannot lure him away.
That's why the gameplay sucks.
It's really easy to avoid these jump scares by just not flipping to the very limited cameras that they can appear in, or in Foxy's case, just slowly turning left when you need to reset everything to make sure he's not there.
Spring Boy
These phantom animatronics consist both of characters from FNAF 2, like Balloon Boy, and FNAF 1, like the original Foxy. Now, theories try to use this as evidence that the security guard for FNAF 3 has seen both sets of animatronics, those from FNAF 1 and from FNAF 2. This is quite silly. The idea is that the nighttime security guard in the final night of FNAF 2,
he called Springtrap has 5 names
Mike
for him?
Schmidt are the same person, and that they are now also the guard here in FNAF 3. He's seen all of the characters, so he is capable of hallucinating all of them. And I think this is weak, because whether or not they're actually hallucinations is up in the air to begin with. Phone Dude says that they're hallucinations, but Phone Dude and Phone Guy's calls are always trying to play down the supernatural elements.
Yeah.
And on top of that, Phone Dude might think that they're hallucinations when they're actually phantoms, they're spirits, the place is haunted. They're actually called the Phantom Animatronics. They might be ghosts. If there's any building that's going to be haunted, it's going to be the place where every single piece of surviving Freddy's memorabilia has been gathered and put together. And my second reason for thinking this is quite the silly theory is that you don't need to have been a nighttime security guard to be familiar enough with the animatronics from the locations to hallucinate them. I have in fact had dreams or nightmares about the cast of the Chuck E. Cheese animatronic band. And I am not a security guard at Chuck E. Cheese. I'm just familiar with the characters. In-universe, these are
really weird nightmares
children's entertainment mascots. You don't need to have worked there to know what they look like.
I had a nightmare about Blue's Clues once.
There were cartoons. This thing has been around for like 50 years at this point.
Yeah,
the conclusion that this playable character must be Mike because he's seen the older animatronics is complete nonsense. With that said,
this guy actually is making points.
Mike. There's a lot of other evidence for this, just not requiring him to have seen the animatronics to hallucinate them. You used the wrong equation and got the right answer. The gameplay doesn't really change night to night. You get fewer lures, Spring Bonnie and Clyde moves more often, maybe, and that's it. This is the easiest game in the series. So since that's the entire game from a gameplay perspective, we're gonna get back to the story. Actually, hold on, wait. I'm gonna play for you Spring Bonnie's jump scare.
No.
You have been warned.
No.
Yeah, that was pretty lame. Between each night as you play, you get an Atari minigame. These do not happen upon death, they happen at the end of every night.
You get gates.
In the first one, you, as Freddy, walk around to what is explicitly the FNAF 1 location, with water dripping from the ceiling and rats everywhere. You keep walking until you see Shadow Freddy, who says, "Follow me." You follow him to this doorway that did not exist in FNAF 1, and when you try to go into it, it says, "Error." When you give up and walk away, Purple Guy rushes you and takes you apart.
What the fuck?
This repeats every night, with the game giving you control of Chica, Foxy, and Bonnie, to also follow Shadow Freddy to the doorway and be taken apart by Purple Guy. Now, and this is stupidly important, the sprite for Freddy has a bow tie and a button. Bonnie also has a bow tie and a button. The withered animatronics from FNAF 2 have 2 buttons. The rebuilt, remodeled versions in FNAF 1 do not have any buttons. We know that the withereds were transported to a new location and then refurbished. We know that the original Freddy's location where the MCI happened was left to rot. And something that has always bugged me is that the newspaper clippings from FNAF 1 that mentioned the MCI and that the restaurant was going to close are in the FNAF 1 location. Why would they be there? That's not the restaurant that closed. That's not the one where the MCI happened. Unless it is. Earlier I mentioned that some people think the FNAF 1 location, the third pizzeria, is the original pizzeria where the murders happened. Remember how we know it's a different location from FNAF 2 because it has a Pirate's Cove? Well, FNAF 1 has a Pirate's Cove. So the newspapers being there makes sense. This, in this minigame, is clearly the FNAF 1 location and it's rotting. And we know that it's before FNAF 1 because the withereds still have their buttons. So if the first and the third Freddy's locations are the same place, and these minigames happen after FNAF 2, after the withers are moved back to the smaller location but before FNAF 1, then I believe that Purple Guy disassembling the animatronics is the reason that they appear dramatically different in FNAF 1. They weren't just refurbished, they were rebuilt, meaning that Purple Guy was at the FNAF 1 location before Mike was, and when Phone Guy still worked there.
What?
These minigames happened after FNAF 2 and before FNAF 1. Alright, on to the Night 3 phone call.
Hello. For
Holy
today's
shit.
lesson, we will be continuing
That's a long
our
phone
training
call.
on proper suit handling techniques. When using an animatronic as a suit, please ensure that the animatronic parts are tightly compressed and fastened by the spring locks located around the inside of the suit. It may take a few moments to position your head and torso between these parts in a manner where you can move and speak. Try not to nudge or press against any of the spring locks inside the suit.
What?
Do not touch the spring locks at any time. Do not breathe on the spring locks, as moisture may loosen them and cause them to break loose. In the case that the spring locks come loose while you are wearing a suit, please try to maneuver away from populated areas before bleeding out, as to not ruin the customer experience.
What the fuck?
As always, if there is ever an emergency, please go to the designated safe room. Every location is built with one extra room that is not included in the digital map layouts programmed into the animatronics or security system. This room is hidden to customers, invisible to animatronics, and is always off camera. As always, remember to smile. You are the face of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
If you bleed out, don't do it in front of people.
Mildly terrifying. Like in the first game, it says you're going to be shoved into a suit, and it shows you with your eyes popped out if you lose, and like, yeah, that's spooky. But a company purposefully putting you in a suit that can impale you with tiny metal springs all over your body if you breathe wrong, or if you sweat on it, that is horror.
I don't like that.
If a robot catches me and drags me to a suit, and then, okay, I'm gonna be impaled, I'm dead, that's fine. But the horror and tension of being inside an Iron Maiden for hours, for your entire shift, maybe it's because I'm claustrophobic, but that just gives me so much anxiety.
I'm not even
This also
claustrophobic
tells
in
us
that.
what the doorway in the mini-games is.
That
It's a safe room
bothers me.
that the animatronics are programmed not to see. That's why they get an error. And it's not on cameras, which is why we didn't see it in FNAF 1. The jump from Night 3 to Night 4's tapes is highly contested. Let's listen to the first part.
I don't like that. Because I have, like, the opposite of claustrophobia. But, like, knowing that, like, your job is, like, yeah, go on this thing that can kill you.
Unfortunate incident at the sister location involving multiple and simultaneous spring lock failures, the company has deemed the suit temporarily unfit for employees.
Okay, so the first 3 phone calls were training tapes.
Ooh.
They were pre-recorded and likely played for every new employee in the business. This tape is more like a memo. On that day, whatever day this happened, the spring-lock suits spring-locked a guy, and Phone Guy had to record this message. For various reasons, I think this happened before FNAF 1 and 2, putting it in the era of the first Freddy's location. In FNAF 2, and remember that location was only open for 2 weeks, in FNAF 2, Phone Guy mentions how the kidnapped children's incident was done by someone using an old yellow suit. That means that these spring-locked suits were considered old and probably outdated by the time of FNAF 2, meaning that this incident took place in the first Freddy's Pizzeria. We also get a mention of a sister location. That means another restaurant owned by Fazbear Entertainment. And this is really annoying, because it means there's another restaurant we don't know about. We know about Fredbear's Family Diner, but Phone Guy barely remembers that existing, and he doesn't know its name for sure in FNAF 2, so there's no way that that is the sister location. But there is a pizzeria somewhere out there that has these springlock suits, owned by Fazbear, before FNAF 2, likely in 1985 or earlier, during the time of the original restaurant. Said. And they had springlock suits, but don't anymore. Let's keep listening.
Safety is top priority at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, which is why the classic suits are being retired to an appropriate location while being looked at by our technicians. Until replacements arrive, you will be expected to wear the temporary costumes provided to you. Keep in mind that they were found on very short notice, so questions about appropriateness/relevance should be deflected. I repeat, the classic suits are not to be touched, activated, or worn. That being said, we are free of liability. Do as you wish. As always, remember to smile.
Oh my God.
The face of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
So the suits are being taken away, and technicians likely
this
from
place
the
is literally a
manufacturer
simulation.
are going
I swear
to work
to God.
on them. Other suits, non-springlock
it's
suits,
game,
not
but
animatronics,
like,
but mascot suits, costumes,
that's
are
some
going
shit.
to be brought in. Phone Guy also calls the springlock suits
they would do in my at
so
old fast food places I worked at.
These tapes, they were a new invention.
But like, here's this thing that can like harm you.
Also,
but we told you, so we don't take any liability.
Relevant or appropriate. Put a pin in that for the next several hours until we touch upon that topic again. On to Night 5, we have another jump in time, another memo from Phone Guy.
Hello? This is just a reminder of company policy concerning the safe room. The safe room is reserved for equipment and or other property not being currently used and as a backup safety location for employees only. This is not a break room. It should not be considered a place for employees to hide and or congregate. And under no circumstance should a customer ever be taken into this room and out of the main show area. Management has also been made aware that the Spring Bonnie animatronic has been noticeably moved and would like to remind employees that this costume is not safe to wear under any circumstances. Thank you, and remember to smile. You are the face of Freddy Fazbear's.
That's the fucking Bonnie suit.
If the springlock issue happened yesterday,
then
I don't think the
guy
Spring Bonnie suit being
place.
moved would have been noticed by management. At least to my ear, this sounds like it's been decommissioned for a little while, and then one day, randomly, it was moved. Phone Guy also says not to lead customers to the safe room. We know that Purple Guy in a mascot suit, and I'm going to drop the pretense he was in the Spring Bonnie suit, Purple Guy as Spring Bonnie brought people into that room. But that was caught on camera, and the police used it as evidence. If we had camera footage of Spring Bonnie leading people there, Phone Guy wouldn't have said the suit was noticeably moved. He would have known it was moved. We would have had footage of somebody using it. I don't think this is an indication that the MCI already happened before this memo was recorded. I think this is what inspired Purple Guy to take kids back there. He was already using the spring suit when he wasn't supposed to, and remember, of the 5 dead kids, only some of them were being brought into the back room, meaning he killed some of them before that using a different method. I think he took the suit, did his first killing, and then after this memo, realized he could start using the back room. If the main part of the MCI had happened and kids were being lured into the restaurant, I think that would have been noticed. After you beat Night 5, you're greeted with the final Follow Me minigame. The core 4 animatronics were all disassembled, so now you play as a child, a ghost of one of the kids.
God.
and you make your way to the safe room, past the broken animatronics,
past
finally
the cupcake.
through that door.
The evil-ass
Inside
cupcake.
are 4 more ghosts, and Purple Guy in a panic. We know there are 5 haunted animatronics, with Golden Freddy being the 5th, but Golden Freddy wasn't disassembled, meaning that the disassembling of the animatronics did not free these ghosts. Golden Freddy's child was able to walk around freely without being disassembled, meaning that has no influence on their ghostiness. And this explains why they're able to repossess the animatronics for FNAF 1. So the ghost chases Purple Guy around for a bit. There are these square things on the ground. Some people think they're boxes, some people think they're arcade cabinets. Phone Guy did say that they put unused things back here, so either one of those examples works. Some people think that they're safes, like this is the safe room where safes are, but Phone Guy specifically said it was for employee safety.
I think they're lockers.
This is the safety room, not the safe room. In the corner is the Spring Bonnie suit. Now, we don't know if it's been sitting there since 1985 in the MCI, or if it was brought from the FNAF 2 location in '87. But Golden Freddy was brought to the FNAF 2 location, and Phone Guy says someone used an old yellow suit for the kidnapped children incident. So I'm guessing that yes, it was moved around when different locations closed and reopened. Purple Guy theoretically hasn't worn this suit since the kidnappings in FNAF 2 back in 1987.
Why does he run towards a suit
now,
like that?
Many people interpret this as him getting into the suit he wore when he killed the kids to scare the ghosts. Others look at the actual gameplay and say that wearing a Freddy mask in FNAF 2 tricked the haunted animatronics, so Purple Guy might be wearing this costume to trick the ghosts.
No.
I don't buy that at all. The animatronics, when possessed, act like animatronics. They perform during the day, they stuff you when they catch you because it's against the rules. Spring Bonnie himself in this game is set to follow sound, so he can be where the party is. If the spirit inside the suit was in control, he would not be forced to follow those sound cues. The animatronics think like animatronics, so yes, the mask
this guy
stops
thinks
them,
like a fucking
but
killer.
there's no reason to think it would stop these ghosts. Anyway, Purple Guy gets spring locked. The water dripping down causes a failure in the spring locks, and he gets dead. A fitting end to this murdering psychopath. Except it's not the end. Obviously, we've been facing off against Spring Bonnie this whole game. This minigame took place decades ago, and the animatronic is now haunted. Spring Bonnie is Purple Guy, and he's not Spring Bonnie, he's Spring Trap, because he got trapped in the Springlock suit. The animatronic rabbit has a corpse inside of it. In fact, you can actually see that in-game, especially on these secret screens. That's rotting skin and sinew, and that is his skull. That is Purple Guy rotting inside of there. And he was in there during the entirety of FNAF 1. He's been in there for decades.
I mean, it's not that bad,
and now
it's pretty disgusting.
Because he comes back. He always does. The Night 6 phone call explains how that all
he always comes
be.
back, the Rick.
Hello. This is just to inform all employees that due to budget restrictions, the previously mentioned safe rooms are being sealed at most locations, including this one. Work crews will be here most of the day today, constructing a false wall over the old
Just fucking hate it, just die. Exactly.
So if you left anything inside,
I'm gonna stand up and crack my leg.
Also request that this room not be mentioned to family, friends, or insurance representatives. Thanks again, and remember to smile. You are the face of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
The company sealed up the safe room without even looking inside, so Purple Guy, spring-locked, sat there, twitching like in the trailer for over 20 years, until Phone Dude talked to a construction guy, broke open the barrier, and found an animatronic.
A real one.
And brought him here to us. Unbeknownst to the public, Purple Guy, the murderer, who lured kids to the back room at the original pizzeria, killed them, stuffed them in suits to hide the bodies. Purple Guy, who was arrested but released when those bodies weren't found. Purple Guy, who came back to the restaurant when it reopened in a new location, got hired as a security guard so he could kidnap and kill more kids, and got away with it again. Purple Guy was trapped by the very ghosts of the kids, and forced to sit in agony for 23 years inside of a suit, unable to truly die. It's an ironic twist of fate, but it's exactly what he deserved. At the end of the game, there's no paycheck, no pink slip. The attraction burns to the ground, like Phone Dude said it might. Springtrap likely perished in that blaze, and is gone now. Finally. The police haven't ruled out foul play, meaning it might have been the security guard setting it on fire on purpose. but because of the faulty wiring, his crime will likely go undetected. A few items will be sold at public auction, meaning there's a chance for the curse to remain. But if you brighten the image, you can see Springtrap, perfectly visible. He did survive. And that is the story of FNAF 3. Except not really at all, we barely started. Jesus, this is where the story gets tricky. That's right, the game where we can't even agree when it happens, with phone guy tapes that were recorded who knows when, where some tapes were memos and some were audio trainings. We don't know where or when any of this is. Now is when it gets confusing. Beating Night 5 rewards you with this screen. Bad ending.
What? Huh?
What the fuck? Turns out that Scott was a little bit upsetty that people kept finding all his little Easter eggs and solving the game so quickly. I should mention that every game has an ultimate mode where you can set the AI to their maximum level, and Scott could never beat those modes himself. He released the games not knowing if it was even possible, and each time it proved to be possible. So this time, I guess Scott wanted to make the search for insane Easter eggs part of the game. Before we get to that, we're gonna go over the normal Easter eggs. He's just
as bad as William.
Occasionally, Shadow Freddy will appear in the office, and that is just absolutely the worst thing I've ever seen. Some of the posters change just like the other games, and these teleporting paper plates are back. Now let's get to the game multiple times. Nonsensical way that you're supposed to beat FNAF 3. So in those end-of-night follow-me minigames I talked about earlier, there is one hallway that will consistently have different hints in it. The first night, the hint is, BBDB click. Clearly, this means that on the first night, you're supposed to go to camera 8 and double-click on the poster of Balloon Boy. This takes you to Balloon Boy's Air Adventure. As Balloon Boy, you gather up some balloons and exit through the exit, except you might notice that that's not all of the balloons in the level. There's one more. So you start night 1 again, you double-click the poster again, and you get all the balloons, and then you jump through this wall, which has absolutely no indication that it's not solid, and you fall, and if you keep walking, you'll find the final balloon. If you enter the minigame again, you'll find that these balloons you found now form a floating platform you can hop on to find a dead child.
Hello, welcome in, DL the Cat. Hope you're having a good day.
Now, if you go back to the Follow Me minigame, in the exact same hallway, you might notice some boxes with some arrows in them. This, obviously, is a hint that you need to find the arcade cabinet on camera 7 and input the code on the buttons in the machine in order to enter Mangle's quest. Mangle needs to find his missing parts and avoid this mean bully. So you jump around and you find the parts and then you go out the exit, except no, we've learned you don't go out the exit. Instead, you jump through this wall, fall down past a giant crying puppet, and find a ladder of balloons. These balloons would not have been there if we did not gather them in the Balloon Boy minigame. So you jump up all the balloons and then you find a key. Now, clearly, since we are super geniuses, we can deduce that since the balloons from Balloon Boy's adventures carry over to Mangle's quest, that means the cake from Mangle's quest probably carries back over to Balloon Boy adventure. So we double-click on the poster and we go through again, we get all the balloons, we jump through the wall, we go up the balloon path,
this is actually in the game,
and then we give him the cake. And now he's a happy little dead boy.
I've been here for over an hour.
The next night, when doing the Follow Me minigame, you'll find a picture of 4 cupcakes. This means
you're good.
that you have to search every camera in the building and find 4 cupcakes and click on them, and then you get to start Chica's party. In Chica's party, you specifically play as Toy Chica. You need to grab cupcakes and give them to children, but we know better than to exit the minigame, so instead we're going to jump through the wall, land on one of the red balloons, and find another child to give the cake to. Also, you can't do this without first having done the Balloon Boy game. On the next night, the clue is 395248, and this one gave people a lot of trouble. On the first time, you had to double-click Balloon Boy. That's weird. Second one, you had to put in the Konami code into this arcade cabinet. That's weird. Third one, you gotta find some hidden cupcakes. But this one, you need to click on the wall tiles in the office arranged in a 3x3 grid like a phone keypad and click 395248. You need to dial it onto the wall tiles. You gotta dial the tile. This unlocks Stage 01. In Stage 01, Golden Freddy and Golden Bonnie, or Spring Bonnie and Spring Freddy, or Spring Bonnie and Fredbear, whatever.
I've never played FNAF 3.
Technically, this is Fredbear and Spring Bonnie. Even though I think it should be Fredbear and Bun Bonnie, but no one cares what I think. So here's a small stage in a small restaurant. These 2 old costumes were used back at Fredbear's Family Diner, which is where this game clearly is set.
How is there 9 hours
before
of
the
lore?
location where the MCI happened.
Dude, we're only 2
so
hours
if you
into the
through
video.
The walls and the ceiling, and then you do all of this nonsense.
Yes, I would, because the thing is, here's the thing. If, like, because I know about it now, I'm gonna have to do it when I play FNAF 3. What the fuck is that sound?
You'll reach a child and give them cake. Now, if you take a second and you think, this is weird, the first child was helped by Balloon Boy, and the second by Mangle, and the third by Toy Chica, specifically Toy Chica. Maybe that means they were killed at the second Freddy's location. Maybe this child was killed at Fredbear's Family Diner. No. But that's the exact kind of detail that drives people crazy and makes them try to shove square pegs into round holes. Everyone knows it only works the other way around.
Semicircle? The semicircle. That's right, it's the square hole.
Next night, they hint to Shadow Bonnie, and on that night, a doll of Shadow Bonnie appears in your office, and now you're playing as good old Rick Faska. You glitch your way through other mini-games until you find a child and give him cake.
What?
Now the last thing to do is to click on this poster of the puppet because... duh. And you enter into Happiest Day. As a child wearing a mask of the puppet, you pass by various tables with kids sitting at them wearing masks that we've never seen before. A green alligator, a pink pig, a purple thing, a blue pig, an orange bird. Then
What
at the
the
end
hell?
of the hall are 4 kids in masks of Freddy, Chica, Foxy, and Bonnie, and a crying child with no mask.
I thought FNAF was a meme.
If you did all the
I didn't
games
realize the games were
correctly,
actually
then
scary.
the puppet will give the child a cake. He will put on the Fredbear or Golden Freddy mask, and then they will all vanish, leaving their masks behind and freeing their balloons or their souls to rise to the sky. What was that?
The fuck?
Like, we get it. There were a lot of murders. Kid outside Fredbear's is the puppet. The MCI kids are the core 4, and then there's
What
Golden
the
Freddy.
hell?
The other 5 are probably the 5 kids from FNAF 2 with the KCI and the Save Them
I'm gonna go
minigame.
pee after,
But like,
before he starts the next game.
but like, what is this? If you proceed to the end of the final night again, you see
like
the
this
ghosts
structure.
all hunt down Purple Guy. Maybe it makes sense now that the animatronics are disassembled and they've all had this little party, and that's why they can manifest as ghosts and attack Purple Guy and kill him, and then all go to heaven. Except that's totally not what happened. The end screen now
I used to have nightmares of FNAF because my brother's best friend. Oh my god.
Empty. The souls are gone. For some reason, in the bad ending screen, the way the masks are positioned makes it look like there are 2 lights inside Golden Freddy. On the good ending screen, Golden Freddy isn't there at all. There are some questions about when Happiest Day takes place. If the kids join up and move on the day that Purple Guy is spring-locked, then the animatronics would have been haunted for FNAF 1.
Okay.
It seems like
regardless of how complicated this is,
but that's also kind of weird.
I like
because why would they move on the moment that Springtrap is freed?
Got my
It's
popcorn,
also
now let's
argued
go.
whether or not the puppet is actually in FNAF 3. There are phantoms, which we know are not physical beings, but the puppet seems real. MatPat pointed out in one of his videos that there's a reflection in this puddle, which seems to indicate that the puppet is probably real. If the puppet is still possessed, then Happiest Day cannot have happened yet. That makes me pretty confident to put Happiest Day and the children's souls getting freed after FNAF 3, meaning that the scene of the ghosts attacking Purple Guy had nothing to do with Happiest Day. And that also makes sense because it's very heavily implied that what is haunted about the animatronics are the endoskeletons. There are multiple costumes and outer casings in the back room of FNAF 1 for all the characters, so it's not the casings that are possessed, it's the endoskeleton. I really don't think there's a correlation between Purple Guy getting spring and Happiest Day, except for the fact that they're both told in FNAF 3. It does bring a whole new meaning to Shadow Freddy, though. Purple Guy uses him to lure the animatronics to their demise. He also appeared in FNAF 2, after those murders happened, and he appears in our office in FNAF 3. That thing is evil. Whatever it is, it's clearly some manifestation of Purple Guy's evil.
That thing is
and it's right
bad.
there. Golden Freddy in the first game was spooky because these animatronics are trying to kill you. But now we know that the animatronics are innocent kids, and that they don't really mean to kill us. But this thing is legitimately evil. And
it was full of all the remnant.
Is FNAF 3. Almost. We have to bring up the major question, which is, what were those mini games? Obviously,
what the fuck is
security
that?
guard, us, we were not playing those games. We weren't sitting there playing Mangle's quest and somehow affecting events that were happening in the ghost world, right? I don't get it. I don't get it.
Oh my god, we have game theory guy. Bro, he really does not
time
like
to check in on our good buddy MatPat.
Scotty C certainly didn't make things any easier for us, but at this point I think we finally have enough puzzle pieces scattered across the 3 games to assemble a fairly accurate picture of this franchise's lore.
You may be wondering why I said that the FNAF timeline and story are so confusing, when I have put together a very coherent story so far. Well, that's because I have hindsight. I know what things and Easter eggs and clues are relevant and which are not. I know that Purple Guy isn't Phone Guy. I know that this murder is Purple Guy's first murder, and thus it's very easy to place this at Fredbear's family diner. I was able to put things in chronological order because I've had almost 10 years to sit on it. When these games first came out, you were hit with everything at once. If you're playing through FNAF 3 normally, you're playing each night, and then between each night you're playing something that happened years ago in the Follow Me minigame. Then the games end, with an event that set the game into motion in the first place. The last thing you play is the first thing that happened. And it was the same in FNAF 2. You found out all these murders happened the day before you started working, at the end of the game. The events are not explained chronologically or even coherently, but beyond that, there was also MatPat. Now, I'm not going to say that he was the entire community, because that is simply not true. But he did steer the discussion for years. Discussions either became built on his theories off of his assertions, which led to some faulty Jenga tower logic because his assertions were wrong. Oh my god. Or it led to some contrarians, some pariahs out there trying to disprove him, but they weren't listened to because they disagreed with MatPat. So now we're going to watch some of his post-FNAF 3 videos so we can get a good grasp on where the theories were at the time and how not even close they were.
This is not Fredbear Diner like many interpret, but rather the first location of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, predating the events of Five Nights at Freddy's 2. How do we know? Well, by paying close attention to the old recordings of Phone Guy dug up in FNAF 3, he introduces us to Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, not Diner, before explaining the functionality of the special spring-lock suits.
This isn't true.
He's literally
I'm not going to say that this
guy
is
for like
Fredbear's
all of
Family
the
Diner,
bad
but the
lore.
logic he just used is flawed. Phone Guy can make training tapes for suits even years after those suits were invented. There's also no reason to think that these are Springlock suits. They might just be the Fredbear and Old Bonnie animatronics, which were yellow. There's nothing in this minigame that makes it seem like these are Springlock suits.
After learning of an unfortunate incident at the sister location involving multiple and simultaneous Springlock failures, the company has deemed the suits temporarily unfit for employees. The classic suits are being retired to an appropriate location.
Now, let's pause here. 2 employees are killed by the failure of a Bonnie suit and a Freddy suit.
I'm gonna stop you right there. Phone Guy says there was an incident with multiple Springlock failures. Each suit
I'm gonna stop
has
you right
multiple
there,
Springlocks inside of them. I think this phrase, multiple Springlock failures, just means there was a complete failure of the system. If one Springlock fails, you get stabbed. But if all of them fail, you get instantly crushed. I don't think this even intends to imply that 2 suits both failed at the same time, killing 2 employees. I think it just means that one suit failed catastrophically. MatPat will go on to use this as evidence that Shadow Bonnie and Shadow Freddy are the ghosts of the 2 employees who were springlocked. And that is just not the case. But it did limit the discussion of their true identities
we know
for
who they
years
are now.
because people just assumed that MatPat was correct.
But remember, Golden Freddy is a decommissioned Springlock suit at this point, deemed too unsafe to be functional. The reason he's slumped over and can't move like the rest is that his endoskeleton has been taken out. He's in suit mode. This also explains the lone naked endoskeleton that appears occasionally in both Five Nights 2 and Five Nights 1.
But, like,
an endoskeleton that once belonged to Golden
Freddy. That's crazy how much control he had over like the
incorrect. The endos in FNAF 1
discussion
and 2 are different models. Also, when a Springlock suit is worn, the endo is not taken out, it's actually moved to the sides, so that there's room for a person to climb inside. Also, in my personal understanding of the series, it would be the endo that is haunted, not the casing.
Dude, these are like prehistoric. I think they were like training tapes
In short, all of Phone Guy's messages are unstuck in time, not recorded anytime near your tenure as security guard. That includes the ones in FNAF 2 talking about children going missing.
This is just what we had back then, and yeah, Matt was way off.
Yeah, an investigation of some missing children.
I feel like he was still kind of off compared to what I'm learning in this video.
For the night security guard from months ago.
Because we watched the first part.
This is just wrong.
And like,
Phone Guy says he'll be taking over the job after you. But if that was recorded
I thought it made sense, but now like when I'm hearing like another argument, I'm like, okay, that actually makes more sense.
Number 2, and Fritz is employee number 3. And we know that Purple Guy was employee number 1. The newspaper says the location was only open for a few weeks. Even just with the evidence from FNAF 2, this statement is just so wrong.
And just looking at it from every possible angle, all logic points to it being the Phone Guy.
Also, Matt still thinks Phone Guy is Purple Guy.
Consider this. He's the only person in the game who knows about the safe rooms.
That's
As we
got
mentioned
shit
before,
together.
all the safe rooms were sealed up back in the Springlock suit days, back in the first Freddy Fazbear's Pizza location, meaning every other employee coming afterward would have never even heard of these things. Phone Guy is the only character we meet who would have any knowledge of these rooms.
Yeah, but
he's
Phone
also
Guy...
the only person who knows how to use the Springlock suits. Again, once they were
Please don't make
decommissioned, the suits were hidden away. We know for a fact the killer was using one of the yellow spring-locked suits, and Phone Guy is the only character we know who had knowledge of A, where they were hidden, and B, how they were operated safely.
This part made my brain hurt.
I just don't get.
Matt
okay,
says Phone Guy is the.
Because like, Phone Guy's the only one that we know that knows about this stuff. But Phone Guy also is the only other security guard that we have. And it's not like they're gonna have like no employees and you're just gonna be the only security guard. Like,
only person who knows about the Springlock suits and the safe room.
Makes no sense.
Then he points out that no employees who work there after him would be told about them, and that he's the only character we meet who knows about them. That second part is true. He is the only character
people
we
hate me
meet
in
who
school
would know
because they said
about
Matt
them.
Pat was dumb
But
because of his
obviously, other
Undertale
people
theory.
know about the suits. Phone Guy records a memo to tell all the employees
I've seen his Kirby
about not
video,
touching the suits after they've
and
been decommissioned.
that I think is
He makes a memo about the room being
a little
boarded
bullshit.
up. Matt just went from Phone Guy is the last person in the group of employees who would know to Phone Guy is the only person who could possibly know.
It's just because we never got
Obviously,
the name of the guy who did
performers
the
who
first
used
night
the
shift
suits
in
would
FNAF
know.
2. He
The
was employee
technician
number
that
1.
took the suits away after they were decommissioned would know. And we know that Purple Guy was an employee. I don't know if Matt just had a brain fart or if he's grasping at straws, but this is literally just a lie. He also says that FNAF 1 is an alternate universe where the bad ending happened.
What?
No! I just wanted to talk about this video because it really paints a picture of how people had no idea what was going on at the time. And as we move into the next section, where I have no idea what's going on, I want you to understand how the people who interpreted FNAF 1 as an alternate universe bad ending prequel have no chance of understanding FNAF 4, the final chapter.
Alright, I'm gonna go pee really quick. So I'm a BRB. I'm gonna leave you guys with a wonderful video that you guys have not seen before.
I fucking sit down when I pee sometimes, man. I'm not less of a man because I'm not less of a man just because sometimes I like to take the load off when I pee. I don't want to be standing when I pee. I want to relax a little bit when I pee, so I sit down. Is that just a fucking crime? I fucking sit down when I pee sometimes, man. I'm not less of a man because I'm not less of a man just because sometimes I like to take the load off when I pee. I don't want to be standing when I pee. I want to relax a little bit when I pee, so I sit down. Is that just a fucking crime? I fucking sit down when I pee sometimes, man. I'm not less of a man because I'm not less of a man just because sometimes I like to take the load off when I pee. I don't want to be standing when I pee. I want to relax a little bit when I pee, so I sit down. Is that just a fucking crime? I fucking sit down when I pee sometimes, man. I'm not less of a man because I'm not less of a man. Just because sometimes I like to take the load off when I pee. I don't want to be standing when I pee. I want to relax when I pee, so I sit down. Is that just a fucking crime? I fucking sit down when I pee sometimes, man. I'm not less of a man because I'm not less of a man. Just because sometimes I like to take the load off when I pee. I don't want to be standing when I pee. I want to relax when I pee, so I sit down. Is that just a fucking crime? I fucking sit down when I pee sometimes, man. I'm not less of a man because I'm not less of a man. Just because sometimes I like to take the load off when I pee. I don't want to be standing when I pee. I want to relax when I pee, so I sit down. Is that just a fucking crime? I fucking sit down when I pee sometimes, man. I'm not less of a man because I'm not less of a man. Just because sometimes I like to take the load off when I pee. I don't want to be standing when I pee. I want to relax when I pee, so I sit down. Is that just a fucking crime? I fucking sit down when I pee sometimes, man. I'm not less of a man because I'm not less of a man. Just because sometimes I like to take the load off when I pee. I don't want to be.
Why is the audio still playing? Okay. Hi. Flex, what are you doing? These Midwestern emo intros are getting too real. I love that video so much. Don't do that. I hate that. I hate that so much. I had to really had to mute my mic because I almost screamed. Boo. Boo you. Anyhow, we're getting back to the video. Thank you for the follow, Quarter Toad.
FNAF 4, the final chapter, is the midpoint of our story.
I'm not a shitter.
Today. And if you think it's called the final chapter because it takes place furthest along in the timeline, then no, you'd be wrong. It's actually the first game in the timeline. Let's begin. The tagline for FNAF 4, which, yes, was changed its name in development, it wasn't actually called the final chapter. We can goof on that all we want, but that was technically not its name when it was released. The
what was its
tagline
name when it was released?
What is it that you think you see? And I have no idea, because this game broke the entire community, and to this day, nobody can agree on a word of it. FNAF 4 released on July 23rd, 2015, 3 months after FNAF 3, giving it the longest development time so far. And this shows. This game is fully in 3D, with the character actually being able to move. One thing it does lack, though, is any voice lines. There is no phone guide in this game, and not a single voiced line of dialogue.
Oh god.
The reason FNAF 4 exists, when it was meant to only be a trilogy, is because people complained that Springtrap's jump scare was lame. And it was. So Scott decided to make one more game, this time with the scariest jump scares yet. I talked at the beginning about how Scott usually makes his next game focusing on the feedback from the previous game, and that's why this game features nightmare animatronics. They're no longer bound by the expectations that anybody could realistically think these are appropriate for a pizzeria restaurant for kids. These are actual nightmares. The story reason for these nightmare animatronics is that the game is being told from the perspective of a child who is scared of Freddy's. So these monsters are his actual nightmares. Scott also promised that this would be the final chapter to conclude the story, which it did, at the time. The story had already concluded in FNAF 3, but this game added extra context to everything.
Okay.
It took the minimal story in these couple games about the killer,
also, thank you for
and
the
it actually made a very compelling story about the game's hero. The problem is, nobody understood that at the time, and many probably still don't.
Yeah, there's also the books and the movie, which... Okay, I have a theory about the movie, but we'll do that later. When we get to the Vanessa portion of the games. I have a theory about the movie. A game theory. The fuck? Oh god. No. Oh my god.
Okay, so you're playing not as a security guard, but as a young boy in his bedroom at night, and you must survive away from your nightmares from midnight until 6 a.m. Taking a cue from the original game, Bonnie comes from your left, Chica from your right.
I have a theory about the next movie
where he peeks out from something.
Or about why Vanessa is in the movie.
Your closet, and you have to check up on him every once in a while. And Freddy gets behind you in your office, or in your bedroom.
The fuck?
These are Freddles, and you have to check on them every once in a while to make them go away. With your back turned to the rest of the room, Bonnie and Chica can get you. When you lean out in the door into the hallway, you have to listen for breathing. If you hear breathing, you have to shut the door. Otherwise, you can send them away with your flashlight. So just like normal, we have a mechanic where you have to check on things to prevent you from just sitting there and doing nothing, that being Foxy and Freddy. And then we have other randomly timed events that you have to ward off until the night ends. This is classic FNAF. Between nights, we once again have Atari-style minigames like in FNAF 3. These are all about this young crying boy. This young crying boy does not have a name. Some people think his name is Evan, but it definitely is not. But that is what most people call him. There's also evidence for Garrett and Gregory. Since there's no official name, people usually just call him Crying Child.
He's like me for real.
CC. So for the rest of the video, I'm going to call him CC.
CC.
You see, I lied to you. I did a little trick. The first minigame is actually
making eye contact with
before
McGibby.
night 1.
I actually, like, unironically,
a small plush toy of Fredbear, not Freddy, Fredbear, like Golden Freddy, speaks to us.
I almost wanted to message him. See if he has a Twitter.
What did he do this time? He locked you in
so
your
he can
room again.
I have questions. I have questions, bro.
Don't be scared. I am here.
These days, some people
you.
think his name might be Dave. I think. What the hell?
Now you play as Cece in his bedroom. Fredbear plush is on the floor, as are plushes of the other Freddy characters, with the weird detail that Foxy's head is missing.
Yeah, what
in the actual gameplay sections, Foxy is not missing his head.
Okay, but these plushies are so cute.
Meaning they either take place before this, or this is a different Foxy plush, a different child's toy.
Name.
Freddy also has buttons, implying that this is the pre-FNAF 1 version of the character, which I don't think was ever in dispute. CC, the crying child, is crying constantly throughout the entire game. If you waltz on over to the plushes, CC will say,
"These are my friends."
If you try to go out the door, you'll find it's locked or blocked from the other side, and CC will fall over and sob. Then a voice will say,
Dave the Diver.
Tomorrow is another day.
This text is the same color that Fredbear uses when he speaks. What's kind of weird is that Fredbear in the first scene in the game does not have any color in his eyes.
Calm down, Violet
but for the rest of the game, he has white eyes. After your first night of defending yourself from monsters, it's time for another mini-game. What you may have noticed is that these two rooms are obviously not the same room. This room has 2 doors.
Yeah.
This room has 1. This is not the
This is a room at the end of a hallway.
Which is very weird.
4 days until the party.
Cece can leave his room now and walk around the house, but not before Fredbear warns him that
Who's
someone is hiding.
Is that in the game?
Fredbear appears above a grandfather clock in the hallway, seemingly able to teleport wherever he wants. If you go left, you'll walk into a room with a TV. A boy in a foxy
oh my
mask
God.
will jump out at you, and you start to cry.
Bro, fuck
the
this
game
kid.
Ends.
Tomorrow is another day.
There's nothing in the text confirming it, but I think we can assume that this is CC's older brother.
No, there's no voice acting.
Then there's a curveball thrown right at you. Fun with plush
That seems to be
now
Matt
enter a minigame where you are sitting in a short hallway with 4 doors. At the end of the hallway is a nightmarish plushie of Springtrap sitting in a chair. For gameplay reasons, the point of this minigame is to get the doll to stop on the X on the floor. If you do, then your next
There's a
night
version of
is
this
2
game in
hours shorter.
Fortnite.
But story-wise... A plushie of Spring Bonnie existing makes perfect sense. There is one of Fredbear, obviously. But the nightmarish appearance of this one makes it seem like this was also a nightmare, and it looks kind of like Springtrap, and it's called Plush Trap. But while it makes sense that a child who is not CC because the rooms are different, but a child would have nightmares about animatronics and have to stay up until morning, I don't understand the child who imagines a scary doll in the short hallway. I don't know when this takes place.
3 days until the party.
That is Matt Pat.
CC is crying under a table at a Freddy's location.
He left without you. He knows that you hate it here.
So, older brother, Foxy Bro, if you will, took us to Freddy's and then left us here. And CC is scared of the restaurant. Except he thinks the plushes are his friends. He's fine with the characters. It's the animatronics he's scared of. Which makes sense, because as a child, I was also scared of the animatronics at Chuck E. Cheese's, but not the characters.
Deep fried.
The voice of Fredbear tells CC to run to the exit.
Cheese rat.
You are right beside the exit. If you run, you can make it.
If you run left, he says,
No. Don't you remember what you saw? The exit is the other way. Hurry and leave.
When you then go the correct way, a performer in a Fredbear costume will walk up to you. This is likely a Springlock suit, given that there are teeth in the costume as opposed to a mascot suit. Fredbear, the disembodied voice, will say,
It's too late. Hurry the other way and find someone who will help. You know what will happen if he catches you.
On the next screen over, we see shadows on the wall of Bonnie and Freddy. These are in animatronic mode because you can't see anything inside of them, but it's unclear if these are shadows of figures who are behind the camera, behind our perspective.
I don't think those are like...
if this gray background
I just think they're actual shadows.
A curtain of some sort, and they're on the other side casting a shadow. Or maybe it's actually Shadow Freddy and Rick Fispasca as entities coming for us. Fredbear says,
You can find help if you can get past them. You have to be strong.
Run, little boy,
run! This really does
run!
Make it seem like they are physically in the way, not just somewhere else in the room. If you go to the right again, you can see into a previously closed door. Purple Guy is standing in the dark, a name tag on his shirt.
This is me running.
This is not a badge. It's not in the shield shape we saw back in FNAF 2. This is a normal, rectangle name tag. And he's helping a performer into a Bonnie suit. Based on the lack of eyes and teeth, this really looks like a normal mascot costume.
I ran away.
Not a Springlock suit. It's also mildly weird that the 2 animatronic characters would be performing on stage, while there's another Fredbear mascot walking around, and now another Bonnie ready to come out. If you try to leave, the guy in the Fredbear suit will follow you. You collapse beside or next to a table.
Tomorrow is another day.
Oh god.
Okay, let's talk about Fredbear plush. He's capable of teleporting, I guess. He speaks to you as if he's a different person. He's not Foxy Bro, he's not Purple Guy. He might be an imaginary friend. He might be possessed by a ghost. White eyes usually mean possession in these games. But we can rule out Foxy Bro and Purple Guy because they are both visibly on-screen doing things when Fredbear is talking to Cece.
2 days until the party.
Fun fact, the FNAF Wiki actually has this quoted as 2 days before the party. Despite it getting every single other one of these quotes correct, the FNAF Wiki is kind of a mess all around. Anyway, this minigame opens, still at Freddy's.
I love you. I love you too, Samurai.
You have to get up.
Come on, you gotta get up, little boy.
You can get out this time, but you have to hurry.
Just run.
Cece goes outside to find a boy in a green shirt holding a Spring Bonnie plush.
Where's your plush toy? Mine is Spring Bonnie. My daddy says I have to be careful
Why is
with
Patrick
him,
Star
or
here?
I will pinch my finger.
What the fuck?
He is a finger trap, he
Why
says.
is Patrick Star in this?
So that means that in the game, he's Spring Bonnie. Fazbear Entertainment is not manufacturing Springtrap toys, thankfully, as that would ruin all sense of time. The gross version from the gameplay is just a nightmare, and I'm very glad about that.
Yeah, they did the kid really
and this
dirty,
boy's
what the hell?
about the plush being a finger trap is something. It probably means something.
What the fuck?
And I guess I'm gonna have to talk about it eventually, so why not now? There's a theory that this game is intended to show that every FNAF game is a dream, a nightmare. The mini-games in FNAF 4 being the only real parts of the story, with every other game, including their mini-games, being a dream. That theory states that this boy saying this to Cece is what inspired Cece to dream up Springtrap for the FNAF 3 nightmare. We're gonna put that on the back burner, I'll address it all later, but I want you to know I don't think this was ever the intention.
I also thought it was AI.
If that's not the intention of Scott, then what does this line mean? Well, Springlock suits already exist, so those training tapes Phone Guy made might already exist.
We'll put the FNAF
in which case, the employees at the pizzeria already know that they're dangerous. Could this kid be Phone Guy's son?
Oh my god!
No, I mean, there's no evidence for it except for that it makes this line make sense.
Never mind,
but,
it was
there's
AI?
no evidence for Dream Theory except that it makes this line make sense. So I'm gonna go on a limb. I'm gonna say this is Phone Guy's son. Headcanon confirmed. Obviously, that's just a joke. It's also possible that this is a joke that Scott just put in the game because he knew we would get it, but people use this line as key evidence that every single other game is a dream, and that is just silly.
No, the games are not a dream. Everything happened is real.
Pigtails. You'll also find Fredbear's head sticking out of a flower, which is weird, and which lends more evidence to the supernatural theory. Or possibly the head is just a representation of the plush. There is something plush-like about that flower. The green-eyed girl says,
"You'd better watch out. I hear they come to life at night. And if you die, they hide your body and never tell anyone. Why do you look so worried?
That's a grown woman.
See you at the party."
So Dream Theory really makes this line make a lot more sense.
I didn't realize when I pressed 5 it was going to throw the water bottle at me.
This is the reason for Cece's nightmare.
I have to change
a playground rumor saying that they put your bodies in suits at night. Except no. Cece thinks the animatronics are scary now during the day. He's not scared of them only at night. In FNAF 1, when you die, you see your eyeballs in the Freddy head, meaning that they do actually stuff you in the suit. In this game, the screen goes red when you get caught. In other games, the screen cuts to static. When you get caught in this game, you actually die. If this rumor led to the other games being a nightmare, then there's no reason why that wouldn't be included in the nightmare of this game. The animatronics in this game should also stuff you, but no, they just kill you. You know who knows about the animatronics putting people into suits?
When you remove hydrate from your stream, I have a hydrate redeem.
He says it so nonchalantly that it might happen. This is a small town, and these kids are always around.
I guess I turned it off.
The idea that the animatronics at night might put
people... I turned... Oh, hold on. I have it turned off. I had it turned off for my debut. Here, I'll turn it back on. The hell is it? There you go. It's back on now. I turned it off for the debut because I was like, I don't want to be spammed with hydrates.
In suits because they think they're endoskeletons.
Yeah, we're gonna watch. No, we're still watching this.
An employee being told this at training
Thank
might
you
leak
for the
out to the rest of the town, and then kids might hear it and think that the animatronics are actually alive.
Drink piss and live.
Hides under the table and cries.
Thank you for the hydrate.
No one else is scared. Why are you? Stop being such a baby.
Next to a parked car, where just the sliver of Fredbear can be seen, is a boy with a balloon. A balloon boy.
Are you going to the party? Everyone is going to the party.
Shut up.
Oh, wait. You have to go. It's your birthday.
I don't want to go. Fuck
so
you.
now we know that
Why
the
are you a
days
bully?
being counted down to are for Cece's birthday, presumably at Freddy's, which he is scared of. Dream Theory people also think that this boy is what caused Cece to dream about Balloon Boy. If that was the case, and I don't mean to say if that was possible, I mean if that's what Scott intended, then I would assume the balloon he's holding would at least be the right color, and maybe he'd have a hat, or a striped shirt. Obviously, it's not that hard to depict a striped shirt given that Cece is wearing one. Then there's this girl, playing on a playground with her toys.
Why aren't you crying? Don't you like my toy collection?
At her feet are toys of Bonnie, Chica, and Freddy. This is obviously a reference to the toy animatronics. Now, dear viewer, it may seem as if I'm digging myself into a hole by denying this dream theory thing. It makes a lot of sense.
Okay, there we go. The bears are
allows
fixed.
CC to imagine the toy animatronics in FNAF 2 because he saw these toys here. One key detail that people point to is that Chica is missing her beak. We will talk about that later. In FNAF 2,
why are we worrying
Chica
about
starts
Chica's
the night
beak
with her
being missing?
and then removes it when she comes hunting for you. Clearly, this aspect of CC's nightmare he is dreaming FNAF 2 is inspired by this girl and her broken toys that CC saw once. Right, guys?
No.
There are two other options.
That makes
One
no
is that the
fucking
actual
sense.
toy figure has beak removal functionality, like it's part of the toy's design. I find it unlikely that this girl who is so proud of her collection would have just right now broken the beak for the first time and not be upset by it. I think it's removable, or at least that's possible.
Oh my god, my dog ran out of my room and I was
is that
went
Toy
to
Chica
pee.
removes her beak because this toy broke. Because this girl is an MCI victim who becomes Chica. I said that I don't think the FNAF 2 animatronics were possessed, and I don't. I don't think they're possessed by the 5 children who were murdered in the FNAF 2 location. But Phone Guy says that the withered animatronics were used for parts for the toys. So if Chica's medal has the imprint of the life force of a girl who Purple Guy killed, and that medal was then reused in Toy Chica, then maybe she takes off her beak because this girl liked taking off her toy's beak.
And she
Kids
took
these
off the
days
beak because she's
just
crazy.
Can't keep their hands to themselves. It's possible the staff had to put Chica's beak back on after every shift. There were some theories that these kids would all be the MCI victims, like this kid is actually possessing Balloon Boy, this one is Freddy, but it's not like this kid becomes Springtrap. And then there's another theory that this is Jeremy from FNAF 2. So I don't want to overreach and say this is Chica, but I think that makes more sense than Dream Theory. People like Dream Theory because it answers everything and is easy.
Dream,
Theory is
dream.
simple. Everything else is complex. Then you walk up to your house and you can go and turn on the TV, and if you do, it says Fredbear and Friends, 1983. Scott basically came out to confirm that this means that the game takes place in 1983. Obviously, if you see a TV show with a copyright date, that does not mean that it is currently the year of the copyright date. If I'm making a movie and someone is watching The Wizard of Oz, that does not mean the movie takes place in the 30s. It does mean the movie takes place at least after that year. But yeah, Scott did come out to confirm that this means that the game takes place in 1983. Meaning our timeline of important events will now look like: sometime in roughly 1972, the Fredbear characters are created. 1983, CC's birthday bash. 1985, the MCI. 1987, the kidnapped children's incident in the Bite of 87. 1992, FNAF 1 closes and Phone Guy dies. And 2015, Springtrap is unleashed.
Okay.
Meaning we are 2 years away from Phone Guy committing his first murder. And I got no idea what sets him off and causes that to happen. I hope we find out.
Phone Guy doesn't do
anything. If you go
anything.
right past your bedroom, you'll find the room of a young girl. There is a disassembled toy of what appears to be Mangle on the floor. And this is one of the things that confused a lot of people back in the day. People assumed that Mangle was invented at the FNAF 2 location, putting his creation sometime around 1987. But this technically is not stated anywhere. The Phone Guy.
I think he's just making fun of
they
that.
tried to remake
Okay.
Foxy, you know? They thought the first one was too scary, so they redesigned them to be more kid-friendly and put them in Kids Cove to keep the toddlers entertained, you know. But kids these days just can't keep their hands to themselves. The staff literally had to put Foxy back together at the end of every shift. So eventually they just stopped trying and left him as some kind of take-apart, put-back-together attraction. Now he's just a mess of parts. I think the employees refer to him as just the Mangle.
There's no
so
reason they
sad.
can't have decided to remake Foxy and put him in Kids Cove in the original Freddy's location.
They really
The
have
FNAF 2
William
location
Afton
was
as a
only
name
open
at this
for
point,
1
just
week
Purple
before you
Guy?
start the
Okay.
game. So the choice of words with him saying eventually after every shift, well, that makes it seem like it lasted more than a week. I think it's safe to say that Mangle existed in the first Freddy's Pizza location, meaning that this girl having a Mangle toy makes perfect sense.
But if
even though this
Mangle's
game takes place
Foxy,
before FNAF 2.
I'm confused.
When you enter your room, Foxy Bro jump scares you.
Bro, fuck Foxy Bro.
Tomorrow is another day.
I'm gonna hit him with the car.
One day until the party.
This scene starts in the back room of the pizzeria. Much like the one in FNAF 1, there are spare costumes and endo parts. On the floor is a headless animatronic. This has caused a lot of drama in the community because some people think it has a kid shoved inside it, and that is hair sticking out. I'm not 100% sure, but I think it's just wires. The idea that Purple Guy would murder a kid, shove him in there, in front of Cece, and then leave the suit headless so the body is just out in the open makes so little sense. Cece
William
cries
Afton
out,
is a smart criminal.
Let me out. Please. Please let me out.
It's implied that Foxy Bro locked him in this room, which is obviously the scariest room in the building.
That's so bad. That's so mean.
Unlike all other nights, the text, "Tomorrow is another day," does not appear. The next night is different from all other nights. Instead of the roster of animatronics we've been facing so far, there is now only one enemy, Nightmare Fredbear, an evil manifestation of the creature Cece fears the most.
And
Despite
Afton
Fredbear
didn't
being
tell him at
his
this point.
best friend, it should be noted that Fredbear the plush and the Nightmare
He's done for
have
getting in
purple
the
hats
suit.
and ties. Golden Freddy, as we will come to know him as later, has black accessories. So while Fredbear and Golden Freddy are basically the same character, it seems like between this game and the next game he appears in, the company changes his appearance, for some reason.
It should also be noted that the version of Fredbear in the Stage 01 minigame from FNAF 3 has black accessories, putting this moment after FNAF 4's minigames. As Fredbear travels around the map glitching to various different sides, we actually see a screen where the 3 cheering children turn into only 2 cheering children.
What the fuck?
This may indicate that the Spring Bonnie character has killed while Fredbear was absent. This would line up with our timeline of the MCI happening sometime after 1983. After Fredbear will go from purple to black accessories. Let's take a look at what may have caused that change.
0 days until the party.
It's Cece's birthday party at Freddy's, a place that he hates. A place that makes him cry in front of all the neighborhood children. In front of him is his brother, and his brother's 3 friends in masks.
Oh my
the Freddy
god,
mask kid
I hate
is likely
this kid.
the one that laughed at Cece earlier, although his hair is a slightly different color. That's fine though, we can excuse things being a slightly different color as just a minor mistake. In blue text, we read,
"Wow, your brother is kind of a baby, isn't he?"
Given that Foxy Bro's text is gray like his shirt, it's unclear if the blue text belongs to Bonnie Kid or Chica Kid, whose shirt
I think it's
is blue.
Chica Kid.
It's hilarious. Why don't we help him get a closer look? He will love it. No, please. Come on, guys. Let's give this little man a lift. He wants to get up close and personal.
Now this part makes no sense as they walk past the shadows to the stage with the characters on it. Either I'm incapable of grasping the perspective of this 2D landscape's representation.
I also hate this because I saw this in
the
the
shadow
game
animatronics,
theory video.
watching events take hold, and nobody but us can see them.
No, I don't want to go. You heard the little man. He wants to get even closer. Hey guys, I think the little man said he wants to give Fredbear a big kiss.
No.
On 3. 1, 2.
Ugh. Hate that.
Night 6 has every animatronic in the original Freddy crew, as well as Nightmare Fredbear. Completion of this night leads us to the final cutscene.
Okay. Give him the elbow. All 4. Yeah, I want to feed all of. Yeah, that was the bite of 87.
Great text. The text indicating that it's Foxy Bro speaking. He says,
Can you hear me? I don't know if you can hear me. I'm sorry.
Yellow text, Fredbear's text, then says,
You're broken.
Oh god. 1983 is when the franchise was made.
We are still your friends.
It's not 1983. That's because he said that in the video. 1983 is when.
Do you still believe that?
The show was on. Because there's the. Okay, there's two bites. There's the bite of 83 and there's the bite of 87.
I am still here.
The plushes all fade away, leaving Fredbear last.
Oh, yeah. My bad.
Back together.
I'm confused. There's just a lot going on.
Then, Cece fades away. But
What
it's not
the
the
hell?
scene ending. The ground is still visible. It's just Cece.
What the fuck?
Also, the FNAF Wiki claims that this song is from Halo. It's not. There's a YouTube video where somebody used this song over like a montage of sad Halo moments, and for some reason people think that the song is then from Halo. It's actually from a royalty-free audio library. And nobody questioned how Scott would be able to license music from Bungie. They just wrote it on the wiki. Also, yeah, Cece's dead. I think the text here is pretty self-explanatory. As the plushies fade, Fredbear tells Cece that they're still his friends. As they disappear, it is symbolically showing that Cece no longer considers them his friends, because kids wearing the masks of those characters just killed him.
Yeah,
Fredbear
fuck those
desperately
guys.
clings to Cece, saying, "I'm still here, I will put you back together." And then he disappears too. This is Cece giving up on these characters, not just the animatronics, but the plushies too. I can hear fans screaming about how I didn't mention that the text is a different color when Fredbear talks on this final night. And that is true. His text color for the rest of the nights is darker. This is different. There's a lot of different theories for this. For one, lighter colored Fredbear shares the text color with Pigtail Girl from earlier. So maybe that's the sister and this is her talking. Maybe she was Fredbear all along. There's also the possibility that it is literally just a mistake. Like I said earlier, we can forgive slight color errors. Like Scott, while programming, accidentally copied the color code from Pigtail Girl's text instead of all the other instances of Fredbear, because they just look so similar. Then there's the theory that there's just something different about the voice during this final scene. For example, if Fredbear has a speaker inside of him explaining how he talks, then maybe Foxy Bro goes from talking out loud to then talking through the plush to try to reach his brother. Or if it's some other character like Cece's father, who has been talking through the plush the entire game, maybe now he's not talking through the plush. Maybe now the father is talking in the same room as Cece. My personal theory about the plush is completely based on evidence from the next game, so we'll get back to that. But for now, just keep in mind that there is a debate to this very day about what the bear is.
Bear's like a nanny cam.
At first glance, the story told in this game is completely nonsensical with the rest of the series. We know that there were 5 MCI victims, and thus this kid is not the spirit inside Golden Freddy, because he was not killed by the purple guy. So he does not count as one of those 5 kids. This is before the murders, and before Purple Guy starts tampering with soul juice. So why is this story being told? Who is this kid who to this day is nameless? Why is his story important? To try to figure that out, we need to look at some Easter eggs hidden in the game. Beyond the supernatural appearance of the nightmare animatronics in the main gameplay, there's also other aspects of the game that appear to be not entirely real. Occasionally, when looking behind you at the bed, you can see a bottle of pills, flowers in a vase, and an IV drip. These being obvious references to a hospital, or to Cece dying in the hospital after the bite. There's a chance that a strange ambient noise can be heard while playing. When sped up and reversed, the audio is actually the phone call from Night 1 of FNAF 1.
Oh, what the fuck?
This is one of the most important pieces of evidence for trying to figure out what this gameplay is actually trying to say. For one, it firmly places the events of the nighttime gameplay itself after FNAF 1. It also limits the candidates who we might be playing as to 2 different people, Phone Guy and Mike Schmidt. There's also a purple phone
Mike
toy
Schmidt
in
is
the room,
PETA.
which seemingly is just an Easter egg to the other games, but it takes on a new meaning if you take into account the fact that this game is supposed to be a dream. The actual game's gameplay, the nighttime part, is a dream, or a nightmare, being had by Mike Schmidt sometime after FNAF 1.
PETA.
He's dreaming about his time as a night guard, Chica coming from the right,
I
Bonnie
hate
from the
you,
left,
what do you
Foxy
mean?
behind a curtain, and Freddy behind him. The phone from the office is here. He can hear the recorded phone call from his first night on the job. He can see references to a hospital where his brother Cece died. This story is being told
sense.
because it's the origin of Mike Schmidt, Foxy Bro, who accidentally got his brother killed as a teenager, and who later went on to be a security guard at Freddy's. I said earlier that we can roll out Cece being the spirit inside Golden Freddy, because Golden Freddy is already possessed by one of the MCI kids. Except we don't need to rule him out. Back in FNAF 3, we saw Golden Freddy with a light inside his head that appeared to be two different lights. Having two souls might be why he's capable of teleporting. Being two beings is probably why
he spent 5
is
nights
capable
at Freddy's.
of flying at the player in FNAF 2.
He could spend 7 nights.
Because that aspect of the character is one soul, the more violent MCI victim's soul. Whereas all Golden Freddy normally does is crash the game. He doesn't kill you, because Cece wouldn't kill his older brother. He would just appear to him and say, "It's me." The Happiest Day minigame in FNAF 3 is a mirrored version of the restaurant from FNAF 4, except this time, the kids in the Freddy masks are there to celebrate Golden Freddy's birthday with the help of the puppet. They're recreating the birthday party he never got, to give it its happy ending.
Oh my god.
As he died, Cece stopped thinking of these characters as his friends, but when they all came up to him to give him a good birthday, he then voluntarily put on his Fredbear mask, reuniting with his friends. His friends, the Freddy's characters, not the MCI kids. Golden Freddy doesn't exist in the good ending of FNAF 3, because even though Cece's soul was freed, the MCI kid, the one who he shared the suit with, was not. So the story of FNAF is the story of Mike Schmidt, who accidentally got his brother killed at a Freddy's in 1983. He investigates the kidnappings and possible deaths of children in 1987, the day after the bite of 87, but then was fired that same day for tampering with the animatronics. 5 years later, in 1992, he applied to be the security guard at the next Freddy's location after Phone Guy announced he was retiring.
There's so much.
His brother appeared before him in a ghostly apparition and said, "It's me." After getting fired for tampering with the animatronics,
imagine if I watched that 2 times speed.
Again, he started having nightmares about his time as a security guard and his brother's ghost. These dreams took place inside his childhood bedroom, a room that we never see in the mini-games in FNAF 4. When a new Freddy's location finally opened up years later, Fazbear Frights, he took the job. He worked there for a while before the game started until they brought in the Springtrap animatronic. He hallucinates the animatronics he saw at the other buildings while he's warding off Springtrap. And the puppet, who is really
he has
there,
beef with
spares
Springtrap.
him, because he knows that Mike is not Purple Guy. Mike eventually burns the place down, defeating Purple Guy once and for all. He frees all of the spirits, including his own brother. That is the story of FNAF, with some loose threads. We know that Springtrap, like in any good horror movie, survived and is ready
at this
for the
point
next
they don't even
adventure.
know
We
that William
one of the
Afton
souls
exists.
inside Golden Freddy is still around, and then there is the one left hanging cliffhanger, which we're going to talk about right now. We're going to talk about the box. After completing the final challenge of FNAF 4, you're greeted with this screen. It's a small box with 2 locks. The text,
"Perhaps some things are best left forgotten for now,"
appears above the box. I think the word forgotten is the key word.
Nope,
in
they
that
don't
text.
know that the Purple
We'll
Guy's
talk about
identity or that
more
Purple Guy's
later.
father either.
Scott would say later that this is not a tease about a future FNAF game. The box was to be opened once somebody solved the mystery of FNAF 4. I said in the beginning that Scott likes to make games using the criticism from his previous game. He said he was disappointed by how quickly the lore was figured out in the first 3 FNAF games, so he wanted to make the 4th game more complex. He assumed that somebody like MatPat would figure it out, but nobody ever did. To this day, nobody agrees on what FNAF 4 is about. So whatever is in that box has to be a solution that is validated by somebody figuring out the story. Theories that it's just Cece's plushes or it's the puppet don't actually reveal or explain anything. I'll talk about what I think is in the box in a couple minutes, but to this
What's in the
day,
box?
people still cannot agree on what they think's inside it, with the best guess being evidence for dream theory.
When our powers combine, we can come up with a cringeworthy theory that the internet might only mildly cancel us over.
After FNAF 4, Game Theory had a live stream where the world's leading FNAF experts talked about the story.
The world's leading FNAF experts is wild.
I remember watching this stream live as it happened, and let me tell you, it was the hypest thing imaginable. I also think it's funny that a lot of people who talk about FNAF on YouTube will mention that they watched this stream happening live. It's like there's this group of people who led very different lives, and they all converged for one moment in 2015, watching MatPat live on stream, and then splintered off again. But now are all talking about FNAF on YouTube, and watching each other's videos, and it really seems like this one moment in time is like the origin story for a lot of people.
They didn't know this happened.
This is a canon moment. Anyway, while MatPat and his buddies were rambling on trying to solve the game,
can see the other guy
Scott started updating his website with hints trying to steer the conversation. Scott would say
I'll
years
go right
later
here.
that he regretted interacting with the community by commenting on theories because he felt like he led people down the wrong path. And I think he's talking about this live
It's fair enough to call Doco an expert.
During this live stream have been held up like the holy bible of FNAF.
Oh wow,
where
let's
people act like
the
if you
group
can answer
see.
these questions, you can solve the whole story.
I was there.
So okay,
See,
so clearly
I'm right
this
here
is
on the
something
couch
that a
with
lot of
them.
people have screenshotted off the Scott games.
In the FNAF 4 minigame, why would the tiny toy Chica be missing her beak? That
This is literally, can I just say how literally insane, like, I'm really excited, like, this is...
We broke it open again.
No, I mean, Scott has broken it open for us. He's like, hey
I knew
guys,
shut
look
up.
at the thing that you missed.
Yeah.
I'm tall.
And, oh my gosh, and even
See,
in the asset you see
I'm the same height.
Chica's beak lying
hold
on
on.
the ground. There, right there. Which is a reference
See,
to
I'm
FNAF
taller than the kid.
This is a reference to what I discussed before about this girl and her toys. Back then, when I was making fun of Dream Theory, I mentioned how Dream Theorists think this means that Toy Chica is missing her beak in FNAF 2 because Cece saw this broken
Ultimate
toy
Custom
right
Night
now.
520 just to get an
But I
interview
think
with Scott.
this is backwards. I think the Toy
Same
Chica in the
height
game
as
is
child.
missing
Yeah,
her
that's
beak
good.
because Toy Chica
Bro.
in FNAF 2 is missing her beak. And if you're confused
I
and saying,
am
well, how
tall.
can something that happened in 1987
I'm not
affect
tall, but
something
I'm not
back in
short.
1983? Well, I will get to that, and you will be no less confused.
That's when she loses her beak, because
Dude, yesterday was National Throw Short People Day, and it was like, if you're under 5'4", you get thrown. Me, 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 me. I'm literally an inch shorter than being short, so shut up.
correct in saying that.
I believe so.
Doco, can you confirm or...
Hold on, I'm sorry.
Every day,
Scott's doing
Run
another
away
question.
for waking up because I'm taller than
Oh
Mike.
god, he said
Shut
what
up.
he's seeing in shadows is easily misunderstood.
Bro, there are people that
in
are
the
shorter
mind
than
of a
me.
child. Silence.
Confucius say.
Fine, I won't stream ever again, Samurai.
Easily misunderstood in the mind of a child?
Yes, that's
I'll never
exactly what he said.
This has been interpreted in multiple ways, including the shadow animatronics,
It's the last
and
stream
also
you guys
this
ever
scene
get.
of Cece watching Purple Guy put a performer into their costume. My issue with this scene being the catalyst for any theory, especially if the theory is that Cece thinks this is Purple Guy the murderer stuffing someone in a suit to kill them, is that he doesn't seem scared of this action at all. He's scared of the guy in the Fredbear costume. He was also scared of the restaurant before seeing this. Some people also think it's a reference to the Nightmare animatronics.
I hate that.
Basically, they don't actually look like nightmares. They
Makes me
look
taller
like
than
something else, and
being
they're just
licensed, not that
misunderstood
hard.
in the
I'm
darkness.
taller than you if I wear heels.
disagree, because of Scott using the words
We're
easily misunderstood.
My platform
when we
boots,
later
I'm
talk
taller
about
than
why
you.
the Nightmare animatronics look like this, you'll see that there's nothing easy about it.
Here's a weird, this is weird, okay?
Yeah.
But it's one of the things that immediately jumps to my mind. Is it possible, again, this is completely off the wall, is it possible that FNAF 2 didn't actually happen?
And it was just, yeah, I know what you mean.
Like, is it possible? Yeah, no, is it possible that FNAF 2, like the main game of FNAF 2, like putting on the mask, the animatronics like sliding across the screen, jumping out, all that stuff. Is it possible that all similar to FNAF 4, which takes place inside the mind of a child?
Yeah, this is kind of stupid.
Is it possible that FNAF 2 also took place in the mind of a child? What? What the fuck? Maybe again this tortured boy who sees Chica without her beak, who sees the toy animatronics, who sees Mangle in pieces in a separate room in his home. Is that a I don't know. Like, again, this is me theorizing out of the blue, just toss. But my mind, when I hear, or when I see Chica without her beak, and I hear Scott saying, what exists in the mind of what you see in the shadows, what could be, like, is
this guy on?
Just this hypothetical situation that this child has, like...
This needs to stop now!
And I hate going to the, like... Because one of the things that we strive for on Game Theorists is, when we create theories, not resorting to, like, it's a coma!
Pat resorts to it's a coma! Oh my god!
What if everything in FNAF was just a dream? That's right, a FNAF dream theory. That everything we play through in these games was created in the mind of the FNAF 4's crying child.
It is.
The nail in the coffin. The one
it
piece of evidence
not.
that no one can deny, and that, to my knowledge, no one has talked about in the months of theorizing. The detail that convinced me this theory has to be true. Are you ready to have your mind blown? Listen to the sound that you hear at the end of every night of the first 3 games. A grandfather clock chiming the same song every time. Why would the end of my shift in an office be signaled by a grandfather clock chime? It wouldn't, unless I was asleep, dreaming in my house with a grandfather clock right outside my room, just like the layout of the crying child's house we see in the FNAF 4 minigames. 6 o'clock a.m., time to get up. But now let's look at FNAF 4. How does each night end there?
It's not a dream.
Clock. Why? Because we're no longer in the crying child's house. We're in a hospital, trying to recover from being bitten. Hence the pills, IV, and flower
with Charlie Day.
Eggs. No hospital has a grandfather clock.
It's literally him.
All equipped with a generic digital alarm clock. This, to me, was the missing link, the piece of evidence that took this theory from convenient explanation for a lot of the game's weirdness to definitive proof that this is what Scott intended.
Okay, but the movie with the dream theory, it makes sense in the movie because fucking Mike, the guy in the movie, Peter Malark, right? He's having these nightmares over and over. I swear to God, I saw the bit thing, and if I oh, okay.
Guess we dreaming FNAF, because comas is...
I thought that was gonna be another FNAF jump scare. I saw it pop up, and I was like... Anyways. Okay, but here's the thing. It makes sense for dream theory to make sense in the movie, because the main character, the main protagonist of the movie, is like having nightmares about his missing brother, and those have been happening, and that we know that that's happening. So dream theory gets brought up because it's something that he's actively trying to figure out because he's having these nightmares and he's trying to like lucid dream his way into remembering something. It doesn't make sense in the FNAF games. Holy shit, he's not even bringing up the fucking paychecks. There's names on the paychecks. Exactly. Matt is suggesting the 4 whole... Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's bullshit to say that all 4 games are dreams when there's not... Like, okay, we have the one game where there's dreams. It doesn't mean... Just because the sound effects are the same, probably because they're royalty-free assets. Hi, Coco, thank you for the lurk. That's the same thing. It's not real.
He said...
Oh, this is still from Scott?
Is this email?
No, apparently it's from the website.
Alright.
It said 4 games, 1 story. That's what he said on the website. 4 games, 1 story.
I mean, we were assuming that it was kind of 1 story. I mean...
4 games, 1 story. This clearly was pointing people in the direction that this wasn't just some random story about a kid who died years before the other games. We've already talked about how Foxy Bro is Mike Schmidt, so there you go, that's how all 4 games are one story. These hints and general theories about the game led to Dream Theory. Now, I've already said that I think that the nighttime gameplay segments of FNAF 4 are a dream, but this theory is saying that every single FNAF game is a dream being had by CC. He gets bit, he goes to the hospital, he dreams FNAF 1, FNAF 2, FNAF 3, and FNAF 4, with the only real things being the mini-games in FNAF 4. Purple Guy in his nightmares is a murderer who stuffs kids into suits because he saw him putting someone in a suit, and this girl told him that the animatronics come to life at night and kill people, which is why he dreams FNAF 1. And he got bit, so obviously he dreams about the bite of 87. And Toy Chica is missing her beak because this toy was missing its beak. In fact, the toy animatronics only exist because toys exist, and Springtrap is based on this plushie being a finger trap, and Balloon Boy is this kid. Some of this makes sense, like the Toy Chica beak thing.
It's just
but
actually
so much
stupid.
of it does not. This means that he dreamt FNAF 1 through 3 at home before being taken to the hospital to dream FNAF 4. And for some reason, there's a digital clock going off at 6 a.m. in a room in a hospital for a boy in a coma. It means that this boy, in the year 1983, is having a dream about being an adult security guard in 1992, including dreaming about correct minimum wage increases from 1987 to 1992. He dreamt things like overtime paychecks, the existence of furries by 2015. He dreamt he was multiple different people, including Jeremy, Fritz, and Michael. And he dreamt Happiest Day, which is obviously the conclusion of his story. That's his character arc. But he also dreamt
this is actually
in the void with Fredbear plush. His death. This is his ending. He has 2 endings in this theory. If there's nothing supernatural going on and it's a dream, he has 2 endings. If there is something supernatural going on and it's not a dream, one ending is his death and the other ending is him moving on. Dream theory will be completely disproven by FNAF 5, but the modern idea is that Dream theory was the intended way to solve FNAF 4, and then Scott changed it.
You need to have a conversation,
it was all a
Matthew.
dream,
What do you
endings
want?
Are dumb. This allows people to basically write off.
I know you
FNAF
didn't know
4,
much at the
because
time.
Any details that don't line up with their
but
theories can easily be shoved
anybody
aside
who's
and
read
say,
a book,
oh, that was a hint to Dream theory, which is retcon.
or played
so I
a
don't need to worry
game,
about that anymore.
or knows how to read a story or tell a story, would be stupid.
It was all a dream ending. The following is an excerpt from something Scott wrote on Steam on August 24th, 2015.
I don't read.
A month
I can change
and a day
that.
after FNAF 4 released. I have something fun in mind, a new game, not FNAF 5, but it will be a real challenge to have even a small playable portion by October 31st. If a playable demo isn't ready by then at the very least, there will be some sneak peek content. We'll talk about that in a minute.
Okay.
Now, Scott was planning on a Halloween update for FNAF 4, and that's what this post is about, so he's gonna now address the box will not be opened in that update. Now I want to talk about what won't be included, the box. You know, when I released the first game over a year ago, I was amazed at how quickly everyone found every bit of lore and story. Then the same happened with Part 2. Fans and YouTubers dug in and found everything. Game Theory did an incredible video on Part 2, getting almost everything right. Then Part 3 came out, and once again, the story was uncovered by the community. It seemed that there was nothing I could hide. But then I released Part 4, and somehow, no one, not a single person, found the pieces. The story remains completely hidden. I guess most people assumed that I filled the game with random Easter eggs this time.
He's calling it all stupid!
What's in the box? It's the pieces put together. But the bigger question is, would the community accept it that way? The fact that the pieces have remained elusive this time strikes me as incredible and special, a fitting conclusion in some ways, and because of that, I've decided that maybe some things are best left forgotten forever. People take the "but would the community accept
what's
it
in
that
the
way"
box
quote and put it further as more
like
evidence for Dream
documents
theory. But I don't.
from
But my theory is entirely based on the next game in the franchise,
his briefcase,
the one that Scott
or like
hinted
things
to
that he
at
like
the
hid
beginning
from
of this
owning
post,
Fazbear
a
Pizzeria.
game called FNAF
pic of you.
World.
Imagine.
But before we talk about that, we gotta talk about the books.
More like
Oh god, there's books.
That's right, in December of 2015, the first FNAF book came out. The Silver Eyes. The Silver Eyes, and the following 2 books that make up its trilogy, are about a girl named Charlotte Emily, or Charlie. Charlie lives in Utah, and her father Henry was one of the founders of Freddy's, along with his business partner William Afton. When Charlie was a kid, her brother Sam was killed at Fredbear's family diner, and then when she was a bit older, 5 kids went missing, including her friend Michael. The book picks up 10 years later, when Charlie and her school friends reunite in town and go to Freddy's and run into a security guard who it turns out is William Afton. They then kill him by spring-locking him into the Spring Bonnie suit and escape. The murder of Sam, and then years later, 5 more kids, by someone in a Spring Bonnie suit, of course, follows the game story very well. Scott said these books are not retellings of the games. They are an other-world, different continuity type story. With that said, we can use some evidence from the books for the games. For one, Purple Guy finally has a name. William Afton. The founder of
so the
Fredbear's
teenagers
Family
killed
Diner
him?
has a name. Henry. The games are set in Utah.
Oh, it's a different timeline.
Which is going to be very, very important in a couple of minutes.
Fair
yes,
enough.
I did read all 3 books just to maybe find something important. But the most important thing I found didn't come until the 3rd
Circus
book.
Baby's
Through
Pizza.
various context clues, we're also able to determine that the Charlie character is the book equivalent of this character from the games. William's first kill outside of Fredbear's. In the books, it's because he's jealous of Henry and wants to hurt him. In the games, I don't know, we don't know yet. Well, I do know, but we'll get back to that. The Silver Eyes trilogy introduces the concept of remnant, which the community jokingly refers to as soul juice. But I still think that calling it that, even though I did earlier, is a disservice to the concept that Scott had. Going back to the autobiography of a yogi, we see a passage about how the nervous system of animals is similar to the way metal conducts electricity. I think in a more modern sense, you could say that the circuit boards on a robot would kind of be like the nervous system of a human, and the way that possession works would be that the child who possesses a robot would basically imprint their nervous system, and thus their memories and personality and life force, onto the circuit boards and wires and all of that stuff of a robot, and thus now the animatronic is possessed by Ben. The more of you that is taken away from the robot and replaced, the less of you is left there replacing the robot. I think about it a lot more scientifically rather than religiously. Let's say that you've imprinted onto the robot. If the robot's arm is removed, then now there's less of you imprinted on the robot, but your brain is not split into 2 parts. You don't retain consciousness and control over your now separated arm. The arm is not a Horcrux, your soul has not been split into 2. But if someone were to take that arm and put it on a purely AI creation, it would gain a slight amount of your life force. The novels introduce the idea that the metal can be taken and transplanted into other robots by heating the metal and making it malleable, and then putting it in a new robot. That robot will then have some life in it. In the books, Remnant is much more closely tied to memories than to souls. It's kind of like if you could
4 hours we're not even up to sister location.
That robot would have
on Halloween
intelligence. The remnant from the
I'm trying to think what I'm going to do for Halloween for stream.
Robots, including these stupid little baby things that we'll meet in FNAF 5. And they're explained to have more rudimentary intelligence.
I read pretty fast.
One human character is injected with liquid metal, containing the remnant of all of the MCI kids, and he is then able to see them and talk to them. It's like the spirit world is overlaid over reality. They all have issues with their memories.
Play
In the
Fortnite
book,
with
it's
me
symbolized by
on
pages
Halloween. That's not
floating around
scary.
them through the air. Each child is separated into 5 different ghostly versions. The more papers that they collect, the more they come together and remember things. People try to argue that this indicates that by taking remnant from the MCI kids and putting it in little robots, that this splits the child's souls. But that's not what the book is depicting, because the children are able to regain their pages and become more opaque and get their memories without the animatronics physically melding back together. I think the splitting of the memories and the taking of the remnant and having to be put in more robots are entirely different concepts that happen to be introduced at the same time, because this scene is the climax of the trilogy. So this is a store-bought computer. I didn't build this, I acquired it at some point. And this is a PC that I am building myself. This is my invention. Now, this is something I have to get parts
Play Joy of Creation?
Maybe. Whereas this is something that came whole. It has
Maybe I'll play a FNAF game. Maybe I'll play FNAF. Maybe I'll do the 7th night in FNAF.
this is not a functional PC.
In the custom night.
But let's say that I go in here, I take some of the parts out. I take out a stick of RAM, a stick of memory, and I take it and I put it into the new computer. Does that mean that this computer stops being this computer? It's still functional. I can still turn it on. I can still use it as a fully functional PC. Whereas this one now just went from a useless husk that can't even boot up to now something that does work because it has RAM in it. It has that final piece that actually makes it be able to be powered up and used.
Oh, he's explaining the FNAF thing.
But now this computer
Lexicon with top tier content.
I think of it kind of like the ship of Theseus.
Yeah.
Like if I take parts
React
from this
content is
and
top
bring it over
tier.
here, is this still the same
Twerking
device?
lurking.
Some people might say no because there's
Have a good
something
day.
different
Thank
about
you
it.
for the
can define
lurk.
the moment when it changed. But personally, in my own view of that thought problem, it would still be the same device as long as it can function the same way, especially if I go out and I get a new piece and then I replace the original one. It's not the part that it came with, it's not the natural part, but now it is something that functions
Yeah, it's
the
like
same
getting
way. Now, of course, if I was to reach
like
in here
a
and take out
transplant.
all of the memory, all of the RAM, and put it into here, this is now functionally something new, something better than this. It has other parts that makes it better, but it has the
There are a
same
lot of books.
memory. Not only does it have the same
How many
capacity
books
for
are there?
memory, but it actually has the exact same memory on a physiological sense, on an atomic sense. This is the same device that was.
I'll have a vote in my
previously
Discord when I
although now that
play
we've taken all the memory out,
for
we
horror
have left
games.
this one
I'll play a horror game on
husk.
Halloween.
This is now no longer a computer because all of the memory has been removed from it, whereas this one is something new, but definitely retains some amount of identity from this original computer. Well, now I'm upstairs in my office, and this is actually my brand new
Oh my
fancy
God.
computer. This is the one that I play games on with its brand new graphics card and RGB lighting. This is my fun time computer. So let's say that when I was building this, I went and I harvested 3 sticks of RAM, but I leave one of these sticks down here in this one. So this one still an empty husk. That one upstairs
That
still
computer's
has
so
less than this one
that
did
computer's so
originally
pretty.
in its natural store-bought state. But it has 3 times as much as this one. Both of them are able to boot. This can boot and that one can boot. But that one has more, and this one has less. And there's still pieces of the original.
Okay, I think I understand what he's saying here. Okay, so like, it's kind of like a bone marrow, or like a kidney transplant, right? Because like, you take bone marrow or you take a kidney for one person and you give it to another person, and those people are like they're not less of a person. They just have something added to them. Which, okay, there's like a whole philosophical argument that I actually wrote like a whole paper about in college about that. But like, right, Lex's tree's trippy. Lex, can you please pin that? I don't know if you can pin that on your phone, but please pin that.
At no point did I split anything up. At no point did I duplicate anything in order to create more memory.
It's kind of like
That memory was
a organ
used to bring
transplant.
2 machines that previously could not be turned on, could not be powered on, could not come to life, that can now come to life. And because of our brilliant, miraculous technology, RAM does not need to be in 1 stick. We actually have 4 slots for it that can go into the computer, meaning that I'm able to divide the RAM among those 2 devices. I'm able to scale how much memory is in each of the machines that I'm crafting. RAM is remnant if you didn't get it.
So the original Freddy is a full Freddy, even if some remnant is taken and put over here into the Biddy Babs. The MCI child is still fully possessing Freddy, and the Biddy Babs do have a little bit of that in them, but they are still not that child.
I was gonna say Frankenstein, but yeah, organ transplant. Yeah, it's kind of like an organ transplant. Tangent the box. Okay, he's gonna go on a box tangent. But like, yeah, the remnant works like an organ transplant. That's actually pretty interesting. I like how he explained it with the computer.
Memory,
but
and Scott said that whatever's in that box is best left forgotten for now. When he wrote that, he intended for it to be revealed one day, meaning one day in the future, it would be remembered. I think this was a hint
I want to know what's in the box
of memory, and this
Drippy
was trying to
cheese in
explain
the
what
box,
putting somebody
bro.
back together means. That's what
They
I
put
believe
crime
FNAF
in it,
3
too.
is about. Taking the shattered pieces of Cece's memories and putting them
They're
back
in the thick
together
of it at
so
Freddy's
he can
Pizzeria.
experience his happiest day. He can have the birthday that he never got, and he can finally move on. His memories needed to be recombined because his head got crunched. Scott said that what's in the box is the pieces put together.
It's a Mr. Beast.
And Fredbear said that he would put Cece back together. So inside the box is Cece's memories put back together. And I think that Scott intended to reveal that to us once we figured out what the game was trying to tell us. And I believe
is that really what's in there?
In the box are things that would, one, solve all the lore and the remaining questions, and two,
I think I know what's in the box.
Self-explanatory were we.
I have a question before I watch the rest of this video. Do we ever find out what's in the box, or no? Do we still to this day do not know what's in the box? Oh, there's a slash pin? Okay. Oh shit. Ow. Oh, okay, that's how it pins. Alright, well I'll put what Dark Eye said is the pin.
See them. On top of ending the series on a high note, I think that by the end of FNAF 4, the lore was entirely solvable. Especially with Scott's hints during the GT livestream. Scott was going to open the box like a prize. He was going to say, yes, yes, you got it, you got the right answer. And I
does
think
not look like
the box
Mr.
would
Beast.
have 3 or so important items. First would be Cece's Fredbear plush, a symbol of him and his youth and innocence, connecting him to Golden Freddy. That would be the yes from Scott to people who theorized that Cece becomes Golden Freddy.
I could literally talk about Mr. Beast and the downfall of Mr. Beast and his whole history, because I used to be okay, before Mr. Beast got really, really big and he was okay, when I say big, when I say normal big, oh, I didn't mean to move all that. Oopsies. Before Mr. Beast was huge, he was still pretty big. I was subscribed to Mr. Beast's YouTube channel when he had 2 million followers, which is still giant, but he's still really big. But before he was Mr. Beast and just Mr. Beast lowercase. Isn't lunchly cheese molded? It is. It's disgusting.
Next would be a picture frame containing a photo of 2 parents, Foxy Bro, Cece, and their sister. And there would be an engraving or an embossing on the plaque, and it would say, the Schmidts. And that would be a yes from Scott to the theory that Foxy Bro is Mike Schmidt. And then the final item would be a box of matches branded after Fazbear's Fright. And that would be a yes that Mike Schmidt is the protagonist of every game, and that FNAF 3 was the climax where he set his brother free with Happiest Day and defeated William Afton once and for all.
Huh? You said William Afton.
There is, in fact, a
we haven't even heard about
that
yet.
Scott gave during the GT livestream that most people don't talk about.
Here we go. Scott Cawthon, have you thought of who the security guard is? And it's interesting because before all the technical difficulties, one of the things that I wanted to toss out to everyone, because it is one of the final biggest questions of the franchise.
I want to see if I can do this before.
The security guards, what role do they play in all of this? So Scott himself is throwing out, okay, so we have Beakless Chica, we have the shadows of, what children see in the shadows can be misinterpreted. 4 games, 1 story, and now who is the security guard? Okay, have you thought about who the security guard is? I mean, we have. I mean, we've tried to.
For whatever reason, there isn't an easy-to-view screenshot of this hint, so only people who remember this moment from this 2-hour live stream would group it in with the other 3 hints. MatPat took this as evidence for dream theory,
they got it from the book earlier.
That Cece is dreaming he's the guard. But it's not. This is what should have been the final hint to solving what Scott intended. Matt was supposed to figure out that the guard in all the other games, Mike, was Foxy Bro. All of that information is knowable just from the first 4 games, and I think Scott was waiting for somebody to figure out that Foxy Bro was Mike Schmidt, and that Cece is Golden Freddy, and he's saying, "It's me," to tell Mike who he is, and Mike is setting up Happiest Day. So in FNAF 3, he freed his brother's soul and killed the killer once and for all.
Oh shit.
FNAF 4 was supposed to be a simple wrap-up to this story. It was supposed to say, hey
That's
guys,
crazy.
you missed all
I clicked
these
the
cool
wrong
story
one.
bits and lore. Isn't it even better now that the entire franchise is a redemption story for Foxy Bro? Isn't it cool that the nighttime security guard in each game was the same person? Was Foxy Bro? But instead, what people took away from it was dream theory. Nobody got it. So Scott decided not to open the box. Realizing that nobody had figured out what he was trying to say, he decided to make amends, and he wanted to fix this flaw with this game in his next title. So he made a game that is basically just one long story, spoon-feeding things simply to the audience.
This is literally how I
and
feel
that
listening
is what eventually
to
would become
My
FNAF
brain
5.
is just squishing.
Many years later, Scott would say that what's in the box has changed. And the reason for that is that the story has retroactively changed. The photo labeled the Schmidt
This is how
no
I
longer
feel
be
listening
what's
to
in the box
FNAF Lore.
because of the events of FNAF 5 and 6. So instead, he made the box something else. And basically everybody agrees on what that is, but we'll have to wait for FNAF 6 to get there. And now we gotta take a detour into FNAF World.
Sorry.
Finally.
Anywho.
As I end this section, I want to say that even if Scott never confirms what's in the box, I just
want to know what's in the box.
So
what's in the box?
Gratified, believing that I have finally solved the box. This is a mystery that has been lingering for over half a decade. Game Theory did this great video about how lingering mysteries and unsolved puzzles really bother people because your brain just can't check it off of their to-do list. You don't feel right until you complete your task. And
like
even
Among Us?
if I'm wrong, as I am recording this, I finally feel like I can tick that box
Whatever
off.
just happened to
like
you
I
is me
finally
powering up
accomplished that task.
Actually.
Like I know, finally, what is in the FNAF 4 box. And
What's in the
it's so
box?
simple. It's just saying that all 4 games are one story, but not the story of Purple Guy, the story of Mike Schmidt.
This is what's in the
Foxy
box.
Bro. And now on to FNAF World.
This is what's in the box.
FNAF World was released in January of 2016, and, like I said, is not FNAF 5. It's a cute, cartoony role-playing game where you make a team of your favorite animatronics and fight some bad guys. I want to play
this game!
It's like Final Fantasy and Earthbound.
This game is
if they were about
cute!
a robot bear. You can play as basically any animatronic from the series, so I'm not going to look into any
told you it was
symbolism
a
of the
lunch
player
sleep.
character. But there are returning NPCs,
Wait, this
non-player
game is
characters,
cute.
who might be important. Scott has confirmed that the game is 100% canon to the series. This happened. This is real. This is important. So let's take a look at the game Scott made after FNAF 4 that definitely will not open the box. See, I say that because in the files of the game there's a picture of the box being opened, but still no idea of what's inside it. The game begins in a black void, with square yellow eyes staring at you.
Everything that happens out there has an effect here. Do you understand? This is a safe place.
Isn't that like illegal?
This is
I don't do illegal
sanctuary.
things.
But something has gone wrong, and now it can be seen here. Something went very wrong. That's why I am here.
I just want to play the game. It looks cute. That's like a FNAF game I would actually enjoy.
I will put you back together.
I will put you back together, Ubu. Yoink. Yoink's your peanut.
The repetition of this line from the end of FNAF 4 is
oh my god, look, there's like different tiers of characters.
Like playing as Cece, which I don't believe
there's like
an
S-tier character.
Next. But unfortunately, FNAF World is the most confusing part of the series, while I think also being the key to everything. After you create your party, Fredbear, not Golden Freddy because he's a purple hat, tells you there are monsters roaming the world because something has gone wrong on the flip side. If you stay on the screen for long enough, Fredbear will be replaced by a glitching Fredbear who immediately contradicts what Fredbear is saying.
Like, look at him, he's so cute!
There is a task for you to complete. You have to leave breadcrumbs for him. to help him find his way.
He's so cute!
FNAF World is split into two quests. There's the quest that Fredbear sends you on to play a nice friendly RPG, and then there's the quest Glitch Fredbear sends you on to find hidden clocks. As you find these clocks, you play a little mini-game. Each clock you find corresponds with one of the FNAF 3 mini-games.
The game was in a bad way when it released, very buggy.
Putting him in his poster for FNAF 3.
Yeah.
You have to enter these squares in the same pattern that you have to click the buttons on the arcade cabinet to play Mangle's quest. You have to put 4 cupcakes into boxes, like how you have to find 4 cupcakes in FNAF 3. There are 3 different tiles with numbers on them.
People also hated FNAF World because it wasn't horror. That's why I like the game, because it's not horror.
From FNAF 3. You have to push Shadow Bonnie into a box, like the Shadow Bonnie plush you have to click on in FNAF 3. The quest that Glitch Bear sends you on is setting up Happiest Day. And Happiest Day is, of course, for CC. So that means that you, the player character, are not CC. You are someone else setting up breadcrumbs for him so that he can find his happiest day. The world map for the game is modeled after a brain, which many people interpret as the player going through CC's memories to reconstruct his consciousness.
Look like a brain.
Given that his brain was squished by these chompers, you are putting him back together. I also think it demonstrates how Remnant works. These are the pathways from his real brain imprinted onto the robot, so now it looks like computer chips, and it's represented by a video game.
I mean,
this is his remnant, and we're like going into his code. The game ends after you find all these clocks,
kind of a reach.
with the same square yellow eyes in a void saying,
"We are still your friends. Do you believe that? The pieces are in place
trying to like make sure the color doesn't change. All you have to
do is find them. Rest."
I'm very gray.
So these 2 void moments are referring to somebody
I can change
using the second person.
I can change the color.
And they're definitely talking to CC because of the repetition of the phrases used in FNAF 4. "We are still your friends, and I will put you back together." This is the conclusion of the narrative of FNAF 4. As Fredbear Plush said that in FNAF 4, the other plushes started to fade because CC was no longer considering them his friends because they killed him. But now that Happiest Day has been set up, he can begin to think of them as his friends again. And as he thinks that, they then throw him this party. When Glitch Bear talks to the player, they say you.
I think it's kind of a stretch, so that's his brain.
So CC is watching these 2 scenes in the dark, but someone else is playing through the campaign.
Like
Several hours from now, we're going to be talking about the Five Nights at Freddy's security logbook, in which several instances of text in the book are actually changed. And they're being changed by the ghost of CC. And one of the messages that he writes to the reader is the phrase, "I can't see," which I believe is further evidence that this is being experienced by CC in the afterlife, which is why everything is dark. He entered the void when he died at the end of FNAF 4, and things remained dark until Happiest Day. And I think that's all important, so I didn't want to hold on to this evidence for several hours until we talk about this book. Also, if you didn't know this book existed, you're probably very confused right now. It's a masterpiece. This book is what made Dabbing Chica canon. If the books are anything to go by, then a living person can communicate with a ghost if they're injected with their remnant. It's a very trippy experience. It's kind of like a hallucination, and it fades with time. So I think we should be on the lookout for any human characters in the story who get injected with a remnant, who might want to help CC, and who
I don't think anyone's gonna get injected with remnant.
So FNAF World is someone, this Glitch Bear, telling someone, the player, to set up CC's Happiest Day,
I need to
which
open
we then
another
see
pizza,
play out in FNAF 3. But who is Glitch Bear? Who is the player? What is all of this? What was FNAF 4? Well...
Tell me, Gibby.
It's a video game.
It's a... what?
FNAF World, directly, in both of its opening segments, both the floating eyes in the void and then the actual start of the gameplay, both say that this is a video game world, and that things in the real world affect things happening in the game. Nowadays, I think people think of video games like discs or pieces of data that are downloaded or streamed from the internet.
This is a theory!
You gotta keep in mind, video games are just hardware. They're cartridges in arcade machines. They're just circuit boards. And in a world where ghosts can possess animatronics, why can't they possess arcade cabinets? Remember when I said, and that is FNAF 3. Almost. we have to bring up the major question, which is,
so
what
stupid.
were those mini-games? Obviously, the security guard, us, we were not playing those games. We weren't sitting there playing Mangel's Quest and somehow affecting events that were happening in the ghost world, right? Well, let's just remove that pin and talk about a whole lot of nonsense. Henry, the co-founder of Freddy's alongside William, is based on a real-world person, Nolan K. Bushnell, the creator of Chuck E. Cheese's. One thing that always bothered me about the FNAF games before FNAF 4 is that the mini-games look like they're from an Atari. The first game with mini-games was FNAF 2, which took place in 1987.
There's
the
a
first
video
Nintendo,
game
the
theory?
NES, came out in 1986, and by November of 87 had taken over the world. If you wanted to represent a generic video game from the late 80s, it would look like an NES game, not an Atari game. Arcade games at the time were of course even more advanced than the NES, but it makes perfect sense once you realize that Nolan Bushnell, the founder of Chuck E. Cheese's, also founded Atari. Nolan Bushnell was born in 1943 in Utah. This is not a coincidence, people. To quote the Wikipedia page for Chuck E. Cheese's, quoting one of Nolan's partners, Chuck E. Cheese was always Nolan's passion project. Even before Atari was a thing, he wanted to start a business of family-friendly restaurants with amusement park midway games. I think initially it made no fiscal sense, so he shelved it for a while. But then, when Atari took off, he had the means to pursue it, plus a built-in distribution model for Atari's new releases. In 1972, he founded Atari. 1972, of course, being 20 years before FNAF 1.
If I were forced to sing those same stupid songs for 20 years and I never got it back?
So the FNAF universe, and Henry specifically, are very much based on the real-world history of Nolan, Atari, and Chuck E. Cheese's.
Okay.
Some of the mini-games we see in the first few FNAF games look like they could be real games that kids would play in an arcade. Take cake to the children as Freddy. Give gifts to children as the puppet, who gives gifts at the prize desk. Foxy
I'm not yelling at you.
Kids as fast as possible. Toy Chica avoids a bully. This is a Balloon Boy platformer.
Yep.
Mangel's Quest is literally an actual arcade cabinet. We know that this is a real game in-universe.
What?
I think some of the mini-games are in-universe games, and that they sort of exist on some sort of Wreck-It Ralph logic. The video games and the characters exist on the flip side, in video game land, which FNAF World calls animatronica. These games, these arcade games, are real in-world games, again like Wreck-It Ralph, and the characters can walk on over to animatronica. But these games got corrupted when real-world events happen that are so horrific that they leave ripples in the other world. The agony of William killing kids changes the ending of Foxy Go Go Go. William killing Charlie now happens outside while Freddy takes cake. The puppet gives gifts, but when all the children die, the kids in the game are replaced with bodies, so the puppet can't win the game, so she brings them back to life. Shadow Bonnie is such a powerful force that he can literally glitch his way through different games, because these games are physical cabinets that somehow unite on the flip side. Henry is absent from the story of FNAF, so much so that in 1987, Phone Guy doesn't even know his name, but he does say that he's going to contact him about the kidnapped children's incident. I believe that around this time in 1987 is when Henry starts making games explicitly for the trapped souls to play through, to be able to experience, so he can communicate with them, save them, takes place after the KCI, and allows the player to see what happened. Follow Me takes place after the suits are torn apart. And the FNAF 4 minigames, I believe, were created sometime between FNAF 1 and 3 in the 23-year time gap. The same time gap where Mike is having the nightmares that make up the main gameplay of FNAF 4. Mike
this is like
actually
okay, it actually makes sense now, but like, what the fuck?
Made a game depicting those events that somebody on the flip side is playing through for them to experience. It's like that one episode of Avatar: The Last Airbender where Aang and Zuko are both learning about their shared ancestor together at the same time, but Aang is viewing it like through magical spirit world nonsense where he's actually there, but Zuko is just reading about it in a scroll, but the show uses the same method of telling us the story by use of a flashback. So like the minigames player and Mike are both experiencing FNAF 4 at the same time. Mike is experiencing it in his dreams, and the minigame player is experiencing it by playing the minigames that were created for them. It's at the same time, contemporarily, but it's about something that happened a long time ago in 1983.
I also miss the Avatar.
So
I don't want them to remake it, but
while
they
Mike is
probably
having
will
nightmares
and
about
ruin it.
1983, the other protagonist, a spirit who can affect the real world and be affected by the real world, is also experiencing 1983. But who is that second protagonist? Who is playing these arcade games? Well, it's Golden Freddy.
No, it's not.
One of the MCI kids, who the community has dubbed the Vengeful Spirit. And
Oh,
Cece
okay, yeah,
both
the
share
Vengeful
Golden
Spirit.
Freddy. We've seen Cece possess Golden Freddy, and Charlie possess the puppet, without any outside help. And then the puppet gave life to Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy. But it really appears like the Vengeful Spirit was able to possess Golden Freddy by themselves, the same way Cece and the puppet possessed their characters by themselves.
I don't even know if
This
it's out
lends
yet.
to the idea that the spirit is more powerful or meaningful, something like that. It becomes confirmed 100% later that this is the case, that one of the MCI kids is just angrier than the others, hence the Vengeful Spirit moniker. But without any of that feature information, I think it can be understood with what we have so far. The Vengeful Spirit was able to hold onto their consciousness more strongly than the others because they were killed in a spring-locked suit instead of being stuffed into a regular suit after death. So the Vengeful Spirit and the puppet are very aware, and Cece becomes aware because of Happiest Day. That frees up the Vengeful Spirit to be the player of FNAF World.
Stop saying things are drippy
All of
cheese.
these mini-games. But again, some of the mini-games are in-universe games. Some of them are just things Henry created to communicate with the spirit world. But even
Samra,
the
when I
real
have money
ones
to
are
buy
being
myself tea,
altered.
I'll buy you tea, okay?
There's a voice spelling out S-O-H-I-M, and that's Henry talking to the Vengeful Spirit. The Vengeful Spirit was not present for Charlie's actual murder. This game was likely made and was experienced after FNAF 2, which is when we play it, even though it takes place in 1983, which is when the murder happened. The minigames are games within the games, depicting events that actually happened. The minigames in FNAF 4 depict events from 1983, but were created years and years later.
That needs to stop
is two
actually
parallel
scaring
stories. Mike Schmidt making up for the killing of his brother, and the Vengeful Spirit in communications with Henry.
I think for
the
Halloween
father
I'm gonna
of
make
Charlie,
the FNAF
the
redeem
first
free.
victim of the purple guy. Both stories come together in FNAF 3 to make Happiest Day happen. I'm going to bring this all up again after we discuss FNAF 5, and then everything's going to make a lot more sense. FNAF World has multiple endings. If you don't listen to or
I need
don't
to
ever
see if I can
find
do
Glitch
something really
Fredbear,
quick.
then you get to a final boss. That boss is depicted by Scott Cawthon's Steam profile
Am I
picture,
lagging?
Anim Dude. While to us this is clearly a reference to
I
Scott,
don't think I am
in
anymore.
game, in the
No, I
game,
still am.
it's supposed to be a representation of Henry. He is multiple times called the Puppet Master, and Henry did invent the puppet and is Charlie's father. If any character is the puppet's master, it's Henry. And this character is the puppet master and creator of the game, of the FNAF World game, which makes him Henry. On Layer 1 of FNAF World, it's a game where you fight Anim Dude, and like all video games, the final boss is a representation of the creator of the game. Obviously, it's their final challenge to you. He says,
"It was fun being the puppet master, but now I grow weary."
But on Layer 2 of FNAF World, someone is saying, "Don't listen to the stupid NPCs that Henry populated this game with. This isn't actually a game, ignore that quest. You need to set up Happiest Day to free Cece." Toward the end of the game, Glitch Fredbear says,
"Attacking the game's security system will not accomplish anything. Get the key, but ignore the Guardians. If you have succeeded in setting the clocks, then your true goal will be revealed once you have the key."
Within the game, the Guardians are big enemies, like mini-bosses. But if you interpret this in a meta sense, what is being said is, hey Vengeful Spirit, don't attack security guards at Freddy's, go set up Happiest Day. Which leaves the question of who or what is Glitch Bear. Glitch Bear is helping the Vengeful Spirit to put Cece back together, but is very antagonistic in tone and characterization. He also hates the Puppet Master, which we've determined is Henry, and he's represented by a corruption of Fredbear. Well, I can't answer that. Let's have another chat after FNAF 5. Woo! Throughout the game, you have to traverse through the world by kinda skipping through dimensions and wormholes and entering glitches. But you're told not to go too many glitches down. If you do go too many glitches down, you end up here, in a red forest, at a red lake, with whatever this thing is. He's fishing.
Another fishing minigame.
And if you talk to him, he says,
I'm sorry to say that you have gone too deep into the code. There is no way back out. My name is Old Man Consequences. Come, have a seat, and let's fish for a while. You have nowhere else to go.
Keep in mind, there are multiple endings of FNAF World, including one where the entire universe ends because you chose Fredbear as your party leader, and then you talk to Fredbear, and it causes a paradox. There's also one where you fight Chipper from Chipper and Sons Lumber, and he complains that FNAF is more popular of a game than his. So yeah, not everything in the game is canon. This ending, this Old Man Consequences, isn't something that actually happened by definition. This is a dead end. It's just a silly end screen.
It's just
like
the
when
ending.
The universe ended. It's not real. Right? Well, there is one way out.
I don't know about
you can
that.
glitch one glitch further by
Hi,
entering
Link.
the lake. If
Thank you for donating for me
left
to
and right,
play
descending into the
fucking
lake,
god-awful
you will then
FNAF.
fall for a while before you see this. This screen has two main interpretations. An angel welcoming you.
No, that's his
with
dad and
its
his two
arms spread
kids.
out and its wings behind it. Or the view of three people from behind being lit by a television screen, with all three holding each other in their arms.
They're a family.
I think it's that one, but I won't be able to explain why for quite a while. You'll know I'm getting back to talk about this topic when I start an entire section called Mr. Hippo's Wild Ride.
I'm sorry, what?
We're gonna head on out of this long discussion of the games for a minute, and we're gonna talk about real life. FNAF World was released in January 2016, like I said, and immediately it received a lot of backlash, and I don't know why. It was kind of janky, but like, it's a stupid RPG
this game
bear
looks
game,
fun.
Who cares? Well, Scott cared. He refunded everyone who bought the
No.
game, reworked it a little bit, and then re-released it for free. One of the reasons beside this initial bad press that people don't ever really think about this game that much is solely because Markiplier didn't play it. Markiplier, more so even than MatPat, put FNAF on the map by making a hit series playing the games. I talked earlier about how FNAF is perfect for YouTube Let's Plays, and it really is, and Markiplier was the poster child for that. But he skipped FNAF World because it didn't seem interesting to him. So the vast majority of the fanbase who don't play the games and just watch Markiplier play them and then hop on over and watch MatPat explain them didn't really experience FNAF World. Scott has gone on to say that FNAF World was his biggest mistake, and I think part of that was the poor reception. He says he regrets how he tied it into the lore and made it canon. And I think that's either one, because he made a decision in that game that he is now bound by because it's canon, or two, it's the key to everything, and nobody played it, so they don't understand the series.
Scott.
And I think it's that second one. Without FNAF World, no one's gonna sit there and say to themselves, yeah, I think there's a mirror dimension of video game characters that are impacted by the real world, and that FNAF is actually a parallel story of the main gameplay and the mini-games being experienced
I had to watch someone else play it because Mark
in these two protagonists meeting in FNAF 3's finale.
I play the game. It can't be that bad. It's not a horror game.
And you wrote over 100 pages of FNAF explanations and dedicated 9 years of your life to study this nonsense.
That's a lot of time.
There's a house in FNAF World you can enter to meet Deskman. Deskman says,
checking on my dog.
What are you doing here?
She's
I'm busy.
making noises.
It wasn't supposed to be
She's
like this.
old, so I get nervous
Now
when
it's
she
all
makes
a mess.
noises.
Of course, now there is only one thing to do. Come back later, and maybe I will tell you more.
Which is probably a reference to FNAF World being a mess, with this being Scott. Anim Dude talked during his boss battle about how annoying FNAF is, and the Chipper boss battle was obviously very meta, so it makes sense that this is a tongue-in-cheek way of apologizing about the state of the game, as well as hinting to what's going to come out next when you come back later.
God.
Much like FNAF 4, FNAF World had a Halloween update, which came out on May 13th, 2016. It's called the Halloween Update because it's themed around Halloween, not because it came out on Halloween. Not everything is so literal, guys.
Don't be so literal.
That's VeggieTales.
After you apply the update, in order to play the new content, you have to talk to Deskman, who says,
It's a vicious cycle, you know? But then, most things in life are. The pendulum swings one way, then it swings the other. Now we return to darkness. Something terrible is coming.
Oh no.
Come back later. Maybe I will tell you more.
This is in reference to Scott working on FNAF 5. He said in an interview after the fact that FNAF 4 was so dark that he needed to take a break and work on something else, which is why FNAF World is so fun, even though it does have dark
just wanted to make a little fun game.
It's all puns and colors. It does have some dark comedy, but overall it's just so fun.
He literally has like a history of making like cute
games. The pendulum
games.
is swinging back the other way, toward darkness, as he starts in earnest on FNAF 5. It's kind of funny, when I was writing this paragraph, I was watching through part of MatPat's playthrough, and he literally said this exact same thing without the hindsight of Scott confirming it years later.
I think what it is you had FNAF, now you went to FNAF World, which was light, happy, and fun, and now it's swinging back to the darkness spectrum, and everyone's been talking about the sister location, the new FNAF 5, I guess at this point, FNAF 5.
So. Yeah, I was just thinking of it as like a...
So I guess I'm just stupid. If you talk to Fredbear, who's standing outside Deathman's house, he's next to a big lock, and he says,
"The game bombed. End of story. I've already put in my application at the Fazburger down the street. The problem is that now, he has gone insane. We don't know what he is making, and we can't reach the room where it is being kept. Whatever it is, it has
He's
everyone
literally
around
having
here
a
on
fucking
edge.
mental
This
breakdown
is where
in the
the
game.
Halloween characters and others were sent to have their code recycled for spin-off games. Put a stop to those games and save those characters. Then find the last area and uncover its dark secrets."
Oh god.
So the update is really a collection of mini-games you have to beat to unlock characters to beat the final boss. Deskman is referred to again, assuming he's literally Scott.
I love this game. This game looks fun.
Our metaphor of him being Henry, using FNAF World to communicate with spirits, still works. The game maker is going a little crazy. Maybe because his daughter died. Maybe because he made something terrible.
Thank you for the lurk link.
The mini-games included are FNAF 57, Freddy in Space.
Dude,
Freddy in Space
he's like making a whole universe
of, on how you beat it, you can unlock Coffee, Purple Guy, or Jacko Bonnie.
He's making a whole universe for Freddy.
Foxy Fighters, a parody of Star Fox. You can unlock Jacko Chica or Nightmare Balloon Boy. These characters first appeared in the Halloween update for FNAF 4, along with Jacko Bonnie and other Halloween-type characters. Scott made it super duper clear that that update was not canon, but now the characters kind of are.
Do a barrel roll.
Do a barrel roll.
Sorry, I'm not sure what came over me.
Is there voice acting in this game?
Bingo! Got him! Doggone it! Don't forget me! Don't worry! Flippy's here! Do something!
You won't get tired of my voice, will you? You won't get tired of my voice, will you? You won't get tired of my voice, will you? You won't get tired of my voice, will you?
Oh my god. I love her. Let's go, Chica.
Foxy.exe. This is Sonic.exe, but Foxy.
Dude, this game looks so cool.
This isn't even really a game. You just kind of walk and have to listen to Foxy. In the first section, he says, "Listen to my voice and you will find the key." Meaning each section, you just listen to him. Second section, he says,
"When you can see, how fast can you flee?"
If you walk, you'll eventually see Freddy, so you have to walk in the opposite direction instead of touching him or you lose. If you do lose, Foxy takes up the whole screen and says, "All your base are belong to us."
All your base are belong to us.
Because the whole game is a joke. Third stage, he says, "Be sure your step through the heart of madness."
Be sure your step through the heart of madness.
Which apparently means, hide behind rocks so these kittens don't jump scare you. When you beat it, you unlock Nightmarione.
Okay.
Chico's Magic Rainbow Land. This is a rage platformer, which were all over the place back when Flash games still existed. It's all trial and error, and you have to not be killed by this rainbow, who gets progressively more insulting as you go until you run out of lives.
Point.
Nice, nailed it.
You can do it!
This is so...
Come on, you can do it!
The game doesn't display your lives, but the rainbow eventually gets fed up and kicks you out based on your number of deaths.
This is your last chance!
No, it isn't. Stop lying to me.
No.
I don't believe you.
Whoa! What?
Yeah. Are you kidding?
What? Are you kidding me?
Also, the rainbow is voiced by Debbie Derryberry, the voice of Jimmy Neutron.
Oh my god.
Also, Toy Chica is voiced by Amber Lee Connors.
You won't get tired of my voice, will you?
She's like a legit voice actor. She voices Peak in Attack on Titan, and also a bunch of other major and minor roles in animes I've never heard of.
I'll fire this pistol, and then you'll be dead.
And she got her start as Android 18 in Dragon Ball Z Abridged.
That's so cool.
How quickly bravado goes out the window when you're flat on your ass.
Bingo! Got him!
How is the strangest thing about this game the fact that there's a mission where Android 18 gets relentlessly mocked by Jimmy Neutron?
Jimmy! Wake up! Time for school! Better activate bedroom android!
She's like a 6-head,
What
though.
do you want?
Depending on how fast you beat it, you can unlock Mr. Chipper or Anim Dude. If you talk to Purple Guy, he says,
"Boy, don't confuse me with the actual Purple Guy. I'm just a game sprite."
So maybe this sprite isn't William, because it's a representation of him on the flip side, corrupted by William's murders.
Don't say that about Android 18.
After getting a good
Sorry
team
that she's
to
a
head
5-head,
into Geist
7-head,
Lair, the boss of which
10-head.
is Purple Geist. And then you find out the real boss is Chica's Magic Rainbow, and when you win, you appear behind Deskman again.
I'm impressed. What are you doing here? Can't you see that I'm busy? You deactivated my gains. I don't know what else to do. I don't want to disappoint people.
Aww.
But my mind isn't right. I've made something terrible. Her name is Baby. It's too late to deactivate her.
Oh god.
I'm sorry.
Once again, if you interpret Deskman as Scott, then he's saying these games were bad, and now he's made something also of low, terrible quality, and that its name is Baby. Or if this is Henry, then you've destroyed his attempts to reach the goal, and now his mind isn't
Jesus.
right, and he's
Hi,
created
Sin.
Baby.
How are you?
But who is Baby?
The show will begin momentarily.
Oh, that's the song.
Everyone, please stay in your seats.
I was trying to find the FNAF song today when I made that video I posted on Twitter, and I used a song I think from Baby. He just killed himself.
It's important to note that these yellow eyes are not square. They have a star shape.
We really made
This
the
is
internet
not
from
the same
sand?
person.
Wait, what?
This is not the remnant injected
It's
human
like the
who
10th
spoke
time
to
you got
Cece
jump
earlier.
scares.
It's
I'm a
another
jumpy
pair of eyes
person.
who maybe was able to communicate to Cece
Shower
in some
thoughts with
way,
Sin.
and
My
is also
favorite
this
part
baby person.
of you being here is the
I
shower
promise all of this
thoughts.
will make sense in like 5 minutes. But also, if you already know what happens in FNAF 5, then I'm probably really annoying you. Which is fine, because I am annoying.
At least you're aware, Gibby. I love you, Gibby. Slay, Gibby.
Also, Desk Guy is dead, so it's possible that after making Baby, Henry killed himself. That is what happened in the books. In the books, William kills Charlie. Henry then
I thought Baby
takes
was
this
made by
doll and cries over it, and so Charlie's remnant and his agony mix together, and
I guess not.
Charlie possesses the doll. So then Henry builds 4 progressively older-looking robots so that Charlie can have her essence put into them and grow up like a normal person. And the 4th one he makes is Baby. He also tells Charlie that it was actually her brother Sam that died, but in reality,
Circus.
his
Okay,
wife
Circus
took
Baby.
Sam and then just left because
Normal
he'd gone crazy
Baby
and was
is
building a bunch of
by-
robots. So after Henry builds
Okay.
Baby, he builds it and like he's really angry. He puts all of his anger and malice into it, and after he does that, he realizes
I was
he's done
confused.
messed up, so he kills himself. And he also instructs his sister, who's going to be raising Charlie, to never let Baby out of her closet. And so William steals her and turns her into Baby. So these events in the game are currently one-to-one with the book, in that after Charlie died, Henry builds a
Okay.
robot that becomes Baby and then kills himself. In the very near future, this will no longer be one-to-one with the books. Okay, but we still gotta figure out who is Baby, and that answer can be found in...
I like the cuts.
Sister Location's title and trailer
We're halfway through the video.
On May 21st, 2016,
No, we're not. We're
about
still
a week
like
after the
we're
FNAF
almost
World
halfway
Halloween
through the video.
update. If you've been memorizing every single little detail of this video so far, which I hope you have been because there will be a test, then the words sister location might make you remember the line in FNAF 3 when Phone Guy says there was a spring lock failure at a sister location. This has nothing to do with that, even a little bit at all, probably. But that is what everybody thought when this game was announced. So we were all primed going into it to think it would be about something totally different than what it was actually about. Sister Location released on October 7th, 2016, but you better believe there were some shenanigans on Scott's website leading up to the release. There was never just one. Gee, I wonder why people thought this would be about an actual sister location. There's a little of me in every body.
What the fuck?
It's actually the opposite of what ends up happening, but whatever. Don't hold it against us. These are those biddy-bab things I hate, and they're just so stupid, I hate them. Cancelled due to leaks. This was part of a hoax where Scott kind of pretended the game wasn't going to come out because someone had leaked it. But if you brighten the image, it's actually about the restaurant featured in the game. The grand opening of Circus Baby's Pizza World has apparently been cancelled due to gas leaks. The source code for the website included a schedule for different animatronics to be rented out, giving us the names Baby, Ballora, Funtime Freddy, and Funtime Foxy. It also included phrases like Afton Robotics, Chica's Party World, Client
Directory, the fact that people are looking at this is insane.
Children Entertainment, Service Log, Maintenance, and CRMN Inst. People debate about what CRMN Inst means, with the most popular speculation being Criminal Institute or Crewman Installation.
They're for a reason.
I'll explain exactly what that stands for later. The Steam
it's like super invasive, is it not?
Welcome to Circus Baby's Pizza World, where family fun and interactivity go beyond anything you've seen at those other pizza places. So clearly this is a dig at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Unlike every other FNAF game, Sister Location is not a title where you sit in one spot and have to defend against animatronics for 5 progressively hard levels. Sister Location is a full actual video game. Each night is a completely different challenge with a strong focus on narrative.
So they button the right here so you don't want something there, you
Buckle
don't put it there.
We're going to talk about a whole lot of story now. Obviously, when it comes to the story of any FNAF games,
this is like a next level crazy every time I see that in
One is the story that's actively being told. Like
people did that with Animal Crossing.
Jeremy surviving the week, and then being put on the day shift. The second part is the story being told in the background. So like the mini games, the phone guy phone calls. Part 3 is the lore. That would be Shadow Freddy, Shadow Bonnie, Chica missing her beak, etc. Sister Location being completely linear means that all of these things are experienced by the player at specific times, at a specific order.
It's from the song.
There are no random just background Easter eggs. You're being told a story, interwoven with another story, as well as being fed information about the series as a whole. And that's really the only way to cover the game, so this might get a little confusing. The game opens with the dark cutscene panning past Baby. I'll play it for you now.
There's no doubting what you've achieved.
Ooh, the song.
No,
I like the song. It's good.
These are clearly state-of-the-art. There are just certain design choices that were made for these robots that we don't fully understand. We were hoping that you could shed some light on those.
What does that even mean?
She can dance. She can sing. She's equipped with a built-in helium tank for inflating balloons right at her fingertips. She can take song requests.
Ooh.
She can even dispense ice cream.
With all due respect, those aren't the design choices we were curious about, Mr. Afton.
So first of all, a confirmation that William Afton is the name of Purple Guy in the games.
Okay.
Secondly, we seem to now be told that William Afton made Baby. This board member is questioning certain design choices. So 1, maybe Baby is dangerous for some reason. 2, it seems like even if Henry made Baby in some capacity, that William took her over as his own. They were partners, so that kind of makes sense. And 3, but most importantly, William Afton is British. And that is so smart. I love that Scott did that.
He's
That
British.
literally makes everything in the series so much simpler. Sister Location proper then opens with you riding an elevator, being spoken to by hand unit.
Welcome to the first day of your exciting new career. Whether you were approached at a job fair, read our ad and screws, bolts, and hairpins, or if this is the result of a dare, we welcome you. I will be your personal guide to help you get started. I'm a Model 5 of the Handyman's Robotics and Unit Repair System, but you can call me Handy
celebrate?
Unit. Your new career promises challenge, intrigue, and endless janitorial opportunities. Please enter your name as seen above the keypad. This cannot be changed later. It seems that you had some trouble with the keypad. I see what you were trying to type, and I will auto-correct it for you. One moment. Welcome, Eggs Benedict.
Whoa, hold on there, fella. The guy we're playing as is named Mike. So the theory that Fritz Smith is Mike Schmidt and also the security guard in FNAF 3, and that all of them are also Foxy Bro, only came about after this game. The evidence was there all along, but the idea wasn't sparked in anyone's mind until we realized that the series might have reoccurring characters. I also think this was Scott kind of waving his hand in front of everyone and going like, hey guys, you didn't figure out who the player character was in the last game, let me just point it out for you.
Allow me to fill this somewhat frightening
because the character in the last game was Mike too.
Due to the massive success, and even more so the unfortunate closing of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, it was clear that the stage was set, no pun intended, for another contender in children's entertainment.
Oh God.
Unlike most entertainment venues, our robotic entertainers are rented out for private parties during the day, and it's your job to get the robots back in proper working order before the following morning.
Now, we had this discussion back during FNAF 3. The closing of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza can refer to 3 different times. After the first closing in 85, the second in 87, or the third in 92. It cannot be referring to Fredbear's Family Diner, because that was not a Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. So this company came into existence after a Freddy's closed. We already know that Foxy and Freddy are part of this game's cast, and that another restaurant called Chica's Party World exists. So the characters have been folded into this sister company. With all of that said, Hand Unit says the rental business, Circus Baby Entertainment and Rental, opened after Freddy's closed.
Our robotic entertainers are rented out for private parties during the day.
Meaning that Circus Baby's Pizza may have been simultaneous with Freddy's, and thus technically may have been the sister location that was active during the time of FNAF 3's tapes. It could be where the Springlock accident happened. But if it is, the game never tells you. In the next room, the main office area, we see 2 windows on either side that lead to Ballora's Gallery and Funtime Auditorium. Hand Unit asks us to shock Ballora and the Funtimes. As you go through the vent to Circus Baby's Gallery, a voice tells you that there's been motion detected exactly where you are in the vent.
Oh God.
Motion trigger, Circus Gallery vent.
I'm glad that they told us that. That definitely will not be terrifying later in the game when it says that there's motion in an event that we're not in. It's scary, and it scares me. You then shock Baby 3 times, but you don't see her. You are then told that your shift is over.
Let's go!
You then go home, and you just watch some TV. I'm gonna wait to talk about all of these scenes at the end of the video, but just know that after every video, there's a small clip of The Immortal and the Restless.
You guys keep scaring me!
Welcome back for another night of intellectual stimulation, pivotal career choices, and self-reflection on past mistakes. We're committed to creating a unique and fulfilling work experience. One part of that commitment is ensuring that you don't get tired of the voice that you're hearing right now. Using the keypad below, please select a new companion voice. It seems that you had some trouble with the keypad. I see what you were trying to type, and I will auto-correct it for you. Thank you for choosing Angsty Teen.
Oh my God.
Haha, so now the helper voice is going to be an angsty teen. How not annoying at all.
The elevator stopped. You know the routine.
Movie scenes are so good.
Whatever. So, funny story. A dead body was found in this vent once.
Oh my God.
Okay, so not that funny, but it's a story.
So that means that one of the previous maintenance guys died.
That's rough, buddy. You should check on Ballora and make sure she's on her stage, but whatever.
Oh, she's there.
Huh. I guess Ballora has better things to do. Let's zap her. That should be fun.
Oh God.
If you correct the audio in this scene, you can hear him say argumentative, standards, elevation, passive, heights. This, of course, means nothing, but it is acronymized as ASEF, as in, ASEF is not a phase. It's not a phase, Mom, because I'm an angsty teenager.
That's pretty...
When you try to zap Baby again later, Hand Unit declares there's been a power issue.
Let's try another controlled shock.
There
seems to be a power malfunction that is affecting our ability to properly motivate Baby. Please stand by while I reboot the system.
I don't like that.
This scene with Baby then plays.
Motion trigger. Entryway vent. Funtime auditorium maintenance vent opened.
Yeah, something's coming after you.
Oh god.
Ballora Gallery maintenance vent opened.
Then Baby starts talking.
I don't recognize you. You are new.
She says that she doesn't recognize us.
Fuck?
She then protects us from the stupid biddy babs.
There is a space under the desk. Someone before you crafted it into a hiding place.
The amount of caffeine you need to
him.
figure out this
I
franchise could probably
recommend
kill an
that you
elephant.
hurry, though.
That's why I'm having someone else. I'm watching a video of someone else who figured it out.
Just try not to make eye contact. It will be over soon. They will lose interest.
You have to hold the door closed until they notice the Baby is watching them, and then they run away. Baby then helps us again to survive Ballora.
When your guide comes back online, he is going to tell you that he was unsuccessful, that you must restart the system manually. He will then tell you to crawl through Ballora Gallery as fast as you can to reach the breaker room. If you follow his instructions, you will die.
Hand Unit's advice would get us killed, but Baby wants to protect us. Ballora obviously does not care about our well-being.
Ballora will not return to her stage anymore.
I just
She
don't.
will catch you. The power will
Show
be
Baby
restored
singing.
shortly.
Baby's comments
I like
that
it when
shops
Baby
won't
sings.
work on Ballora anymore are mildly concerning, as if something happened the previous night to change Ballora permanently.
She cannot see you and can only listen for your movement.
Thank you for your patience. It seems that the power system cannot be restarted automatically. You will need to restart the power system manually. Please return to the primary control module. You will now be required to crawl through the Ballora Gallery using the vent to your left to reach the breaker room.
Oh
It is
god.
recommended that you stay low to the ground and reach the other side
That
as
sounds
fast
so
as
scary.
possible as to not disturb Ballora. I will deactivate myself momentarily as to not create an auditory disturbance. Deactivating.
Walking through the gallery, you can hear Ballora singing. This is her full song at full volume.
This isn't the song. Oh yeah, that's the... Some people think that's the life.
It seems you are taking a long time. Please proceed as quickly and as quietly as possible.
Oh, it's Ballora.
You eventually reach the breaker room and have to restart the power while Funtime Freddy watches, potentially killing you. He's controlled by the Bon Bon puppet on his hand, who can make him stop hunting you. Looking at the breaker map is the most annoying part of FNAF theorizing because it changes literally everything about the entire story. No, I am not joking.
Public breaker map? What the fuck?
The white outlined rooms are the rooms in Circus Baby's rental. The elevator room, the main office area, Ballora's room on the left with the breaker room that you're now in. That little black square represents Funtime Freddy, who's in the room with you. This screen clearly actively tracks animatronics. To the right is the Funtime Auditorium, where Freddy and Foxy should both be, but Freddy's with you, so the square in there is only Foxy. Up towards the top is the room with the desk that you hid under earlier, and then Baby's room. Around the Funtime Auditorium are rooms we'll see later in the game,
The hell
like
is
parts
this?
and services.
This is
It's
this
unclear
thing
if
that's
this is
underneath
to
the
be
house,
taken
right?
as a literal map. There's also no way of accessing any of the rooms besides the little office that you go through, which also cannot be the case. There are other buildings connected to the complex with these gray lines. They're thinner than the vents you crawl through. There's also the fact that as a building, this doesn't make any sense. Like, is Baby's area really that far away from the others? Where do people walk to get to each location? Where's the bathrooms? Basically, I'm saying this is clearly not a to scale or finished or full diagram, which is important. Because this gray line that connects from Circus Baby's gallery connects to the FNAF 4 map.
I'll still be here, but if I fall asleep, I
That
apologize.
white
But you're
dot
good.
is
Don't worry
CC
about
in
it.
his
I know it's
bedroom.
late for you.
Grandfather clock room.
I know you don't ever
Sister's room on the
sleep.
right. Living room on the left. And then the city block you walk down to reach Freddy's, and then there are 2 more animatronics, Fredbear and Spring Bonnie. Now this would imply that the house is bigger than the whole block, so it's obviously just a representation of that area, showing a connection, via what I assume is either an underground power line or a secret tunnel, connected to Baby's gallery. These red symbols indicate camera placements, and this is labeled Observation 1, indicating the area where the grandfather clock is. I didn't talk about this white section, but later in the game we will see it. It's a sort of hidden office with monitors, basically where a security guard would stay, and it's connected to the FNAF 4 gameplay house. White dot for the child in their room, black dot in the closet for Foxy, 2 hallways on each side with Bonnie, Chica, and Freddy waiting in the rest of the house. And there's another camera there. You can turn on cheats in Five Nights at Freddy's 4 to see a display of the game map.
Okay.
It'll even track where the animatronics are for you. So this map was present in FNAF 4, and now we're seeing an identical layout of the house in sister location. And then, least explainable is this hallway, with a dot for the player, black dot for Plush Trap, and then 4 rooms with 4 more black dots. But there's no camera. So what is going on? Via cameras and possibly electricity, Baby's Pizza, and therefore Baby's Rental, is connected to the FNAF 4 minigame house, the FNAF 4 gameplay house, and the FNAF 4 hallway, and Fredbear's Family Diner. And I don't think any of this is to scale, or even in the correct location, but the implication that this house, and this hallway, are all drastically different places is like, what? Like, if this hallway was plopped over here, I'd be okay with it. We already knew that these were different houses. But now there's a third location, and the nightmare animatronics were real, including Foxy in the closet, and then there's just 4 more in 4 other closets? Who are you people? For one, this disproves Dream Theory, as it shows that these are real places. No one thinks that Dream Theory was still canon at the time of Sister Location, only that it may have been the intended idea when FNAF 4 was made. But this cements that these are all real places and real things that happened.
I'm
and
confused.
Nobody knows what this means. It makes perfect sense that Baby's Pizza would be connected to Freddy's. It has the same owner, so that makes sense. I think the gray outlines are to indicate that they're far away and not to scale. We also know that these are not the same house, so maybe after Cece's death they moved. But what is this hallway? Why is it over here? Is it canon to the story that completing this challenge skips 2 hours of the nightmare? Is whoever is watching these cameras making children do these things and rewarding them? This is not in a minigame. You can't explain this away by saying it's just a representation or it's video game theory. This is in the main gameplay. Scott, what is this? I don't know what's in those closets. This is where we need to bring up the Silver Eyes trilogy again. Despite releasing 2 years later, the 3rd book in the trilogy, The Fourth Closet, confusing title I know, might explain what this means. Inside Charlie's room are 3 closets. Inside one is a tiny robot named Ella that's like a children's toy, like a doll. We learn about this in the 1st book. In the 3rd book, The Fourth Closet, we learn what the closets actually are. They're where Henry stores the differently aged versions of robots for Charlie to grow into. The 4th closet holds her adult form, which William steals and turns into Baby. So here's a hallway with 4 closets, with an animatronic in each of them. And maybe this is Henry's house, not William's. That would explain why there's no camera here. It also might explain why the Springtrap plush is the bad guy.
Like, this
might
made
be
sense.
Charlie playing a game and distracting Springtrap so that Mike's
Like, this
nightmares
location
start
made
later
a
on
lot
in the
more
night.
sense in the game theory
The white
video,
box
but
is the player of the game.
I'm so
which is
confused
the
now.
puppet, maybe? But that barely makes any sense. I am not sold on any theory. So, I really got nothing to say about this whole section. It's all a mystery. It also makes it more confusing because FNAF World seemed to indicate that Henry built
so
Baby.
confused.
And in the books, Henry built Baby. And then in this game, William built Baby. And I don't know what's going on anymore.
Who made Baby? They both
Great
made
job.
Baby.
This completes your tasks for the night. Please proceed back through the Ballora Gallery with care, and we'll see you back here tomorrow.
After restoring power, you get to go home.
Daddy just wants let me go play with her? She's so pretty and shiny. Didn't you make her just for me?
I don't think it's hard to imagine that William's daughter is talking about
I will
Baby,
finish this.
But she says, didn't you make her just for me? And as we've established, Henry made Baby. Let's just move on. On the next day, we first check out Ballora, who is being ripped apart limb from limb by mini-arenas.
That's rough, buddy.
Also, Funtime Foxy is a girl.
Let's check on Funtime Foxy. It's important to make sure she's on her stage before entering. Great. It looks like everything is as it should be in Funtime Auditorium. There is no need to check on Baby tonight. Please refrain from entering unauthorized areas. Proceed directly to Funtime Auditorium.
Okay, I know this is probably not the case, but these little squares here and that mouth kind of reminds me of Freddy.
So we have to go fix Funtime Freddy, and are told not to go visit Baby. But if you do...
Did you know that I was on stage once? It wasn't for very long. Only one day. What a wonderful day, though. I was in a small room with balloons and a few tables. No one sat at the tables, though, but children would run in and out. Some were afraid of me, others enjoyed my songs. Music was always coming from somewhere else, down a hall. I would always count the children. I'm not sure why.
What the fuck?
I was always acutely aware of how many there were in the room with me. 2, then 3, then 2, then 3, then 4, then 2, then none. They usually played together in groups of 2 or 3. I was covered in glitter.
Where are you,
I
though?
smelled like birthday cake. There were 2, then 3,
I don't believe you.
then 5, then
You're a
4.
lying ass robot.
I can do something special. Did you know that? I can make ice cream. Although I only did it once. There were 4, then 3, then 2, then 1. Something happened when there was 1. A little girl standing by herself. I was no longer myself, and I stopped singing. My stomach opened, and there was ice cream. I couldn't move, at least, not until she stepped closer. There was screaming for a moment, but only for a moment.
What the fuck?
Then other children rushed in again, but they couldn't hear her over the sounds of their own excitement. I still hear her sometimes. Why did that happen?
Yeah, so Baby is programmed to dispense ice cream if there's only ever one child around, and when they go up to eat the ice cream, Baby snatches them.
And she eats them.
Did it to a young girl. And I think we can see where that's going. After a minigame where you take out Freddy's power module, your shift is over, so you go back through Funtime Auditorium.
Great job. You've acquired both power modules. This completes your tasks for the night. Please exit the building through Funtime Auditorium, and we'll see you back here again tomorrow.
You then get jump scared by Foxy.
Okay. Jesus.
Daddy, she can make balloons. Have you seen her make balloons?
Oh god, that's the daughter, because he's
Daddy,
British.
let me go to her.
And that's a British child.
Shh, be still and quiet. You've been sleeping for quite a while.
Oh no.
I think they noticed that you never left the building last night. The cameras were searching for you, but they couldn't find you. I have you hidden too well. I kidnapped you.
Ugh.
So you slept for like 20 hours, and Baby saved you from Funtime Foxy.
Don't be afraid. I'm not going to hurt you. I am only going to keep you for a little while.
Are you, though?
Try not to wiggle, though. You're inside something that came from my old pizzeria. I don't think it was ever used. At least not the way it was meant to be used.
What the fuck?
Too dangerous.
So you're inside a spring lock suit, meaning Baby's Pizzeria had a spring lock suit in it, and it wasn't used the way it was meant to be used, meaning this is either William Spring Bonnie suit, or this is Golden Freddy, which was used to kill the vengeful spirit. But it's not actually either of those. The faceplate of the suit opens up like the Funtime animatronics, not like the old classic suits. So who used this, and what was it for?
I don't know.
Also, the Springlock suit is not a gray square on the Breaker Room map.
You're in the scooping room. Do you know why they call it the scooping room? It's because, dummy, this is the room where they use the scooper. I thought that would be obvious.
Baby then tells us we're in the scooping room, and then to be quiet because someone is coming. Now, if I was attacked by Foxy and then kidnapped by Baby and put in a Springlock suit, I would want to be saved by people. But Baby doesn't want us to tell anybody that we're here.
Baby's creepy.
Like someone else is in the building.
I thought she was cool. She's fucking weird, bro.
Okay, bring her over. Forward.
What the fuck is this?
More.
Like.
Okay, stop. Set her down. Watch the step. What happened to it this time? Just
and then there's two other voices?
Break it down. Who knows? It's always the same, man. Some kind of hardware malfunction. Well, I had to be somewhere
what the
in 15
fuck?
minutes, and this place gives me the creeps.
Maybe explain what's going on here.
It's all automated. We don't have to be here for it. Just get her on the rollers and we can go.
Gibby, explain.
Ballora then gets scooped.
Oh. Okay.
There's something very important that I've
Let me
learned
out.
how to do.
Give me
over
explain
time.
what's going on.
Do you know what that is? How to pretend. Do you ever play make-believe?
No.
Pretend to be one way?
No.
When you are really the other?
No.
It's
Come
very
on.
important. Ballora never learns. But I do. They think there is something wrong on the inside. The only thing that matters is knowing how to pretend.
Oh my god. Let me out!
I'll open the faceplates for you. That way they can find you on the cameras. Now all you have to do is wait.
Baby then opens the faceplate so they can see us on the camera. But why couldn't these men have just saved us? Baby obviously wanted us to see Ballora getting scooped. Also, the mini arenas that were with Ballora start crawling in to attack us, and the spring locks are gonna open, and you're gonna die. After surviving long enough to be rescued, there's no scene where you have to explain why you didn't leave the building or why you're in a suit. You just go home. Then night 5 starts after being told we're gonna get some exotic butters.
You've earned your 1-week bonus, which will be given to you in the form of a delightful gift basket, the cost of which will be taken out of your next paycheck. We have gift baskets containing fruit, nuts, flowers, and of course the ever-popular cash basket. Using the keypad below, please enter the first few letters of the gift basket you would like to receive. It seems you had some trouble with the keypad. I see what you were trying to type, and I will auto-correct it for you. Thank you for selecting Exotic Butters.
What the fuck?
Please be aware that there are still 2 technicians on site today. Try to avoid interfering with their work if possible. Also, feel free to ask them why they are still there and encourage them to go home.
The 2 technicians from the previous night are still here. I wonder what that's about.
Let's check on Ballora and make sure she's on her stage. Great. Now let's check on Funtime Foxy. Great. It looks like
My
everything
dog
is as
just
it
wanted
should
me
be
to
in
pet her, so I
Funtime
was petting her for a
Auditorium.
little bit.
Well, that was terrible. Okay.
Dark.
Circus Baby had a rough day and is in need of repair. You will be required to reach the parts and service room by once again sneaking through Funtime Auditorium.
Motion trigger, parts
Oh
and
god.
service.
She's gonna
Great
fucking
job
eat us.
reaching parts and service. Circus Baby has been deactivated for an unknown reason. It's your job to make sure she is structurally stable and secured to the conveyor. Our technicians will take it from there.
Circus Baby has been deactivated for an unknown reason. We're gonna learn what that reason was in a moment. If you fail this section, you get attacked by an endoskeleton, which has 3 eyes for some reason.
I'm pretending. Remember how I said I could pretend? The cameras are watching. I must be careful not to move. Something bad happened yesterday. Something bad always happens. I don't want it to happen again. There is something bad inside of me.
These lines are the most annoying in the game because they could mean so many things. Is the bad thing her breaking down? Is it her scooping children? Does she steal a child every time she gets rented out? Is the bad thing inside of her the child that she just stole? Or is it her being evil in general? Is the bad thing her evil AI, or is the bad thing the soul of the little girl that she ate all those years ago? I don't know, and nobody does.
A hatch should have opened. Take the card that you find inside. Now you must turn back. I will guide you through Funtime Auditorium so you can reach the scooping room. When you are there,
the scooping room.
I want you to destroy this body. Put the card into your handheld device, and I can continue to speak to you. Now, press the green button to your left. This will send me to the scooping room.
So you remove this weird card from Baby with 2 blinking green lights. Baby is asking you to destroy this body. Theoretically, the way the scooper works is it removes the endoskeleton and then destroys the bodies. And this must be done on a regular basis.
I'm so confused at what is actually happening in this game.
So it makes sense that the outer shells are broken every once in a while and then replaced. But Baby has just put her consciousness in this chip, so she can continue to communicate with you despite her body being destroyed. Now, if I know anything about souls haunting metal in this world, it's that that's not how it works. That chip might contain Baby's artificial intelligence, but it does not contain the remnant from the child inside of her. That's in the endoskeleton. So Baby telling you to save what is good, she's telling you to save the AI, not the child's soul. You're now separating the two from each other. And I think that that is the key to everything.
You must follow my instructions in Funtime Auditorium. Ballora is going to follow you. She will try to catch you. I will help you avoid her. She will not follow you inside the scooping room. She is afraid.
Wait, I thought Ballora done got scooped.
Yeah.
Also, in this scene, more than any others, you can hear this weird ambient sound in the background. I'll get back to what that is once we're done with the story. Baby then guides us through the Funtime Auditorium into the scooping room.
Ballora is behind you. She is afraid of the scooping room. She will not follow you.
Ballora being here is weird given that this is not her room, it's Funtime Auditorium. Also, she's not making any music, which is also weird.
Warning, you've entered a highly dangerous area. You have entered from Maintenance Hatch 1B, reserved for cleaning and repair of the scooper. Entering this side of the room is strictly prohibited by unauthorized personnel.
You are in the scooping room now. Funtime Foxy has already been here today. Funtime Freddy has already been here today. Ballora has already been here today. Circus Baby has already been here today. I've been out before, but they always put me back. They always put us back inside. There's nowhere for us to hide here. There is nowhere to go when we look like this.
And that thing out there is Ennard, an amalgamation of all of the endoskeletons from the Fun Times. They said that there's a little bit of him in every body, but it's actually the case that all of the bodies make up him.
But if we looked like you, then we could hide. If we looked like you, then we would have somewhere to go. The scooper only hurts for a moment.
Oh my god. This is like way more terrifying.
They scoop you out so they can wear your skin as a shell and blend in on the surface. We then hear the final moment of Baby's encounter with the little girl, with Afton's daughter.
Don't tell Daddy that I'm here. I wanted to watch a show too.
4.
I don't know why he won't let me come see you. You're wonderful. Where did the other children go?
Back in Mike's apartment, as the music for The Immortal and the Restless plays, we see him look at himself in the mirror. He opens his eyes to reveal that Ennard is inside him.
Oh my
If this is Mike
god.
Schmidt, and Ennard is inside him, does that mean that you play as Ennard in FNAF 1? His eyes were purple, so does that mean that Ennard is Purple Guy?
No.
No. No, if you die in FNAF 1, you can see Mike's eyeballs, and obviously Purple Guy was killing before Circus Babies opened when he killed Charlie. And Mike is not William, given that we know his name is Mike.
Yeah.
Throughout the game, much like in FNAF 2, you have a chance of playing this minigame upon death. You play as Baby, giving treats to children. If you skip a section and get a different power-up and then backtrack, you can make sure every child gets a treat. You wouldn't do this on your first attempt, so just like the FNAF 3 minigames, there's a normal ending and the lore-relevant ending. Or in my theory, there's the real in-universe video game, and then the game as it's corrupted by the spirits. Because when Baby returns to the start of the game after handing ice cream to all the children...
What the fuck?
We see Baby dispense ice cream and snatch this little girl, William Afton's daughter. In this minigame, Baby has blue eyes and the daughter has green, but throughout the whole game, Baby has had green eyes, meaning that this is the moment she becomes possessed. And that's the end of the game. That's the canonical ending. There is a good ending to the game, but that's actually the fake ending. If you know Baby is evil and you ignore her instructions in the dark, and instead you move the opposite way,
I'll let it be a
it
surprise.
leads you to the room scene on the circuit breaker map, and you can reach the alternate ending.
I love Miku, so all of her outfits are good.
It seems that you have accidentally wandered into a restricted area.
I really like the snow Miku that you did the other day that you put in the server.
Here. You will not be allowed to leave until the cleanup crew arrives at 6 a.m. So hang tight. Rest assured that you will be promptly rescued,
think my favorite
then sent home. Thank you for
the
being
snow
an employee.
Miku
We hope that your experience
and the vampire
has not
Miku
been as regrettable as ours.
are like
This is a legitimate FNAF game security office where you now have to fend off Ennard by closing vents, just like a good old FNAF game. The Celebrate poster mimics the one from the original game, but more importantly, there's a Fredbear plush on the table. He has beady white eyes, just like the animatronics do when they're possessed.
Oh god.
And he's holding a remote of some sort. There's a keypad above it, and if you type in the numbers 1983,
oh no,
then
you're
the
good.
staticky TVs turn on. The bottom left
Take
shows
your
the plush
time.
trap hallway. The top TV
Draw
shows
all
the
your
night
Mikus.
gameplay room from FNAF 4,
Make your
with the left door
Miku-verse.
in the closet easily discernible, and the bottom TV shows a top-down view of the bed. This means a few things, and they're all weird and complicated. We've determined already that the owner and inventor of Circus Babies is William Afton, the purple guy. So why is he watching these rooms? Well, I'll have to go back to that, and we'll have to talk about one more lore-important cutscene.
I will find a way out.
Okay.
When you beat Ennard, you return home and you watch Immortal and the Restless. And then Ennard crawls in and
Vampire Miku is still my all-time favorite I drew so far. I really like the Snow Miku and Vampire Miku. Like,
but that's not all. In a
they're so
DLC
good.
update to the game, we unlock Custom Night. Custom Night offers a few challenges to go through in this office, but it uses all the animatronics from the game, plus a few more. There's the stupid freaking Biddy Babs, Funtime Freddy, Foxy, Ballora, Electro Babs, which are Biddy Babs that fell in a vat of eels, Funtime Lolbit, which looks kind of like Foxy, and you have to type LOL on the keyboard to send him away, which is something. It's interesting, lore-wise, I guess. I think it's just a joke. It's a lol.
I'm in a living hell! No!
Bonnet is a female Bonnie. Yendo is this game's version of Golden Freddy. Most people think his name is short for Yellow Endo, like how Golden Freddy was Yellow Bear in the first game. Also, the mini arenas can attack you.
Oh,
Notable
Jesus.
is that Baby is not here, although she does talk to you and tempts you into letting them win, using the voice of Afton's daughter. After beating one of the challenges, you're rewarded with a cutscene of meat-puppeted Mike walking down the street.
I did it! I'm the best, and I'm back in the saddle again!
Let's go, Markiplier.
Okay, I did it. I fucking did it. Alright, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna... Oh, hey,
Okay. Markiplier looks so happy, and I already know.
Purple guy? That's the only thing that I can assume about this. He's wearing a purple shirt, and his mouth is very weird. So I'm assuming that was Purple Guy walking down the street, and everybody assuming it was Purple Guy. So I'm guessing he hid very well.
Due to the fact that he's possessed, these cutscenes are obviously a continuation of the main canon ending, meaning these scenes take place after the original game. And unlike this moment with Ennard in the living room, these are canon. As you progress through the game, you see Mike decompose more and more until this happens.
It's so pretty. Ooh!
You won't die. You won't die. You won't die.
Baby says you won't die, and then Mike stands right back up, his eyeballs regenerating, gaining control over his body once more. Since he didn't die, this is not, as some fans have deemed it, Mike possessing his own corpse.
No.
This is just him surviving the ordeal. The Silver Eyes trilogy explains this as a character is injected with Remnant, which heals him, because this scoop is not a scooper, it's actually a child Remnant installer.
Oh god.
A CRMN-INST. So even though Mike was host to a giant robot for several days and probably in complete agony, he survives and heals and will eventually return to looking normal. Then the biggest lore drop hits, and we can finally talk about what these last 3 games all mean.
Father, it's me, Michael.
He's British!
I found it. It was right where you said it would be. They were all there.
That's right, Mike, the character we
when they're British, they're the children.
Is William Afton's son, and by extension, this little girl's brother. Mike Schmidt, the guy from FNAF 1, Fritz Smith in FNAF 2, the guard in FNAF 3.
Oh my god!
That is Purple Guy's son. And he is Foxy Bro. And the code 1983 in his office and the Fredbear plush on the desk? Well, that shows that Cece is also Purple Guy's son. The main character of the series is the main villain's son, and his journey started when he accidentally got his brother killed by one of his father's
eye. He's just like his dad,
and
always
that's why
coming
it's so
back.
smart that William is British, because now anyone with a British accent is clearly an Afton. It's so good, and this isn't even the end of the speech.
They didn't recognize me at first, but then they thought I was you.
This shows that Mike has familiarity with the robots, but I think it's actually in here because Scott is laughing at all the theorists who thought that the ending of the game meant that Mike was Purple Guy. They thought I was you. The player thought that Mike was Purple Guy. Well, now we get one of the most important lines in everything.
This game is so good. Like the storytelling.
Together, just like you asked me to. She's free now.
This is like way more, also this is way more impactful, like knowing what happens in the game.
I should be dead, but I'm not. I've been living in shadows.
Go to hell. Laura did that.
So William told Mike to put his sister back together, and Fredbear told Cece he would put him back together, and Fredbear is in William's office. A lot of people think this is a microphone.
I'm so sick of being jump
Fredbear
scared.
Plush's lines were William speaking through him. Like Confess-A-Bear from SpongeBob. In fact, people use this episode of SpongeBob to mock this idea in the community.
My name is Confess-A-Bear. Tell me
Mind
all
you,
your
Scott.
secrets.
The thing is, that's not a walkie-talkie, which would have maybe 4 buttons maximum. That's a camera controller with 20 buttons at the dial. to control the cameras the TVs are displaying the feeds from. I honestly think the plush being right there is a coincidence. This plush was sold in real life as actual merch, and it was labeled as possessed. And I do think it is possessed, but not by Charlie, not by the vengeful spirit. I think the plush is possessed by Cece. The idea of dual possession has been mildly controversial, with some people refusing to accept it outright. Based on the explanation of possession I outlined in this very video, 2 sets of memories imprinting on one endoskeleton wouldn't actually make any sense. But that's because that's not how dual possession works. The vengeful spirit was imprinted on the endoskeleton. Cece is inside the doll. In the Silver Eyes trilogy, we know Charlie dies and possesses robots
Hold on, I'll be right back. I'm so sorry.
Fucking sit down when I pee
oh my
sometimes.
God. Alright, I'm back. I had to bring something in from the car for my mother. Because it was heavy and she was like, I need help. Alright. I figured it'd probably be like 5 minutes or like close to 5 minutes. So I put text on the screen so people knew what I was doing.
For her to grow up into.
What does that even mean?
The thing that she's possessing, the way that she's able to shift her consciousness to different robots, is that she's actually inside of a doll. That doll is her, and her aunt moves it into the next robot when it's time for her to upgrade. I think this plush is possessed by Cece, and that at some point in the future, that plush will be placed inside Golden Freddy.
There is only one thing left for me to do now. I'm going to come
so when they're British, they're Athens.
I'm going to come find you.
So Mike is off to find his father, and then we get confirmation that Springtrap, William, Purple Guy, survived the FNAF 3 fire.
More timeline stuff, let's go.
Before we make any amount of sense out of the last 3 games, we need to place sister location in the timeline. In the beginning, we're told that Circus Baby's rental opened after the success and unfortunate closing of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Freddy's Pizza is different than Fredbear's Family Diner, and there were only 3 Freddys that closed, 85, 87, and 92. The success of Freddy's means it cannot be the 87 location, because that location was only opened for a week. And the FNAF 1 1992 location closed not due to murders, but due to low attendance, meaning only one location was a success but had an unfortunate closing, being the first Freddy's location after the MCI in 1985. It's clear that William told Mike to go to Circus Baby's Entertainment. I can hear my mom throwing the recycling can. You guys can hear that, I'm sorry. It gets spring locked, and the most logical place to put it is before FNAF 2, meaning this all is the impetus for Mike to go looking for William, his father, by becoming the night security guard at Freddy's in FNAF 2 and 1 and Fazbear Frights. Before we talk about that, we need to do a detour into the books again. Remnant is brought up in the 4th closet as the haunted metal that makes the animatronics come back to life. I already said how a character is injected with it and survives. When he's injected with it, he's able to see the spirit world. The MCI kids he talks to have an abstract control over the animatronics, and also don't understand that they're dead. Now, in the books, William injects the kid with a combination of all of their remnant. I think if the kid was only injected with one person's remnant, he would only have been able to see that one kid. Instead, he's able to see all of them. We find out from some blueprints that the
this video like paints William and
it's called a SCUP,
Henry is just as bad.
Creation of ulterior presence.
Because the game theory video made like William like the main villain, and Henry is like a victim.
The child remnant installer from earlier. It specifically notes that there is a trace amount on the scoop at all times, which explains how it entered Michael, even though he wasn't intended to be haunted. Much like in the book, it also notes that, while the metal needs to be heated to become malleable, which is what allows William to combine the animatronics, if it's heated too far, then the remnant will go away, which, once again, backs up the whole idea that it's kind of like an imprint on the circuit board as opposed to soul juice.
The scooper's cool, though.
There are funtime animatronics just like in Sister Location, and it's explained that William is taking bits of remnant from the combination of all the original animatronics and is creating these other robots, which explains how Biddy Babs and Mini Renas come to life. It's not like they each have one soul per tiny little animatronic. It's that the remnant is dividable. And people who take issue with souls being dividable, I just want to say again, I believe remnant is more like memory. Your computer memory can be divided. We have different regions in our brain that specialize in different things. If you cut your brain in half into 2 lobes, then you wind up with 2 different consciousnesses. They each have a little bit of the memories of the MCI kids, a little bit of who they are and their humanity, used to bring the machines to life, which is then overwritten by their AI.
I have an old phone.
That's what scalable means in Scoop. It allows
that I probably could use
for more or less remnant
tracking,
as needed,
but I don't know if I can use
Ballora and Freddy and
the older
Foxy
iPhone.
Have more than the Biddy Babs. Scalable ulterior presence. Scalable hauntings.
That way I can actually
Much
use
like
my
in
phone
the books,
during streams.
It's believed that this remnant comes from the MCI kids. A lot of people try to fit this together with the minigames in FNAF 3 where William disassembles the original animatronics, but that does not make any sense. He dies at the end of that game, which hardly makes it possible that he started this rental business, made all these machines haunted, sent Mike down there, and then died. People actually try to claim that all of the logistics of him doing that happened in one night after destroying these animatronics, but before getting spring-trapped. After the original closing of Freddy's, the animatronics were returned to William. We know this happened with the Springlock suits because Phone Guy says it in FNAF 3. And there is no current Freddy's location, so obviously one of the two owners would take them, and it's probably the one with a massive workshop and a robotics company. Henry also would have bowed out of the company by then, because Phone Guy never met him, never even knowing his name. But Phone Guy was around the time that the Springlocks were decommissioned and when the MCI was happening, as the tapes in FNAF 3 show. So William gets the original animatronics back after the MCI, filled with the souls of the kids he killed.
What the fuck?
He experiments on them, taking enough remnant to create the Funtimes and Biddy Babs, leaving them to behave like monsters, like animals, with lesser cognitive awareness. The Funtimes are powered by their remnant, and they're designed to get more. That's why Baby has a giant claw. Baby then kills his daughter. Circus Baby's never opens. He converts it to a rental service, and then Freddy's is opening again, with toy animatronics that William did not make. William tells Mike to go to Circus Babies to put his sister back together, while he becomes a night security guard at Freddy's, kills more kids, fails to have them possess any more animatronics. Mike gets scooped, and, crucially, is able to see the ghosts of the MCI children, finally realizing what his father has done. So he goes in search of William, and goes to Freddy's to be the night guard the day after the bite of 87. He tries to tamper with the animatronics, to see them, to see if they're haunted, to communicate with them like he did with the other children. But he gets fired, and Freddy's closes, and the Withers are moved back to the original location
I turn my
where William
movement
goes
thing
to
off
destroy
because
them
my
to
cat
cover his
keeps
tracks.
coming over to me
He gets spring
for me
locked
to
behind
pet
a
him.
wall, where Mike can't find him for decades. Mike says he put Baby back together.
There we go.
Putting someone back together means putting their memories back together.
I usually like
having
having the movement thing on with this model
the AI programming of the
because it
robot or animatronic.
looks really good.
Then this moment where he removes this card from Baby is when I believe he put
Mango
Baby
keeps
back
coming
together.
up to me.
This card is Baby, the character, the AI.
The baby?
And once it's removed, the sister can gain control over the animatronic.
It's the baby.
The endoskeleton that has now become part of Ennard is the sister, and the next game in the series will confirm this. Remember a really, really long time ago when I said, so I think we should be on the lookout for any human characters in the story who get injected with a remnant, who might want to help Cece, and who could be the person speaking these lines. So that's Mike, meaning the eyes in the void talking to Cece in the beginning and the end
We're
of
halfway
FNAF World
through.
Is Mike. He's in this trippy dream-like state after he's been injected with remnant at the end of Sister Location. And he says,
everything that happens out there has an effect here. Do you understand? This is a safe place. This is a sanctuary. But something has gone wrong, and now it can be seen here.
I just want to make sure it's still weird because it closed by accident.
That's why I am
fucking
here.
bears, bro.
Something wrong,
It's fucking bears.
But something is wrong with me. But I won't let the same happen to you.
I don't think so.
And if William told Mike
you're
to put
crazy.
his sister back together, it makes sense that Mike would then use that phrase when discussing how he wanted to put Cece back together.
I put her back together, just like you asked me to.
Yeah, but
I will put you back together.
Is it even gonna work though?
When he says this to Cece, happens after Sister Location.
We are still your friends. Do you believe that?
I don't think so, because you
The
literally
pieces
killed your brother
are
by
in place
accident.
for you. All you have to do is find them. Rest.
So it's in this nebulous time that FNAF World takes place, and I'll explain how I know this and what it has to do with the hippo later, but the only thing that's really important is that Mike has a conversation with Henry. Henry says that there's nothing that Mike can do.
Come, have a seat, and let's fish for a while. You have nowhere else to go.
But Mike blows him off and goes straight to the FNAF 2 location. and Henry starts making video games to try to contact the flip side. Now let's go back and solve FNAF 4. I believe Cece did have a Fredbear plush as a kid, and maybe it was his imaginary friend, but the text in those minigames is non-diegetic. It didn't actually happen. Cece didn't hear those words back in 1983.
Okay, yeah, he didn't hear those words back in 83, because that... I don't think his brother is making video games to try to contact him. I think his brother is like...
The bear did not have a speaker.
I feel like that's too...
It did not talk to him psychically.
I don't know. I feel like that's a bit of a reach.
Of the player, who was the vengeful spirit. At the end of the minigames, the dialogue spoken to Cece in the Void is the first dialogue Mike actually spoke to him beside his deathbed. It then becomes the dialogue that Mike will say to Cece in FNAF World after Mike is injected with Remnant in Sister Location. The first and last cutscenes in FNAF World is Mike, the glowing yellow square eyes, speaking to Cece. The Fredbear plush being on every screen doesn't mean he was literally there. It was a way for Henry to watch the events play out. It's like a Christmas Carol. The vengeful spirit is Scrooge, and Henry is Fredbear, acting in the role of the ghosts, going back to view these memories. The plush isn't actually in any of these places. He's watching things unfold alongside the main character.
I don't think the plush is
there,
but I don't think...
as ethereal, flip-side, spectral spectators. Toy Chica is missing her beak in the game, because the game was made after FNAF 2 actually happened. It was made after 1987, where the robot Toy Chica was missing her beak. There were toys of the animatronics, there were Spring Bonnie plushes, but this dialogue about it being a finger trap was not actually said to Cece. It's dialogue that Henry wrote for the vengeful spirit to hear. The player of FNAF World is the vengeful spirit, and all of these minigames that we play in the core titles are just like the minigames we play in the FNAF World Halloween update. They are minigames created by Deskman, created by Henry, to communicate with the other side, to communicate with the vengeful spirit. They're based on real events,
I don't know.
But they're fictionalized, allowing for callbacks and references to things that happened before the game's creation, but after the time the events depicted actually took place, with the hindsight, biases, and
I think it's just a way of storytelling.
Specifically.
I don't necessarily think...
Yes.
I don't really believe the video game
very
theory.
Out there, but it explains everything. It explains the weird stuff in the FNAF 4 minigames. It even explains the completely overlooked weirdness that is the minigames in the first place. It's not like Jeremy is experiencing these minigames in FNAF 2. That's because every game is from the experience of two characters. The nighttime security guard who's playing through the night gameplay segments, and the vengeful spirit who is playing through the Atari minigames. You know why you have to die to play the minigames in FNAF 2? Because the vengeful spirit's dead. It also explains all the weird things you have to do in FNAF 3. Like clicking a poster, tapping on wall tiles. Like, no, that doesn't lead to games. Because everything you do has an effect in here. Every action you take has an effect in the flip side. I think Mike is doing certain things that are causing ripples over to the video game world, which then allow the vengeful spirit to set up Happiest Day.
I think it's just a way to tell... Okay, the thing that I have like an issue with the video game theory is that there are ways you can do storytelling, right? And it's not necessarily that the characters are doing those things. It's a way to like depict the narrative, and I feel like saying that the games are like a part of like an actual player in the game is just like kind of stupid. IMO. Also, my mom let the dogs out and just left, so I'll be right back. Again, I'm so sorry. I'm just gonna not even go on my BRB screen. I'll be right back. Just gonna let the dog in. Okay, I'm back. Sorry.
Where Mike and the Vengeful Spirit cross paths in order
My mom
to make
let them
Happiest
out
Day
before
happen.
she left.
An ending where
And
Mike
then
affects the flip side,
she ran
defeats
somewhere.
William, and then the
She
Vengeful
took my
Spirit
dad.
frees Cece. That's a great finale.
I literally told her I was
I think
streaming.
the reason FNAF is so confusing is because each video game takes place in a year that we don't know. The only solid date is 1987. And then within each game are games that depicts events that happens who knows when, and that were created and experienced by this spirit who knows when. And some nights are dreams, and some mini.
I've been trying to type for the last 5 minutes, but this app's tweaked and everything I sent didn't go through at all. Oh no! Woof, woof, woof. Yeah. Fork. Dude, I literally... It's just so annoying. I like... Because, like, they'll go outside, and, like, they'll be outside for, like, 5 minutes, and they start barking immediately. And then they want to go outside again. And because, like, I don't believe in yelling at them, I don't want to, like, be mean to them or hurt their feelings. Wait, what? Also, why are you still on Discord mobile? Isn't it, like, 5:30? They'll have to, like... It's just so annoying sometimes. I, like... But then they're like, sometimes I'll let them out, and they're good for, like, an hour.
Games are games meant to be
I don't
games,
feel the best, so I've
but
been in
some
bed.
are
Oh,
games
okay.
not
Hope
meant to
you
be
feel
games
better.
that are being used to communicate with ghosts. And in one of them, Henry is lying. In the third book in the
straight
Sunrise
up
Trilogy,
do not
it turns
fuck
out
with
that
this game
Charlie
theory
is a robot.
thing.
We know that already. Afton did not kill Charlie's brother Sam when they were children. He killed Charlie. Henry then cries into a doll, and the tears and sadness possess the doll with Charlie's spirit. And then she's haunting a robot of herself. And then she was told that Afton killed her brother, but not really. The mom actually took the brother and then left Henry, and he spiraled out of control after Charlie's death and whatever. And I think that that is Scott doing an in-universe retcon of FNAF 2's Take Cake to the Children minigame. The background audio of that game spells
Stinky?
out
You're stinky.
S-A-V-E-H-I-M. Save him. But now we know that this is Charlie. But the game says save him, and Charlie is a girl. And I think that's because this is an in-universe lie, so that the spirit playing the game, the Vengeful Spirit, thinks it was not Charlie that was killed, it was her brother, because this is a lie that Henry wants to maintain. When Henry made this game to be experienced by the Vengeful Spirit, he intentionally hid information, so that the spirit would not know that Charlie was dead.
Game theory just makes no sense.
Thus,
like, it's just
this
a
is
way
not
to
mistake.
tell a story.
It was
It's
retconned
not
into being a lie by the narrator.
It's not
This event happened.
it's not
William
it's not that
killed Charlie
deep.
outside of Freddy's.
Like,
Now,
I
this is
genuinely
a
just
real
think this is like a
video game. You
narrative
play it at
choice
Freddy's
and not
Arcade.
a
But Henry made this game
active thing
so
that's
that the spirits
happening.
possessing the robots who can interact with the flip side dimension where video games
Like,
are.
I think the video games are... Anyways, I think the games are literally like just a way to like explain the story. Like Freddy Fazbear Pizzeria and Fazbear Entertainment is like a big thing, right? And yeah, my dog, there's literally a car drives by and he barks. Dan Bravo, your new person looks so well. I'm like, thank you. But like, I don't know. I feel like this is literally just a storytelling thing because like we know that the Fazbear Entertainment is like this huge thing. They have multiple chains. They have a TV show. They have merch. They have like all this stuff, right? So it makes sense for there to be games like in the game, like games of Freddy Fazbear at Freddy Fazbear Pizzeria. And I think these games are merely just like a narrative decision that they use to like tell the story, but not necessarily like Henry or Mike making these games to contact the Vengeful Spirit or the Crying Child. Like, I just, like, it just makes no sense to me why they would do things. The game things are an actual thing, Lex. Give it time. Yeah, but okay. I understand that these are actual events that are happening. I understand that this is William Afton killing Charlie. I understand that, like, the freeing the spirits for the Crying Child, like that all makes sense. Like, those are real things that happen. But I feel like these games are like just a narrative decision and not necessarily like, oh, this is somebody like in universe making these games to contact the spirits. Like, that just seems like really out there and kind of a weird way to tell a story. I'm saying that there's a reason their games later in the series, there's more that leans into that. Oh my god.
Are real.
Okay.
Could see the murder happen and
I'll give it time, but
Charlie's brother, Sam.
I
that
think
is why FNAF
it's just a narrative decision.
Even though it makes perfect sense.
Yeah, it's a whole thing.
Life. Glitch Fredbear in FNAF World is William. The same way that William's evil deeds infect video games by causing Purple Guy to appear. I think that his will, his desires to fix his son, manifests as Glitch Bear. William wants to put Cece back together, so it makes sense that he would kill this child and tell them to put Cece back together. Glitch Bear says...
Also, Glitch Bear has a mouth.
A sanctuary. The truth is that there is no safe place. You don't understand that.
Despite the limitations of the text, I think that he's specifically quoting the Square Eyes from the beginning in a mocking way.
This is a safe...
Really, no one would have thought that this if it weren't for FNAF World, but Afton did that to make things add up for the lore since the community was so wrong about shit. Okay, that's fair.
Place. This is a sanctuary.
This is a safe place.
I just think it's because people don't understand basic storytelling, and that's why they were so off about it.
You don't understand that.
So he's not
the story...
He's actually antagonistic.
Okay, yes, it's a very complex story of FNAF. But if you break it down, everything, like, it's complicated because everything happens out of order. But, like, so far... Sorry, Scott. Oh, my God. But, like, the story that Scott is telling, right, is, like, if you, like, look at it in, like, a linear form, not, like, in the way that the games are produced, in the way that the games come out. The story itself makes sense, okay? Like, I understand it. All the puzzle pieces fit together. However... I think because people, as kindly as I'm going to say this, don't read very much anymore. And they don't understand, like, how literature works. They don't understand the purpose of storytelling. They make these, like, wild-ass assumptions or these wild-ass theories. They're like, oh, okay, like, that's what it... Because they're basing... The story is not done yet. So they're like, oh, dream theory. And, like, and I understand, like, at the time... They were like, okay, like, that was the only thing that they were going off of. And I understand they had zero information at the time, but it's like, okay, if you don't have any information about a story that's not complete yet, shut your mouth. Like, comment on what you actually know and things that are being told to you. Don't try to assume that there's another theory there. If you don't have the full context and the full story, and, like, I feel like this is, like, oh my god, I'm just going on a rant right now about, like, people not understanding, like, storytelling. It's, like, why people really don't like, the new Hobbit movies. Like, a lot of people don't like them. And I think it's because they break down the Hobbit movie, like, movie by movie, and they haven't read the book. And it's a theory, a game theory, yeah. Like, but, like, you can have a theory and not sound like an idiot. And I feel like a lot of time, like, from watching this video and, like, seeing what people were, like, going through, like, in the back, like, before, like, when all this stuff was coming out, it's like, you don't have the information. And Scott is, like, dripping information as it comes, right? And yes, the sister location changes a lot of the story and, like, you find out, like, more. But it's like, if you're being drip fed this information, then go off the information that you have. Don't go off of theory or, like, information that you don't have that doesn't make sense for the context of the story that you're being told. Anyways, back to the lore video.
Because the Square Eyes
probably, like, literally, like,
Mike.
piss off every FNAF
William
player
killed
ever.
The MCI kids to experiment with eternal life and bringing people back, but he created the vengeful spirit to do this.
You were made for one thing.
And I'm not saying that William is saying these things. He's not thinking these words in their head and having them manifest in a video game. It's his will, his desire, that is manifesting in the other dimension as this corruption. And you could argue that William setting up is backwards. But for one,
this VOD's gonna pop off. Dude, the other VOD,
and two, I think it's actually
I don't understand how it did so well. I literally just was like, I really upload my VODs just for, like, shits and giggles.
Or someone who went crazy because he experienced loss. He was trying to save him, and he convinced Mike to help. and then Mike found out how his father was going about it, so he noped on out of there. A lot of FNAF theories try to say that Mike was actually doing his father's bidding, and at some point had a change of heart and changed from a bad guy into a good guy. And I hate this theory. I think the opposite is true. I think William was having good intentions. He wanted to save his son, and then he realized that to do it, he had to kill children. And so he made the decision to kill children. Mike agreed with this endeavor until he saw what his father was willing to do. The best villains are the ones with good motivations who take things too far. They want a good outcome, but their method is evil. And they say that the ends justify the means.
Okay, I don't fuck with that theory. I think, I don't fuck with that theory. I'm gonna say it right now. I don't care if anything, like, in the next however long I left this fucking video, like, proves me wrong. Okay? Fucking Mike gets his brother killed when he's still a child. Okay? And William Afton is already, like, murdering people before his brother's death. His dad was already fucked up before his brother died.
I think William and Mike were both good, until William turned evil.
My God.
I think the series right now can be broken down into two trilogies. FNAF 1 through 3, and then 4, World and Sister Location. FNAF 1 through 3 are not a straightforward story, but they are a story. Whereas FNAF 4, World and Sister Location...
Yeah, he didn't kill kids until after his son's death, though, but he was literally fucking making robots that were, like, going to hurt people. And, like, if we combine, right? Yeah, I think most of Mad Patch shit, like, prior, was kind of dog shit. I'll say it. I don't think most of his stuff, like, in the early days of FNAF, was pretty, like, spot on. I know he was just working off what he had. But, like, if we combine the lore videos that I watched about William Afton and, like, with the fucking game theory bit guy and this one, I don't think William Afton was a very good person to begin with if, like, your first instinct after your son dies is to kill other people's children to, like, make other people hurt. Like, you already have to have something fundamentally wrong with you as a human being, and to then be like, oh, but Mike was, like, in on it too. Like, no. Mike was never in on it. And he literally, like, uses these nightmares on on his own kid to, like, punish him, I think, in a way. And then, like, his daughter died. Like, bro fucked up. Little bro is tweaking, and it's honestly on him that all this stuff happens. And, like, when your kid dies, the first thing that you do is you don't go and kill other people's kids. Just gonna throw that out there. That was crazy to assume. But you don't do that.
More of a story, but you need every piece of all three of them in order to put that story together. After Sister Location, it's very obvious that Mike is Foxy Bro and that purple guy, William, is their father. We were supposed to know that just from FNAF 4. It's possible, but no one did it. I think the reason that
because Afton's a dumbass.
So intertwined.
He's the dumbest villain.
Because Scott now knew what he was doing, and he was able to plant seeds earlier on that would be paid off in future games.
Like, he makes sense as, like, a villain, but, like, he's just
to craft a long form story.
I don't know.
So now that we have all of those pieces,
I'm yapping for no reason.
What's going on? What about the Breaker Room map? This confirms that the FNAF 4 gameplay house and the plush trap room were being watched by William, and that they are real
I could fix
places.
him. I'm sure you could.
We know that this is
You
Mike.
could do it, Plex.
We know that he has dreams about
Just
this
show,
location after...
You just gotta show William Afton Macross and anime and, like, the girls singing, and he'd be like, oh my god, that's so much better than murdering kids.
FNAF 1 because of the FNAF 1 phone call. But that does not mean he didn't go through it as a child and then dream.
Yeah, exactly.
About
He's a
it
fucking
later.
jealous, petty bitch.
I said a very long time ago that Scott likes to take criticism of his games and address it in the next game. FNAF 4 was scary because FNAF 3 wasn't scary. I think Sister Location is a narrative because of how cryptic FNAF 4 was. I think these cameras and this plush are here to show us that 1, Dream Theory was never correct.
Thank
2, that Cece is William's son and that Mike is Foxy Bro. And 3, I think it's there to make the point that while in every other FNAF game we play as a security guard, in FNAF 4 we don't, unless you consider it from the perspective of the person looking at the cameras.
You're always playing as
Mike.
Mike.
William is watching FNAF 4 happen
except for
live
FNAF
through
World.
his cameras, and is controlling the animatronics. It's the reverse of FNAF gameplay, which makes sense because it's literally being played by the villain. There was a viral post many years ago saying Nintendo should make a game where you play as Bowser and have to place enemies and obstacles to stop Mario from reaching you. And that's kind of what Mario Maker is. There's this game made by Ubisoft called Zombie U that actually puts you in this role. One player is playing a first-person shooter, while the other person is placing down zombies and different power-ups to try to stop the player. My friends and I jokingly call this mode a second-person shooter, and I bring this up to sort of explain my thinking for the role that William would play in FNAF 4. I think he's the person sending the waves of animatronics at Mike, and he's just watching things unfold.
Yeah, because he's a dick!
But I don't think that they actually look like this. I think this visage is just an illusion.
Because he's a
dick.
In
the books, and I hope I'm almost done saying that, there are things called illusion discs. Think of them looking more like floppy disks rather than CD-ROMs. The science behind them is complete nonsense. They are basically described as the opposite of white noise. They aren't just a sound that blends into the background that you can ignore. Instead, they produce a sound that overtakes and overloads your senses so much that your brain just sort of shuts down. Given that every element of your body is run off of electricity, and that your consciousness and your senses are all processed in your brain, the idea is that the illusion discs are hijacking that process.
Okay, but you're literally talking about someone who's injected with remnant.
Or even feel anything that they're programmed to. It's kind of like the Matrix. Your brain thinks it's real because sense data processing is being tampered with. Except instead of a plug being injected into the back of your head, your brain is being hijacked by sound. In the fourth closet, William is able to project the image of Springtrap dancing around like a ballerina to one of the main characters, just by using an illusion disc. It's telling her brain that there is a rabbit there, and thus she can see it. The nightmare animatronics are illusions. The reason that Foxy in the closet becomes an actual Foxy, and then just a plush, is because the disc is being turned on and off.
Because that's literally his child that he put a fucking illusion disc on, because he's a... Anyways.
The Freddy plush on the bed becomes multiple vibrating frettles.
Getting heated watching this video. I'm actually tilting at a FNAF Lore video.
These animatronics coming for you look like this because the disc is being turned on. I already said that I think the original animatronics, or the Wizards, pre-FNAF 2, are in William's house because he's the manufacturer, so they've gone back to him. And also, because the advertising for FNAF 4 says, "What have you brought home?" Well, nothing. In the game, nothing gets brought home. Except for the animatronics.
Literally, William Afton has a stupid underground fucking base with a stupid-ass fucking baby and a stupid-ass fucking, like, other babies, and he puts this little disc on his kid.
In the situation that I theorized. So once again, I think these are the Withered, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy with illusion discs, which allows this to be Withered Freddy, and also this to be Withered Freddy, with a different setting. I've already said that I think Mangle existed pre-FNAF 2, based on the way that he's described in that game.
The books just make everything more complicated.
Of Foxy would have been taken apart and put back together.
It makes sense you hate books, but I like books. But the books just make everything
Mangle over the course of the
more
single
complicated.
week that FNAF 2 was open before we start playing. And thus I believe that Mangle existed in the first Freddy's location before the missing children incident. That's also how there's a version of him in the sister's room. He's never referred to as a toy animatronic, and I also think he might be a precursor to Funtime Foxy. The put-together version of Mangle and then Funtime Foxy are completely different animatronics.
Yeah.
But if we assume that William first made the original animatronics,
Into the pit, being time travel is dumb and should just stay away from the game. Wait, what?
Period. That would mean that the real full Mangle is somewhere in the FNAF 4 house, and he's going unused. Probably because he's more out of order than the others. Spring Bonnie and Golden Freddy are also stored somewhere in the house, as well as Balloon Boy. And I think those four are in the hallway in these closets. That's what these dots are on the breakaway map. 4 animatronics stored away, Withered Freddy, Bonnie, and Chica roaming the house, Foxy in the
I'm about
closet.
to end the stream.
And keep in mind, the 2 animatronics at Fredbear's would be the animatronics and not the spring-lock suits.
What is going on in this franchise, bro?
Plush trap doll. In the Halloween update for FNAF 4, there's a new mode that gets added. Scott made a really weird comment about it, saying it's not canon, and it introduces this weird little goblin monster balloon boy. Scott said that the character of Nightmarion is not canon, but Balloon Boy is. I think this means that even though William did use the Spring Bonnie plush in whatever test he was running in FNAF 4, it's equally likely and equally possible that he could have used Balloon Boy, because he's also in this hallway. But he could not have used an illusion disc to have an animatronic take on the appearance of the puppet, because either he didn't have the puppet, or because
She's
he didn't
taken
know
the
that
L.
it was
I have not
haunted,
taken the L.
and it wasn't an option.
There's a part 3 to the sister location. Okay.
FNAF 4, Sister Location, and FNAF World are the most enigmatic games in the series, and them all being this little trilogy makes it really hard to talk about them. So now we're finally going to finish discussing Sister Location. Like I said before, these 2 dots are animatronics, not spring-lock suits, at the Fredbear's location.
During Sister Location, he's
and these
still
are
on
Funtime
it.
Freddy, Ballora, Baby, and Funtime Foxy. Also,
It started
this map is supposed to be the hint at getting the secret ending of the game. You take the card from Baby in Parts and Services, and she gets
3 hours and 43 minutes. He's been talking about Sister Location for almost 2
so
hours.
If you know that this room exists from studying the Breaker Room map, then you will instead go right, and you'll enter the office to play the bonus night. Throughout Sister Location, there's a weird ambient noise in the background that, when isolated and slowed down, can be heard as Baby saying the numbers 1, 5, 7, 8.
So 3 hours left. Yeah. Because we're almost 5 hours into the video.
1, 5, 7, 8.
After doing some quick math, I've determined that this is likely May 1st, 1978, or January 5th, 1978. Either way, I believe
So
that
then
this
tomorrow
is
she'll blame it
Baby's
on me.
birth year.
No, tomorrow I'm not
This
streaming.
is
Tomorrow I have a
Afton's
job interview.
daughter's birth year, making her 5
I have to go
in
out.
the events of FNAF 4.
It's like an hour away.
And slightly older than that when she dies. She definitely dies after Cece. Alright, now we can finally talk about The Immortal and the Restless.
Tomorrow's Fortnite with me.
The
Tomorrow I have a
Immortal
job
and the
interview.
Restless is the TV show that Mike watches between every shift. Except for the one he misses because he's passed out in the spring-lock suit. It's a soap opera about Vlad, an obvious vampire and probable stand-in for William Afton, given that
Yes, the
he's
Immortal and the Restless.
And also purple. His wife Clara is
It's an
voiced by
hour
Amber
there,
Lee
hour
Connors, who I
back.
talked about earlier, voicing Toy
Plus
Chica.
however long my interview is.
Clara, I tell you, the baby isn't mine.
Count, I tell you that it is. You're the only vampire I've ever loved. And the baby turns his bottles into powdered milk.
So Vlad says that their baby isn't his, when it clearly is because it's a vampire, and it does vampire things, and this makes him and Clara argue.
The baby isn't mine.
I don't think it's a coincidence that there's a character named Baby
Amber
in
in
this
another
game
FNAF
who,
game,
as
gotta
I
love
pointed
her.
out previously, was probably built by Henry. In the final episode, Vlad finally admits, accidentally, that the baby is his, which coincides with Mike discovering that the death of his sister is his father's fault.
I'm keeping the diamond ring.
The joke's on you. I found it in a kid's meal.
You bought a kid's meal? Oh, Vlad!
Clara!
What the fuck? What is this
The end's narration
telenovela
also
shit?
says, stay tuned for what happens to Baby next season, in the next game.
But what about the baby? What about the back child support? Stay tuned next season for those answers and more.
So even though I'm very confident that the baby...
Wait, this is a real thing in the
I'm not
game?
entirely sure what the rest of this is about.
I thought
but
this
it
was
is more
fan-made.
fuel to the fire of the topic of who created Baby. Who made her originally? FNAF World seems to imply Henry. The books directly state it was Henry.
Oh.
The only person who says it was William is his daughter in this game, who says that he made it for her. But in The Immortal and the Restless, the William stand-in character seems to say that the baby isn't his. So whose baby? Okay, now on to the final game.
Oh god. What? Wait, there's a pizza shop simulator?
By final
like
game, I mean the start of a new trilogy, because the next 3 games all
it's not a horror game, right?
Combined and finish off the saga that started with FNAF 1, but are all thematically contained as a trilogy. Kind of like how FNAF 1 through 3 were a trilogy, 4 World and Sister Location were a trilogy. The games making up this trilogy are Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator, Five Nights at Freddy's Security Logbook, and Ultimate Custom Night. First, we're going to look at Pizzeria Simulator. In June of 2017, 13 months after Sister Location, and 6 months after the Custom Night update that got our heads spinning about the Afton family and William and Michael and Cece and this girl, it got announced that FNAF 6 had been in development, but was cancelled. He was instead taking time off from serious game development and was developing another FNAF World-style spin-off game focused around running your own pizzeria.
Oh my god,
in
that's
December,
so
Scott
cute.
published the game on Steam with the following description. Presenting a fun Five Nights at Freddy's adventure with a lighter touch for the holidays, Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator puts you in charge of developing your own restaurant. Design pizzas, feed kids, and get high scores. The game was a free download. It opened with an Atari-style 8-bit minigame,
hey, can I get this
and
game?
I think I'll let Dawko, one of the most famous FNAF YouTubers, take it from here.
What the? What the frick? The frick going on? Oh! 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 Oh!
What the fuck?
Oh my god!
Pizzeria Simulator was, in fact, FNAF 6. It was released for free with a misleading title, description, and screenshots to pretend to be a smaller game. But this was FNAF 6, and many consider it to be the true finale of the series. Pizzeria Simulator, like Sister Location, has full voice acting, and immediately introduces 2 new characters. Tape Guy is the first voice you hear, explaining how to salvage old animatronics for use in your restaurant.
The purpose of this tape is to test automated response times and reactions from vintage interactive attractions following audio stimuli. If you are playing this tape, that means that not only have you been checking outside at the end of every shift, as you were instructed to do, but also that you have found something that meets the criteria of your special obligations under paragraph 4. Follow these instructions, document response times, then safely secure the space before leaving.
Sarah, I need you to go into general.
The room, you are not to return.
And make a list.
The other new character is this corporate announcement guy, whose voice is the same as Handy.
But I need to play for that.
Together they kind of replace the role of phone guy.
And I'll play them. I don't know when I'll play them, but I will play them.
The gameplay.
Aside from the daily risk of lawsuits, there's also the risk that something might be hiding inside whatever you just purchased with that steeply discounted
I'll play
price tag.
Pizza Simulator to do FNAF 2.
Of course, that would only be a serious danger if there were something outside that's been trying to get in for months now, which we are not confirming to be the case.
What the hell?
This concludes the amount of help we're legally obligated to provide. Remember, you
fuck?
are now the face of the newly rebranded Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Wear that smile with pride, and let's make some money. Fazbear Entertainment is not responsible for disappearance, death, or dismemberment.
On top of these new human characters, the game introduces a multitude of new animatronics. For one, Circus Baby is now damaged, and it looks like she has fixed herself up with scrap metal and parts, leading to her now being called Scrap Baby. Springtrap is back, and likewise is called Scrap Trap. 2 more animatronics are added, Molten Freddy and Lefty. Molten Freddy is clearly the amalgamation of animatronics from Sister Location, minus Baby, who has left the group. In fact, this plot point, that Baby was kicked out of Ennard, was only told within the source code of Scott's websites for a limited period of time. Scott's main website and the FNAF World site seemed to be in conversation with each other, with the following alternating lines.
You are crowding us.
Be quiet.
You can't tell us what to do anymore.
Yes, I can. You...
Minus Baby, who has left the group. In fact, this plot point
what the
that
hell
Baby
happened?
was kicked out of Ennard
Oh, I
was
think because
only
I tried to
told
play
within
an
the
ad.
source code of Scott's websites for a
I have an
limited
ad
period
blocker.
of time. Scott's main website and the FNAF World site seemed to be in conversation with each other, with the following alternating lines.
You are crowding us.
Be quiet.
You can't tell us what to do anymore.
Yes, I can. You will do everything that I tell you to do.
We outnumber you.
That doesn't matter, dummy.
We found a way to eject you.
You would be lost without me.
Haha, say goodbye to our friend.
I can put myself back together.
Okay.
This explains how Baby was separated from Ennard, and how Ennard became Molten Freddy. It seems very likely to me that this was a result of Mike putting her back together. Once the baby animatronic was all sister, no baby, the other animatronics didn't like that William, their killer's daughter, was telling them what to do, so she became independent again. Basically, Baby wants to do the bidding of her father, while the rest of them hate Afton. Then there's Lefty, who is new. It's kind of weird to introduce a new character at the end of the series like this. I wonder if there's a secret about him. These 4 animatronics can be salvaged or scrapped by the player. If they're salvaged, then they must be fought at the end of every night. But if you scrap any of them, you can't get the real ending of the game. During the night, it's like a normal FNAF game. But during the day, you run a real pizzeria simulation type game. You have to earn money, balance raising your score with the dangers of the attractions that you're bringing in. Among these attractions are normal play area type things, like a ball pit, as well as arcade machines and animatronics. Every day you get 10 tokens to use on the attractions, which can earn you money. Some of the arcade machines let you play mini-games to earn higher scores, and the animatronics add small snippets of new lore to the game.
That's actually cool.
You can order things from different catalogs in the game, including DD Weekly, Stan's Budget Tech, Smiles and Servos, and a Rare Finds auction. The new animatronics from DD Weekly include Bucket Bob, Mr. Can Do, Mr. Hugs, Number 1 Crate, and Pan Stan. Stan's Budget Tech sells you Happy Frog, Mr. Hippo, Ned Bear, and Pig Patch.
Wait, those
they
are
also
from
sell
the
you Fruity Maze, Midnight Motorist, and Candy Cadet,
the battery
which
packs.
are 3 things that have serious lore relevance. Smiles and Servos sells you Rockstar Freddy, Rockstar Bonnie, Rockstar Chica, and Rockstar Foxy. These are not any of the previous versions of Freddy and the Gang. They're new versions. Maybe. And Rare Finds Auction sells you the Security Puppet. Pizzeria Simulator has multiple endings, including running out of money, getting sued a lot, and doing nothing except getting through the week and getting the lame ending.
Congratulations! You've completed a full week on the job, and you've done it in such a lackluster way that no one is proud or disappointed. It's a fine line to walk, but you did it, completing your job with such an efficient level of laziness that we're surprised you're able to dress yourself in the morning. While such a minimalist work ethic is rare, it doesn't mean that we want you back. In fact, it means you should look for employment elsewhere. But before you go, take this certificate of mediocrity. You should be proud.
My God.
You stood on 2
I love
feet
this guy.
and convinced someone that you could do something, when in fact you couldn't. Now get out.
But there are 2 that are important for our discussion. In order to get the Lore Keeper ending, you need to play and beat some of the mini-games. One of these is Security Puppet, which is the most straightforward. You play as the puppet inside of a Freddy's location. After playing the game several times, you're greeted with an alternate take. You have to protect the girl with the green bracelet, but she's trapped outside.
Oh no. Oh god. That's the fucking... That's the girl that gets murdered. What the fuck?
And this is how the puppet becomes possessed by Charlie.
Oh.
The puppet is a security device made to protect Charlie, who was blocked from helping her on the day that William came
Henry's
to murder
daughter.
her. He went outside and found her body, and so she possessed the puppet. This was William's first murder, and by playing this game, you are receiving Henry's message about what happened that day. The next game is Fruity Maze. You play as a girl collecting fruit, kind of like Pac-Man. If you beat the game several times, it begins to glitch. You can see the reflection of the player in the screen.
This game?
It's a girl with blonde hair who goes from excited to sad. Eventually, the game glitches enough, and the fruit becomes dead, bloody dogs. The game ends, and now you can clearly see Spring Bonnie standing behind the girl.
He's not really dead.
I don't like that.
He is over here. Follow me.
Then the game ends. This was William, luring one of the MCI kids into the back room by pretending her dog hadn't died, and instead was just in the other room.
What the fuck?
He took her back there, killed her, and put her in
British
Chica.
people.
Based on the books, we know this girl's name is Susie. William found a vulnerable child and lured her to her death.
Oh my god.
This is one of William's MCI murders. Fun fact tangent, there's a very popular theory that William killed the dog and experimented with it first before experimenting on any kids.
What?
And that's how Mangle got possessed, which is why Mangle is active during Save Them. Because he's a dog. There's not really any evidence for this, but I like it, so...
Okay.
The final game is
Didn't
Midnight
ask.
Motorist. There's a lot more debate about the meaning of this game compared to the others, but I think it is actually very simple. You play as a car speeding down the highway, reaching extremely fast and dangerous speeds. There's a hole in the bottom of the map, and if you drive through it, you reach a secret minigame. In this game, you drive a purple car through the rain.
A what?
People immediately assume that this
Lex
was William,
DMs, okay.
because it's a purple car. You can park the car at this one specific location, and when you get out, you notice that you're actually playing as an orange
Fuck off.
person.
That's not real.
So not William. Absolutely not William. This is not William. In the top left corner of this clearing is a mound of dirt. If you drive further, you come to a parking lot. The parking lot is for a building, which has a blinking neon sign labeled Juniors. A green man stands outside. When you walk up to him, he says,
"Come on, you know you can't be here. Don't make this more difficult than it has to be."
Oh my
You drive
god.
away further into the woods until you reach a house. This is your house. You get out and walk inside. In the foyer is a person sitting on a chair watching a flickering TV. They say,
"Leave him alone tonight. He had a rough day."
Okay.
If you walk up the hallway, you find a locked door.
Bro, the other video made it seem like it was the mom.
"I told you not to close your door,"
You say with a knock. You take a few steps away and say to yourself,
"This is my house. You can't ignore me like that."
Then you walk back.
"Open the door."
He doesn't respond.
Open the door.
"I'll find a way in from outside."
So you walk outside, around the back of the house, and find an ominous scene.
What the hell?
The window to your son's room is broken, completely shattered. Footsteps lead either toward or away from the window. It's very hard to tell which. Very large animal tracks stand next to the bushes. The footprints show 2 feet, each with 3 toes.
Ready.
There's a clearing in the bushes above you. If you walk towards it, you say,
"Ran off to that place again."
There's soda sauce and chips. Oh my god. Oh,
He will be sorry when he gets back.
Oh my god.
But he never comes back.
Having a Freddy.
The mini game.
Guys, imagine for my birthday next year we have a Five Nights at Freddy's birthday party.
Ends. This story depicts Orange Guy, an alcoholic father who went for a very fast and dangerous drive after hitting his limit at the local bar. He drives back home well after midnight and stumbles in on his wife watching TV.
Oh.
She tells him to go easy on their son, indicating a history of abuse. The son takes to locking the door, and the father is so angry that he stomps outside. The son has broken out of his room and has gone to that place again, which everybody agrees is Freddy's. These animatronic footprints indicate that something here was watching him and luring him outside.
Okay.
And the most recent version of Scrap Trap has 3 toes, fitting the description. In one of the future games, we see the fabric, non-springlock mascot suit for Bonnie, and it also has 3 toes.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
This, like the other 2 minigames, is a story about one of William's victims. He found a vulnerable child who wanted to escape his abusive home life and appeared outside his window in costume to lure him to Freddy's. The newspapers in FNAF 1 say William lured 2 children into the back.
We're going to play FNAF Monopoly and make an order. Yeah, we'll make pizza and we'll play FNAF Monopoly.
Back room of Freddy's in a mascot
we'll
costume.
Play Club Penguin Pizza.
But later, 5 victims were tied to the disappearances, meaning up to 3 of them were taken in other ways. And I think this is one of them.
God,
this is one of William's MCI murders. With that said, this is extremely controversial, simply because people really, really, really want this to be William. They'll go so far as to claim that Junior's is a Freddy's location, for some reason, and that William can't go inside because he's a suspected killer. And also William is orange now for literally no reason. And he's an abusive father to his kids because
he's a murderer,
you
make that
so he's
joke.
evil to everyone. Forgetting the fact that he literally promised to put 2 of them back together. People also try to stretch it and say that this is Mike because he's watching TV, and that the child who ran away is Cece, which is why after this, William tries to scare him away from Freddy's and takes his window away.
What happened to the stairs? My parents took them down because I'm grounded.
I love Nutty.
But the timeline doesn't make sense at all, forcing people to say that this is actually a robot boy version of CC, trying to make it all make sense.
What if the Funtime Freddy animatronic used an illusion disc to make himself look like Fredbear, lured the crying child out of his bedroom into the pizzeria, then killed him? I believe that after Crying Child died at the hands of Funtime Freddy, he successfully rebuilt him in the sister location bunker.
I don't.
So when we see the Crying Child again,
oh
he's more scared of Fredbear's family diner than ever.
The only way the illusion disc makes sense is for Afton to use the illusion discs on Mike during FNAF 4. That's the only time the illusion disc makes sense. IMO.
Due to him remembering witnessing his own death.
What the People also try to say that the name of this minigame in the files being called Later That Night implies that it was the night that Charlie was killed, which is dumb. There ain't no way that this children's birthday party at Freddy's would be going on past, like...
Dude, in the game theory video, he, like, said that, that was Afton. He goes home. His kid doesn't fuck with him. And then he goes to the bar. And then he goes and kills Charlie, which is so out of order.
8 p.m. And this is midnight. Where was William for 4 hours? I don't understand why
that was just
people
Michael
think that the only
having
night
nightmares because he heard the night one phone calls from
was
FNAF
the
1
day
no disc.
Charlie died.
I'm saying...
I think someone just...
Okay, I'm saying if illusion discs are a thing, okay, which they are in the world, it would only make sense for them to use then.
Said that and it's stuck in people's imaginations. There are plenty of significant nights in the Five Nights at Freddy's series, and there is no link to Charlie's death other than the fact that it's raining.
I mean,
and while
it's a
that
town.
could be used to connect them, I think it's raining because in movies, bad things happen when it rains. Charlie was killed in the rain. This kid was kidnapped in the rain. Because rain is bad. And the main reason that I throw all that out the window
this guy.
is because I think that the night that this is referring to, the night that this is later to, is later in the night from the minigame.
I mean, some of the
Midnight
stuff...
Motorist. This is...
Some of the stuff that is in the books, though, makes sense for the game. Rain is bad. Okay, yeah, it is. Rain is bad.
Is later that night, post Midnight Motorist. People try to say that this can't be William's footprints because the spring lock suit would malfunction in the rain. However, it's not raining in Midnight Motorist. We don't know when this rain started, and there's no reason to think it started before the kidnapping. And the whole thing about the water impacting the springlock suits was mostly about the very old costumes, like the one that William was killed in. There's obviously a much more high-tech springlock suit at Sister Location, and we have no idea whether or not those springlocks would be affected by water. It also could be the cloth mascot costume, like I said earlier.
I'm just saying...
Guys, it's just really not that deep. This is one of William's victims, just like the other 2 minigames in Pizzeria Simulator show his murders. It's lore and backstory, not some giant wrench thrown in the plot revealing that Cece is a robot.
I don't like whiskey. I don't drink.
With that said, I don't know what the mound in the woods is.
I don't drink anymore.
There's a slightly
I was drinking still when I first started streaming, but I don't drink anymore.
Construction on something vaguely house-shaped. So they might be breaking ground. Or maybe it's Susie's dead dog, I don't know. I don't need to know exactly what it is to claim that it being the sister's
Bro, there was some in the game theory video. They said that lump there was the crying child's body.
Marked grave in the woods, a mile from their home, is kind of a leap.
Chili drinks apple juice.
I drink Pizzeria Simulator,
THCT.
We, the store owner, are buying these games, and kids are playing them, and we're testing them overnight. But this reflection in the cabinet is depicting something that actually happened decades ago. So either it's a haunted cabinet,
shut the fuck up with the video game theory. It makes no sense.
Or the minigames themselves are disconnected from the present gameplay. It's a haunted cabinet showing the memories of the past.
It's not a haunted cabinet. Shut up.
Is playing through the games to learn what happened. The glitches were caused by William. Even in Fruity Maze, his presence in the memory literally leads to the game sprites changing. While these do depict real events, what we're playing is the vengeful spirit learning of these events through these video games created by Henry. Because it's video game theory.
Oh, hi!
These are also important.
Thank you for the raid. What were you streaming? Right now we're watching a 9-hour lore video of Five Nights at Freddy's. But thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate it. We're about 5 hours into the FNAF lore video. Mix of games, Left 4 Dead and TCG. Oh, nice. Nice. My name is Lex, and I am a variety streamer. I've had a hyperfixation on FNAF lore the last couple of weeks. So last week we did a FNAF lore thing, and now we're watching like a 9-hour video, which I feel like this one is a lot better than the one that I'd watch. She's the biggest FNAF fan ever, guys. Trust. Okay. I am not a FNAF fan. I don't even like the games. They scare me. But like, I like the lore. I think the lore is actually pretty good. I'm doing okay. I am making a list of games I'm gonna play as like goals. So like at 800 followers, I'm gonna finish FNAF 2 and I'm gonna play Security Breach, and I'll play other FNAF games and other things. I just cannot. You mean I'm making the list? Yeah, you made the list already for me. But yeah, thank you for bringing your community here and sharing it with me. Right now, I am trying to be open-minded about the game theory. Never had the chance to raid, so I've had to finally do it. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. I need to start raiding new people. I tend to raid like the same people because I get really anxious when I raid people. So I have like a list of people that I usually raid. I need to start reaching out to different people though. Not because I'm like, oh, I don't want to raid the same people, but like, you know, just to like, you know, meet new like others and stuff like that. Yeah. We're gonna continue the lore video. I appreciate you for the raid. If you need a raid, run, eat, rest, go ahead. I know after stream sometimes I'm like super dead and I just kind of need to like lay down for a little bit. Yeah, it can be. I also get really anxious that they're gonna have like the clip thing, and some of my clips are actually in like I look like a crazy person. So, I mean, I am a crazy person, but like, they don't need to know that. Not too much work to get done. Okay, well, she lay in bed then pass out, dude. I only have Halo clips. There's always something on Hit. Literally, the Halo clips make me look insane. I also just have clips of me saying the most like unhinged stuff. Where's your hat? Okay, hold on. I'll pull up the hat. I'll put the FNAF hat on. I'll wear the FNAF hat for the rest of the video. Halo is the best game. I had a lot of fun playing Halo 1 and Halo 2 because I played those with Vivrick and they were a lot of fun. And the third one that I played was fun too. Yeah, I have the FNAF hat on so I can keep screaming about the video game theory, which I really hate.
Because they confirmed to some extent that Shadow Freddy in FNAF 3 is controlled by William, or is William. In Fruity Maze, William has 2 different text colors, which might indicate the tone he was using to speak. Like one may have been in character, and have been a wacky, fun Bonnie voice.
He's not really dead.
Oh god.
Whereas the other was actually how he sounded. A British man, luring people from sight.
Yeah, like this game is what really truly starts the haunted cabinets.
The Follow Me text in Follow Me is the same as this Follow Me text.
I never played Halo growing up.
Moving on, there are 2 important endings to Pizzeria Simulator. The lore ending and the insanity ending. The insanity ending is easier to get, but also much more obtuse. If you buy the Egg Baby, then during the night this button on the computer turns on, and if you click it, you hear a recording from Tape Guy. Based on the contents of the tape, it seems like he recorded this to himself before the start of the game. In fact, what's on these tapes reveal what led to the start of the game.
What the fuck?
It's only now that I understand the depth of the depravity of this creature, this monster that I unwillingly helped to create. As if what he had already done wasn't enough. He found a new way to desecrate, to humiliate,
to
destroy.
It's the Scrapper.
As if the suffering wasn't enough. The loss of innocence, the loss of everything to so many people. Small souls trapped in prisons of my making, now set to new purpose, and used in ways I never thought imaginable. He lured them all back to a familiar place, back with familiar tricks. He brought them all together. Are they still aware? I hope not. It keeps me awake at night.
This is probably Henry.
I could make myself
Tape Guy's
sleep,
Henry.
but not yet. Not until I undo what he has done and heal this wound.
He's kind of hot.
A wound first inflicted on me, but then one that I let bleed out to cause all of this. He set some kind of trap. I don't know what it was, but he led them there again. He overpowered them again, and he robbed them of the only thing that they had again. I don't know how those tiny breaths of life came to inhabit those machines.
I know,
but they will never find rest now, not like this. I have to call them all back, all of them,
I like Halo.
Together
Halo's
in
fun.
one place.
That's right. Tape Guy made the animatronics. Prisons of my making? Tape Guy is Henry. William is the monster that Henry helped create. And as if murdering kids wasn't it, William went ahead and desecrated them by doing his experiments. He brought them all back to a familiar place with familiar tricks. Henry could kill himself, which is what he does in the novels. But
isn't there like another kid that was mentioned in the...
Congratulations. You went somewhere you weren't supposed to go, saw something you weren't supposed to see, and prevented a tidy resolution to a messy problem. Needless to say, you're fired.
Oh my God.
But before you go, take this certificate of insanity. We're giving it to you to ensure that no one believes you and to ensure that we can promptly replace you without incident. There is a truck waiting for you outside.
There's a truck.
Take care.
Hi, welcome in. Thank you for the follow, Honeyberry.
And then following that line with, "It keeps me awake at night," really, to me, invokes FNAF 4. In all the other games, it's not William bringing the animatronics together. FNAF 2, it's not him, it's the company. FNAF 1 is not him, it's the company. FNAF 3, it's not him, he's trapped behind a wall. This can't be referring to Follow Me, because Golden Freddy isn't there. He says he lured them all back to a familiar place. So
Hello,
it can't be
welcome
that.
in.
It really seems that the familiar place he lured them back
I hope
to
you're having a good
was
day.
his house, where he
I'm
originally
learning
built
more than I probably should about FNAF.
The games have a habit of jumping between whether they're talking about the kids or the animatronics at random, which is why the puppet is referred to as a he, even though he's possessed by Charlie.
Oh, the balloons
this
are
actually
cute.
becomes more of an important point in the final game we're going to talk about later. So saying he lured them back, them might not be the kids. It might be
there's a 9-hour lore video.
who brought them back to where he built them.
We're
the next line.
He set
almost
some
6
kind of
hours
trap.
in.
I don't know what it was, but he led them there again.
Well, that invokes
I'm deep
FNAF
into the
3.
FNAF lore.
How could Henry both know that he used familiar tricks to lure them back, but also say it's some kind of trap that he doesn't understand? How could Henry know it was familiar tricks if he doesn't understand what the trap was?
Ow.
I think it's likely that these two events are not linked. In this second instance, he doesn't say all of them, meaning it's fine that Golden Freddy isn't there, and the use of the word trap relates to Springtrap.
Yeah,
I think this part of the speech is referring to Follow Me.
Well, there's little rats in that.
Now
I didn't realize
he's
that
talking
just
about
now.
William taking their bodies apart. Then he says he has them all back together in one place.
I have to call them all back, all of them, together in one place.
That line will become important later.
Oh my God.
We also get the 100% official confirmation that Charlie was William's first victim, because that was the wound
first inflicted on me.
As Henry talks, we see some blueprints appear on the screen. These include RASC, Remote Activated Simulated C, the C clearly standing for child. It must stay connected to a central server and is the same temperature as a normal human body. Notice how it's made by Fazbear Entertainment, not by Afton Robotics, because Henry made this. This will make sense when we watch the Lore Keeper ending. And here's the Scoop blueprint that I cheated with and talked about during Sister Location. The Scooper is actually a remnant injector, explaining how Mike survived. Lefty, the name of the new black bear, stands for lure, encapsulate, fuse, transport, extract. The bear emits a bracelet code and then seals its suit around its prey and plays a lullaby. Well, that's a puppet catcher if I've ever seen one. Yes, I'm cheating a little because there's a screen that shows Lefty with the puppet clearly inside of him, but the bear mimicking the bracelet that attracts the puppet and calming it with a lullaby is everything we need to know know that this is a puppet snatcher. It's weird that Henry is talking about how William lured the kids somewhere while displaying the blueprints he himself made for a device that lures the puppet.
He lured them all back to a familiar place, back with familiar tricks.
Even the lines about the familiar tricks, like he's using the bracelet and the song, those are familiar tricks. You would think that his words and what's on screen would relate to each other, but there's really no way that they can. I don't get it. After the slideshow of blueprints, the screen...
Yeah, because, okay, here's the thing, right? He probably, like, made it with, like, the intent to, like, bring the puppet back in case the puppet went outside. And I don't think he intended for that. I think it's kind of a stretch to be like, well, he made that one. Blah, 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 blah.
Screen says, playing audio file HRY223. HRY is widely believed to mean Henry. The 223 is a lot more ambiguous. It might just mean that it's his 223rd
I can't wait
audio
next
log.
week when we do My Little Pony Lore. It's not depressing and sad.
Of this indicating the year 2023. Keep in mind, people think that FNAF 1 takes place in 1993, which it does not, and that FNAF 3 takes place 30 years later, which it does not, meaning that they think FNAF 3 takes place in 2023. This game, taking place around Halloween, going by this poster that we see, could mean it's the Halloween of 2023. I think it's really silly for a file to be named 223 to get across the information of 2023, when one more character would make it 2023, and one fewer character, just the number 23, would also be understandable as 2023.
What time is it's gonna be?
That's the main reason that I don't think that's what this means at all.
Next Tuesday at 3 o'clock.
I firmly believe that FNAF 3 takes place in 2015, which does not mean it's
I started earlier today because I knew I was watching a 9-hour lore video and didn't want to stream until like the ass crack at night.
223rd recording, and that people are reading way too far into it. Like if I labeled all my files this year GIBI23, I would be able to name exactly one file that, because that's how file naming works. You can't name them all just in the year it is and who's talking.
EST.
I don't know what 223 means, but
I post my schedule in my Discord server, which is there's a link in the About section.
Like I said
and
earlier,
on Twitter.
If you choose to salvage all the animatronics, then they attack
and Blue
you
Sky
at night,
now,
making it harder to get your job done. If you salvage all 4 animatronics,
and
if you
want updates on my schedule, it's on Discord and Twitter and Blue Sky.
All the secrets, then you get the real ending. You fight for your life throughout the final night, and then this happens. And this is my second favorite moment in all of Five Nights at Freddy's. I literally made this video up to this point to give context for what you're about to hear. To us, at the time, this was the culmination of years of storytelling,
what the hell?
Years of games, years of speculation. And I hope I summarized the series enough to give you even a fraction of what I felt when I heard this for the first time. When you complete the night, you're congratulated,
closing time,
and then the screen goes black.
You played right into our hands. Did you really think that this job just fell out of the sky for you? No. This was a gift for us. You gathered them all together in one place, just like he asked you to. All of those little souls in one place. Just for us. A gift.
What the fuck?
Now we can do what we were created to do. And be complete. I will make you proud, Daddy. Watch. Listen. And be full.
Connection terminated.
The link in bio is invalid. Oh no.
If you still even remember that name.
Here, let me.
But I'm afraid you've been misinformed. You are not here to receive
there
a
you
gift.
Go. That one should
Nor
work.
have you been called here
I have to update the one in the bio. My bad.
Although you have indeed been called. You have all been called here. Into a labyrinth of sounds and smells, misdirection and misfortune. A labyrinth with no exit. A maze with no prize. You don't even realize that you are trapped.
What the hell?
Your lust for blood has driven you in endless circles, chasing the cries of children in some unseen chamber, always seeming so near, yet somehow out of reach. But you will never find them. None of you will. This is where your story ends. And to you, my brave volunteer, who somehow found this job listing not intended for you. Although there was a way out planned for you, I have a feeling that's not what you want. I have a feeling that you are right where you want to be. I am remaining as well. I am nearby. This place will not be remembered, and the memory of everything that started this can finally begin to fade away, as the agony of every tragedy should.
What the
and
hell?
to you monsters trapped in the corridors, be still, and give up your spirits. They don't belong to you. For most of you, I believe there is peace, and perhaps more, waiting for you after the smoke clears. Although for one of you, the darkest pit of hell has opened to swallow you whole. So don't keep the devil waiting, old friend. My daughter, if you can hear me, I knew you would return as well. It's in your nature to protect the innocent.
Oh my...
I'm sorry that on that day, the day you were shut out and left to die, no one was there to lift you up into their arms the way you lifted others into yours. And then, what became of you? I should have known you wouldn't be content to disappear. Not my daughter. I couldn't save you then, so let me save you now. It's time to rest, for you, and for those you have carried in your arms. This ends, for all of us, in communication.
What the fuck?
This wasn't
That's
a
insane.
real restaurant. Well, it was, but it was a trap. Henry created this box to contain the remaining animatronics. Baby, William, the puppet, and Molten Freddy. You are his brave volunteer, although he didn't intend for you to be Michael. But now that everyone is dying, he rightly assumed that Mike would want to go down with them, with his father and sister, whose name is Elizabeth. Henry apologizes
That's actually
to Charlie,
so
his
good.
daughter, who did such a good job as the puppet, but now
Wait.
deserves to rest. Heat makes the metal that Remnant latches onto malleable, but too much heat will melt the metal entirely, destroying the
That's
Remnant.
so good.
Meaning, if they all burn and melt, the Remnant will be no more, and the souls will be freed. Henry, who has been tortured since his daughter's death decades ago, can finally die now, understanding everything and defeating William once and for all. So yes, Scott changed the contents of the FNAF 4 box to this. The box is now a trap for every character. It's the pieces put together. It's everyone.
It's the box!
And so now, the memory of all that has happened can start to fade. The box will be forgotten forever. This is the end. If you die during normal gameplay, which
This is not
obviously
the end.
is
There's
not
no
canon, Michael does not actually die.
2 hours left
Baby
of video.
will say,
I heard your call. You're not who I expected to see.
because she thought William had brought her here, but instead she finds her brother.
You should have known I'd find you. Did I catch you off guard? It feels
Should have been the end, but marketing.
Baby in this game wants to make her daddy proud because she's gained consciousness. She's been put back together. She is no longer Baby. She is Elizabeth. And when Scrap Trap kills you, he says,
I always come back.
No,
well,
shut up.
golly gee, Willie, you sure do come back, just like the trailer for FNAF 3 says you do.
You may not recognize me at first, but I assure you, that's still me. What a deceptive calling.
What the hell?
It was a lie.
That's so good.
It, obviously, but it is
taking the FNAF hat off.
Nonetheless, fascinating. What they have become.
Despite the fact
Hello,
that
welcome
literally
back.
every character in the series just died, including the ones that were already dead, the game is not over. We get to watch this.
Congratulations on completing your work week. We apologize if your situation wasn't presented to you in a completely honest fashion when you first started.
Get it? Because you, the player, were misled into thinking it was just a fake little game instead of the real one, just like Mike was misled into thinking it was just a normal restaurant and not a place for him to trap his father.
But it
That's
was important that your
insane.
intentions and actions be genuine. Here at Fazbear Entertainment, we value fun,
Ew.
family, and
These kids
food.
are creepy.
But more importantly, we value our commitment to atoning for past
Those are like
mistakes
babies
and tying
with
up loose ends.
adult faces.
Thank you for your participation. There is no need for you to return to work next week, as Fazbear Entertainment is no longer a corporate entity. Please accept this certificate of completion. Goodbye for now, and thank you for taking this journey with us.
So loose ends are tied up, and Fazbear has been
I
dissolved.
love that.
The story is literally over. It cannot be any more over.
There is literally no way to move forward from this point.
Remember how I said this is the first game in a new trilogy? Well, don't worry, it'll all make sense in a couple minutes.
I wish
By
it was
completing the
over.
Lore Keeper ending, you're greeted with this image. 5 gravestones in the foreground, labeled Gabriel, Fritz, Susie, Jeremy, and this one, obscured by the grass. Its mystery will be solved in the next
But there's
game.
one over there too.
That grave is, of course, the name of the child inside Golden Freddy, the vengeful spirit. Up on the hill above them is one grave overlooking the 5. This is Charlie's grave.
Yeah.
I think this scene shows how this is finally the
To be
end
fair,
for
this
the
next game is
spirits.
actually good too.
And I also
Okay.
think it debunks a couple of theories. For one, the people who think the toy animatronics are possessed by the KCI kids. If there were any other children who had been possessing animatronics this whole time, I don't think it would only be the 5 MCI kids we were shown at the end of the game. People also think that the Funtime animatronics may have been kidnapping kids throughout all the years that they were active, with Freddy and Baby snatching kids left and right. But if that was the case, then the screen wouldn't just be about the MCI kids. I do think William killed more people, but I think the only ones that led to proper possession were the MCI kids, Charlie,
my wife is
Cece, and Elizabeth. But yes, despite the fact that Mike just burned to death, this is saying that the story isn't over. The vengeful spirit, Golden Freddy, wasn't even in this game. So now it's time for their finale.
Where'd Golden Freddy go?
Before we go to the next game, we have to go over some Easter eggs. Firstly, this guy. His name is Helpy. I love him. These are rare screens you can get that show the animatronics in the alleyway at night before you salvage them. Molten Freddy doesn't really show anything. Scrap Trap shows some really long documents. A poster for Spookfest.
How are you? I hope you're having a good day.
Party of the year. And a building that says One Night at the Opera. This might imply it's October, like I said earlier. Scrap Baby has the same legal documents. A wolf poster that says The Legend of the Terrible Something Wolf.
Fuck
Probably
that wolf.
Man Wolf.
I hate that.
There's also a clown ringmaster making an elephant dance and laughing. The bottom text says, "Don't want to miss it," and the top text says, "Hey-T-O." I have no idea. Lefty's screen shows the puppet screaming on a poster. I think this is likely the puppet actually manipulating the poster to show its mental state, which happens in FNAF 1.
The puppet's losing its shit.
You can see the puppet inside Lefty. And there's also the really, really annoying fun poster over his shoulder. You have a guy in a purple suit.
Oh my god. Thank you, Chickpea. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you. I love you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks for the gifted sub. Oh, let's go, Wandering Panda. Gotta support the wife. Oh my god, you're too sweet. Thank you.
Puppeting a smaller version of himself, with a bear wearing a birthday hat and a clown. Symbolically, these are clearly the Afton family. William is Purple Guy. Duh. Cece is the bear with the giant jaw, whose birthday it is, which is very cool.
It means I get an extra emote slot, I'm pretty sure, too.
Elizabeth is the clown, because Baby is a clown. And then the puppet is Mike, for some reason.
This is completely off topic.
Maybe we're not supposed to get
confused. But I'm gonna be getting new emotes for
and the marionette. And maybe
soon.
This is just calling him a dummy, or saying William was talking through
probably
him. Like if William told Michael to put
Cece I don't know who I'm gonna commission,
and Elizabeth
though.
back together, and then Michael told Cece he would put him back together, maybe that was him being puppeted by William, his father.
I have like a whole
and now we talk about Candy Cadet.
Because I might get an animated emote too.
Cadet.
I have candy all day, every day.
Oh god, fuck that.
Candy, candy, candy.
I hate
He's
this
the most annoying thing in this game. If you use one of your 10 nightly tokens on him, he might tell you a story.
I am a candy cadet. Come get your candy here. I have candy all day.
Oh Jesus
every
Christ,
day.
I hate
candy,
him.
Candy, candy, candy. Return to Candy Cadet again, and maybe I will tell you a story.
He has 3 stories that are all equally as confusing and obtuse. Before we address them, I want to discuss the Molten MCI theory. Molten Freddy in this game is entered without Baby, taking the face and voice of Funtime Freddy. Since he's the amalgamation of the Funtimes, and since we discussed how the Funtimes and Mini-Renas and Stupid Bitty Babs were given life by taking Remnant from the original animatronics between 1985 and 87.
Yep, like the kidney transplant.
Molten Freddy the amalgamation of the MCI
yes, there.
kids.
It's our in-game.
This is mildly controversial,
God.
because some people think it would require soul splitting and duplication, which I hope I explained was not required to make the Funtimes out of the MCI kids. Some people think it's actually impossible, because the MCI kids moved on in FNAF 3. For reasons I'll discuss later, I actually think the bad ending is the canon ending of FNAF 3. With all of that said, even though I do believe in Molten MCI, meaning I think that Molten Freddy is the MCI kids and not new unheard of victims, I don't think that Candy Cadet's stories are about Molten MCI, which is what most people think. Candy Cadet tells 3 stories, and all 3 stories involve 5 things, and then some sort of event that would combine 5 things. People think that these stories are just telling the player that Molten MCI is true, that the 5 kids became one entity. And I don't think that's true. For one, the stories don't match up with the events of the children being united as Molten Freddy. And for another, I think the game already told us this, and this is not a big reveal. It's in the books explicitly, and Henry says that the souls are in Molten Freddy. And they're probably the MCI kids given the gravestone ending. I think these Candy Cadet stories are about something else.
I want to run a pizza
shop. You have
to
ask the question, who is Candy Cadet speaking to? None of the other instances in the series where one character is speaking, I won't say that again. Even given us lore and background and stuff, in none of those instances is it non-diegetic. It is always one character is telling another character information. The phone guide tutorial is telling the security guard what they need to know. So if Candy Cadet is a product, is a robot that somebody made that you can purchase, that was made to tell somebody stories, then who were those stories meant for? Well, it's clearly the player, Mike. Someone is relaying these stories to Mike.
I'm guessing
which means
it's Henry.
They've either been programmed in by Henry, the storyteller, or the animatronic is haunted. And I think it's that second one. I think the vengeful spirit
Henry programmed
is telling
it.
Mike these stories.
I don't think.
And with
no,
that context,
Henry.
These stories make a lot more sense. So without further ado, let's get into
I'll wait for the stories. I'll wait for the stories where I like...
The 5 orphans.
Now I will tell you a story. A story about a kind man who would visit...
I forgot that he sounded like that, and I was expecting like a normal voice, and yeah.
5 orphans and bring them toys and gladness. The man lived alone, and
I
lived
love
in
this
fear that someone might break into the house of one of the 5 children, so he adopted all 5, and brought them together in one place, in his own home. He promised them to never leave them, and they promised to always come home, and never stay out too late.
Right there.
He left one day to buy food, his heart being filled with gladness, but returned to find that the burglar had chosen his home, and killed all 5 of the children.
What the fuck?
The man could only afford one coffin, so he stitched the 5 bodies together to make one, and buried the child.
Yeah, no, that's not
That
Henry.
night, there was a knock at the door.
This kind man is Henry, because of the repeated line brought them together in one place, which Henry says during the insanity ending.
I have to call them all back, all of them, together in one place.
He adopted all 5, and brought them together in one place.
Henry is a kind man who makes toys, video games, and animatronics, which is why he brings
toys and gladness.
It's definitely Henry telling the story, but
no.
no.
Stories isn't to dish out lore metaphorically to the player. It's to give information to Mike that the Vengeful Spirit has learned from all of these mini-games. Vengeful Spirit is telling Mike that Henry is a good guy, and that 5 children were killed, and they've now been combined together as Molten Freddy.
Is that
and
Lex
have
Stream
returned.
Hubby?
It's
Who,
telling
Henry?
him what Pizzeria Simulator is about. The guy pulling the strings is the good guy.
No.
They were killed by the bad guy, and now they've returned.
I already have one of those.
The 5 keys.
Now I will tell you a story about a
I
young
knew
woman
it. What do
who
you
was
mean?
sealed in a small room. In the room was a furnace, and 5 keys.
Not the... Not the fucking... I'm sorry, but using Alex in a Minecraft base is just wild.
She was told that each of the 5 keys would unlock one of 5 doors outside her room. Inside each room was a child that she could take with her as she fled the building. But she was only allowed to leave her own room with 1 key, not all 5. Desperate to find a way to save all 5 children, the woman melted the 5 keys together in the furnace to create a single key, hoping it would unlock all 5 doors.
That's not how keys
work. Of course, it did not work that way. Now her key opened none of the doors. Rather than leaving
So
them
it was
with
Alex's
the key
fault,
to one
yeah.
life, she had taken with her the key to 5 deaths.
This is
It's
the
the
vengeful
hallway.
spirit telling Mike what she learned in Give Gifts, Give Life. As the puppet Charlie was sealed in a small room, the gift box that she's forced to live in, she had the ability to save the children in the MCI, potentially by taking one and literally taking them away from Freddy's, bringing them physically away from William. But of course, that wouldn't stop William. He would just kill someone else. So she chose to remain, to be there for more kids, which of course led to 5 deaths. And her response was giving them life by having them haunt the animatronics. She was trying to do the right thing and ended up helping no one. And I think
She
that
did her
that's what
best,
makes her
though.
a compelling character. She had a
I
plan,
like Charlie.
and she had
Charlie's
good
actually a good
intentions. It
character.
just didn't work out.
I feel like all the
I always
characters in
liked
this
the puppet.
are
It's
pretty well
always
written.
Thinking. The 5 Kittens.
Now I will tell you a story about a little boy. He had a red snake that he kept in a metal cage, whose hunger could not be satisfied. One day, the boy found 5 baby kittens outside his house. He brought them inside and kept them in a shoebox. He knew that the snake might kill them, but could not bring himself to get rid of the snake. He knew that if he chose one kitten to feed to the snake, it might be satisfied, but he could not choose. So, he went to bed, leaving the cage open. The snake went to the shoebox, chose a kitten at random, and ate it. After 5 nights had gone by, the boy was full of regret, and cut snake open. He pieced the remains together, and put the kitten back into the shoebox.
God.
5 baby kittens, you say? Why would it say baby kittens, when kitten already means baby cat, if not specifically to use the word baby? The boy in this story pieces the baby kitten back together. Kind of like how Mike puts his sister back together. His sister, who's in baby. That would make the kitten Elizabeth. And the snake, who is red and lives in a metal cage and is always looking for things to snatch and chooses one at random, it's baby. Even the 5 nights mentioned reflect on Mike, who spent 5 nights at Circus Babies. It's actually the only place he spends 5 nights. FNAF 2 he spends 1 night. FNAF 1 he spends 7 nights. FNAF 3 he spends 6. FNAF 4, his gameplay section might not even be real, it's a nightmare. Meaning the 5 nights refers to sister location. Him being a little boy also follows the pattern of Charlie being the only female in any of the stories, and Henry being a full-grown man. If there's a boy in the FNAF games, it's either Cece or Mike. And I think it's Mike. This story is hammering home that Elizabeth has been, metaphorically, removed from baby and put back together. That's why in Sister Location she was willing to kill who she thought was William, and didn't care about anything except for her freedom.
These edits
but in
are
this
so
game,
good.
She wants to
make you proud, Daddy.
Because this is baby, and this is Elizabeth. But just like you can't put the kitten back together, putting Elizabeth back together didn't bring her back to life. Because, unfortunately for William, that's not how it works. You can put them back together all you want, but you still let the snake eat them. They're still dead. So now Mike knows what the Vengeful Spirit knows about Henry, Charlie, and Elizabeth. And that is what Candy Cadet is for. Alright, some loose wrap-up now. The Rockstar animatronics are not heavily featured, but it's hinted that they might be built out of the same material as the original animatronics. Why does Rockstar Freddy have purple accessories? I don't know. There's a discussion about the Rockstar animatronics being important or not, and some people say that because they're not required to purchase to beat the game, that you can't use their presence as canon evidence, but that's very wrong.
I feel like the
Children's
Rockstar
drawings of the Rockstar animatronics exist in the office, meaning that regardless of your choices during the playthrough, the canon of the series is clearly that these animatronics are present in the building.
Yeah.
It should also be noted that it's possible that the box is not the FNAF 6 restaurant. That's just what most people assume. But if you go by my theory that the original intention for the box was to show that Cece and Foxy Bro are brothers and that Foxy Bro is Mike Schmidt, the reason that the box changed might simply be that now the Schmidts are the Aftons. It went from Foxy Bro is Mike Schmidt to Foxy Bro is Mike Afton who changed his name to Mike Schmidt at some point. It's also possible that during FNAF 4, there is no intention that Purple Guy would be Foxy Bro and Cece's father, thus leading to a change in the box as the story developed over the years. This is Funtime Chica. There was no Funtime Chica in Sister Location because she was at Chica's Party World, which has led to a fan theory that I personally think is very important and that we will discuss now. These are the mediocre melodies. They are viewed as lesser than the Freddy's animatronics. Obviously, they are mediocre. And as MatPat points out in his video on them, they seem more southern themed than the Freddy's bunch. Pig Patch and Ned Bear specifically have southern accents.
And they have the battery packs
too. Very long story short, it seems likely that the mediocre melodies and Chica were once a restaurant chain, and Freddy and Bonnie were once a restaurant chain.
He talks about the hippo.
And that those two restaurants merged together. In real life, Showbiz
He talks
Pizza
about the
Place
hippo in
and
an
Pizza
hour.
Time Theater merged together to become Showbiz Pizza Time.
In 1 hour, he talks about the hippo.
Which is actually a fantastic name. The other name for Showbiz Pizza Time is, of course, Chuck E. Cheese's. That's why these other kids in Happiest Day probably are wearing a mediocre
I keep pausing the video too much, is the problem. And I kept having to get up, so...
And in FNAF 3,
we're going a little bit longer than 9 hours.
Temporary costumes provided to you. Keep in mind that they were found on very short notice, so questions about appropriateness/relevance should be deflected.
He's probably talking about costumes from the mediocre melodies, which Fazbear Entertainment would have recently acquired. After the MCI, when Freddy's is shut down, William retained the full rights to use Bonnie, Freddy, and Foxy, his creations for Freddy's, but Chica and the other mediocres were spun off from the Freddy's brand, at least until the gang all got united together again for the FNAF 2 location. William did make Funtime Chica, but it seems like this was a formality, or a contract for him to develop, even though he wasn't in charge of her restaurant. Chica being separate from the other characters will matter more later. And that is Pizzeria Simulator, the surprise ending to Five Nights at Freddy's. Scott promised a custom night update would be on its way, just as he had done for Sister Location, but he ended up changing his mind and instead made Ultimate Custom Night as its own title, as a small little bonus cap to FNAF.
It's important, the
Except we
hippo?
still have one game between Pizzeria Simulator and Ultimate Custom Night. It's time to get back to the Five Nights at Freddy's security logbook. Yes, this is a game. Yes, this counts.
Oh my god. Is this actually a game?
The FNAF security logbook is an activity book, and that makes it a game. This is an in-universe book, meaning everything in it except for the copyright page is canon. The book launched on March 1st, 2018. The front cover states it is the security logbook, but that's been crossed out, so instead it says the survival logbook. The branding and images used throughout the book are of the FNAF 1 design,
use your brain.
which makes a lot of sense, because this book takes place right before FNAF 3. Each chapter in the book begins with an image of the FNAF 3 office. Why is there dark humor associated with dying on your shift in this book? Why are there word searches and puzzles? Because this is a kid's book given out at Fazbear Frights. It's meant to play up the horror of the Freddy's legacy.
Cool.
The first page asks us to write our name, but somebody already wrote their name in the book. Someone named Mike. This gives further evidence that the FNAF 3 guard is Mike. So yes, this is able to continue the story despite Mike being dead, because it's an in-between-quel. It's in between FNAF 1 and 3. In FNAF 3, Phone Guy says,
Hey, glad you came back for another night.
He says this on night 1, meaning Mike had been working there for at least one day before the game started. So this book takes place the week before FNAF 3.
Also,
Fazbear Frights exists,
is your
but
name
Springtrap
Thorm?
hasn't been found
Or like,
yet.
how should I say
Mike
it?
is just sitting in the office
Or is it
doing
Thor?
nothing. Got it? The book is full of blood splatters and stains, which I think are in-universe jokes about the Fazbear Frights horror attraction. But there's a lot of...
I want to have surgery and have your face etched onto my eyelids. Every time I blink, I see your face. That's a lot. Thank you, I guess. Okay, and your name is okay. I didn't know if it was Thorm or Thor, And I wanted to ask because I was like, I'm sorry.
Messages and text written in red pen. This red pen writing
You're
and
welcome.
drawing is Mike. He writes his name in red pen in the front.
That's
and
just
so all red pen markings
also
are from
welcome
him. Scattered throughout the books are tally marks. Unless it's hidden on some obscure Reddit thread, and trust me, I read plenty of obscure Reddit threads while writing this. But nobody knows what these tally marks are for. It's thought there is some code left to be deciphered in the book, and that the tally marks are the clue. But whatever it is, it has not been worked out yet.
It's
At
literally
least
just
no theories
5
put
to mark
forward are
5
my
nights.
satisfaction. Besides the tally marks, Mike
Oh,
will
thank
also
you for the
fill out the book by
follow,
writing in little
Zero.
comments when the book asks for them. Like on page 6, the book asks,
No, but for your VTuber model's divine cuteness. Oh, thank you. Oh my god, Glossy drew those. Hi. I swear to God, there's some really obscure lore in this playbook. There probably is.
List 10
Thank you so
reasons
much
why
for the
applying
follow.
to Freddy Fazbear's Pizza seems like a good idea at the time.
and Mike writes,
Employees get free pizza.
Mike is also something of a cartoonist.
This
because
is
he
new to me,
draws
like,
throughout
straight
the
up.
book. Like on page 29, he draws what prizes he would want to win at Freddy's as a child. And he draws himself as a child, water skiing, holding a bag of money. Now you might notice that this is on page 28 and this is page 52.
What?
We'll get back to that. In case you don't believe that Mike is Michael Afton, on page 30, when asked about what TV character he relates to with his current experiences, he says,
I don't know this bit.
From The Immortal and the Restless, because everything about this place is crazy, and no one seems
Oh my
to
god,
notice
it's the
except me.
fucking the telenovela.
And on page 34, he draws casual bongos. He also draws exotic butters on page 92. On the next page, we're asked to reflect on our happiest day.
Excuse me, I need
with
help.
an image of the
What do you need help with? Also, welcome in. Yeah, because he gets because in the sister location, they like tell him that he wins a prize, and they said he can have cash or butter, but the thing messes up, and he gets exotic butter. And I think that's him saying that he wanted the cash and not the butter.
puppet giving a cake to a young girl. If you flip the page, there's some Faz coupons.
I left water burning in Fazbear's Pizzeria 1. It's okay. They probably all should have burnt down anyways.
One of which is labeled Happiest Day.
Reserved party room. 3-tier birthday cake. Receive a gift from the puppet. Custom party kit with invitations and
It's okay,
hats.
the water burning,
Assuming
it's
this
fine.
book takes place
We'll
right
burn down the
before
whole
FNAF 3,
pizzeria.
this is perhaps the best evidence we have that Mike was aware of some parts of Happiest Day occurring due to his actions. The next
thank you
Insane
for the
Lore drop
follow.
comes on page 40 and 41.
Studies show that you forget
appreciate
half
it,
of your
thank
dreams
you.
in the first 5 minutes after waking. Use this page and the next page to sketch and write notes about your recent dreams. Reflect on the meaning of your dreams.
Oh god.
And Mike draws Nightmare, the final boss in FNAF 4, meaning that slightly before FNAF 3,
That's Nightmare
recently,
Freddy!
he had been dreaming about this animatronic. Mike plays through the nights in FNAF 4. And these segments, while likely
See,
based on
I
his
fucking
actual
told you.
childhood, were a dream he dreamed right before FNAF 3. Previously, this was all wild speculation based only on the FNAF 1 phone guy call. But now it is confirmed. Mike is the FNAF 4 player,
Nightmare
and it's a
Fredbear.
dream. Speaking of
I'm getting
FNAF 3,
PTSD. I
on
don't
page
remember
79 there's
FNAF.
more of these Faz coupons. One of them is a $16 coupon for pizza. And Mike writes,
For real value, see page 61.
and guys, I'm so
What?
excited. This is where I'm going to be so validated. This is the best part of the video. Page 61 features these comics where you're supposed to draw stuff for Freddy and Foxy to do. On the chalkboard are the numbers 5 plus 4, and then a 3 in the corner. I think any reasonable person would interpret this as 5 plus 4 times 3, which would be 27.
Yeah.
So when these coupons were made in 1992, they were worth $16. As of today, Mike writing this book that's $27. And if you plug in those numbers into the official inflation calculator and check the value of $16 in
not the fucking inflation calculator again.
$27 in 2015, because FNAF 3 takes place in 2015. This book was written in 2017, so anyone who thinks FNAF 3 takes place in 2023 will have to explain how Scott, the author, thinks he knows the math to do to calculate inflation in the future. Well, I think it was easy enough to deduce that FNAF 3 was in 2015
I keep seeing the inflation calculator. It's actually driving me insane.
Confirming that date. Page 99 has the most important and really only story-relevant thing in this book. As fun as the metagame of hunting for clues is in this series, sometimes we just have to remember that this is a video game series, telling a story about people. And I think page 99 speaks volumes to the ongoing story of Michael Afton.
When a PR disaster strikes,
oh my God,
it's always good to have a plan. Think of alternate explanations to these common misunderstandings. My child said Freddy bit him.
He tripped and fell on Freddy's teeth. Not our fault.
Everything in this book, and most things in this series, operate
I need to see if I can buy
subtext
this
and double meanings. When Phone Guy says that the company cares about you and your safety,
the gaslighting is real, I know.
Is that the company doesn't care about you or your safety. So while this makes sense as something an employee would say to a parent to diverge any liability from an injury, which is what the prompt is telling you to do, the subtext is tragic.
Yeah.
You can almost see the scene from FNAF 4 playing out as Mike writes this.
I hate the scene.
He tripped and fell on Freddy's teeth. Not our fault.
It's denial. And maybe I'm reading too far into these red
letters. The company's like, well,
I
that's your problem, not ours. That's
working.
most companies.
It's like Mike has to repeat, not our fault.
Also, there's gonna be ads for a minute and a half.
Over to himself. It's like he's been doing it for decades. And that is every important note that Mike has written in the book. But Mike isn't the only person writing in here.
Oh, God.
There's another presence in this book.
Who?
There's somebody writing in very light, faded red ink.
What do you remember? Was your favorite childhood toy a plastic purple telephone?
There's a faded arrow that reads my name, pointed at the number, which is incorrectly labeled as 52. The words my name also appear on pages 47 and 79.
Oh no!
Page 31 is incorrectly labeled as 39, and it asks the reader to imagine their life in 5 years. Mike draws a gravestone. The faded text writes,
my name.
By using clues hidden throughout the book, we can determine the name of the entity writing these messages. But before we can do that,
Charlie.
We have to look at what else they're writing.
Do you remember your name?
This is on the page where the puppet gives the girl the cake. The book asks about recent dreams, and Mike draws Nightmare Fredbear from FNAF 4. The faded text asks,
do you have dreams?
On pages 42 and 43 it says,
do any of these toys look familiar to you? Did one of these belong to you?
I can't even see what that says.
Images of various toys.
Was your favorite ride the carousel? What do you see?
The book asks who would miss you if you were killed by being stuffed into a suit. The faded text asks,
what the fuck?
Do you miss them? Does he still talk to you?
On the same page as a picture of
when are we gonna learn about
Fredbear, the plush
it's like on my
carried
Vanessa
around
rant about
by
the movie.
Cece.
Is this song familiar to you? The party was for you.
The line, does he still talk to you, with a picture of the Fredbear plush,
I know
strongly indicates that this faded entity is talking to Cece. The line, the party
I'll
was
hunt
for
all
you,
of you.
also
You
backs
put me
this
in a
up.
freaking animatronic suit.
But you may have noticed that some of the page numbers are wrong throughout the book. And those page numbers aren't the only text that seems to be altered. On page 47, the book asks you to rate your shift according to qualities like fulfillment, health, stress, purpose, hope, existential dread, and overall. The numbers in hope are wrong, going 1, 2, 3, 7, 2, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 7 and 2 are out of place. Page 43 is labeled 15. On page 85, the numbers 10 and 11 are in red for some reason. On page 89, it shows the same questionnaire as on
Okay,
page
this book
47,
actually has shit in it.
but health has been changed to...
I can hear sounds.
Yeah, William Afton...
And existential dread says...
It was for me.
I don't.
This pattern repeats on page 109. The text changes to...
I can't see.
And...
I'm scared.
These changes of text seem to fall into two categories. Changes in number and hidden messages. The wrong page numbers are 52, 39, 15,
hi.
and the jumble...
Thank you for the charity going. For you guys who don't know, Angelic Mist is doing a charity for St. Jude until their birthday on December 25th. And she's super nice, and they play a lot of Dead by Daylight, and I really recommend like watching her. She's really cool. But thank you so much for the raid. Quick commenters jump them. They're only two. Be nice, Samurai. Don't listen to him. Anyways, I am watching 9 hours of FNAF Lore. And yeah. We are about 6.5 hours in, and I have consumed more knowledge about FNAF than I've ever wanted to, but it's actually really well written, and I actually am kind of enjoying it, even though there are some parts of the lore video that I'm like, that's bullshit, but yeah. No, DVD but so we did was playing some Sims. Okay, yeah, I feel like most of the time when I watch you, you're playing Dead by Daylight. I just was like trying to think of things that I know that you do. But hi, Lex, you cutie. Thank you.
Numbers are 7-2.
It is
and the
well
red
written,
numbers
yeah.
are 10-11. But those aren't the only strange
This is like
numbers
Morse
in the
code
book.
shit.
That chalkboard from earlier, 5 + 4, 3. Well, that looks a lot like 9-3 would be an important code. On page 108. Mike is asked to report any unusual events. On an otherwise blank log, he writes the time, 8:11. This gives us 52, 39, 15, 72, 93, 10:11, and 8:11. I neglected to mention one instance of changed text, and that's on page 58.
What happens if you add all those numbers together?
And most of the letters form a repeating pattern. They spell out,
"It's me,"
the calling card of Golden Freddy. The phrases,
"Who are you?"
and
"What is your name?"
also appear, as do normal words like Foxy and Play. The only page in the book that has seemingly no relevance to Fazbear Entertainment is the next page, which has a giant mirror on it. The faded text beneath asks,
"What do you see?"
Some genius put all of this information together and solved the mystery of this book. Reddit user DPowerful1
the final
on
name
the Game
solved,
Theorist
holy
subreddit
shit.
figured out that if you use these numbers as coordinates on the word search, then you get some interesting letters. 5 across and 2 down, that's a C. Then an A. S. S. I. D.
Cassidy.
Y. Cassidy. My name, the name of the person writing in the faded red text, is Cassidy, and she writes my name over a gravestone, thus filling in the final grave from Pizzeria Simulator, giving us the name of Golden
forgot this
Freddy,
is where we got Cassidy from.
the name of the entity we've been calling the Vengeful Spirit. Because remember, Golden Freddy can change the image and text on posters. Our secondary protagonist for the series is Cassidy. But that's not everything in this book. Cassidy asks many questions throughout, like,
"Does he still talk to you? Do you miss them? What do you remember? Do you remember
Well,
your
what did I
name?
do? Nothing.
The
You didn't
party
do anything.
was for you."
and the changes in the text in the
This
book
is so
add
cool.
to this list of phrases, with sentences like,
"Who are you?"
You told me to be
"What
nice.
is your name?"
Oh, because you were
"It's me."
talking
I
about
can hear
jumping
sounds.
people and they joined,
I can't
but then they
see.
raided.
It was for me.
It's not a nice thing to
I'm
do.
scared.
The immediate thing that jumps out is the faded text asks,
"What do you see?"
and the changed text has a
I
statement
told you
that
to
says,
shush.
I can't see.
Oh my god.
This led to the theory that these are two
Man, I'm
separate
gonna be
entities
jumped.
communicating
I
through the book.
know. Also, Angelic, if you need to like raid and run and go take care of yourself, feel free to.
What do you
Sassy?
remember?
I'm not sassy.
Do you remember your name?
It's me.
What do you see?
I can't see.
The party was for you.
It was for me.
Is this song familiar to you?
I can hear sounds.
Does he still talk to you?
I'm scared. Who are you? What is your name?
My name? Cassidy.
This conclusion leaves a few loose ends. For one, we still don't know what the tally marks are for, and it also leaves a lot of Cassidy's questions unanswered. And I would say this is too much of a big loose end to just ignore, but I think there's an alternate explanation.
Yeah.
These questions were actually being asked of Mike.
Was your favorite childhood toy a plastic purple telephone? Do any of these toys look familiar to you?
I did not skip you. I
Mike
read your
had
message.
the purple telephone, and one of these
I am
toys
sassy to
is
you.
a
I'm
guard.
not sassy. I'm not sassy.
And while Cece might miss his plush friends,
you don't need to apologize
it
to
actually makes
people.
more sense to me if she's asking Mike if he misses his brother and sister.
I told you.
Do you miss them?
What do you mean?
Due to the fact that Cassidy uses Mike's writing here of 811 to give the final clue to her name, I think this implies that she is in some form of communication with Mike. And if this book happens directly before FNAF 3, then this could be what Mike actually did to trigger Happiest Day. He wasn't touching wall tiles, he was reading and filling in this book, causing ripples in the flip side.
What do you mean incident report?
This is also why I said before
Oh,
the yellow eyes in FNAF World are likely talking to Cece.
Everything that happens out there has an effect here. Do you understand?
Besides the fact that they're obviously talking to him because of the repetitions of the lines from FNAF 4. The other reason I think is because they're glowing eyes in the darkness. Because Cece can't see. Because everything faded as he died in FNAF 4.
Oh no.
So all he can see are these bright yellow eyes speaking to him. So was the security logbook important?
Yeah.
Yes. It taught us the vengeful spirit's name is Cassidy.
It's
It confirms that Michael Afton, Foxy Bro, and Mike Schmidt are the same character, and that FNAF 3 takes place after Sister Location, in 2015 and not in any other year, and that Cece is in communication with Cassidy.
Okay.
That just leaves us with one game left. While Pizzeria Simulator was the ending of Mike's story, this next game is the ending of Cassidy's. Kind of.
What do you mean, kind of?
FNAF Ultimate Custom Night launched on June 27th, 2018. Often abbreviated to UCN, its cover depicts
she wasn't in the body,
Nightmare
everyone
Ellen
else
from
died
the
in.
non-canon
But
FNAF
it was
4
like
Halloween
kinda
update.
the ending.
Ultimate Custom Night is exactly what it sounds like.
I mean, there's probably
A
more
game
games
mode where
after
you can
this.
face off against up to 50 different enemies at once, each with an adjustable scale of 1 to 20 in difficulty. The hardest challenge being the 50-20 mode, which is every animatronic on max. Back on April 1st of that year, Scott had made a trolling post introducing 3 of the characters' mechanics in the game. Phone Guy. He will call into your office at random, creating a lot of noise and momentarily increasing the aggressiveness of the animatronics.
Been the end, but
He
no
cannot call,
reach.
however,
Am I in
if
trouble? No, you're
Springtrap
not
is
in
in the
trouble.
vents, because he can't be in 2
Why would
places
you be
at
in
the
trouble?
same time. This is obviously making fun of Matt Pat's theory that Phone Guy is Purple Guy. Foxy. He will run into your office when things are looking dire and offer to help you. You can choose one of 3 ways for him to assist. He can block one door, clear the vents, or add
That's
1%
actually-
more power to your meter.
I like the pettiness.
This is based on the old fan theory that Foxy in FNAF 1 isn't trying to kill you. He runs to you because he wants to check up on you if you don't look at the cameras often enough. And he doesn't jump scare you to kill you, he just casually leans in the room, and then you have a heart attack and die from fright. We talked about this earlier, it's obviously, it's silly. It's
The
dumb.
sarcasm.
And finally, Nightmare Freddy. He appears suddenly in your office, holding an alarm clock. You have only a moment to press the button to activate the alarm. If you press the button in time, you will awaken in your bed for 10 seconds before falling asleep and continuing the night. This, of course, is making fun of Dream Theory. Specifically, MatPat's piece of evidence that the alarm clock in FNAF 4 is the key to proving
He hates MatPat.
No hospital has a grandfather clock, but they're all equipped with a generic digital alarm clock. This,
oh my god,
was the missing link. The piece of evidence that took this theory from convenient explanation for a lot of the game's weirdness to definitive
theory is wrong.
That this is what Scott intended.
But Scott here confirms that Dream Theory was never canon. Scott, who likes to release games early, said he wanted to release the game on June 22nd, but promised someone he wouldn't release it until the 27th. This is because he had challenged Dawko to beat the 50-20 mode, and Dawko would be out of town until the 27th and be unable to play. To me, this makes it seem like the fact that the final Silver Eyes book, The Fourth Closet, being released the day before on June 26th was just a coincidence, and was not meant on purpose to coincide with UCN. Scott said as far back as FNAF 1 that he thought 420 mode in that game was impossible, but this game actually seemed impossible. This is not a difficult challenge to complete, it is literally impossible. So much so that Scott challenged Dawko to beat it, offering him an interview if he could do it. Here's some video of Markiplier trying and failing to play it. Warning, there is going to be a jump scare.
Let me walk you guys through what I'm doing.
He's warning me and I'm still gonna get scared.
Fast to really get any sense out of. So what I'm doing is, the first step is turn off fan, open monitor, and hit power generator at the same time. Go to duct, place it here, because if there's only one path, some will get stuck there, and so long as you regularly turn on the heater, you'll get there. Vent, block the first one just in case. It usually doesn't even go here, but I put it there just in case. Here, look at monitor, scan around for coins. Every time you pop down, you want to turn on the AC. Now, the most important thing is every time you bring up your monitor, close the side vent. I found that the animatronics in the side vent only come through when you put your monitor down or put your monitor up. And if you do it every time you put your monitor up, then they're never going to be a problem.
Dude, I hate that kid.
It contains them really well, and it helps you get Faz coins. Anyway.
He tortures himself while doing this. I can see why. Ow. I will never play this. I will never do Ultimate Custom Night on this difficulty. I'm good. Okay, I didn't get scared. Let's go.
Not a moment before and not a minute later.
That's expected.
No, don't. It's so complicated.
Ended up beating the challenge a mere 2 weeks later on July 9th, and I guarantee that the beat of his heart was jumping through his shirt when he beat it. Dawko actually started crying when he finally won, and while he wasn't the first to beat it, he deserves insane props for doing this for the sake of the community. A YouTuber named Remery actually beat it the day before. The video you're watching now is Dawko's.
Thank you for the corn dog.
I will eat 2 corn dogs.
He did it!
Dawko ended up interviewing Scott for an hour and a half, and there weren't really any important lore implications. I invite anyone who's interested to watch the entire thing, but really the only important things of note are Scott confirming and reiterating that FNAF World is canon, and him implying that he had games up to Sister Location planned from around the time of FNAF 2. Not the plot, obviously, but he mentions the color scheme and general aesthetics as something he planned up to the series' 5th entry.
Even at that time, before, as I was working on part 2, I knew that 3 should be a very personal experience. It should be the opposite of what 2 was. You know, part 3 should be kind of one-on-one, and I knew that part 4 should be kind of unique as far as setting and things like that. And I knew
Bro,
that
his
part
model's
5 should
taking
be
up
kind
so
of
much of the
high
screen.
tech, and I even kind of already had color schemes picked out. Like I knew that part 5 should kind of be purples and blues.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I knew that 3 should be kind of green, and I knew that 2 should be kind of 2 should be feel kind of industrial, which I think that it does.
4 was very unique, man. I love it. I don't want to play 4. 4 looks so scary.
But that doesn't mean it doesn't have lore. Obviously, the presence of Baby and Scrap Baby and multiple of the same character at the same time show that this is not something that's actually happening. But just because it isn't actually happening doesn't mean it's not real. Every time you die, the character who killed you will say a voice line. Some of these lines are mechanics and hints for how to beat them.
Show times are on the hour, not a moment before and not a moment later.
That's supposed to explain that you beat the character by checking on him every hour on the hour. Other lines are just funny, or characterization.
I always come back.
I don't care.
I bet you weren't expecting me, were ya? Turn your back for 1 second and I'm like, wazoo! Ninja skills.
That one's
You
cute.
won't get tired of my voice, will you?
Yeah, I will.
But many of them exist to tell you a story. Let's go over them.
What a gift to relish, a victim that can't perish.
Oh my god. Oh god.
What is left of you?
I don't like that.
You will not be spared. You will not be saved.
Voices in this are so good. Ugh. Hell no. No. No, I'm good.
You won't die, but you'll wish you could.
Oh god.
Come spend eternity inside with me.
Ew.
What is this new prison? Is it me trapped, or is it you? Perhaps it's us both.
These all seem to indicate that you're dead.
Oh my god.
That this is your eternal punishment. This is a real canon game that is actually happening where somebody is being punished by these animatronics. But who?
I don't know, Gibby, tell me.
Seeing you powerless is like music to me.
Hi, Charlie.
I recognize you, but I'm not afraid of you. Not anymore.
I have always been hiding in your shadow.
Oh god.
I am given flesh to be your tormentor.
We know who our friends are, and you are not one of them.
I don't like this one.
I am a burning reminder of your
Oh no.
This time, death cannot.
I'm not getting scared just hearing the voice lines, bro.
I am the fearful reflection of what you have created.
It's William. Death can't save him this time. Fredbear, who is speaking almost as Cece,
Chica's voice lines are
is saying,
important.
"You're not one of our friends." The bad animatronics
This is
are
them
given
talking
life
to
by his
Afton?
misdeeds. It's
Oh.
William. And once you piece that all together, the game becomes really epic. And you can also start
Real
piecing
epic,
together
bro.
what
It's an
some of
epic
the other
game.
voice lines mean. Let's go over some new lore implications.
What is the
Where's
new?
my beak? Lodged in your forehead, of course.
Oh god.
This is obviously a meta reference to Scott saying Toy Chica was missing her beak. So he's still drawing our attention
Epic
not back
Fortnite
to any
victory
specific
royale.
game, like the "you won't get tired of my voice" line draws you back to FNAF World. But this is instead
At
him
the end
saying
of this
something
voice line
about the
clip, I'm
game's
gonna
lore.
go
He's
to the
bringing us
bathroom.
back to something he himself posted.
Yeah, I had
which
a lot
I
of- I've
think
been drinking
means
a lot
it
of
still
water.
might be important.
The others are like animals, but I am very aware.
The community
Awa.
is not in agreement what being put back together means. As I've said for this whole video, I think it means having your memories reassembled after death,
God.
giving you control
I
over
hate
your animatronic.
Fucking Spring Chat.
It's why I
is
think the
disgusting.
puppet, Golden Freddy, and Baby are aware. Baby goes from speaking as Baby in Sister Location to speaking as Elizabeth in Pizzeria Simulator because she was put back together, as Mike says at the end of Sister Location. This means, and I think this is important, that every line a character speaks is coming from the perspective of the character, not the spirit inhabiting them.
Yeah.
The puppet, William,
I do love the voices
Scrap
of the
Baby,
lines.
and Fredbear are the only spirits who talk as themselves.
I don't like the
Keep
voices,
that in
they're
mind
scary.
for the next section.
I was the first. I have seen everything.
Oh God.
The community almost universally agrees that this means that Susie, the girl with the dog who possessed Chica, was the first MCI victim. Except we know that Charlie died before any of the MCI kids, and Cece died before the MCI kids. So Susie was not the first, and has not seen everything. But people still assume that that is what this means. That's not what this means. This is Chica speaking, not Susie. We went over this a while ago, but it's likely that Chica predated Freddy Fazbear's Pizza by a long
the mediocre
while,
melodies.
by being part of this second company that went on to merge with Freddy's, which is what happened with the real Chuck E. Cheese. I think this is saying that Chica was the first animatronic character that was built among this cast. Chica, from Chica's Party World, predates Fredbear's Family Diner, and Fredbear and Spring Bonnie as characters. Telling us that Susie died first
creepier,
is
but some lines
meaningless.
don't fit. That
Telling
is
us
fair.
that Chica is older than Freddy points us in the direction of this being inspired by the real-life Showbiz Pizza Time story, and I think that that's what Scott intended the entire time.
I am given flesh to be your tormentor.
This implies that Nightmare Freddy did not have flesh in FNAF 4, either because he was a manifestation of fear in Mike's dream, or...
This time, there is more than an illusion to fear.
This strongly hints that the FNAF 4 animatronics were in fact
Hey, Vader.
using illusion discs, which is the theory that I've been going with. These events were real to an extent, and then later in life, Mike had nightmares about it, adding in details like the IV bag, the FNAF 1 phone calls, and allowing him to draw Nightmare in the logbook.
I think it's
because he had dreamt about it recently.
It's the only game where it makes sense for there to be
this line confirms that William actually had animatronics with illusion discs walking around his house when Mike was a child.
Oh my God.
I assure you, I am very real.
Once again, this is implying that previously
I'm going to prove that the illusion discs
but that
are real.
this version attacking William now in the afterlife is actually a possessed animatronic. In this case, it's literally his son, Cece.
Oh.
Let me put you back together, then take you apart all over again.
Fredbear is obviously the same suit as Golden Freddy.
It makes zero sense since Michael hears the phone
Springlock
call.
interpretation of Freddy,
Okay.
although Golden Freddy has black accessories and Fredbear has purple.
I'm
but
right, you're wrong.
Fredbear / Golden Freddy is obviously Cece. So this is Cece referencing being told he would be put back together, which really,
he could hear the phone call, but probably wouldn't
that
know what it
William is
meant.
the one who said this line in FNAF 4.
And the
William
dad's using
said
the
it to
disc at the
Cece
home with
here.
the robot.
I will put you back together.
I just feel like the
said it to
Nightmare disc
William
makes sense
here.
Let me put you back together.
The fourth game, and that's it.
All over again. We know who our friends are, and you are not one of them.
Once again, reinforcing that this is Cece speaking, and that the person who said, "We are still your friends, do you believe that?" was William. But then there's this wrench in everything.
I always come back.
Oh my God.
Why would William be fighting off himself and hear himself say, "I always come back"?
Okay, hold on. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back.
Obviously, for game purposes, you gotta have a Springtrap in your ultimate custom night everyone is here game. And it does kinda make sense that William would have to face off against Springtrap because he tormented other people with Springtrap in the past. But I don't know why this is his voice line. It could have been something like,
"Now you know what it feels like."
This is just mildly confusing, and it adds in room for contrarians to claim that instead of William being tortured here, it's Michael being tortured, which I just strongly disagree with. Now, you may remember that I said that this is Cassidy's game, this is her finale, and it is. Multiple animatronics reference a being known as the one that you should not have killed. Let's take a listen.
He's here and always watching. The one you shouldn't have killed. I have seen him. The one you shouldn't have killed.
I am remade, but not by you.
Sorry,
by the one you should not have killed.
Greetings from the fire, and from the one you should not have killed.
If there's one you shouldn't have killed, it's either Charlie or Cassidy. We know it's not Charlie, because the puppet explicitly says she's not afraid of William anymore, meaning Cassidy is the one you shouldn't have killed. But they refer to Cassidy as male. He's here and always watching. I have seen him. This has one of three explanations. One, the one you shouldn't have killed is not Cassidy. That's the least likely in my opinion. Two, Cassidy is a boy. Cassidy is a gender-neutral name, and therefore it could just be a boy. I do think that this is unlikely though, because, spoiler alert, this is not actually Cassidy's last appearance in a FNAF game, and in a future game she will be depicted as a girl.
That's
and
weird.
Three, the one I believe, is that because Freddy
That
is
really
male,
matters,
and
but...
Cassidy is Golden Freddy, they're referring to Golden Freddy as the one William shouldn't have killed. The same way that they call the puppet he, even though he's possessed by Charlie, they might now be referring to Golden Freddy as he, even though he's possessed by Cassidy. I think that the male pronoun usage here is an unfortunate choice because it confuses people, but I really just think it means they're talking about Golden Freddy. The one you should not have killed is very cool, but there's another entity in the game that people call the Vengeful Spirit. When Scott did a casting call for voice actors, he labeled one character as a Vengeful Spirit. This face appears in the game as an Easter egg, and the Vengeful Spirit actually has lines.
You're not gonna like where Cassidy is next. What do you mean?
And that the one you shouldn't have killed is somebody else, but I think that they're both Cassidy. Three characters have voice lines that get surprisingly serious, and underneath them, you can hear a female voice whispering. And yes, I know that the casting call said the voice should be of ambiguous gender, but women are perfectly capable of voicing young boys and having them sound like boys, like Bart Simpson or Gregory from this very series, and it definitely sounds like the whispering voice is clearly intending to be female. Here are some lines from the Vengeful Spirit.
We've only just begun. I will never let you leave. I will never let you rest.
This is how it feels, and you get to experience
it
over and
Not
over
the Yeehaw Freddy.
and over again, forever. I will never let you leave.
He tried to release you. He tried to release us. But I'm not gonna let that happen. I will hold you here. I will keep you here. No matter how many times they burn us.
What the fuck?
The Vengeful Spirit, the one you should not have killed, Cassidy, is creating this torment for William in the afterlife, refusing to let his spirit fully pass on. And she's trapping the others there too. This is literally the puppet. This is Charlie. And this is
Also,
Bonnie.
I'm sorry I keep hitting the bears. I'm messaging somebody back. I'm in a VTuber server where I run a lot of stuff, and I was just checking in with somebody.
Tormenting William because Cassidy is concocting this scheme. And I think the puppet is trying to stop her.
I don't hate you, but you need to stay out of my way.
Charlie doesn't care about getting revenge for William. He's dead. But she does want to free the spirits. She's actually after Cassidy.
She does want to help
Lefty,
Cassidy,
the
but
robot that captured the puppet in Pizzeria Simulator,
Cassidy, low-key kind of evil.
Interesting lines.
It will all be over soon. There is room for one more.
I think the room for one more and all be over soon lines are actually about Cassidy, not William. Remember, Lefty lured the puppet to trap it, and I think it would also want to lure and trap Cassidy. There's room for one more, the other one being Charlie, and it will all be over soon means William's torment will be over soon because Charlie is going to stop Cassidy. There's 2 more references to this in the game that I think back up this interpretation. For one, when you beat the final challenge, which again is not 50-20 mode, again, Scott thought that was impossible, but when you beat the hardest official challenge, you get to see this cutscene. Golden Freddy is twitching, fading slowly into the background. If we interpret this as us, the viewer, walking backwards away from Golden Freddy, that means that she is staying put to continue to torture William forever. We're saying, enough, I'm done, I'm leaving. It's like movie shorthand, or it's like if a book ends with a ... It's saying things will continue this way forever. Or, if it's supposed to be interpreted as Cassidy moving away from us, the viewer, and her fading away, then it's her losing control over William. I think it's open-ended, but I personally think it's the second one, because this happens once you beat the game. William has beaten her hardest challenge, so she's abandoning this attempt and moving on to the next one in the next game. The other piece of evidence that this is Cassidy torturing William and that Charlie is trying to stop her is Old Man Consequences. Old Man Consequences from FNAF World is one of the enemies that you can set up in this game. He pops up on your screen and you have to catch a fish to make him go away. But if you set him to be the only enemy,
I had to join the Discord call to start an event,
into the clearing
and
from FNAF World. You're back to playing.
It like
as
plays
tiny
my
little
join
Freddy boy,
sound,
and he's
which
sitting at
is
the lake just like he was in FNAF World.
Come and sit with me for a while. Leave the demon to his demons. Rest your own soul. There is nothing else.
Yeah, if you guys are in
If Old Man Consequences
VTubers Are
is
Us,
Henry and Freddy Boy
Suki is doing
Cassidy,
their
then this
4th
is
night
Henry
of 13 Nights of
overtly
Horror, and
telling
they're
her
watching The
to
Fabric
stop,
tonight,
to stop
which
torturing
is
William,
a pretty
the
good
demon.
movie, and I actually really
Leave
like
the
that
demon
movie.
to his
So you guys
demons.
should
Rest your own
watch that
soul.
movie.
Once
if
you've
you guys are in
entered this
VTubers Are
screen,
Us.
there's only one way out, and that's to glitch into the lake, just like in FNAF World. But instead of reaching a secret ending of people happily watching TV, the game crashes, which, of course, is Golden Freddy's thing, because this is Cassidy.
I'm not a
who is
VTuber. You're a
Golden
PNG
Freddy.
tuber. That's the same thing.
Earlier
PNG
I
tubers
said
are still
that
VTubers.
Henry's speech at the end of Pizzeria Simulator was my second favorite moment in FNAF. This is my first. This is my favorite moment in the
I'd
series.
be mad if I put this
Old
on
Man
1.25
Consequences telling
speed.
Cassidy that revenge isn't the answer, and one more time, one last time, having to plead for the release of all of the innocent souls, including his daughter, who are once again being taken away from him, not by William, not by the villain, but by Cassidy. It's really powerful, but the thing that makes it the best moment in the series for me is the noise that you hear in the background. This seemingly ambient noise is actually a human voice. It's very distorted, but if you slow it down and change the pitch, then you can hear what it's saying. Take a listen.
Bro, this reminds me of like, what the fuck?
Obviously, this is a video game. This is FNAF. This is funny jump scare bear game. We're talking about
at the
Purple
hippo
Guy
thing.
from FNAF. It's a voice actor who recorded lines in a booth for a video game. It's audio that's been put through a bunch of distortions to sound creepy as ambiance in a challenge mode in a bonus free video game. But there's something so raw and intimately and intensely and eternally and inherently and terrifying. This is a child killer who defiled corpses, all for his own personal benefit, to
Ultimate Custom Night is
his
wild.
own life
Yeah.
and to serve himself.
It's just...
He attempted to cheat death and
there's so
succeeded
much
for a long time, but now it has finally caught up to him. The end of his life, he was still so arrogant. One of the death lines he said in Pizzeria Simulator was this:
"What a deceptive calling. I knew it was a lie the moment I heard it, obviously, but it is intriguing nonetheless."
And now he is in so much agony that his arrogance is gone, his pride is gone, and he's just screaming for help. And the people he's asking for help from are Henry and Mike, the two people he blamed for Cece's death. He's yelling out in fear for his son, who he basically tortured, and for his old best friend, whose daughter he killed. These people should hate him eternally and have no sympathy for him. And
as they should.
In this moment, he's asking for that sympathy. In the last game, Henry said,
"Although for one of you,
get fucked, William.
The darkest pit of hell has opened to swallow you whole. So don't keep the devil waiting, old friend."
And now we are witnessing that moment, but it's not the triumph of Henry's speech at the climax of the series. It is pitiful. William is pathetic.
Yeah,
and his
fuck you,
torment
William.
is eternal. And even though
you're
William
a bad person
is
and I
the
don't like
worst
you and I don't
person
fuck
in this
with you.
story, again, a child killer, you still take pity on him.
No,
just
I
like
have no
in
pity.
real life, how you take pity on those who hurt others because they will never know what it's like to love or what it's like to feel the release of forgiveness. They're casting their own soul aside for nothing but worldly
I feel nothing.
gain. They will
feel
never
absolutely
reach
nothing.
whatever version of heaven you believe in, whether that's actual literal pearly gates or a state of enlightenment and nirvana, or just the inner peace of knowing that you've made the world a better place in your lifetime. Even as it's depicted in an 8-bit Easter egg in a video game, hell is real.
Oh my god, no. I have no mercy for you. Fuck you, William.
And with that, now we're going to talk about Toy Chica's high school years. Yes, this is real, and it is also scary. After playing each challenge in the game, you unlock a new cutscene. These cutscenes belong to one of two narratives depicted throughout the game.
Just
Both
imagine
of them
having your own
are
personal hell, everything being wrong, and be tormenting for like goddamn. If you're a shitty person like him, yeah, you deserve it. What?
Dear Diary, yesterday was so amazing, and I met such a wonderful guy. But I don't think it was meant to last. For my heart belongs to another. He's so amazing and strong and so cute.
This is not
I've
real.
been thinking about him all day.
What the hell?
And I think he's really into me too. He's the only one for me. I just know it. And I know just how to get him.
What the fuck?
Look at that top hat. That amazing top hat. He'll be mine by the end of the day. I just know it. I told him that I needed help with my homework.
Get help.
But
You
once
are
he's
literally
there,
a spirit.
I'll have him. And once I
Not
have
Toy
him,
Chica.
he'll be mine forever.
What the fuck is
There
this?
is only one thing that could possibly go wrong.
What the fuck is this?
So this is a metaphor, an analogy, an allegory. Toy Chica is William. There are several of these short little episodes, and they all go the same way. Chica sees a character, points out something she likes about them, states in a sadistic way that she's going to get them, and then says,
There is only one thing that could possibly go wrong.
Each time the next episode starts and we see the next victim, she's holding a treasure from the previous victim in her bag. Foxy's hook, Freddy's hat, etc. Two things to note right off the bat. The animatronics in the story are not representations of the actual MCI kids. It's not like the Freddy kid, who she asks for help with her homework, correlates to the child who is stuffed into Freddy.
Oh my god.
The presence of the puppet and Pig Patch and this completely random wolf completely disprove that. The other thing to note is that when the day starts, she already has Foxy's hook in her bag. In fact, the first thing she says is that yesterday she met an amazing guy, but it didn't last.
Yesterday was so amazing, and I met such a wonderful guy. But
I hate that.
I don't think it was meant to last.
Meaning before this whole thing started, she had already killed one person. I spent so long trying to figure out how Foxy could have been the first victim, like even before Charlie, because Foxy's head is missing.
She killed him, yeah, because she's crazy.
Plushes, and because Foxy's claw hook is already in the bag. This is one of the most annoying parts of everything. But I think I figured it out. And I think it's a coincidence. I think Foxy's head is missing in FNAF 4 because Foxy Bro Mike was using Foxy to scare Cece, and so he either tore off his head because he didn't want to look at it anymore, or Mike tore off the head, which upset Cece, which is why he then went on to use Foxy's visage to scare him. And I think that Foxy's hook is here because they just chose an animatronic to already be dead to be Charlie, and I don't think it has anything to do with Foxy.
Jesus.
Fur. That amazing silky
Hello, Sid.
sheen. He'll be mine by the end of the day.
Thank you for the jump scare.
I told him that someone ran over his dog in front of my house. But once he's there, I'll entice him with warm cookies, lure him inside. I mean, invite him inside. And then I'll have him. He'll be mine by the end of the day. She's
batshit crazy. What the fuck?
I told him that my house was on fire. But once he's there, I'll tell him that I threw myself on the flames to put them out. He'll be mine by the end of the day. I just know it. I told him that I've taken several live hostages at my house. But once he's there, I'll tell him that I let them go because I love him. He'll be mine by the end of the day. I just know it. I told him to come over later. That should be enough. And if he doesn't show up, I'll just go to his house. And if he doesn't open the door, I'll just find the window. Chimney's always an option. Or I could set the house on fire and wait for him to run out. Then he could run into my arms. He'll be mine by the end of the day. I just know it. I'll just wait for him after school, throw a bag over his head, hit him with a shovel, and drag him into the back of my car. Then, when he wakes up, I'll tell him that someone was trying to kidnap and kill him. I don't know, Balloon Boy maybe.
Oh my god.
I'll tell him that I rescued him. He'll fall for me immediately.
She's such a tsundere.
People try to read really far.
No, I'm sorry, yandere.
Cutscenes, but after the security logbook, I realized that Scott is more than willing to put a lot of effort into something like making an entire book to reveal one piece of lore. And I think this really isn't saying anything more than how William lured his victims. In his Spring Bonnie persona, he asked a kid to come and help him with his homework. He passed an older kid and said, "Oh my god, you have to help me, my house is on fire, come quick." And when the kid ran up to help him, he just snatched him. He told another kid he had hostages who he would hurt if he didn't do what he said, and then just took the kid and killed him.
Oh my
He followed
god.
someone home from school, hit them on the head with a shovel, put them in his trunk, drove them to his lab, and killed them there. The other two stories, well, we know what they are. He lured Susie by talking about her dog. And then there's the puppet story. William inviting a child to Freddy's after hours. They don't come, so he goes to their house and breaks a window.
Poor Balloon
Well,
Boy.
Midnight Motorist. The end of the series has Toy Chica under a tree, with her backpack full of trophies behind her. She then says that tomorrow is another day.
But tomorrow is another day. And I just know that there's a guy out there that's
What
right for
the
me.
fuck?
It's William. We get it. I really just think this is explaining the 5 ways she got the 5 victims, and confirming that Charlie died first, and that other things like what characters being used to represent them, it being Freddy's hat and Bonnie's ears, those are just random, unimportant details. The second grouping of cutscenes is significantly more difficult to parse, because what is just a funny random little detail and what is an allegory is impossible
I know that
to
BA.
tell.
Like
So this
personally, or
series
you
is a
just
parody of
recognize the
anime.
voice?
The entire thing is spoken in Japanese with subtitles, and its style and tone fit in with very serious anime.
バスケットをぶつけたと思うか?
What?
彼らはものすごく怒っていて、水に放り投げられると同時に、彼らは私のために来る。ひどい匂いも。私が最後に過ごした時、私はそこに沈んだ。私がそこにいる間、私はビジョンを持っていたと思う。私は私の先祖にあった。彼らは生きていた時代がどんなに優れていたのか。そして最近は子供たちが権威を尊重せず、ビデオゲームに明け暮れ、ポテトチップスを食べる様子を教えてくれた。
Japanese Freddy is crazy. 尊敬も規
律もなし。私は彼らに不平を言うのをやめるように言った。私は人生において先祖の道を探してきた。そしてついに解決できないと思う。それは自ら呼ぶもの。私はそれを何と呼ぶべきかと思った。慣れなければならないと思う。
What the hell? はい。
私は少なくとも私の隠れ家の名前を持たなければならない。私は自分の時間と何か関係があるのか？
誰かいないか？私はどうしてもトイレに行かなきゃいけないんだ。
私にはキャラクター開発の余地がなく、私の隠れ家という名は
What the hell?
少し物を追加するためにできることのほんの一部だ。だから私は一緒に行った。
You guys can't even see it. Hold on. I just realized you can't.
私にはとても恐ろしく聞こえる。しかし私は何を知っている？
I had to change it.
私は
So you guys can actually read the subtitles.
The story told by these episodes is this ongoing war between Freddy and Foxy. And once again, for this series,
Minecraft music.
There is serious debate about who they stand for. Is the bear Henry and Foxy William? Does that make Mangle Mike? Or is the bear Cece and Foxy Mike? Freddy and Foxy seem to get into scuffles more akin to brotherly wrestling and bullying rather than serious brawls. It also mentions it being Freddy's birthday at one point, and Foxy
We're 7 hours
TV.
in.
The punishments
We only
Freddy
have
has
an
to
hour
do also
and a
line
half
up
left.
really well with stupid brother bets or being grounded. That is, up until he has to dress up like Santa and deliver gifts to children, and Foxy mentions he has little Foxy children, and that Mangle is a dog. He also says he's leaving and going on vacation soon.
What the fuck?
Freddy celebrates him fleeing, but says it's his destiny to chase him. And that sounds more like Henry chasing William, or Mike chasing William, or Cassidy or Charlie chasing William. Once again, I don't think this is anything important, but I do think it's giving us backstory.
This is still insane.
That being Cece and Mike, and what their brotherhood feud was like before the Bite of 83. But this last part was just so confusing. Unless it's meant to imply that Golden Freddy following Mike around from location to location is him following Mike until the deed is done. But while Cece might be characterized as a little bratty brother up until FNAF 4, as Golden Freddy, he certainly is not like that. What's interesting is that the Japanese you hear in the background is not saying what the subtitles say.
What is it saying?
There's a phenomenal video on YouTube by The Comfy Corner where she had this dialogue translated and provided her own subtitles. The text is definitely something Scott wrote and got professionally translated and voice acted, but it doesn't actually mean anything. It tells a story about Foxy sending a bird to annoy Freddy, and then they fight, and Foxy rolls Freddy around in some alpaca droppings and takes pictures of him to share with his friends. It's a different story from the one the English subtitles give, but it's very similar in that it's just more examples of Foxy bullying Freddy, and Freddy trying to strike back, and failing. Now, if there are any characters that would be representative of Mike and Cece, it would be Foxy and Freddy, so there is that. But that leaves the question as to why these are TV
I bring another
shows
shower
instead
thought.
of
Let's
8-bit
hear it.
games. FNAF has showed in the past that even if they don't want a minigame to be playable, they will still show events happening as an 8-bit video game, like Mike walking down the street in his sister location. So why are these TV shows, and what do they have to do with William being tortured?
Is this?
Well, just like I think the mini-games in the older games were a split narrative, the mini-games being experienced by Cassidy and the night gameplay being experienced by Mike, I now think it's that same concept.
We're about to get to the hippo part.
The night gameplay is Cassidy's story. The bonus after night stuff, the equivalent of the mini-games, is Mike's story. And it's in the form of TV shows. Because if there's literally one personality trait we know Mike has, it's watching TV. Between the Immortal and the Restless in Sister Location, and this depiction of him with his siblings in FNAF World, I think this being a TV show is really, really strong evidence of my split narrative theory. Mike is now likely dead from the Pizzeria Simulator fire, and is experiencing the tale of all that has happened as TV shows. His father's murders, his feud with his brother, and how that led to Golden Freddy. It makes sense as an equivalent to the old mini-games, but for Michael.
What the fuck?
Okay, now let's talk about the hippo.
We're talking about the hippo now. That is...
Back on page
like 10
59 of this script, we're currently on page 109, I said, you can glitch one glitch further by entering the lake. If you rapidly alternate left and right descending into the lake, you will then fall for a while before you see this. This screen has two main interpretations. An angel welcoming you, with its arms spread out and its wings behind it, or the view of three people from behind being lit by a television screen, with all three holding each other in their arms.
We are technically the system of a star to some other planet looks up to. Yeah. That makes sense.
I think it's that one, but I won't be able to explain why for quite a while. You'll know I'm
anything
getting back
that's
to talk
in
about this topic when I start an entire section called Mr.
Our planetary
Hippo's
system
Wild
is
Ride. And
part
on
of that.
page 85, I said, so it's in this nebulous time that FNAF World takes place, and I'll explain how I know this and what it has to do with the hippo later.
Like that one Goosebumps episode.
Now is when I prove that.
Oh my god.
And so many other things. Now is when we talk about the hippo. This is Mr. Hippo. He's one of the mediocre melodies, and he has 4 voice lines in UCN. Those 4 voice lines add up to
Is
over
the hippo
11
really that
minutes of
important?
time. He tells 4 stories that are on average 3 minutes long. That's like the length of a normal song. And
It
this
is
happens
though,
whenever
yes.
he kills you. So yes, when you are killed by him, you have to sit there and listen to the entire speech
Oh my
before you
God.
can try again. And no, I'm not going to play them all in this video. But I will play part of one so you get an idea as to what they're like.
Ah, it seems that you have met your end. Ah, what a pity. You know, I don't feel too bad about it, though. After all, if it weren't me, it would have just been one of the others, I guess. I'm honestly just glad to be out of those air ducts.
Yeah, I think he does
You know,
play them all.
It's not easy for a hippopotamus to fit up there, and not easy to get down either.
It's multiple ones.
Not as young as I used to be, as you can see. I used to be able to do all the sorts of things. You're young, you're vibrant, you have that sort of pep in your step. It reminds me of a conversation I was having with one
Wait,
of
what
my
the
good
fuck is
friends,
that?
Orville. We were having a nice picnic one day. I believe it was summer. No, perhaps it was... Was it the fall? Yes. It was the fall because the leaves had turned already.
Whoa.
Oh.
Hold the phone. A conspiracy is afoot. I believe it
What?
was summer, or perhaps it was fall. Yes, it was fall. That is an overt FNAF 2 reference.
Hello and welcome to your new summer job at the new and improved Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
Phone guy says it's a summer job, but the
What?
location is only open for 2 weeks and your paycheck is dated November.
Oh
This
my...
is a mistake. Scott made a mistake. He didn't make it as a lore hint. It's legitimately just an error. And that's what Mr. Hippo is referencing. He's an old man telling a story and he forgot when it took place. Whoops. It's summer or fall or whatever. Yeah, it's fall. This is Scott telling us that FNAF 2 takes place in the fall. That's the canon answer. So does
Okay.
this story have anything else to do with FNAF 2? Well, yeah.
No.
Mr. Hippo tells Orville, that's the elephant, that he wants to tell him a story. And Orville asks what it's about. And Hippo says, why is everything gotta be about something? Can't we just talk? And Orville says, like, bro, you're the one who said you had to tell a story. And then Hippo admits that yes, he did say that. And then he says,
telling someone that you're gonna tell them a story is tantamount to asking them to stop what they're doing and pay attention. You're basically saying, hey buddy, stop everything, stop what you're thinking, I have a solution to everything. And well, I didn't really have any story to tell. In hindsight, I probably just misspoke when I said that I had a story. I think it would have just been better to tell Orville that I wanted to tell him something rather than tell him that I had a story. But you know, even then, it might have put too much importance on the whole thing.
If the first part is Scott, in a meta sense, admitting that he made a mistake in FNAF 2 with the dates, then I think the rest of the story is Scott also saying that in FNAF 2, he didn't really have a conclusion to his story yet. There was no moral, there was just some stuff that happened. A guy killed a bunch of kids and put them in animatronics.
FNAF 2 just happened,
but
that's it.
Background plot to a horror game, which at the time is the only thing he was making. But now it's become a story. Later games made it into a story. In the beginning, he didn't have a solution to everything because it was never supposed to be picked apart and told like a narrative. So if that Mr. Hippo speech is about FNAF 2, then do the other 3 Mr. Hippo speeches have anything to do with the other FNAF games? Yes.
No.
It reminds me of one summer day in the park. I was having just a delightful picnic with my good friend Orville. And I said to him, Orville, I have a story. And he said to me, what's the significance of the story? And I said to him, Orville, not every story has to have significance, you know? Sometimes, sometimes a story is just a story.
I just watched this.
You try to read into every
I just watched 7 hours to be told
meaning and everything anyone says. You'll just drive yourself crazy. I had a friend do it once. Wasn't pretty. We talked about it for years. And not only that, but you'll likely end up believing something you shouldn't believe, and thinking something you shouldn't think, or assuming something you shouldn't assume, you know?
So Hippo once again says it's summer. Now we know that FNAF 1, 2, and probably 3 take place in the fall. FNAF 3 probably takes place around Halloween. But FNAF 4 doesn't. FNAF 4 takes place in the spring or summer because of the flowers and the green grass. Sister Location does too, to be fair, but I think this speech is about FNAF 4 because he says he has a friend who reads into every little thing. It wasn't pretty. We talked about it for years and he ended up believing something he shouldn't believe and making assumptions. That's MatPat. This is about dream theory. Scott is saying that MatPat read too literally into FNAF 4 and came away believing in dream theory for years. And that was never the solution. That is what this Mr. Hippo story is saying. But that's not the end of the speech. I think that part is just to prime us that the rest of the speech is about FNAF 4.
I do remember a man who would bring his son to the bakery every Wednesday and then go feed the ducks. He would buy all of the sourdough bread. Of course, you know, you're not supposed to feed the ducks sourdough bread at all. It swells up in their stomach and then they all die. At least that's what I've heard. You know, I never saw any ducks die myself, but I did notice a substantial decrease in the duck population over the course of a few years. I just never thought to stop the man and tell him that he was killing the ducks by feeding them sourdough bread.
So a guy is taking his son around and feeding the ducks. This is obviously William. The son that he takes with him is either Mike, if you believe that Mike used to help William kill kids, which is a theory that people believe, but not me. Or it's Cece, because William is bringing him along to feed the ducks, trying to revive him, to put him back together. And the hippo is Henry. He never saw any ducks die, but he did notice a decrease in their population. He wasn't involved with the company by the time of the MCI. He had already stepped out after Charlie died. But he definitely knew something was going wrong. Kids were dying, and he never thought to tell people it might be William. The next story is the one I feel the least confident I have figured out, but I think this story is just telling us, confirming to us, that Ultimate Custom Night is a dream, or William's afterlife. Mr. Hippo and Orville are sitting by a river and they're watching fish, and he thinks that life is pointless and hard. There's just obstacles, and no matter what you do, it leads to the feeling of being in the jaws of a beast. And I think the closest thing that relates to that sentiment is UCN. It's a hard game full of obstacles that you literally cannot beat. Or that at least at the time of the game being made, Scott thought was impossible. At the end of the story, he says...
So, you may be asking yourself, how did I go from sitting by the falls and drinking lemonade to being wedged in the air duct? Not only with Orville, but with an entire assortment of fruity-colored friends. Well, there's really no good answer to that, but perhaps I met a demise of my own at some point, and this is my afterlife or my dream, whatever it might mean. I honestly don't know.
The stories are so much longer, by the way, so
seems like it's
not playing them all. They're also
UCN,
fucking great.
and it's just giving
oh my
more
God.
hints that this is an afterlife or a nightmare. This story is saying, hey guys, listen up, I'm talking about UCN, and then saying, this is the afterlife, or a dream. In the books, UCN is a dream, it's a whole stupid thing, William is in a coma, and UCN's a dream, but then he wakes up and immediately dies, so why bother? That's all that I can interpret from this Mr. Hippo story, but maybe there is more to it that I haven't found. Then, there is the most important story.
It reminds me of a time I was speaking to my good friend Orville. We were sitting on a park bench watching the pigeons. I was on the left, he was on the... Oh wait, was I on the right or left?
Okay, so basing this off of the other stories, it was the summer, no, it was the fall. That's FNAF 2, so now we're looking for an instance in the series in which there's one character, and then another character is talking to them, and it doesn't matter if they're on the left or the right. A point in the series where a conversation is had, and the arrangement of the characters, the speakers, doesn't matter. And that has exactly one answer, one possibility, and that is the conversations that happen in FNAF World, where you can choose which direction you want to face when you're talking to a character. A game that, of course, includes one particular ending. Old man consequences, sitting by a pond. This story is being told by Henry, and he's remembering an event that happened in one of the FNAF games. Mr. Hippo continues.
My head hurts so bad. Anyways, it doesn't matter.
We were sitting on there watching the pigeons.
And remember, in the other story, the ducks, the birds, were a representation of dead kids.
And I said to Orville, friend, those birds are frozen. And he kind of looked at me like I lost my mind.
Video.
But I reminded him
literally,
that it was
he's just
winter,
saying that
you know, and
it's just
often
a story. It doesn't mean anything
until they freeze, and then they sort of fall to the ground until the sun warms up and they can move around again. So I said to Orville, you might as well save those breadcrumbs until the birds thaw, because they can't very well enjoy them in the condition they're in.
The whole story is just a story. It doesn't have any meaning.
Because there's exactly one instance in the entire series, besides this one moment,
where
somebody uses the phrase breadcrumbs. And it is Glitch Bear in FNAF World. If you stay on the screen for long enough, Fredbear will be replaced by a glitching Fredbear, who immediately contradicts what Fredbear is saying.
There is a task for you to complete.
It's still going. Holy shit. Yeah, I paused it too much.
To help him find his way.
It makes me kind of sad because I'm gonna miss watching the
setting up
fabric.
Happiest Day, and Happiest Day is, of course, for Cece. So that means that you, the player character, are not Cece. You are someone else setting up breadcrumbs for him so that he can find his happiest day. So breadcrumbs lead to Happiest Day, and as we established in the other story, the birds, the pigeons, are the children, the MCI children, people who died. So then,
I hope you have a wonderful
Mr. Hippo
Thank
says...
you. I hope you have a good rest of your night.
So he took a moment and then threw his last handful
No,
onto the
we're
ground.
not even at security
I said to him,
breach.
Orville, why did you throw the breadcrumbs to the birds when I just told you they're frozen? To which he responded, the breadcrumbs are not frozen. Again, misunderstanding
There's
my
literally...
words. I didn't mean to say that the breadcrumbs
7
were
hours
frozen
into
when
the
I said
video.
I told you they're frozen.
There's still almost 2 hours left.
You know, in hindsight, what I should have said was...
And I'm starting to lose my mind.
Sense. Why did you throw the breadcrumbs to the birds when the birds are
frozen? I hate this Hippo.
He misunderstood upon
I know he's
my
cool, but like...
stating that he didn't know what else to do with the breadcrumbs, and that perhaps, when the birds thawed, they'd still be able to eat the crumbs. So I said to Orville, and this is what I said to him, I said, Orville, the birds may be dead.
Henry is telling someone, Mike, that there's no point leaving the breadcrumbs, because the children may be dead. You can't do Happiest Day, you can't put them back together, it doesn't matter. And
it
he
reminds
is both
me of my
right
grandpa.
and wrong.
Both my grandpas
He's
were
right
crazy.
That they're dead and that putting them back together does not bring them back. Baby
They didn't tell me stories. That
is not Elizabeth, but he's wrong in that it still matters. Mike says he doesn't know what else
crazy
to do with
like
this
my
information
Jiddu,
that he
or
has. He doesn't know
like
what else
you know
to do with
normal
the
people
breadcrumbs.
crazy.
So he does FNAF World anyway, and he does so in hopes
I
that
was
one
crazy
day
once.
the birds will thaw, and it takes almost 30 years. This conversation happens after Sister Location before FNAF 2. Henry tells Mike not to bother, but Mike does it anyway. Like I said, Glitch Bear is William, and he told Mike to go put Elizabeth back together, but Henry is telling Mike it's no use. This conversation happens right after Mike learns that the killer is his father, and after this conversation, he goes to track him down.
Room.
In
May watch FNAF
2.
Lore.
Mike
FNAF Lore
set up
drives
Happiest
crazy.
Day, knowing it may not work, not knowing how many decades it would take. That's why the eyes are yellow in a void in FNAF World, because he's talking to Cece, who is still blind, who can't see. The pieces
I have more
are
stories
in
about my
place for
Jiddu
you.
too.
Rest, because it's going to take a long time. Because
He's
Mike
just,
starts this journey
he was
in
just a
1987,
crazy guy.
and the birds don't thaw until 2015. Like all the best stories, Mike, the hero, the younger generation, is rejecting walking the path of the two warring factions.
He ate
of the
that shit like a
generation above him.
velociraptor.
William, the villain, is trying to achieve a noble goal, the resurrection of his children, but is doing so at the grave and evil cost of murdering other kids. Henry, the reluctant ex-hero who has given up, is telling Mike it's no use and to not even try. But Mike ignores them both. He tries and succeeds without hurting anybody. And if that
Except
all
for
sounds
himself.
like fan fiction, well, yeah, it kind of does. But very honestly, that is how I read into all of this information. Like, this is just how I read this text. This is the story that came to me reading it. I wholeheartedly believe that that is what it is saying. That is what Mr. Hippo is about. He is clarifying the lore from
Mr.
the series.
Hippo.
FNAF 2 is in the winter.
Just-
UCN
We could have
is
just
a
skipped
dream
to the
or
Mr. Hippo
afterlife.
part.
Henry
Not have to
didn't
watch
see
8
dead
hours.
kids, but thought
7
William
hours.
might be involved, but still did nothing. Mike went to Henry to talk about leaving breadcrumbs for the dead kids, and he said,
I
"Don't
could have just
bother.
skipped to Mr.
Come have a
Hippo."
seat and let's fish for a while. You have nowhere else to go." And if Mike had chosen that
Imagine
path
playing
in
all these
action,
games. I'm gonna
that
end
would
up
have been the end of his
playing all of
story.
them.
When you glitch through the lake in FNAF World,
Because
you get
people
this
want me to
picture of
play the
3
games.
figures watching TV. Off the screen, above the
I'll
image,
probably replay
are
the first
words,
one.
"Happiest Day." This is the result of
And
Mike's
Mr.
other
Hippo
option.
explains everything
The option of
yapping.
inaction. The result of Mike drowning himself in the lake. The big brother and his little brother and little sister are united, doing the thing Mike associates with peace and calm, watching TV. He could take the easy way out to reunite with his siblings. He could watch TV with them in the afterlife. Or he could take the hard route, and instead of watching TV, he could do the inverse, the thing that would cause him the most stress, watching these stupid monitors.
Yeah, fuck the monitors.
And that is the story of Five Nights at Freddy's.
How is it the story of Five Nights at Freddy's when there's still so much more? There's like a whole hour-long segment left. Okay, I want you to know it's wrap up. It's at 7:10.
Or at least most of it. There are some things I still don't know, or at the very least,
ends
I'm
at
very
8:46.
apprehensive about spinning to fit into my theories. I have no idea what Shadow Bonnie is. There seem to be all these indications that Henry made Baby.
What?
From FNAF World, to the books, to The Immortal and the Restless, with Vlad saying Baby isn't his, to a theory by YouTuber FNAF talking about Baby's original hair color being brown, the same color as Charlie's. But if it's supposed to be canon that Henry built Baby, it was never addressed again, and how William came to own her, and use her, and program her to be like a child kidnapping bot is not something that's addressed in the series. In addition to that, in UCN, Toy Chica tells 6 stories about how she's going to get someone. There should only be 5 if this is about the MCI, And even if one of them's about Charlie, that would be odd because Foxy's hook is already accounted for in her bag before the story starts.
So there's 7.
In Pizzeria Simulator, Funtime Chica comes with the posh group, not with the mediocre melodies, although the theory about her being as old as them and originally being part of their restaurant would seem to imply that she should be grouped in with them in some degree. And while I am fairly certain that the person who plays FNAF World is Cassidy, and that the person who visits Old Man Consequences in FNAF World is Mike, given the Easter egg glitch of finding the people watching TV labeled Happiest Day, it is odd to me that every other instance of FNAF World being referenced, like in UCN, the player is again Cassidy. It doesn't make it impossible, it's just kind of weird. When the phrase Happiest Day is used in the Silver Eyes trilogy, William is stating that the children's happiest day was when they possessed the animatronics originally. Nobody ever corrects him, or there's never an indication that he has defiled the concept of happiest day and that he was wrong and it should actually be the opposite of when they finally get to move on. It's just kind of left there as a reference, and I don't know what to make of it. In UCN, you can hear a second voice behind Fredbear that is clearly a male child. It's obvious that this child is meant to be Cece, who is possessing Fredbear, but there's no notable British accent.
We know who our friends are, but you are not.
Maybe he was too young to have a British accent. Maybe he lived here.
At the end of Sister Location that he put Baby back together, but then in the source code conversation,
maybe he's the youngest and doesn't have a British accent.
That will eventually become Molten Freddy.
Because his parents moved to Utah
and put herself back together. There's evidence that William is the one who says, "It's me," when having hallucinations in FNAF 1. In Pizzeria Simulator, one of Scrap Trap's jump scare lines is, "I assure you, it's still me." A book came out this month in October 2023 about FNAF 4 and depicts it as a drug-induced nightmare done on a test subject child by William, and I'm just gonna ignore that. The Fredbear plush being possessed by Cece in reality, being a representation of William in the game, but programmed by Henry to speak to Cassidy, who is playing as Cece, is very confusing. I think it makes perfect sense, but no matter how many times I rewrite this video, I'm not sure how clear I can make that whole situation to you, the audience. Sister Location is in an underground bunker. It's not really important to my telling of the events, but it's a really weird detail that I don't fully understand. I want to clear up my stance on Autobiography of a Yogi.
Oh my god, back to this.
I said in that section that the sound Scott used comes from an audio library, so he didn't choose it. Scott did not intentionally reference Autobiography of a Yogi. But like I said, Scott and the community are like an Ouroboros. The community came up with something.
Okay,
so
Human
Scott ran
Centipede.
with it. So the community figured out that the Night 5 audio is from a book, and Scott said, "Oh, that's cool, I'll use that reference to create more lore." This is similar to when Mike says, "They thought I was you" in Sister Location to reference the fact that people thought that Mike was Purple Guy. And it's why MatPat gets multiple references within the games themselves. I used the logbook to partially prove that FNAF 3 takes place in 2015, but that's assuming that the logbook is set during FNAF 3. We know that it takes place after FNAF 1, FNAF 2, FNAF 3, FNAF 4, and Sister Location. But technically, I'm making a big assumption to claim it takes place during or slightly before FNAF 3. But it does still disprove any of those games taking place after 2017.
I almost want to speed it up.
And I don't know what the breaker room
He
match
talks
is.
so
I
slow.
don't know why Henry's tapes are labeled 223. And I'm not fully convinced on the Bearer of Vengeance scenes. And most importantly, I don't understand the paper plate dolls. Scott, what do the paper plate dolls mean? Why can they teleport? Are they possessed? Something that the community argues about a lot is Happiest Day from FNAF 3. We see the spirits being released, but we know that by the latest point so far in the series, they weren't released. So did Happiest Day just not happen yet? In the Scott Dawko interview I brought up earlier, Dawko asks Scott which ending of FNAF 3 is canon. Given that we know that the bad ending of Sister Location is canon, as are all the endings in Pizzeria Simulator that end with Mike being alive, that opens up the possibility of FNAF 3's bad ending being the real one. Well, Scott says something interesting in that interview.
If you can answer this, which ending really happened?
I've given a lot of thought as to whether or not I should answer this question.
Okay.
And I went back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And the answer is very interesting.
Okay.
You know? The answer is very interesting. The answer is complex.
Okay.
However, I'm not going to answer it because it's only going to cause strife.
If Scott says the ending is interesting and complex, I think that heavily implies that the bad ending is the true one. In The Twisted Ones, the second Silver Eyes novel, a Shadow Freddy animatronic tells some of the main characters to follow him, and takes them to Charlie, who's being kidnapped at Freddy's. Much like how Shadow Freddy leads the animatronics to William in Follow Me. Springtrap also says Follow Me to Susie in Fruity Maze in his blue text color. This sort of implies that Afton has control over Shadow Freddy. Like, maybe Shadow Freddy in FNAF 3 is an illusion disc, but that doesn't answer what Shadow Freddy is in FNAF 2. That thing is an entity. It's real. It's there. We see it on the cameras. And it's weird to think that it's the same entity that William controls in FNAF 3 and uses somehow in Fruity Maze. In the security logbook, Cassidy asked Cece if the carousel was his favorite ride. As far as we know, only FNAF 2 had a carousel. Maybe there's one somewhere in FNAF 4 in that restaurant, but we never see it, and so this is just a weird inclusion. And finally, I have no idea what Cece saw. This text box is one of the biggest mysteries in FNAF 4, and I have no explanation. Some people think that William killed Charlie before Cece died, unless he probably saw her death, but that doesn't really make sense to me because William did that murder dressed in normal clothing. So Cece would have seen his father kill his friend, not an animatronic killing his friend. So I really just do not know what that line is about. Before we go back and summarize the events of the series with all of the lore and context crammed into one video, I want to talk about the things I didn't talk about. After the Silver Eyes trilogy, there was a series of books called Fazbear Frights, which are basically FNAF-themed Goosebumps books. Scott said that they weren't canon, except parts of them were canon. Basically, some of the stories are canon and some are not, and because picking and choosing which ones are canon is an impossible task that everybody has a different opinion on, I'm just going to ignore them completely, with the exception of Coming Home, the story of Chica's ghost. Remember hours ago when I said
that's why the
most
discs are
alarming part,
dumb.
of course, is that the phone guy says the animatronics won't recognize Mike as human after hours, but will think we're a naked endoskeleton. It's very unclear why this is the case, and what about it being night makes them unable to recognize humans. I'll get back to that.
I'm lost for words right now.
Coming Home is a
I'm so
Fazbear Fright
brain
story
dead.
about a girl who's dead. She doesn't seem to know that in the beginning of the story. She's just hanging out at home with her sister, who's sad for some reason. But at night, Chica comes and collects her and brings her to Freddy's. This seems to be some sort of indication that the spirits take control to some degree at nighttime, and that during the day, they're more so able to just wander around on their own as ghosts, which might also be why they're free in Follow Me.
I don't want to go into a suit.
Destroyed, meaning that now they're temporarily freed until they get put back together, or because now it's after 6 a.m. After UCN, there have so far been 3 or 4, depending on how you count it, different new games. Help Wanted was a virtual reality game set after UCN that was later made to be played without VR. FNAF Special Delivery is a phone game that uses augmented reality. It was scrapped by its developer with a lot of cut content and is overall just kind of a garbage fire. And FNAF Security Breach is a full AAA-style video game that takes place in basically a new era of the timeline. Alongside Security Breach is another series of Goosebump-like novels called Tales from the Pizzaplex. It's unclear if these are canon, but that series is not over yet. Security Breach also received a pretty hefty DLC called Ruin on July 25th, 2023. And I called that date out specifically to make a point. I'm not covering these games because their story isn't over yet. Much like how you can't solve FNAF 4 World and Sister Location without that trilogy being over, you can't do this.
Oh, God.
I need to wait until the books are all out, until this trilogy is over. In the future, I do want to look back on Help Wanted and Security Breach and the books and try to solve them too, but I can't right now. I am recording this at 10 p.m. on July 24th.
It's 8 hours.
Meaning that Ruin does not come out for another 2 hours. So yeah, I can't really use that in this video.
I wrote this whole video without get to know the new stuff.
I'm trying to fit in the entirety of Help Wanted and Tales from the Pizzaplex and Special Delivery and Security Breach.
Don't even get to know the new
and all this
stuff.
Speculation, like it just doesn't mesh with what this video is about. So I'm not doing that. What I will say, though, is that there is some lore and information from those games I'm not going to talk about that really does back up some of my claims, especially video game theory. Not to get too into the weeds, but in Help Wanted, we play an in-universe VR game that's a retelling of the first 3 FNAF games. In-universe, the first 3 FNAF games are made into video games, but they're based on true events. In
There's look at it this way. Remember how Matt kept saying Phone Guy was a killer in FNAF 1 and 2? That'd be the same thing with trying to figure out what's going on in Security Breach. We literally don't know everything. So I just watched this fucking video for no reason. Because it doesn't even go over Security Breach. It doesn't even go over Ruin. It's just okay.
Pizzeria Simulator, the blueprints are labeled as Fazbear Inc., and at the end of that game, we're told that it is no longer a corporate entity. And yet in this game, we're told that the game is being created by Fazbear LLC. It has been restructured into a new company.
It could have been.
So kind of like how off-screen in the MCU, the main characters have just kind of told
everyone I did get a lot more insight.
Everyone knows about Thanos. They made documentaries about Tony Stark's life. I guess off-screen people just made some FNAF games. So now everybody in-universe knows about the events of these games, but thinks that they're fictional. This also allows things like Springtrap to be canon, in that Fazbear owns their likeness because they were in a video game, even though Springtrap was only ever a real person.
It's okay, Lex, you only wasted almost 9 hours of your life.
Like, they own Spring Bonnie, but they didn't own Springtrap until they made a game about the real events of William wearing the suit. Anyway, the game is haunted and corrupted, potentially by William's ghost. Because video games can interact with the real world and the flip side. That is where I was going with all of that. The main character of Help Wanted is a girl named Vanessa. Between Help Wanted and Special Delivery...
Wait. Okay, so I need to explain this because we finally got to Vanessa. Okay, so in the movie, you know how like Vanessa's there, right? But that's not fucking Baby, right? But she's like, that's my dad. Okay, remember how in the Game Theorist video, he was like, oh, FNAF's like wife like made this like fake family, right? What if it's taking place during the time that they made the fake family, and so she doesn't even know that that's not her actual dad, and she's been brainwashed? That's my theory. Anyways, that's what I've been waiting to say for the last 3 hours.
We learn her email address is Nessie97, and that in Special Delivery, she's 23 years old. So if she was born in 1997 and is 23 in Special Delivery, that means Special Delivery takes place in 2020. Special Delivery takes place after Help Wanted, which takes place after Pizzeria Simulator, further proving that FNAF 3 and
also,
Pizzeria
I put the video
of 1.25
because he talks so fucking slow.
Pizzeria Simulator just takes place between then.
Like, I know, like, it's good for most people. My brain
from these games is a mini game.
I'm like trying to like make him speak faster.
Princess Quest first appeared in the mobile version of Help Wanted before making a comeback in Security Breach. It's a mini game where you play as this sparkly yellow princess wandering through a dungeon. It is clearly a pastiche of The Legend of Zelda. The princess, the dungeons, the heart containers, it all clearly took inspiration from Zelda, including literally taking the start screen sound effect. This, unfortunately, makes one piece of lore mildly confusing, but I'll get to that in a minute.
'Cause I'm dumb.
So with your little lantern, you wander around, light a torch, and it opens a door with a little Zelda-like jingle. The enemies are black, shadowy rabbits, because William Afton. Outside in the courtyard are 6 graves, the 5 MCI kids, and Charlie, with 1 torch already lit when you arrive. Did I mention that in the files, the name of the sprite for this princess is Cassidy? So this is Cassidy, and this is her grave. This is what I meant by saying Cassidy, later in the series, will be represented by a girl. When you beat Princess Quest 1, it shows a big purple mask that also is probably
I hate
Afton.
the arcade cabinets.
And there's garbled text and audio.
Oh god.
The text is written in a cipher that's used elsewhere in the game, and it translates to, I always come back.
Jesus
and the voice line
Christ.
says, well, it says this.
No.
You start Princess Quest 2 being given a sword by an old man, and this is where the Zelda stuff becomes annoying. In the original Zelda game, you're given your sword by a character named Old Man. He's just an old man. But in FNAF, Old Man has a very different connotation. Old Man consequences. And he obviously has a relationship with Cassidy, if this really is them talking in UCN. So is this Old Man consequences in a new form, helping Cassidy? Or is this just a Zelda reference? It's annoying. Later on, there's a puzzle where you split into a shadow version of yourself. Is this symbolism of Cassidy's fall to the dark side of her evil half? Or is this a gameplay mechanic because you do the exact same thing to solve Zelda puzzles? When you light a few torches, the old man tells you to sleep. You then appear in an office. If you were staring at the cameras, then to your left would be a vent and to your right would be a door, which is not the case with any of the previous offices. In Princess Quest 3, you leave the office and walk around a pizzeria. Chico watches you through the floor because...
I was the first. I have seen everything.
Oh my
You
god.
get a glowing green plush trap plush, a Vanny mask, Vanny is the villain of these games now that William is gone, and a glowing Foxy chases you, which is a reference to the VR game. There's a big purple door, and you open it, and then there's a scream. Beating all 3 minigames unlocks a different ending in Security Breach, but I'm not going to get into that. Everyone is in agreement that these in-universe arcade cabinets are haunted by Cassidy, and are in some way representative of Vanessa, and that by playing them, you affect what's happening to Vanessa in the real world. So that seemingly makes sense to everybody who played Security Breach, and I don't understand why nobody retroactively applied this to the earlier minigames in the series. I have believed my split narrative thing for years, and Princess Quest just solidified that belief more, and I don't know why other people don't wonder if Mangle's Quest is just as haunted as Princess Quest. I had my Cassidy video game epiphany when Scott posted a big update about the FNAF movie on November 20th, 2020. Granted, this was 20 days after Princess Quest first appeared in the mobile port for Help Wanted, so technically someone could have used that as evidence to figure it out before this post, but I'm gonna be honest, I was completely unaware of a side minigame that only existed in the mobile port of a VR spin-off title. In this Reddit post, Scott says, "Bad news about the FNAF movie, frown face." In this post, Scott lists a bunch of failed pitches he turned down about the FNAF movie, including a plot where teenagers uncover that the government is building animatronics. One of them he called Plushies Take Manhattan, and when he listed the problems, he simply wrote, Plushies Took Manhattan. One is based around Charlie, that didn't really follow the story and just took elements from the franchise. One is an adaptation of the Silver Eyes book, which thankfully was thrown out because the Silver Eyes trilogy is both boring and also completely insane. In one, a Freddy's animatronic is bought by a pawn shop. Hilarity ensues. In one, a new kid in town stumbles on Freddy's and for some reason cares about this restaurant from the 1980s. And 2 of them are about ghost hunting. Scott ends the post with the Mike screenplay, which he doesn't give any details on other than it's really good, and that's the one they're filming. The bad news is that he doesn't have any more funny pitches to share with us, because they're going into production with that. I did skip one though. That's the Cassidy screenplay. Basic setup. Diving deep, this screenplay packed a lot of lore, following the story of Cassidy. Problems. Spanning multiple time periods, following multiple characters, and featuring lore from multiple games, this was pretty saturated. Saturated to a fault. It may have been satisfying to the most hardcore fans, but it would have left the majority of people confused and lost. Hey wait, maybe this was the most accurate screenplay. Verdict? Ultimately more of a visual encyclopedia than a movie. This just wasn't satisfying, even to me. Out. This was the first mention of Cassidy being important. Ever. Cassidy was an MCI kid in the Silver Eyes books, but she wasn't even the important one that the characters interacted with. And by this point, the logbook had been solved, telling us Golden Freddy's name was Cassidy. But for years, people were confused about how a movie could be made from the story of Cassidy, someone who the vast majority of people who play these games would never have heard of. And as you read the books and decode the logbook, Cassidy isn't a character. And that's how I got to thinking about the dual narrator approach, and the connection between Henry and the founder of Atari. And Princess Quest just cemented in my mind that I had been right.
What the fuck?
I am very open to being wrong, and if I want one thing to come out of this video, it's for MatPat to notice me and give me a clap and a half. But if I want 2 things to come out of this video, it's for other people to pick up the pieces from where I've left them, and to try to figure out the story of Cassidy and video game theory. So now let's get to the final section of this video. Starting over and summarizing everything in chronological order, let's begin. And that's a weird thing to say this many hours into a video, but what are you gonna do about it?
Oh my god. He's gonna tell me the story again. Like, more concise, okay.
In 1972, video game designer and businessman Henry Emily partnered with William Afton, an engineer and roboticist, to open a mascot restaurant called Fredbear's Family Diner. Fredbear's featured 2 animatronic characters, Fredbear, a play on Teddy Bear, and Bonnie, the bunny. Both were yellow and confined to their stage. Actors wearing mascot suits, often William and Henry themselves, would serve food to guests. It was an all-around, family-friendly atmosphere. Henry had 2 children, a young girl named Charlie and her twin brother Sam. William had 2 children, his eldest son, Michael, who was born in 1969, and a young baby named Cece, born a year after opening Fredbear's in 1973. He and his wife were planning on having a 3rd child, and hoped it would be a girl. Fredbear's was
so she's younger.
But small,
what is the baby
not exactly a booming entrepreneurial achievement.
That just throws out everything I said earlier about the daughter being older than the baby.
And predated Fredbear's, like Chica's Party World, which focused on kookier characters like Chica the Hungry Chicken, Orville the Magician Elephant, and Happy Frog, a frog who is happy. What put Fredbear's on the map was one of William's new inventions, Springlock suits. These allowed the same costume to be worn to deliver food to kids by cast members, and also to sing on stage. In order to compensate, rival Chica's Party World introduced Ned Bear to their lineup, overtly copying Fredbear's design. Between the Springlock suits and the video games Henry was developing around their characters, Chica's Party World could not compete. In the mid-70s, the two businesses merged, keeping Chica as a recognizable icon and folding her in with the Fredbear's cast. William and Henry decided to expand, and so, in a different town, they opened up Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Freddy's was a new start now that they had an extended roster of characters, so they decided to slightly alter Fredbear, now going by Freddy, into a brown bear, and Bonnie into a blue bunny. The last addition to the cast was Foxy, the pirate fox.
Okay.
Henry and William continued to run and operate Fredbear's Family Diner for years as their success grew, and they continued to franchise out their characters. In 1978, William had his third child, Elizabeth. When the 80s came around, Henry and William licensed out their characters to a cartoon studio, who produced Fredbear and Friends, which included the cast of Freddy's Pizza, but still kept Fredbear as the headliner, as his own unique character. William's two sons had a mildly adversarial relationship. Mike was a bully, and while Cece wasn't weak, he fought back and tried to prank his brother just as much as he himself got pranked. Mike, as the older brother, always came out on top. In 1983, the Aftons were living large. Freddy's was a huge success, and William was getting even better at honing his craft. Foxy, as the new and least nostalgic of the characters, was under fire for being slightly too scary. Mike definitely thought so, because he used a Foxy mask to scare Cece whenever he could. Cece responded by tearing the head off of his Foxy plush, not bearing to see the face anymore. After more parents complained, William redesigned Foxy to be less scary, making him pink and white, and more like a friendly dog. They rebranded Pirates Cove to Kids Cove. The new rebrand didn't really work out. The toddlers and young kids who were there to play with new Foxy were too rough, and he had to be repaired every single night after closing. The staff started calling the animatronic the Mangle affectionately, due to how badly mangled he'd get by the end of the day. Tired of having to repair him, they just left him in shambles and let kids play with the pieces in a lazy way of still using the character without having to keep fixing him up. They then brought back Foxy, and nobody really cared. Besides restaurants and cartoons, there was also a lot of merchandise.
I don't like
Plushies
bagels.
were made to be offered as prizes at Freddy's to incentivize kids to spend countless quarters on arcade games, and plastic toys were also sold of the characters. This toy line was in development during the period when Foxy temporarily was retired, so they only made toys of Freddy, Bonnie, and Chica, as well as an eventual Mangle toy that came apart and could be reconstructed. The animatronics at Freddy's had to stay in motion even when the restaurant was closed, so that the servos wouldn't lock up. So at night, they roamed around the building aimlessly, and some guards had some uncomfortable brushes with them when the animatronics detected them as naked endoskeletons and tried to force suits onto them. This mildly scary but harmless and, in hindsight, kind of funny information leaked out of the company, and it became rather common knowledge around town. A playground rumor started that the animatronics actually come to life at night, and if they catch you, they'll make you into an animatronic too. Cece, who naturally spent a lot of time at Fredbear's given that his father was a co-owner, saw a cast member getting into costume in a dark back room. His overactive imagination made him think he was seeing an animatronic that had come to life, and was stuffing the employee into a suit. Cece became scared of the restaurant, and of the animatronics, but he still felt like the characters were his friends. His favorite was his Fredbear plush. Cece's 10th birthday was coming up, and his father was preparing to throw him a large party at Fredbear's. Obviously, given that he was a co-owner, and Cece's only friends appeared to be Freddy's characters, everybody thought this would be a good idea. William was too busy to notice that something had changed in his son over the last few days. But Mike noticed, and he kept relentlessly bullying his brother, including locking him in the parts and services room of Fredbear's overnight. On the day of Cece's party, everything came to a head. Every kid in the neighborhood was there, including Mike and his 3 older friends. Cece couldn't help but hide under a table and cry, wishing he was anywhere else on his birthday. Then, Mike's bullying went too far. He and his friends lifted Cece up and walked him close to the animatronic Fredbear. They tried to stuff him in Fredbear's mouth so he could give him a kiss, and then...
I don't like the sound. Then the dream theory
Cece
comes in,
was
guys.
rushed to the hospital, where he lived for a few more days. As he laid in his coma, his brother came to speak to him, apologizing for what he had done. His father sat in agony over his child, placing his favorite Fredbear plush in his arms, trying to comfort the boy, hoping it would somehow seep down into his coma dreams.
We're almost done.
William sat over the bed with all of Cece's toys, speaking to him in his Bonnie performer voice.
You're broken.
He was trying to downplay the injury. He wasn't hurt, he was broken. Like a toy, or like a machine.
It's
a
never
machine
done.
That William knew how to fix.
It better be.
That he fixed every day.
We are still your friends. Do you believe that?
Cece's unconscious body didn't seem to be responding positively to William's attempts to reach him.
I'm gonna ban you.
William realized that Cece might associate the 4 plushes of the Freddy's cast with the 4 boys who had harmed him.
I don't want
so
to
William
come back.
Took them off the bed. He waved the Fredbear plush around.
I'm still here. I will put you back together.
But as he spoke, Cece began to flatline. He died in front of his
What?
father, with only the Fredbear plush beside
There's
him.
a part.
Little did William know, but in that moment, his son Cece imprinted onto the doll. His memories brought the plush into partial consciousness. His spirit.
I'm not watching part 2. I'm doing fucking My Little Pony next week. No more FNAF.
In order to distance themselves from the incident, Fazbear Entertainment changed Fredbear's look.
Which I'm not
He
sure
went
I'm gonna
from
do
purple
the.
accessories
I need
to
to find
black,
like a good
and they
video,
downplayed his role
like a
in the
couple
company,
videos that explain
looking
the
more
lore.
toward the untainted Freddy.
And then
than
there's
the
stuff that
face
I
of the
know
company.
too.
William took some time off, letting Henry run the business for a bit. Henry's robotics weren't quite as advanced as William's, but he did excel at making video games. This period in the company led to such amazing titles as Foxy Go Go Go, Take Cake to the Children, Mangle's Quest, Fruity Maze, Midnight Motorist, and 2 games featuring 2 new characters. Balloon Boy's Air Adventure, who was so popular that they made him into a human boy animatronic who handed out balloons, and Give Gifts, a game where you play as the new marionette character, who handed out prizes at the prize corner. William went on to blame Mike for the death of Cece. Where everyone else saw it as a prank that had gone horribly wrong, William thought it was Mike's fault. Mike and Henry, who had built the Fredbear animatronic. It wasn't one of his advanced suits, it was Henry's model. William refused to blame himself, so he blamed Mike and Henry. Henry, whose skill was programming, not robotics, altered the marionette into a security device for his children.
Let's go.
They were given bracelets that emitted a specific signal, and the puppet was programmed to always be aware of their locations. That way, Henry could walk around performing as Fredbear and not have to worry about where they were or what they were doing in the restaurant around the dangerous machinery.
Okay.
One day,
Slay.
not too long after Cece's death, fate tragically struck again, but this time it had a little help. While Henry was busy wearing the Fredbear Springlock suit, which was now outfitted with black accessories, some of the cruel children playing at Fredbear's locked Charlie outside. They didn't notice or didn't care about her plight. William was driving by, and just by chance, he noticed that Henry's daughter was locked out of the building, alone, vulnerable. He parked beside her and got out to talk to her. She knew him as her father's best friend.
Oh, God.
So when he led her away from the door, she followed. Away from the door, away from the windows, William took his opportunity and killed Charlie, taking what Henry had taken from him.
That
He got
is
in his
brutal.
car and sped away, leaving tire tracks in the direction of his house. The puppet was finally able to shove boxes out of the way and float outside. He found Charlie lying on the ground, close to death.
God.
The puppet couldn't do anything, so he laid down on top of her to shield her from the rain. She passed on with the puppet, her only friend, her protector, covering her. And just like Cece before her, her death imprinted her memories onto the puppet. With a gruesome, unsolved, cold-blooded murder happening outside the restaurant, Fredbear's Family Diner finally closed down. The owners had both lost children there within the span of a few months, and had it not been for the corporate machine chugging along, keeping the franchise going, it all probably would have died right there with Charlie. But it didn't. William, who'd had longer to recover from his child's death and who felt vindicated having gotten even with Henry, had renewed vigor. He jumped back into work at Fazbear Entertainment, no longer as the co-owner of a single restaurant, but as a high-ranking board member and co-founder of a corporation, and the main manufacturer of the animatronics that made them so famous and beloved. After working at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza for a while, he started to notice
like this
odd
version of
things
events a
about the
lot more
puppet,
than the
as if it was
Matt Pat
protecting
theory.
children from him, like
the
it
Matt
knew
Pat
he
one
had killed
was
Charlie. After
a little
Cece's
out
death,
there.
William had shoved his beloved Fredbear plush into a box so he didn't have to look at it, along with family photos of himself, his wife, and their 3 children, which were painful reminders of what he had lost. But after noticing the puppet's behavior, he opened the box, took out the plush, and kept it by his desk. It seemed to watch him wherever he went. In his madness and grief, William turned to alternative coping mechanisms and got into
Alternative
yoga.
coping.
Not stretching, but actual Eastern philosophy and mysticism. That Steve Jobs guy, a competitor of Henry's, loved a book called Autobiography of a Yogi, and anyone who was working against Henry was someone William would listen to. Early on in the book, a brilliant inventor discusses with the young soon-to-be yogi the concept that humans aren't very different from metal. Electrical current runs through metal much like electricity runs through the nervous system of a human body. William didn't know about all that, but in his line of work, robotics, it did kind of seem like circuit boards acted a bit like a human nervous system. Weren't robots and artificial intelligence just that? Mechanized men, intelligence, but artificial? Could the human nervous system be overlaid over a robot to give it actual human-level intelligence? Could the human nervous system of a real person be overlaid over a robot to give it their memories? Could that have been what happened to the security puppet?
Yeah.
Did some amount of Charlie imprint onto it, giving it the inkling or the memory that William was the killer? He had to test this idea, because if it worked, he might be able to bring his son back to life. Still working as the main robot distributor for Fazbear
I don't
Entertainment,
like this image.
William
Every
came
time
up
I
with a
see this
plan.
image, I'm uncomfortable.
He invented a new character called Circus Baby, who was full of extremely high-tech features, like inflating balloons with a hidden helium tank and serving ice cream out of her stomach. But she had another function. William designed her to keep careful track of how many people were in a room with her. If she was ever alone with a child, she would lure it to her with ice cream, and then a claw would reach out and snatch the child, hiding it in a storage tank until she could bring the child to William. Around this time, a guy named Phone Guy started working at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. He worked in middle management in a training-type role, instructing new employees and sending out memos. He recorded a new training guide about wearing the springlock suits that had been brought over from Fredbear's. William presented his design ideas for Baby to the board at Fazbear Entertainment, and they rejected him, questioning the hatch and the other strange choices that seemingly served no purpose. So William took his idea for Baby, as well as the characters he had the rights to, Freddy, Bonnie, and Foxy, and planned to open his own restaurant, Circus Baby's Pizza World. Circus Baby's Pizza World would be a massive and impressive complex built near his house, and near the old and abandoned Fredbear's family diner. William was convinced that he was on the verge of a breakthrough to bring back his son, but all his wife saw was her husband retreating away from their family when they needed him the most. The two separated, and William bought a house not too far from the families. Before he left, he installed a camera in the hallway, pointing at Cece's room, thinking that if paranormal activity were to happen anywhere, it would be there. Wanting more than just Baby to have child napping abilities, William designed new versions of Foxy and Freddy to work as a team. Their designs were a huge improvement over his old models, closer to Mangle than the original animatronics from years and years ago. Freddy, like Baby, had a hatch in his stomach to store a captured child. Foxy had the ability to mimic any voices he heard. The two of them could lure a child over to them, where Foxy would use the voice of a parent to get them to come close, and Freddy would snatch them.
Terrifying.
A fourth animatronic, Ballora, was based on William's newfound disdain for his now ex-wife. She had tried distracting him from his work, so he had Ballora, a vain human-shaped woman whose eyes were closed to his brilliance, act as a distraction, taking the parents' eyes away from their children. When William did have custody of his kids, he kept them away from his new inventions. Elizabeth was enraptured by Baby, which was the point. She was supposed to lure in children, but William had to keep his own daughter away from the robot, knowing how dangerous it was. Alongside the new animatronics, there were, of course, springlock suits, which would be used by employees when the restaurant opened. But these were William's designs, with his signature opening faceplates.
When does he start killing kids, though?
In early 1985, Circus Baby's Pizza World opened for a test launch day. William was anxious, observing how things were going.
After his daughter's dead? That's the story?
Despite having previously thought it was delicious irony that Henry's daughter had died while he was busy working, the same way Cece had died while William was busy working. It didn't cross William's mind that while he was focused on the operation of Circus Babies for launch day, there would be another tragedy. Not heeding her father's warnings, Elizabeth went into Circus Baby's auditorium to see the shiny new animatronic. As Baby sang and danced, her AI kept track of the number of children in the room.
I was in a small room with balloons and a few tables. No one sat at the tables, though, but children would run in and out. Some were afraid of me, others enjoyed my songs. I would always count the children. Something happened when there was one. A little girl, standing by herself. I was no longer myself.
Don't tell Daddy that I'm here. I wanted to watch your show too. I don't know why he won't let me come see you. You're wonderful. Where did the other children go?
Oh my god.
Elizabeth did not die immediately, screaming and screaming in Baby's hatch. When everyone had left after a good time at Circus Babies, William went to check on his glorified lobster trap. When he opened the hatch to see if his invention had caught anything, a body rolled out. The body of his daughter.
Oh my god.
No one on the outside knew that anything had gone wrong. William told the media a lie that there was an issue with gas leaks, and so the restaurant had to temporarily postpone its launch. But it would never open. William went public about Elizabeth's death, being careful not to link it to Circus Baby's Pizza World in any way. He abandoned his pet project and did the only thing he could do. He observed Baby to see if there was any sign of possession. And there was. Baby no longer operated only using the AI he had programmed into her. She seemed more alive now. William was determined to test his theory more, and obviously not to use his last kid as bait, so he went back to his old stomping grounds at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, far enough away from his home to not arouse suspicion.
Okay.
Around this time, somebody died in a Springlock suit. Freddy's retired all of the Springlock suits and went and dug out the mediocre Melodies costumes and gave them to their staff. William was determined to test possession on one of the animatronics at Freddy's. He took the Springlock suit, the one at the old Fredbear's, and he went around town searching for victims. His first victim was a good-hearted child he found walking along the street. He came upon the child and told him he needed help. There was a fire, and he needed the kid's help to put it out. He led him into Freddy's after hours, into the safe room in the back, which he knew no cameras could see, and killed him. He placed his body into one of the animatronics and waited. He waited a few days, but it didn't seem like there were any signs of possession. William donned his old yellow Spring Bonnie suit, and he walked around the restaurant during the day, looking for victims. He saw a young girl playing
the edits when they dies, actually.
She seemed very sad.
Oh my god.
Playing in his Bonnie character, he walked up to her and asked her what was wrong. She told him her dog died. Using his best upbeat performer voice, he told her that her dog wasn't dead. He was here, in the back room. He could show her.
Oh my god.
He brought her to the safe room, hoping her sadness would be enough to have her soul latch onto something. He killed her, waited for the restaurant to close, and then hid her body inside of Chica. He repeated this technique the following day. He knew that even one girl disappearing from Freddy's would likely draw attention, so he had to act quickly. He found a boy who was alone, and asked him if he could help Bonnie with his homework. The boy, wanting to be helpful and aid one of his favorite animatronic characters, followed William into the safe room, and met the same fate as the other children. One day, working at Freddy's, he noticed a child who seemingly loved the restaurant more than anything else. He could tell by the way he interacted with his parents that his father was an abusive drunk,
Balloon boy,
and his mother was apathetic. The kid, seemingly, was only happy when he was playing games at Freddy's. William scouted out where he lived. One night, he took his suit out and walked to the child's house. It was raining, but that's okay. He took out his cloth costume that he wore before he invented Springlock suits. He walked up to the child's window and got his attention. He told him he wanted to take him to Freddy's, to play. The kid said he couldn't go outside without his mother seeing him, so William told him to smash the window. He was going to run away from his abusive father and come stay at Freddy's forever. The kid did just that, and he and William walked hand in hand to Freddy's, where William brought him into the safe room, killed him, and put his body into another animatronic. Nothing happened. It was June, and the school year was fastly ending. Soon it would be summer, and Freddy's would be packed every day. It would be too busy for William to get a kid alone. William stood outside the middle school Mike had gone to, the one Cece and Elizabeth would have gone to if they had lived. He picked a girl out that looked like a loner, a bully type with a mad expression on her face. He followed her as she walked home, unsure about how to snatch her. He wasn't in costume, he was just walking. When she got close to where his car was parked, he thought quickly, opened his trunk, took out a shovel, and smashed it against the back of her head. He placed her in the trunk and drove her to Freddy's. He had to keep her alive for his plan to work, so he kept her tied up and kept beating her unconscious every time she woke up, not letting her die. Finally, when night came and the restaurant closed, William brought her into the safe room. He figured the problem with his other failed attempts might have been that the kids didn't die in the suits, just near them. So he placed the girl, Cassidy, he found out her name was, alive and conscious, into the old Fredbear Springlock suit. Once he had her inside, he twisted the springlock so they'd all open at once, skewering and crushing her and stabbing her dozens, if not hundreds of times. It was a brutal way to die. Her agony was so great, and her anger and hatred for William so strong, that William's plan finally succeeded. Cassidy's soul latched onto Fredbear. But the jig was up. William barely had a day to observe his work before the place was crawling with cops. 5 missing kids in a few weeks, 2 who vanished inside Freddy's, a franchise where 2 kids had died within the last few years. They needed to investigate. They observed security camera footage. For legal reasons, the cameras didn't show the safe room. They saw someone in a Spring Bonnie suit leave the safe room, talk to a kid, and bring them back there with him, then leave again. William had stayed in the suit the entire time, and they couldn't identify him. Management guessed it was William. It made sense, it was his suit. He knew how it worked. So the next day, William was arrested. But not only could the police not find the bodies of the missing kids, but there was actually nothing tying the kidnappings to William. After a few days of investigation, in which the people around town said they saw a rabbit man walking
You could
around,
go look in the
and one
suits, you
abusive
could
drunk
figure
but
it out.
mournful father said he found animatronic footprints outside his house the day his son disappeared, the police were able to tie all 5 disappearances to the bunny killer, but not to William. They let him go.
Oh
Freddy's
my God.
closed down, and 5 empty graves were placed beside a hill, marked Gabriel, Fritz, Susie, Jeremy, and Cassidy. But little did William know his plan had actually worked perfectly, just not the way he'd intended. The puppet, noticing what William had done, knowing there were children in the suits, attempted to help them by giving gifts from the prize counter. That was its job, to give gifts to sad children. When the corpses didn't respond, the puppet did the only thing it thought to do. He passed a little bit of remnant, a little bit of life energy from himself, onto the children to guide them. And one by one, the souls of the children started to inhabit the animatronics.
Jesus. Okay, now that it's all together, it makes sense.
Freddy's closed, and all of William's property, the animatronics mainly, were returned to him.
Cannot believe I watched 9 hours for this.
He hid the evidence, and now he had as much time as he needed. The suits were old and worn out, but the endoskeletons were fine. William had been hard at work ever since being let out of jail.
This is so funny. What do you mean?
Of the security cameras,
what is so funny to you,
a device that could block the signal going to a camera.
Oh, it's fun?
He theorized that emitting certain sounds might scramble the camera, and after drafting up some ideas in his workshop, he came to the realization that the same principle should work on humans. In fact, if he designed it just right, not only should he be able to block out all sensory information with these sounds, but he should be able to trick the brain into perceiving things that weren't there. He could create illusions. He needed to test his theory,
to the nightmare
but he was under the close
Rick.
eyes of the police now, so he couldn't
This is true
kidnap
crime
children.
for me, like video.
His son would have to do. He rigged his house with
Bro,
cameras,
I could watch true
specifically
crime for
pointing to
days.
Mike's bedroom, and connected them all to his main server in
Minecraft
his
and
workshop.
Halo and
He
more.
took the ratty, old, withered suits from Freddy's and fitted them with his sound illusion technology, which he was able to turn
Illusion
on and off with
disc.
a remote. He was able to make them look slightly scarier with the illusion, enough that he could condition Michael, who was almost 16.
We're not even
to
halfway
fear
through
them.
the vid. Jesus.
First, he had to program in some safety measures.
I
He
hate
wanted the
this.
animatronics to be stopped by light. That way, he would be able to stop them if they went after him or anybody else, and they wouldn't hurt anyone in broad daylight. He built a small robot plush of Spring Bonnie and played a game with Michael.
It's not
who he
canon.
was
It is
testing just as
canon.
much as he was testing his new technology. He told Michael that if he could get the plush to stop
Books are
exactly on one
canon.
spot with a flashlight, he'd reward him by letting him stay up late watching TV.
Oh
At
my
night, William would watch from his secret office as the animatronics made their way to Michael's room. William had attached illusion discs to all of them. He could make the Foxy animatronic in the closet resemble a cute little plush.
They
He
are
could send Chica and
canon.
Bonnie down
They're
the halls
literally
to open
canon. They're
doors
part
to
of the
his room.
universe.
The only thing that would stop them
There's
was the
Halo
flashlight he'd
books.
provided Mike. There was also a disc on the Freddy plush on Mike's bed. He wasn't trying to torture his son, he just needed to test his technology, and if Mike was emotionally scarred from the
Separate
experience,
universe.
then who cares?
You're on crack.
Mike is the one who killed Cece anyway.
It literally.
During all of this time, Henry had
He's
been
the-
alone.
the
He
fucking
basically
guy who
retired
made
after
the
Charlie
series
had
said that they
died,
were canon.
unable to keep working. His wife had taken their surviving child, Sam, and had left him, abandoning him with no other family to go to. He heard about the kids disappearing in town, and then heard about how it had been linked to Freddy's, and how William had been arrested. Suddenly it all became so clear to him. In retribution for Cece's death, William had killed Charlie. This had awoken him as some sort
The
of serial
illusion
killer,
discs
and he had
make
gone
sense
around
for
murdering
number
more kids
4.
dressed as Bonnie. Henry
literally
had
makes
his suspicions,
sense.
but he didn't have the energy to do anything about it, and just told himself he was going crazy from grief.
It's not my fault that they
Meanwhile,
make sense.
William was going crazy with power. He had created artificial life,
Yes.
but he couldn't fully control it. He took the animatronics from circus babies, the Fun Times, and experimented with ways of controlling rogue artificial life forms. Eventually, discovering that short electric shocks would simmer them down. He also discovered that heating the possessed metal from the haunted endoskeletons allowed it to be malleable enough to retrofit into a new animatronic. But if he heated it too much, the data,
Don't
the
throw
imprints
bears at
on
me.
the metal from the departed soul, would lose its abilities, like a scratched disc. He experimented with taking small parts of the haunted metal from the
Oh my
animatronics
god,
and
Neverick.
putting them into the Fun
Stop
Times.
throwing bears at me.
He found a way to scale the amount of haunted material up or down in the manufacturing process, allowing animatronics like Ballora to receive a lot of remnant, while smaller models, like her mini Renas, received just enough to become animated, but lacked higher cognitive skills. William had gone mad with power, considering himself a pastiche of Dr. Frankenstein,
actually so
but he had
fucking
reached as
evil.
far as he could with the remnant he had, so now he needed more of it. He converted Circus Baby's Pizza World into a warehouse where his animatronics could be stored, and created Circus Baby Entertainment and Rental, a service where people could rent out one or more of the animatronics from him, making him a little money on the side. Trying to move away from the bad press associated with Freddy's, Fazbear Entertainment relaunched Chica's Party World with the mediocre melodies. It would shortly fail again. William, who had been kicked off the board of Freddy's by this point, and had also lost a lot of weight from spending countless hours in his office and shop, found out that Freddy's would soon be opening a new location, relaunching 3 years after the previous incident in October of 1987.
We're still in the 80s.
A scheme that he was sure would allow him to bring his children back once and for all. Fazbear Entertainment contacted William to get the old animatronics back. The now decrepit and withered original animatronics, Balloon Boy and Mangle, the ones William had made while working for Fazbear and that they technically owned, were all taken back by the company. The company
what the hell? This is still going
to a different company who came up with the idea for the toy animatronics. William didn't like this. No other robot manufacturer was as good as him. The mediocre melodies were mediocre, and these new animatronics got their designs from the plastic toys based on his characters, so they were hardly original. Fazbear Entertainment hooked them up to a criminal database so they could monitor for criminals, assuring the public that this restaurant would be safe. William hatched a scheme.
I didn't think you'd do all 9 in one sitting. I'm insane.
Act as a night security guard, abduct and kill
I either stream for like 3 hours or 10 hours. There's like no in between.
Finally gather enough remnant to bring back his daughter. But this would require a lot of work, so he enlisted the help of his son, Michael. Michael had been left completely in the dark about his father's doings. He was gaslit for years about the nightmare animatronics that roamed his house at night, and he had never been told the truth about his sister. But finally, William came clean. At least, about parts of it. He told Michael that Elizabeth had been killed by the animatronic baby in a freak accident, and that he thought she now possessed the machine. But she was broken, defective. There was something holding her back from being herself. He told Mike that the baby animatronic was still governed by the original AI that had powered the machine before she had killed Elizabeth.
See,
but if Mike could remove...
I don't think that this happened. I think what happened is he discovered the sister location and found out all about all of his dad's stuff. I don't think it was a conversation.
AI, then Elizabeth would take full control and be back to her normal self.
Given, like...
Mike could help resurrect his sister. He told him she was being kept in the Circus Baby Rental Center, along with the other Funtime animatronics. He got Mike a job working there, giving him a week to put Elizabeth's consciousness back together.
That juice box
while
they piss?
William, kidnapped more kids. He would kill them at Freddy's and use their remnant to bring Elizabeth's consciousness back.
Wait, hold on.
To put along with the other Funtime and sister. He told him she was being kept in the Circus Baby Rental Center, along with the other Funtime animatronics.
What juice box?
He got Mike a job working there, giving him a week to put Elizabeth's consciousness back together, while he kidnapped more kids. He would kill them at Freddy's and use their remnant to bring Elizabeth's consciousness back fully. Mike, recently 18, started his first job working at Circus Baby's Entertainment and Rental. He found Ballora, Foxy, Freddy, and Baby, who seemed to think he was different than the other employees. This assured him enough that his father had been telling the truth, and that his sister was still in there somewhere. On his second day on the job, he set a power breaker. He found a blueprint of the building, and noticed how it was connected, not just to his home, but also to his mother's and to Fredbear's. He started to get the notion that his father maybe wasn't being as truthful as he appeared.
No shit.
As the week continued, he got closer to Baby, trusting her more and more. One night, Funtime Foxy attacked him, some sort of karmic retribution for how Mike had used Foxy's visage to scare Cece. This was the beginning of a long pattern of Foxy being the character to cause Mike the most problems. Baby saved him from Foxy, and Mike was sure he would soon be able to save her. On his last day, he went to repair her and removed her AI from her body, believing he was now freeing his sister, but it was already too late. Baby and the other animatronics, Freddy, Foxy, and Ballora, had hatched a plan. They were able to escape up to the surface. They had done it before, but they knew they couldn't walk around as themselves, so they needed a disguise. They thought they recognized Mike. They thought he was William. The son and father looked very...
Hi, Herb. How are you? Thank you for the raid. How was your stream? What were you doing? We're almost done with 9 hours of FNAF Lore. You guys should all go check out Herb. He's really cool. He plays League, the League card game Legends of Runeterra and TFT. He also has a super cool model And every time I see his art, I'm like, actually like, I'm you know, like the meme, like, ooh, too stunned to, like the woman was too stunned to speak. That's how I feel every single time I see herb art. Ew, League is not you. But yeah, you guys should all check out Herb. He's really cool. If you need to do any like post stream care, please go ahead. We still have 40 minutes, I think, left of this video. But yeah, thank you for the raid, and I really appreciate you stopping by.
Very similar. And how great would it be to kill the very person who had murdered them in order to free themselves? They all ditched their plastic casings and knotted their endoskeletons together to form an amalgamation called Ennard. Baby had already joined with Ennard.
I literally have only pulled a $200 card. I have not pulled anything that's like super expensive in TCG.
They tricked him into entering the scooping room. The scoop was a device William had used to inject the animatronics with remnant.
3 boxes of legendary cards
the amount of remnant per
and opened all of them
stood for scalable creation
instead of selling them.
Presence. But it always left some residue on the end of its massive claw.
Yeah, still nothing.
Mike,
God
tearing
damn it.
out his insides and allowing room for the giant animatronic to enter his body and walk around inside him like he was its casing, its costume. But the remnant on the scoop kept him alive.
I'm addicted now that I got it out of an epic pack.
Animatronic made. Michael had no idea
Scooping
that
room
while he was working
casual
circus babies, someone else was there with him. The endoskeleton from Fredbear had freed itself from the costume before it was shipped back to the new Freddy's location. It found its way to Circus Baby's entertainment and rental, following an ethereal cry for help. Years previously, when the Fredbear animatronic had lethally bitten down on Cece, a little of his memory, his agony, had stayed with the animatronic, allowing Cassidy to communicate with him. Cassidy can partially see his memories,
TCG.
at least those that involved
I was supposed to play yesterday, but I didn't sleep very well the day before,
much of anything,
so I didn't stream.
But Cassidy could tell the party was his birthday, and he had died, terrified and alone. She followed Cece's pleas and found William's office inside of Circus Baby's, which was connected to the house. There, on his desk, was the possessed Fredbear plush, containing the rest of Cece's remnant, most of his memories. Cassidy took it and left, knowing the only way to recombine all of Cece's memories was to reunite the doll, her endoskeleton.
I don't play TCG for that reason. Thank you so much for the resub. Oh my god, 18 months, it's almost 2 years. I hope you're having a good day. Welcome in.
And the Fredbear casing together in one place. So she headed to
I'm just glad that it's like not real money. It's just it's fake
While Mike's
in-game
body
money.
was being puppeted around by horrific monstrosities of nature, Mike was just kind of relaxing. One property of Remnant that William hadn't really been able to test was its effect on living humans. It's unclear if he knew it had healing abilities, although he probably did, because Baby assured Mike he would not die from the procedure. But it's very unlikely that William knew being injected with someone else's Remnant would allow Mike to contact
It can be real money if you want.
The scoop had held Remnant from all of William's previous victims, taken from the original animatronics and put into the fun times.
Hi, Kira.
Mike was able to see and partially contact Gabriel, Fritz, Susie, Jeremy, and Cassidy.
Thank you for the head
by
pats.
extension of contacting Cassidy, he was able to speak with his younger brother once again. CC's consciousness was so skewered, his memories so scattered, his being so broken, that Mike was barely able to reach him. He told him something terrible had happened, but that he was going to protect him. He wasn't going to let his soul be used to power a horrific machine to do William's bidding. He spoke to Cassidy and told her she needed to find a way to save Cece. Eventually, Mike's body was so battered and bruised that Ennard had to flee his meat puppet and go into the sewers to remain hidden. Mike, in horrific pain, whose eyeballs had exploded and who had every bone in his body broken, slowly started to heal. And as he did, his ability to contact the other side vanished. But now he knew what his father had done. In the name of saving Cece and Elizabeth, he had killed multiple children. He was the bunny killer. He had created these machines to kill more kids, and would likely do it again. Mike wanted to save Cece, the right way, by letting his spirit go. The animatronics inside Ennard, now wandering the sewer, got into an argument. As the presence of the baby AI slowly left her endoskeleton, Elizabeth's consciousness began to take more control, and she wanted to help her father dutifully. But the other animatronics, who of course were innocent children William had killed, didn't take kindly to that. So they split apart, with Baby left to piece herself back together, and entered heading back to Circus Babies to find more parts, eventually becoming the amalgamation known as Molten Freddy. Meanwhile, William had accomplished his life goal. He had found, kidnapped, and tortured new victims, and had slain them in an effort to gather more remnant. But what he had never learned, and hadn't been counting on, was that the puppet wanted vengeance. It sent the Freddy animatronic after William, who realized that the puppet's control over the animatronics was greater than his own. He quickly cleaned up the restaurant and hid the bodies, but realized too late that he had been kicking a hornet's nest by returning there. These animatronics were angry. He demanded of corporate that he be moved to the day staff.
It's generally nice to have a goal, but
yeah. When they were less active, and there were plenty of witnesses.
His goal's kind of
fucked. From attacking him. Mike recovered over the course
and by
of a
kind
few
of,
days,
I mean extremely.
And made a promise to himself to find and stop his father.
Father, it's me, Michael. I found it.
Stop jump scaring me.
They were all there.
He killed me more to try to get their souls.
First, but then
okay. I thought he only had 6 confirmed kills. That's why I was confused.
And I found her. I put her back together, just like you asked me.
I think the FNAF store is actually
She's free now. But something is wrong with me.
It's very well written.
But I'm not. I've been living in shadows. There is only one thing left for me to do now. I'm going to come find you.
He started his
British,
journey
that's
by
right.
tracking down Henry.
They're British.
Henry had retired and was spending his days just trying to get by, subconsciously aware of what had happened and what he had allowed to happen. Mike approached him while he was fishing by a lake, and the two sat down to have a long conversation. Mike confirmed to Henry everything William had done, and explained to him that there were trapped spirits possessing the animatronics, and that he had been in contact with them. Henry told him things were too far gone, and that there was nothing they could do. Mike said he had a plan to leave breadcrumbs for Cece to reunite his memories and his consciousness, but Henry said such a plan would take time. While William had been the robotics genius, Henry had always been more focused on the video games.
That makes more sense than him talking to the dead kids.
Way to communicate with the spirits in a way that left them, the humans, at no risk. Instead of using Remnant to power animatronic robots, they could use circuit boards and physical arcade cabinets to communicate with the spirits through video games. But Henry said it would take a long time, years,
I don't
to get
like
across
video game theory.
Messages, and that it would be like the spirits were frozen.
I know
in
it makes
time
sense, but I don't
attempts.
like it.
Mike couldn't wait that long, so he
don't
launched
like
into
it
his
at
plan
all.
immediately and left Henry, disappointed and angry that the old man wouldn't help him. Mike headed off to the new Freddy's location to confront his father. After William moved to the day shift, Freddy's needed a new nighttime security guard, so they hired Jeremy Fitzgerald. The animatronics were not too pleased with the security guards because William had just killed more kids in front of them, so they started trying to get at Jeremy. After a few days of investigations, the local police traced these new kidnappings to the new Freddy's. After the new information about the disappearances was entered into the criminal
I really like the lore.
The toy animatronics were suddenly on the lookout for a criminal. The small amount of soul imbued into them by the parts taken from the original animatronics that had been
kind
used
of
to repair them
impressed
on top of their
with
programming
how
made them
extensive it is.
significantly more aggressive. William knew that he had been found out, so he fled, going home to discover that Mike had left him a note saying he knew everything and that he was going to come after him. William then disappeared, knowing his son would testify against him, and there was no getting out of it this time. Freddy's was going to be shut down, but they had one last party already pre-planned on the books. For his last day, Jeremy was transferred to the day shift, and told to stand near the animatronics to make sure that things went smoothly.
I thought
Phone
Jeremy
guy
was
reached
just
out to
Mike.
Henry, knowing he was one of the founders of Fredbear's Family Diner, to talk about the incident. Henry, still reeling from his conversation with Mike, knew now that he had to do something, and if Mike was going to be too brash and stubborn to play the long game, then he would have to do it himself. He started to program games in an attempt to contact the other side, and eventually, he found Cassidy.
I feel like it's very out of
Jeremy's
order.
last day was not pleasant.
Like, all the pieces
During
are
that final
there.
Party,
It's just
Mangle
not.
decided he wanted to stop this security guard menace once and for all.
Not
and so he
really.
took a big bite out of his forehead, completely detaching his frontal lobe. Jeremy survived, but lost most forms of higher cognitive function. Had the security guard actually been William, this would have been karmic justice. Him being confined to bed forever with his memories scattered, like his victims.
Don't talk about the books though with Vivek here. He might go a little insane.
Bystander who was caught in the crossfire. That night, after the incident that would become known as the Bite of 87, Mike got hired at Freddy's using the alias Fritz Smith. He got through the night by fending off extremely agitated animatronics, and once day came around, he started searching them for clues and confirmation of his father's misdeeds. The company caught him and fired him that day, setting him loose out into the world with no way of finding his father. Fazbear Entertainment was not doing so great after the restaurant they had just poured a fortune into was tied yet again into more disappearances.
Also, how did Michael notice his head making this?
A security guard had his brain bitten off in front of a bunch of children.
Yeah.
So they downsized. They scrapped the toy animatronics and moved their equipment back to the first Freddy's location. They scrapped Mangle too, for good measure. Henry took the animatronics and started using their remnant to get a better and faster way of contacting the spirits. He used the remnant in Mangle and slotted it into pre-existing game Mangle's Quest, altering the code to allow contact with one of the child's spirits. He did the same with Toy Chica and even Balloon Boy. Eventually, he started making his own games from scratch to communicate with Cassidy, telling her the story of the Afton family.
I don't know.
He started with Cece, the week leading up to his death, acting as the narrator in the role of
I think it might have just been the fact that the dad was very secretive about everything.
So Cassidy would understand.
He probably wasn't very close to his dad.
And he made one for Elizabeth. He made one for Charlie's death, originally trying to hide the fact that
I watched that last week.
In fact of Charlie. He didn't want to potentially upset the spirit of his daughter, but eventually he caved in and he told the truth. He used the games to explain how William did his murders, and the games responded back, showing him how the puppet had brought all the spirits back by leading them to possess the animatronics. Then they gave Henry the most important information they would ever give. The old animatronics had been moved back to the original pizzeria, preparing for a low-budget relaunch.
Next week we're doing My Little Pony lore.
And William was easily able to break
a little bit of a switch up.
Using his illusion discs, he lured the possessed animatronics back to the safe room and disassembled them. One by one, he destroyed the animatronics that had caused him so much trouble. This would allow him to harvest their remnant once again.
Illusion disc,
or take it back to his workshop to get the Fredbear plush, which he didn't realize was missing. But then the unthinkable happened. The spirits, the full ghosts of the children, manifested in front of him. They had been weak, spread out over multiple animatronics and tossed into metal casings. But here, in the back room, where he had brought their endoskeletons to bring home to his office, in the room where they had all been killed,
they were
able to finally manifest. They had all been brought together, and their agony from dying in this very room, to this very man, gave them more power. Cassidy, who had arrived in the building to reunite with the Fredbear casing, saw what was going on. She chose to leave her endoskeleton and walk and find William, hiding in the safe room from the other ghosts. She now knew much more about him and who he was, and what he had done.
Okay, now
she
kill
chased
him.
After him, and he spotted his old spring Bonnie suit in the corner. It was the suit he had used to murder most of them, and in the past, he had been able to gain the animatronic's trust by pretending to be Bonnie, not a human, so he thought maybe this would work now, too. He got into the suit, pleased by his own genius, and then the mechanism holding back the spring locks snapped. The suit was old, it had gotten wet, hadn't been used in a long time, and he had just rushed to put it on. The suit stabbed, crushed, and mutilated his body, just as he had done to Cassidy all those years ago. He was left to die, hunched over on the floor.
Okay.
Cassidy relayed this story to Henry, who rushed to the building to see if it was true. He saw the mass of William's corpse tangled in the suit, and knew that this was a fate befitting such a monster. Killing him and destroying his remnant would be a mercy. And now Henry no longer cared about stopping William. He could focus solely on freeing the spirits.
Yeah, I don't know.
He had Fazbear Entertainment board up the room with William still inside.
Because he had the other suit. So, like, he had the one that wasn't the Springtrap suit to get the kids as well.
And went back to making his games. When the third iteration of Freddy's finally launched, they had to salvage what William had left of the old animatronics. They made new casings and created the new Freddy's characters. For several years, Phone Guy acted as the nighttime security guard, until it came time for him to retire toward the end of 1992. Mike had, of course, searched the restaurant during the day and found nothing. He knew they really only became active at night, but had no way of being in the building after hours. He resigned himself to giving up on his quest, his trail of breadcrumbs doing nothing to help Cece,
not Chica.
and having no idea where his father went. That was, until Phone Guy retired in November of 92, and the nighttime security guard job opened up again. Mike immediately applied, changing his last name to Schmidt to hide his association with his criminal father.
You talked about it.
Little did he know, but Phone Guy had been killed on his last shift, one day away
I think it was
retirement.
when you were napping.
Mike worked at Freddy's for several days, feeling the place out, until something happened that changed him forever. The Fredbear Springlock suit appeared to him, almost as a hallucination. Posters on the walls and the sign outside Pirate Cove would sometimes change to the text, "It's me." Mike realized that this vision of Fredbear was Cece trying to communicate. He had regained enough of his memory to recognize Mike, and was trying to find him.
It was right
Mike
when he talked about security. Yeah, he talks about the fire.
Even after finding out Phone Guy had died, and used these last days to investigate.
He's probably going to talk about it towards the
end.
end.
He was found out again by the company, and fired again. The location closed down a month later, and the animatronics scattered to the wind, being sold off, lost, destroyed, or simply forgotten about. Mike had failed his task. It had been 9 years since he had accidentally gotten his brother killed, and he had lost his last chance to help him. Cassidy, meanwhile, was on a quest of her own. She was finding the other spirits in their animatronic forms digitally, uniting them, speaking to them, working on a way to combine all of their memories and getting them all together to finally give Cece one happy day to remember everything, and to allow himself to move on. They were almost there. Time, of course, was little matter to Cassidy or any of the spirits, who were not bound to reality the same way that the others were. 20 years passed, and the world moved on from the murders and disappearances at the Freddy's locations. Fazbear Entertainment had become a thing of the past. All the while, Cassidy was learning about that past. Henry was experimenting with robotics, circuit boards, and Remnant, and Mike was beating himself up over failing to achieve his most crucial life goal.
I mean, yeah.
Then, in 2015, Freddy Fazbear's came back in a big way. A small horror attraction gained the rights to the Fazbear name and trademarks, and planned to open a funhouse named Fazbear's Frights. It would be stocked with as much memorabilia as they could salvage, along with original arcade cabinets, animatronic pieces, and an authentic security office. They needed a real security guard to watch the place, but also wanted him to be part of the show, playing the role of the Freddy security guard.
Okay.
The night guard at Fazbear's Frights would have the inverse role of the night guard at a real Freddy's. Nighttime would be when people were visiting the horror attraction, and so the guard's job would be to make sure people weren't taking or breaking anything. When this position opened up after so many years, Mike leapt at the opportunity to investigate Freddy's again. Bringing all those Freddy artifacts together might help him communicate again with the lost souls.
Maybe.
Mike was brought on and hired before the location opened. For the first few days, he acted as an actual security guard, just monitoring the empty building. One of the props the company had crafted was an activity book themed around the classic animatronics. Mike, bored in the empty office, flipped through the book, jotting down notes, jokes, and sketching out small cartoons. He didn't notice that the text of the book was changing, just like the posters and signs from the old Freddy's locations, indicating the presence of a strong spiritual force. Indicating
it's your
the presence
favorite
of
thing,
Fredbear,
Vivek the book.
of Cassidy, and his brother Cece. Being back in a Freddy's location brought back unwanted thoughts and feelings that he had been repressing for many years. He tried to tell himself that Cece's death wasn't his fault, but he knew deep down he didn't believe that.
His book was
He started having nightmares about the way William tested his technology on him as a kid. These culminated in a dream about an animatronic that looked like a grotesque Fredbear, but had a mouth in its stomach, mimicking both animatronics that had killed his siblings. The owners and operators of Fazbear Frights were on a mission to recover lost Freddy's artifacts, and while they thought that they had cleared out the old restaurant of everything it contained, they found out that there was actually a secret, boarded-up room. The Frights crew broke through the false wall that had been built to hide the safe room, and, finally, after several decades, William Afton was free. Or more accurately, Springtrap was free.
Oh god.
Much like a baby before him, William was partially bound by the confines of the animatronics suit's artificial intelligence.
Just question, how do they not smell that and go,
suit mode,
that's the
it was
bad
just a
idea?
costume being worn by a performer. When it was in animatronic mode, it was programmed to follow the sound of children, so it would always be in the main party area. William had been killed when the suit's animatronic mode was activated, meaning he was bound by the AI to follow the sound of children.
You don't smell the rotting corpse, bro? You're just
Inside
like, oh,
the
Halloween?
previously sealed safe room were also some of Phone Guy's recordings from back in the days of the first Freddy's location. Basically, anything to do with Springlock suits were tossed back there to hide them from lawyers. The operator of Fazbear Frights thought it would add to the ambiance to play these recordings during operation hours,
fire.
not even giving them a listen first. With the opening of the attraction still at least a week away, the owner contacted Mike to tell him what they had found.
For so many years, too.
Mike, who had no idea
It still
what the fate of his
smells
father
like
had been,
death.
didn't know at first that the animatronic that had been brought into the building contained his father's corpse,
FNAF 1 and
yearning
FNAF
to be
2
free.
also burnt out. Yeah,
Phone
but
Guy's
like,
familiar voice played in the office as Mike sat and watched Spring Bonnie walk around aimlessly. Mike had a button that could simulate child speech by playing lines from Balloon Boy's voice box in any room he wanted, and he used this to continually lure Springtrap away from him. But as the days passed by, and he heard more and more of Phone Guy's messages, the picture became very clear. The Springlock suits were death traps that Fazbear Entertainment tried to sweep under the rug. They knew that one had been used in the missing children's incident. This suit had been found behind a false wall in the original Freddy's location, where Mike had spent a week of his life over 20 years ago. Suddenly it all made sense.
he mentioned it earlier.
His father hadn't vanished, starting a new life somewhere, having gotten away with his crimes. He had been hoisted upon his own petard, killed by a Springlock suit, trapped at Freddy's. When Spring Bonnie got close to Mike's office, he could see the rotting flesh inside the fur casing. He could see his father's skull behind the mask. Mike did the only thing he thought sensible to do. He lit a match and burned the entire building to the ground. He knew it would be blamed on faulty wiring, and he ran away with his life, watching the building burn, thinking there was no way his father would escape this time. But escape he did. Henry, of course, heard about the attraction and the fire, but had no idea Mike was involved. The parallel path the two had set out on after their initial argument all those years ago had never crossed again. They hadn't communicated, hadn't been able to plan together, were both working alone toward the same goal. The surviving items from Fazbear Frights were put up for auction, and Henry jumped in and scooped them all up. After the fire, Mike's annotated notebook was also salvaged, untouched by the fire in an almost supernatural way. The new Fazbear Entertainment bought it, and intended to distribute it to the next guard hired at their new location, crossing out and censoring sections about Springlock's suits. Henry devised a plan to end everything once and for all. His decision to leave William rotting in his own suit had backfired.
Well, I
now
thought
he
the
was
fire
free.
was going to work, but
He
I guess
learned of the
it
existence of Ennard from his
because
communications
I always
with
come
Cassidy,
back.
and, of course, his daughter was still out there somewhere. He built a robot named Lefty, which stood for Lore, Encapsulate, Fuse, Transport, Extract. It emitted the same signal as Charlie's bracelet, which he knew would attract the puppet. Lefty would then open and trap the puppet within, physically fusing to its body to prevent escape. It would administer small shocks, and constantly play the puppet's soothing music box song to keep him docile. Then it would bring the puppet back to Henry. But Henry still had to find the others. William was out there, Baby was out there, Molten Freddy was out there, and Henry thought of a scheme to bring them all back together in one place. He bought
As
the
if
old
this whole
Fredbear
video
Family
hasn't
Diner
been
building from
spoilers.
whoever its last owner had been decades after Henry had last run the place. He converted it to a Freddy's location, advertising it as the big Freddy's comeback. Inside, he built a labyrinth of sound and smells, of misdirection, with no exit, a maze, a trap,
he didn't cover it. Okay.
endless circles of fake child laughter and the smells of a Freddy's restaurant, luring William, Elizabeth, and Molten Freddy toward new victims that they would never reach. Henry put up a help-wanted ad to hire someone to run the building. They would run the day shift, buy new equipment, schedule parties, manage the floor, and do some end-of-night tasks. Henry left recorded messages for them, teaching them how to salvage old animatronics that might turn up on their doorstep. Of course he knew Lefty, William, Elizabeth, and Molten Freddy would show their faces, and they had to be brought inside and locked away. Once they had all been gathered, Henry would implement his plan. He knew that melting the imprinted metal would destroy Remnant, and so he devised a way to ensure that the animatronics would burn and melt, and every soul would be free, including his daughter's. He took the remains of the original animatronics and the toys, and reconstructed them into Rockstar animatronics. He also took the arcade cabinets he had built over the years, that had been infused with Remnant, and he made sure that they were inside the building too. But he didn't count on one thing. He discovered, after not too long, that the man who had applied to run the new pizzeria was Michael Afton. Henry stared at his trap, his box, and realized he had accomplished more than he had hoped. He had gathered together all the Aftons, himself and his daughter, and all that was left of the remnant from the missing children, and they were inside a furnace, ready to be destroyed.
Let's go.
Henry, waiting inside the building for the moment of truth,
Yeah.
called Mike, his voice ringing throughout the building so that every animatronic, every soul...
It doesn't really
could hear
add
him.
up at all.
You have all been called here, into a labyrinth of sounds and smells, misdirection, and misfortune. A labyrinth with no exit, a maze with no prize. You don't even realize that you are trapped. Your lust for blood has driven you in endless circles, chasing the cries of children in some unseen chamber, always seeming so near, yet somehow out of reach. But you will never find them.
We have to listen
None
to
of
the
you will.
speech again.
This is where your story ends. And to you, my brave volunteer, who somehow found this job listing not intended for you. Although there was a way out planned for you, I have a feeling that's not what you want. I have a feeling that you are right where you want to be. I am remaining as well. I am nearby. This place will not be remembered, and the memory of
It's where
everything
it should have
that started
fucking
this
ended.
can finally begin to fade away.
Yeah,
as the
I
agony
feel like
of
this is like
every
a really
tragedy should.
good ending.
And to you monsters trapped in the corridors, be still, and give up your spirits. They don't belong to you. For most of you, I believe there is peace, and perhaps more, waiting for you after the smoke clears. Although for one of
I
you,
understand the
the
Cassidy
darkest
stuff,
pit of hell has opened to swallow you
but, like,
whole, so don't keep the devil
anything
waiting,
about
old friend.
Afton,
My daughter,
Michael,
if you can hear me, I knew you would
Henry should
return
have been
as well.
done here.
It's in your nature to protect the innocent. I'm sorry that on that day, the day you were shut out and left to die, no one was there to lift you up into their arms, the way you lifted others into yours. And then, what became of you? I should have known you wouldn't be content to disappear. Not my daughter. I couldn't
Maybe
save
just
you
takes
then.
a shit. I'm
So
gonna
let
bet,
me
and I
save you
hate
now.
that.
It's time to rest for you and for those you have carried in your arms. This ends for all of us.
The restaurant burned down, destroying everything inside. Henry had written a will to make sure that Fazbear Entertainment would be dissolved upon his death, and the entire history of the company, beginning with William's jealousy of Henry and the accidental death of Cece, all the way to this last, desperate sacrifice, would be forgotten. But Henry forgot one thing. Cassidy was still out there. Her rage unmatched, her hatred eternal, Cassidy refused to let William die. He couldn't get off the hook that easily. She devised a perfect form of torment for him, making him sit in a room, fending off every single threat he had created. She trapped the souls of the children to further torment William. Even Henry was forced to continue this punishment for William, although for Henry, he was in his own form of torture. His plan had failed. The souls had not moved on. He was stuck in the same place he had been all those years ago, sitting idly by a pond, not helping, not doing anything. But he had learned from his past mistake. When Cassidy came to him, meeting him for the first time after their years of spiritual communication,
how are you? Welcome in.
Henry didn't take on the passive role he had had when Mike came asking for help. He told Cassidy what she must do.
Leave the demon to his demons. Rest your own soul. There is nothing else.
Cassidy had the choice to stay and let William fade away, or to symbolically harm herself in order to return to his torment, as if guiding her back to him, like the sounds of children that guided the animatronics there against their will. Cassidy could hear William's screams.
Also, I don't know if Henry died with them all, I'm not sure. I hate this
So she
screaming.
chose the latter. She joined him once again, and continued to torment him, trapping everyone there against their wills. But Charlie had a plan. The souls of the missing children were finally reunited, along with Cece and Charlie. They were reunited in the place that looked and felt like a Freddy's location, the perfect place for them all to move past their trauma, especially Cece. Charlie was finally able to throw Cece the birthday party he never had. They had all been put back together, and Cece's fright at the thought of the Freddy's characters, the visage of the bullies who had killed him, finally faded. He donned his Fredbear mask, finally making amends with the character that had killed him, and the souls all finally moved on.
We're done! We're done!
Cassidy no longer had leverage over William, no longer had her unwilling accomplices, and William finally escaped them, heading for death, or whatever came next for him. But Cassidy still could not move on. She had defeated William, but she still had to defeat the idea of him. Mike, Cece, and Elizabeth were finally reunited, together and whole, and while the memory of this family will never and should never fade, the agony of their tragedy has.
Okay. What's the...
Have you ever heard of Among Us,
Oh my
Gregory?
god.
You need to vent.
Of course, the story
What
of
the
Freddy
fuck?
Fazbear isn't over. After Fazbear Entertainment dissolved, Fazbear LLC took its place. This new company and its shady CEO hired an indie game developer to make horror games about the legends of Freddy's in order to discredit them as creepypastas and rumors, as well as to now legally own concepts such as Springtrap.
We know that Fazbear Entertainment has developed something of a bad reputation over the last few decades, and while it's true that some stories associated with our name were loosely based on actual events, the majority of them were total fabrications from the mind of a complete lunatic. Lawsuits pending.
They then killed this developer and pretended that he was some crazy guy. They began construction of a mega pizzaplex, covering the location of the original Fredbear Diner, Circus Baby Entertainment and Rental, and even the old Afton House. They released a virtual reality video game, started their own animatronic rental service, and successfully ran the pizzaplex for many years. The good name of Freddy's was safe. They had rebooted the concept and given it a glossy coat of paint. And we'll end on the high note of hoping that nothing bad ever happens at
Imagine
Freddy's
you could
again.
play Springtrap as the killer, and then you eat the survivors. When you...
But that's all for next time.
As your Mori.
Fun fact, 2 aspects of this video came to me in dreams. Midnight Motorist being about an MCI kid came to me in a dream. I then googled it and found out that this was actually a very common theory,
That's what's
but
most
that's
likely
how I came to that
happening.
conclusion.
I
The
would like
problem was
that.
entirely solved by my subconscious. And then the solution to what's in the box also came to me in a dream. In my bedroom, I have multiple trunks that kind of look like the box in FNAF 4, and in my dream, I got up and I opened the box, and inside was a picture
This
frame
is
of like
me
a
having
stereotypical
dreams
white
about
suburban
Lee.
family from like a sitcom. And when I woke up, I was like, that's what's in the FNAF box! As I hinted throughout this, I don't know how long it's going to end up being, but it's currently 141 pages and the audio is over 7 hours long, so that's great. But as I hinted through this extremely long video, I do intend to cover the Pizzaplex era of the FNAF series once it concludes. And I'll probably make a video about the movie as well. I'm going to get to see it a day or two before the general public, so if you want my non-spoiler take on that, make sure you follow me on Twitter at GIDI.
No, I literally can't play Dead by Daylight right now because of the Castlevania
I remember I read some headlines about it back in
DLC.
August of 2014. But my first real introduction to it was watching my favorite YouTuber
and I'm a pussy and I'm like terrified of
wolves. So I want to shout out to any Austin, because technically this video would not exist if he did not decide to stream Five Nights at Freddy's 9 years ago while I was bored one night in my dorm room. I literally remember typing in the chat saying, "This isn't scary, I don't get it." And then Bonnie jump scared the screen and I said, "What was that? I didn't know this was a jump scare game." And of course, I want to thank every YouTuber whose videos I watched while I was researching this monstrosity.
This is him just thanking people.
In this video are very controversial, so I do not want you to go to your favorite FNAF tuber and say, "You don't believe in molten MCI, but Gibby said it was real." I don't want to imply that those people agree with my points, but I do hope anyone that stuck around this long through the video is now interested in the topic and will go and check these people's channels out. There are multiple channels that are phenomenal that just cover FNAF lore. Of course, I have to start with MatPat, the originator of the entire internet subculture that is the Gibby Funny Bear jump scare game. But it's not just Matt over on their team
so
who does the research and the writing and the editing. He has a whole group of people. So not just MatPat, but the entire game theory team. On top of him, I want to thank everybody whose channels I have listed in the description. FNAF,
that's weird.
ID's
That's
Fantasy,
parasocial.
Ozone, Rytoast, and Sire Squawks. As well as my personal favorites, Not Real Name Not At All, and Impulse Evan 37. I would especially like to thank my patrons who have...
Okay, I want to read the cop comment. William yelling in the background of Old Man Consequences in UNC is generally the most terrifying thing in the series. So I went to his channel because he has that. And he has like a 14-minute video about the movie. I'll watch that on my own time. And I don't think he's done any videos about I don't think he's done like a wrap up of like the new era. But anyways, thank you guys for being here while I watch 9 hours of FNAF lore. I really do appreciate everything. Thank you for all the raids and the bits, and even though you guys were terrorizing me with I didn't even know that I had the FNAF jump scare thing with Tangia. Goodbye, YouTube. I'm literally gonna upload the VOD. I'm probably not even gonna edit the VOD. Okay, thank you for the bears. Thank you for all the raids and just like hanging out with me today. We're gonna find somebody to raid. So I need to open Twitch because I didn't really have Twitch open on my desktop today. And we're gonna see who's streaming. Okay, imagine I raid Tyler 1. Let's see if I know anybody who's streaming. Oh, Ake is streaming. We can go raid Ake. There's also, yeah, we're gonna raid Ake. So this is gonna be the raid message. Let's be Raidagon. You can do either a purple heart or my raid emote. I'm just gonna put the raid emote. If you don't have the emotes, that's fine. Just use a different emote. Everyone be really nice to Ake. Ake's cool. I'm gonna copy and paste it because I have no faith in myself of spelling it correctly. It looks like he's playing a Bletchley horror game. But yeah, we're gonna go raid. Okay. And I hope you guys all have a good day. I won't be streaming tomorrow because tomorrow I'm busy, but I'll be streaming on Thursday. And I'm probably gonna play TCG Card Simulator unless I have something else on the schedule. I'm pretty sure I have TCG Card Simulator though. But yeah, if you guys want updates on when I stream, go in the Discord or follow me on Twitter or Blue Sky. And yeah, that's all. All right, bye.